Chapter 210. Where is it? The once aloof and proud Yi Bing now sat at the edge of the sofa, her radiance extinguished, revealing her as merely an ordinary woman. I recalled her former aura, clad in fine attire and brimming with confidence, and contrasted it with her present desolation. Slowly lowering my teacup, I assured her, I will assist you in capturing the malevolent spirit, but you must unconditionally agree to one request of mine. The reason for my insistence was the ominous terms mourners, ghosts, and death's door, which had previously escaped the lips of Mr. Gu, likely connected to the dual-faced Buddha-esque scheme. I sought to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Yi Bing clutched her skirt tightly, realizing she had no choice but to respond. She could either consent or refuse. I picked up my black satchel and rose to leave, stepping toward the door. Just as my hand touched the lock, Yi Bing's voice echoed through the living room. I agree to your terms. I will do whatever you ask, as long as you can drive that ghostly infant away and prevent it from tormenting me. With those words, she buried her head in her chest, overwhelmed by humiliation, sorrow, and a hint of regret. Excellent. Your request is accepted, I replied. To me, this felt like a mere transaction, at least in my own estimation. Upon returning inside, I inquired further about the details. The malevolent spirit typically manifested after midnight or when Yi Bing was asleep, appearing without any forewarnings. I inspected the bedrooms of Jiang Fei and Yi Bing, which were well ventilated and devoid of any characteristics that might attract sinister forces. From the window, I observed a garden flourishing with sunflowers and other plants that thrived under sunlight. The greenery was thriving, and while it may not be a place of exceptional feng shui, it could certainly be classified as a high-quality residential area. The favorable feng shui likely explained why the spirit only dared to appear during the midnight hours when the atmosphere was most oppressive. Jiang Fei's villa was divided into 2 levels, with guest rooms on the first floor and both women residing upstairs. I conducted a thorough inspection and found nothing that contradicted the principles of feng shui. With the advantageous position we held, I believed the spirit would not pose a significant threat. Tonight, follow my lead. Do not panic or fear, lest you disrupt our formation. Do you require any tools for the ritual? Jiang Fei kindly inquired, leading me to a storage room. I had heard that malevolent entities feared certain items such as black dog blood, glutinous rice, and yellow wine, so I had arranged for a substantial supply of these. The storage room was filled with 2 large bags of glutinous rice, sealed black dog blood, and 3 small jars of yellow wine. In the corner, a striking rooster with a red crest and white feathers paced back and forth. Well prepared, I remarked. Theoretically, these items could indeed ward off evil in rural practices. They were often employed as substitutes when talismans were unavailable. However, my training was rooted in orthodox techniques, and I was unfamiliar with such folk remedies. My means of vanquishing the spirit relied on the suppression talismans I possessed. Gather some glutinous rice to carry in your pockets, as well as seeds that grow towards the sun, like sunflower seeds and mung beans. For now, let us refrain from releasing the black dog blood and the rooster, as we wouldn't want to scare the spirit into hiding. As the sun descended, Yi Bing and Jiang Fei headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Yi Weilong lingered behind, determined to expose my supposed deception and reveal my true, unseemly nature to the 2 beautiful sisters. I pondered that an increase in popularity could never be detrimental. Thus, I chose to remain passive, hoping that the events of this evening would not inflict any psychological trauma upon the young master, whose fragile heart had already endured enough turmoil. Before midnight, the atmosphere within the house remained unperturbed. After finishing our meal, we settled onto the sofa to watch a film. Weilong, shall we retire to our rooms? What ghosts could possibly exist in this world? They are mere figments of troubled minds, conjured by those with impure thoughts. Jia Qingbai, having spent the day lamenting and seeking death, was already fatigued. Yi Weilong too began to cast doubts upon me. With the house brightly lit and the presence of surveillance and patrolling security, how could this room possibly be haunted? If you too can no longer endure, feel free to rest. The bedrooms on the first floor are available. Jiang Fei sipped her coffee at the table. She and Yi Bing had encountered the little ghost and were now forcing themselves to stay awake, fearful of drifting into slumber. Let us go, Weilong Jia Qingbai. Resembling a boneless green serpent, coiled around Yi Weilong's neck, leaning heavily against him. At that moment, he made no attempt to push her away, and the 2 shared an unspoken understanding as they entered the innermost guest room on the first floor. I glanced at the time and turned to Jiang Fei and Yi Bing, urging, you 2 should also retire. Lingering outside for too long may draw the little ghost's attention. Around 1 in the morning, Jiang Fei and Yi Bing returned to their respective rooms on the second floor, while I extinguished all the lights in the house and sat alone in the living room. In the darkness, it felt as if something had awakened, its cunning and cruel eyes peering from the shadows. While people often fear the dark, I had grown accustomed to this oppressive gloom. My eyes quickly adjusted as I concealed the suppression talisman in my palm and retrieved the large screen of the underworld showcase from my phone. The screen swept across the living room, revealing nothing amiss. Ordinary little ghosts possess feeble powers. Even when they wish to cause harm, they dare not reveal themselves openly. However, Jiang Qin's little ghost was markedly unique. I vividly recalled the day of the wedding banquet, bustling with guests and abundant vitality. Even so, that ghost had the audacity to manifest in plain sight, attempting to crawl onto Yi Bing. Such an act was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary spirit. It would be wise to proceed with caution. As the night wore on, the ashtray on the coffee table overflowed with cigarette butts. I discarded the empty pack into the trash when, suddenly, I heard the door of a room on the second floor creak open, followed by the soft padding of footsteps. Who is it? I looked up to see Jiang Fei standing on the wooden staircase, clad in her pajamas, seemingly cautious not to disturb anyone, as she approached me barefoot, resembling a nocturnal cat. Has the little ghost appeared? I inquired, to which Jiang Fei shook her head. She settled onto the sofa opposite me, lost in her thoughts. Her behavior struck me as peculiar, yet I hesitated to ask. Instead, I urged her to return to her room. Tonight was unsettling, and it would be wiser for her to remain safely within her own space. Jiang Fei remained silent, absent-mindedly touching her wrist, and after a lengthy pause, summoned the courage to speak. Has the red thread that once bound our fates been severed? Why do you ask such things? I furrowed my brow, reaching for a cigarette, only to find my pocket empty. The red thread had indeed been cut, and we were no longer entwined. Since the crimson thread has been severed, if I still cannot forget certain matters and can vividly recall every detail from that night, does that not signify my silence? I place my fingers between my lips and rotate the phone displaying the underworld showcase, as a shadow flits across the screen with remarkable swiftness. It has arrived. I instruct Jiang Fei to follow closely behind me, holding the suppression talisman as we proceed toward the direction where the shadow vanished. The storage room? What business does that little ghost have here? This room is filled with items meant to ward off malevolent spirits. I find it perplexing that the ghost would willingly approach such a place. Jiang Fei, when did you acquire those yellow wine and black dog blood? They were delivered yesterday. My sister-in-law and I are uncertain of their efficacy. It seems somewhat dubious. I press my ear against the door, strange sounds emanating from the storage room, as if someone is tearing fabric. I take a deep breath, grasp the doorknob, and fling the door open. A faint metallic scent of blood wafts into my nostrils. A majestic rooster lies in a pool of blood, its neck grotesquely twisted, and pristine white feathers scattered about. Realizing the gravity of the situation, my gaze shifts to the underworld showcase on my phone, where a pale infant is perched upon the rooster, frantically plucking its feathers. Found it. The moment I discern the infant, it too catches sight of my ugly countenance, its mouth stretching into an exaggerated grin filled with sharp, needle-like teeth. With the invocation of the 5 directional deities, I prepare to recite the spell and unleash the suppression talisman. However, the ghost proves exceedingly astute, disappearing from the phone screen even before I complete my incantation. Where has it fled? It moves with astonishing speed, and as I scan the screen, I find no trace of it. The rooster, once a harbinger of good fortune, has fallen prey to this malevolent spirit, revealing its true wickedness, a realization I had previously underestimated. I twist the talisman in my fingers and step out of the storage room. Have you spotted the little ghost? Jiang Fei now notices the blood pooling within the room. The rooster she had procured is lifeless, its demise brutal, feathers nearly all plucked away. She covers her mouth. Although the ghost has often appeared at night, it has not inflicted any tangible harm upon her, allowing her a sliver of hope. However, witnessing the fate of the rooster in the storage room awakens her to the grim reality that entities like these ultimately lead to tragic ends. I retreat to the corridor, uncertain of the ghost's whereabouts, wielding my phone to search the room. Before long, the bathroom faucet suddenly turns on, the sound of gushing water echoing eerily in the night. I hasten to the bathroom, turning on the light, which casts a dim glow upon the porcelain tiles, yet the room remains devoid of presence. I turn off the faucet and focus on the splattering droplets, when suddenly, an unanticipated small handprint appears on the tiles. Here, I aim the screen at the floor but see nothing. Where has it gone? A wave of uncertainty washes over me, and a chill runs down my forehead. As if a sinister breeze passes through, reminiscent of a sharp dagger poised to pierce my eye. My reaction falters, and when I finally lift my gaze, it rests upon the dressing mirror before me. A droplet of water cascaded down as a pale, grotesque, ghostly infant clung to my shoulder, its outstretched fingers slowly reaching toward my eyes. Chapter 2:11. Suppression of the Spectre. Within my pupils, the emaciated fingertips drew ever closer, sharp as a dagger. Caution! Before I could react, someone suddenly poured a handful of glutinous rice at the doorway. Jiang Fei had been observing me intently. Upon noticing my distress, she swiftly cast the rice as I instructed. The jade-white grains adhered to the little ghost, causing its form to diminish. Akin to a kitten or puppy being struck by pebbles, its movements momentarily stilled. Seizing the opportunity, I aimed for the ghost's position on my phone screen and flung the suppression talisman. Alas, the ghost was too swift. The talisman missed its mark. By the time I retrieved the paper to strike again, it had vanished without a trace. Gao Jian, did you see it? Jiang Fei entered the room, her gaze upon my pallid face revealing her awareness of my confrontation with the spectre. Its speed indeed made it a formidable foe. My heart raced with trepidation. Your timely scattering of rice likely saved my eyes from being gouged out by the spectre. To be fair, Jiang Fei had indeed rescued me just now. It seems that black dog's blood and glutinous rice should be effective against the ghost. Regrettably, the rooster had perished too soon. Had we released it, we might have tracked the ghost's whereabouts. I closed the bathroom door and stood in the living room. The ghost had once again disappeared. It could be lurking just behind me or hiding in another room. The most challenging aspect of dealing with such a spectre lies not in its strength, but in its elusive nature, coming and going without a trace, concealed in the shadows. I had an unsettling feeling it was nearby. Gao Jian, could it be resting upon us right now? Jiang Fei, barefoot on the cold floor, shivered as the chill penetrated her spine. Her eyes darted nervously around the room. Do not panic. Focus and discern. I invoked my mystical heart technique to empty my mind and heighten my senses. Do you hear anything? Sounds? Jiang Fei held her breath, straining to listen. From deep within the villa, a profoundly oppressive female voice emerged, seemingly from a guest room on the first floor. I quietly approached the door, twisting the doorknob, only to find it locked from the inside. Is there a key to the guest room? On the other side of the door, the oppressive voice became clearer. Jiang Fei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, yes, but Yi Weilang and Jia Qingbai are inside. It would be inappropriate for us to enter unannounced. This voice is peculiar. It likely differs from what you suspect. What do you mean? Jiang Fei, her gaze cast downward, quickly fetched the guest room key and, making minimal noise, unlocked the door. I gently pushed the door open a crack, squinting to peer inside. Positioned against the wall in the guest room was a double bed. Yi Weilang lay on the outside, a thin blanket partially pulled away by Jia Qingbai, revealing his chiseled abs as he lay deeply asleep with his eyes closed. My gaze shifted past Yi Weilang to the wall side, where Jia Qingbai, wrapped in a light blanket, lingered in a state between dreams and wakefulness, her eyes half open, appearing somewhat dazed, her lips occasionally drawing in breath and emitting peculiar sounds. Stop it. My body feels like it's falling apart. Have mercy on me, will you? Jia Qingbai seemingly spoke to the air, perhaps in her sleep, then reached beneath the blanket as if trying to restrain something from moving. The vividly described scene, tinged with a hint of sensuality, strikes me as exceedingly peculiar. Yi Weilang lies in a deep slumber, his body exposed, his hands nowhere near Jia Qingbai. Yet, Jia Qingbai's reaction suggests that something is stirring beneath the covers, crawling upon her. You stay here and do not enter, I instructed, allowing Jiang Fei to guard the door while I fetched a large bowl of black dog blood from the storage room. The little ghost is still inside, I assent it. Peering through the crack of the door, Jia Qingbai's voice grew increasingly loud, causing me to blush slightly. Awakened by her incessant noise, Yi Weilang slowly blinked awake, furrowing his brow as he shot a glare at Jia Qingbai. What is all this ruckus? Keep it down. Being reprimanded by her bedfellow left Jia Qingbai feeling quite aggrieved. She withdrew her hand from the thin blanket, no longer suppressing the unknown entity that was writhing beneath. This aspiring starlet, desperate to join the affluent elite, still believed that it was Yi Weilong's hands that roamed beneath the covers. Her face flushed. She finally mustered the courage to say to him, "It's late. I'm truly exhausted. If you're tired, then sleep soundly and stop making a fuss." Yi Weilong replied dismissively, not even bothering to turn his head. However, just as Jia Qingbai was about to continue, she halted, her gaze fixed on Yi Weilong's arms resting atop the blanket. She felt a chilling sensation enveloping her, an indescribable dread creeping into her heart. Her complexion drained of color as she stammered, "Weilong, what are you doing?" Annoyed by the disturbance, Yi Weilong sat up abruptly. Jia Qingbai, now prioritizing her own safety over placating him, pointed with trembling fingers toward the blanket, exclaiming, "There seems to be someone under the quilt." "Nonsense," Yi Weilong retorted, yanking the blanket aside, revealing a pale, infantile face pressed against Jia Qingbai's abdomen. "Get away." I realized I could no longer delay. Kicking open the door, I disregarded everything else and directed the bowl of black dog blood straight at the double bed. The phrase drenched in dog blood transformed into a vivid reality as both Jia Qingbai and Yi Weilong found themselves splattered with it. Staring blankly at each other atop the bed. "Watch the position of the ghost," I shouted, hoping to rouse them from their stupor. But the two, now covered in blood, lost all composure. Jia Qingbai let out a piercing scream and nearly fainted, while Yi Weilong, fists clenched, charged at me, the pampered heir now in a state of meltdown. "Get lost." With a physique honed from years of fitness, Yi Weilong exuded confidence, his fists dripping with blood as he lunged at me. His punch, while powerful, lacked speed. I sidestepped, evading his blow, and swiftly retaliated with a strike to his armpit. As he recoiled in pain, I followed up with a knee strike, effortlessly toppling him. In my eyes, Yi Weilong was merely a decorative pillow, visually appealing, yet utterly ineffective. Disposing of him to the side, I scanned the guest room and soon made a discovery. On the light-colored sheets, untouched by the dog blood, a small handprint appeared, resembling a blood-stained plum blossom. The frequency of these handprints multiplied rapidly. I retrieved my phone from the underworld showcase. On the screen, a pale, eerie ghost was scuttling swiftly across the sheets. Where will you escape to this time? Although the black dog blood did not harm the little ghost, it served to reveal its trace, leaving behind mottled blood handprints on the ground it traversed, which was sufficient for me. I took out the suppression talisman, and the moment it glimmered, the little ghost fled in panic. Knowing full well what could pose a threat to it, I pursued. Following the trail of blood, I dashed up to the second floor, where the last handprint came to rest in the bedroom of Yi Bing. "Yi Bing, wake up." I pounded on the door, given the commotion. There was no way she had not heard it. She should not be entirely unprepared. Suddenly, a crash echoed from within the room, as if a mirror had shattered, followed by Yi Bing's piercing scream. "Get away. Don't come near me. I am not your mother. I am not your mother." Her voice was frantic. Jiang Fei hurriedly fetched the key to unlock the bedroom door, while I executed the 7-star step, talisman in hand, rushing into the room. Yi Bing, with disheveled hair, was darting around, desperately trying to evade. It was evident that a series of blood handprints kept appearing behind her. She was being pursued by that little ghost. "I am not your mother. Let me go. I am not your mother." Yi Bing seemed to have lost her mind, shouting uncontrollably. I pointed my phone screen towards her rear and indeed saw a ghastly-looking ghostly infant trailing behind her, attempting to invade her body. With 2 fingers twisting the talisman, I knew that saving her was paramount. "Yi Bing, come to me." "Hi, Jian." A glimmer of hope flickered in Yi Bing's eyes, as if a ray of sunlight had pierced through the darkness, and she ran towards me, the blood handprints closely following. The malevolent little ghost had made 2 attempts to gouge out my eyes. Today, I would repay in kind. My voice resonated like a bronze bell as I locked my gaze upon the little ghost, my hands weaving through incantations, invoking the 5 directions deities to harness their power and suppress all things. Suppression. In Chapter 212, the demand for the ghostly infant. A flash of golden light shone in my hand as the talisman of the 5 directions deities accurately adhered to the little ghost's forehead. The empty room echoed with a shrill cry, not of this world, piercing through eardrums. "Step back." I extended my arms to block Jiang Fei, for the little ghost had not yet fully lost its ability to resist. Its hands, stained with black dog blood, clawed at the talisman atop its head. But upon contact with the radiant golden paper, it emitted black smoke, recoiling as if electrocuted, suffering immense pain. How could it endure this? In the dreamscape of Huang Shui, a single suppression talisman had sufficed to obliterate the ghostly nurse. Now, however, I found myself unable to vanquish a mere undeveloped ghostly infant. I could not allow it to become a lingering threat. Tonight, it must be annihilated. Once this little ghost gained strength, it would become increasingly difficult to deal with. So I resolved to eradicate it. The room reverberated with the little ghost's anguished cries, its voice hauntingly chilling. Its pallid skin was scorched by the suppression talisman, producing vast clouds of black mist, yet under the relentless erosion of the darkness, the golden light began to dim. Initially pinned to the ground, the ghost could only move its hands, but soon its legs started to stir, propelling it against the floor, attempting to rise. 5 directions deities. Harness your might to suppress all things. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, I cast another suppression talisman, pressing it against the little ghost's back. Intense pain surged through it, and the vengeful creature glared at me, its mouth agape, revealing a maw filled with sharp teeth. What was it planning to do? I observed the little specter's lips moving as if casting an incantation, while time slipped away and the midnight shadows were inexplicably drawn towards its corporeal form, aiding in the mending of its injuries and resisting the suppression talismans. To my astonishment, it even possessed knowledge of magical spells. My heart sank. Typically, spirits act solely on instinct, with only a select few, burdened by deep-seated obsessions, retaining fragments of memory. Yet, even among the most vengeful of spirits, I had never encountered one capable of mastering arcane arts. This ghostly infant was no trifling entity. It was undoubtedly malevolent. I quickly regained my composure. My relationship with this specter had become one of life and death. If I failed to vanquish it tonight, it would surely haunt me relentlessly once its injuries healed. What to do? I had a few talismans left, but the most potent among them was the suppression talisman. The others merely served to attract wealth or ward off misfortune. I shall assist you. Jiang Fei entered the room, clutching glutinous rice and black dog blood, but these offerings would do nothing to harm the ghostly infant. They would only incite its fury further. Your items are of no use. We require talismans of greater potency than the suppression talisman. The situation was dire as I observed the 2 suppression talismans on the specter's form, their golden light dimming, teetering on the brink of failure. Suddenly, I recalled an item I had recently exchanged from the underworld showcase, the life-controlling steel. I had initially acquired it as a contingency against betrayal by the life-controlling spirits. But upon reflection, if it could subdue such spirits, it would surely be more than sufficient to deal with lesser specters. Jiang Fei quickly fetched the black cloth bundle I left on the sofa in the living room. I commanded as I remained within the room. Jiang Fei dashed downstairs and returned with the bundle. I tucked the jade box into my embrace and, with a swift motion, lifted the heavy steel with one hand. Is this what you retrieved from the bank? Jiang Fei questioned, slightly taken aback, yet given the urgency of the situation, she did not linger on the inquiry, guiding Yi Bing back towards the entrance. Upon revealing the life-controlling steel, the ghostly infant exhibited a look of sheer terror, an expression I had never witnessed upon its visage before. Do you also know fear? Its once vengeful eyes were now filled with dread, yearning to flee, but the suppression talismans held it firmly in place. I approached, steel in hand, each step deliberate. The life-controlling steel felt like a divine talisman, inscribed with the characters for summoning wind and rain on one side, and commanding troops on the other. The steel bore the marks of antiquity. Its inscriptions were faded and some portions damaged, yet this only added to its profound essence, imbuing it with a sense of gravitas. As I stood before the specter, it continued its final struggles. The chilling wind stirred, causing the golden light of the suppression talismans to flicker uncertainly, their efficacy waning, and it indeed exhibited signs of escape. You are no ordinary spirit. But for the sake of avoiding further complications, I shall refrain from idle chatter. Who is the one behind Jiangchun that raises the specter? What is their ultimate goal in nurturing this ghostly infant? These queries piqued my curiosity, yet my primary concern remained the specter's potential escape. May you find rebirth soon. It would be a release for you. I raised the steel, summoning all my strength to bring it crashing down upon the specter. As the steel plunged into the malevolent aura, the ancient characters for summoning wind and rain and commanding troops seemed to come alive, forming a barrier that shattered the darkness. Striking the specter's crown, with a thunderous crash, it was as though an ethereal bubble had burst, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy and echoing with the wails of tormented souls. Had its spirit been shattered? I lowered my gaze to find only 2 dull talismans beneath the stone tablet, and the little spirit had vanished without a trace. It was not until I viewed the scene with my Underworld Showcase phone that I noticed an additional depiction at the base of the stone, a vivid illustration of a ghostly child with 3 eyes and 4 arms. Its grotesque visage seemingly roaring in discontent. Had the little spirit been absorbed into the fate tablet? My fingers brushed against the icy, chilling surface of the stone, its lingering ghostly energy not yet dissipated. This peculiar little spirit, I resolved to inquire about upon my return, might indeed be a being of comparable significance to the fate ghost. Wrapping the stone tablet anew in black cloth, I turned to face the doorway where Yi Bing and Jiang Fei stood. The little spirit had already been dealt with, so for the time being, this room should remain unoccupied, allowing the sunlight to permeate for several days before inviting friends over to gather some vitality. After giving my instructions, I proceeded to step outside. My task was complete, and I saw no reason to linger. It was nearly 2 o'clock. Perhaps you should rest here for the night. Jiang Fei called out as she hurried after me. Has the little spirit truly been banished? A sense of unease gripped her heart. Your brother is the one who nurtured the little spirit. If trouble were to arise, you would not be the first to suffer. Clutching the black cloth bundle, I paused at the threshold, feeling compelled to voice some thoughts sooner rather than later. Although the red thread of fate has been severed, the residual karma does not dissipate so swiftly. It may still be influencing your judgment. Your perceptions of me may not entirely stem from your own will. Are you suggesting that the effects of the red thread still linger? Who can say? I merely hope you can reflect calmly on the matter, as some individuals are ultimately just transient figures in your life. As the door swung open, I strolled into the embrace of the night, leaving Jiang Fei standing in the villa, her thoughts a mystery to me. Upon arriving back at Tingtang Road and entering my somewhat cramped little shop, I retrieved the fate tablet and placed it upon the writing desk on the 2nd floor. Initially, this was a mere impulsive act. However, as soon as the fate tablet was set down, a series of thuds echoed from the lacquered coffin, as if someone were knocking from within. The noise emanating from the coffin at such an hour could disturb the neighbors, and that would pose a problem. With both hands, I forcefully pushed open the coffin lid, and a wave of ghostly energy and the scent of blood surged forth. Leaning in, I discovered a solitary black eyeball resting in the center of the red earth. Upon extracting the eyeball, I peered inside. The inky pupil contained but a diminutive figure, while the other 2 shadows appeared to have been consumed. I cradled the black eyeball in my palm, and the fate ghost had grown significantly. It reached out to me, albeit with evident trepidation. This creature may harbor a peculiar fear of me due to the demise of its first master. Hiding within the eyeball, the fate ghost gazed intently at the fate tablet. Yet when I brought the tablet closer, it shrieked in fright. After several attempts, I discerned that the fate ghost desired the ghostly infant confined within the stone tablet. This presented a challenge, as I had no knowledge of how to release the ghostly infant. If you can manage to extract it, I will leave it to you to handle. I returned the black eyeball to the lacquered coffin, carelessly tossing the fate tablet beside it, before lying down to succumb to a deep slumber. In my dreams, I vaguely sensed a gaunt shadow kneeling beside my bed, bowing to me 3 times. After that, all faded into oblivion. When I awoke naturally, I was startled to find the fate tablet resting precisely atop the lacquered coffin. I noticed that the small ghost figure with 3 eyes and 4 arms at the base of the stone tablet has vanished. Chapter 213. He possessed an utterly ordinary visage. I pushed the lacquered coffin lid tightly, unable to pry it open. The fate ghost within surely underwent some transformation as well. Alas, I shall proceed step by step, hoping that this fate ghost does not repay kindness with malice. I placed the fate ghost tablet directly in front of the coffin and began to cultivate the profound heart method. After 2 complete cycles, my phone, tossed carelessly in the corner of the room, vibrated. Hello? Gao Jian. Hurry to the municipal bureau. I have uncovered something intriguing. The voice on the other end belonged to Tai Ningxiang. All right, I'll be there shortly. I donned my coat and hastily exited. Upon my arrival at the municipal bureau's entrance, Zhao had been waiting for quite a while. Captain Tai is in the archives. I'll escort you in. The police archives were impenetrable to outsiders, housing unsolved cases from years past and invaluable evidence. For instance, the recent sensational case of the Bayin serial murders was resolved after over 2 decades, thanks to the preservation of evidence, which, with the aid of contemporary scientific advancements, revealed crucial insights. Led by Zhao Bin into the archives, I soon spotted Tai Ningxiang behind rows of shelving. "Senior, what brings you here?" I approached her, noticing she was engrossed in a case file dated 5 years prior. "I would rather not trouble you, but it seems you are the only one who can provide me with the answer." Without looking up, Tai Ningxiang handed me the file titled Case of the Special Major Serial Homicide, Volume A. Upon receiving the document, an unsettling sensation washed over me. As I opened it, the names of the primary suspects immediately caught my eye. Gao Jian. I turned to Tai Ningxiang, whose complexion had noticeably paled, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. "What is this?" This was the case file pertaining to the Rainy Night serial murders from 5 years ago. Tai Ningxiang gestured for me to take a seat on a chair against the wall, laying out several additional files before me. "Why are you showing me these? Have you found the latest evidence that implicates me as the murderer?" The files contained a myriad of details, including photographs from the crime scene, fingerprint and blood test reports, and fragments of witness testimonies. While these elements did not form a complete chain of evidence, they subtly pointed towards one individual, me. "Gao Jian, remain calm. You are not an impulsive person in my eyes." Tai Ningxiang sat beside me, a faint, indescribable fragrance wafting from her. Gradually, I regained my composure. Compared to 5 years ago, I had matured, becoming more reserved and adept at concealing my true self. "Speak plainly. What is it that you need from me?" "After you left my home that day, my father, the stubborn old man, told me that if you are not the murderer deceiving the entire city, then you are the hero who saved all of Jiangqing." Initially, I struggled to comprehend this, but after reviewing these files, it seems the conclusion of the serial murders is somehow linked to you. "Senior, please get to the point." If it were not against the rules to smoke in the archives, I would have lit a cigarette to alleviate my growing anxiety. "Do you remember the 3 words Mr. Gu mentioned in the hospital? Hemp, hanging guest, and door of mourning?" Tai Ningxiang nodded. "I have investigated the meanings of these 3 terms. They represent 3 specific time periods in the lunar calendar. According to the ancient method of Batsi, anyone born during these 3 time frames is destined to intersect with them in their life path. These terms can signify 3 distinct intervals or, if interpreted as individuals, could lead to a remarkable coincidence." She flipped through the case files to the middle, recalling a rainy night 5 years ago when a serial murder case claimed 3 victims. "Take a close look at the crime scene photographs and their autopsy reports," she urged. Intrigued by her words, I began to examine the details closely. The first victim was a foreman in his 40s, his limbs pierced by rebar, clad in mourning attire, with peculiar characters etched into his back. The second victim, a 20-year-old college student, had his head severed, which remains missing to this day. Strangely, the forensic examination revealed that the cause of death was not blunt force trauma but asphyxiation, indicating that he was either strangled or hanged before his head was removed. The circumstances surrounding the third victim were even more horrifying. A female university lecturer, known for her amicable relations and timid demeanor, was brutally dismembered. The most appalling detail was that the murderer divided her body into 12 equal parts, placing them in the drawers at the back of a study room. Each of these premeditated murders, taken individually, would have sent shockwaves through the city, let alone the fact that all 3 occurred on the same night, within an hour of each other. The bizarre and ritualistic nature of the victims' deaths was palpable. Tai Ningxiang gazed at me intently, seemingly eager for my response. "Have you investigated the Batsi of these 3 individuals? Did they coincidentally come into the world during the times of mourning, hanging, and death?" My eyes widened as I realized the profound possibility of my own inquiry. It was indeed plausible. "Your thoughts align closely with mine," Tai Ningxiang replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, her gaze reflecting admiration. Since leaving Guxiansheng, I had increasingly perceived the commonalities between the 2 murder cases. 5 years ago in Jiangqing, there was a notable surge in violent crimes during a specific period reminiscent of the current situation. I endeavored to analyze the data from those historical homicides, and upon reaching the conclusion of the Rainy Night serial murder case, I discovered subtle connections between the deaths of the 3 victims and the terms mentioned by Guxiansheng. Thus, I noted their birthdays and had someone calculate their Batsi, resulting in a significant revelation. Tai Ningxiang's tone slowed as she spoke. The Batsi of these 3 victims each contains references to mourning, hanging, and death. Their deaths were not the result of random violence, but rather a meticulously planned act of murder. The breakthrough in the case, prompted by Gu Xianxing's words 5 years later, clearly suggested Tai Ningxiang's competence as the head of the criminal investigation team. In any criminal case, Analyzing the motive is crucial. Only by establishing the motive can one narrow down the pool of suspects and identify a general demographic. The ritualistic atmosphere at the crime scene, coupled with the presence of the three terms in the victim's botsi, raises the question, could the serial murder case from 5 years ago be linked to Lu Xing? As I casually expressed my doubts, Tai Ningxiang turned to the final pages of the dossier. Shouldn't this question be directed at you? In the fourth murder scene, you and the deceased were found together in an entirely sealed room. It seems that you alone in the entire Jiang city have glimpsed the true visage of the murderer. Her alabaster fingers rested upon the gruesome evidence photographs within the file. Gao Jian, I have reviewed your testimony and statements from 5 years ago, and there is a fundamental issue that has been consistently vague. How did you predict the murderer's location and arrive at the crime scene ahead of all of us? Tai Ningxiang's inquiry pierced my mind like a silver needle, compelling me to confront the truth of the serial murders that transpired on that rainy night 5 years prior. I pressed my temples, struggling to recall, as if a segment of memory had been deliberately erased. Looking up at Tai Ningxiang, I spoke the truth, albeit it sounded implausible. Deliberate erasure? If our adversary were Lu Xing, such a thing could indeed be possible. Tai Ningxiang displayed no skepticism in her tone. She did not even consider the possibility of my deception. Could the murderer be Lu Xing? The sequence of killings, the fixed number of victims, the ritualistic nature of the crime scenes, there are striking similarities. I observed Tai Ningxiang lost in contemplation, her lips pursed. Senior, the perpetrator of the rainy night murders likely isn't Lu Xing, though I cannot recall his precise features. Fragments of incomplete impressions linger in my mind. He possessed a remarkably ordinary face, so unremarkable that one could easily forget it after a single glance. Chapter 214, the 7th live stream. An ordinary face? Tai Ningxiang pondered my words carefully. Those who have studied at the police academy know that students focusing on criminal investigation are required to learn about psychological profiling and facial features. Thus, even the most ordinary of faces can be identified and remembered within moments by trained officers. This is why Tai Ningxiang found my description of the face as simply ordinary to be perplexing. The ordinary I referred to bore a different connotation. Reflect on this when you return. If any useful information surfaces, do not hesitate to inform me. Tai Ningxiang placed a hand firmly on my shoulder, her expression earnest. Gao Jian, I have heard from your father about the events you endured 5 years ago, yet I still believe in you. I do not doubt a single word you say. Therefore, I hope you can lower your guard and trust me just this once. I realized you are the sole eyewitness, the one closest to the truth. I understand you have your own struggles, yet above all, I long to see the true murderer brought to justice, to restore your innocence and provide closure to those who suffered unjustly. Tai Ningxiang's voice resonated clearly within the confines of the archive room, echoing in my ears. I gazed at the woman before me, a being imbued with unparalleled charisma. Perhaps it was this unique aura that compelled me to unveil the secrets I had buried deep within for 5 long years. Bang! The door to the archives abruptly swung open, revealing a tall, gaunt man with a sinister countenance leaning against the entrance. What is an outsider doing in the police department's archives? As far as I know, even with a lawyer's letter from the People's Court, an attorney is not permitted to enter the archives. Only the on-duty personnel are authorized to handle relevant documents. Chen Feng, a senior investigator I had enlisted to assist with the case. Why are you here instead of aiding Captain Wu in apprehending Lu Xing and following up on the incident at Jiangxing Medical College? Ironically, the person radiating hostility towards me at the doorway was none other than Chen Feng, who had harbored unrequited feelings for Iron Ningxiang, yet faced repeated rejections. Ningxiang, is that you? Chen Feng stepped inside with a sardonic smile. Aren't you currently on suspension? Bringing an outsider into the archives during your suspension surely violates regulations. I observed Chen Feng's aggressive demeanor as he seemingly sought trouble, but was halted by Iron Ningxiang. You may contact Captain Wu. I have already sought his consent. Moreover, as long as I remain in my position, I am the captain of the criminal investigation team at this district bureau. How I handle cases and summon witnesses does not require guidance from a rookie who failed to qualify for the armed police and was forced into the public security bureau. Iron Ningxiang articulated her stance firmly, leaving Chen Feng's expression darkened with displeasure. He remained silent for a long moment before snorting derisively and retreating from the archives. Senior, I never expected you to possess such a formidable side, I remarked as I closed the case files, having committed the necessary information to memory, thus deeming it unnecessary to linger. If only everyone could be as capable as you. Iron Ningxiang sighed. Once the truth of the case is unveiled, would you consider returning to the police force? Not at all, I replied with a wry smile. Since the moment I became a host in the Underworld Showcase, my life has been predetermined. My sole interest now is to strive for survival. After a brief exchange with Iron Ningxiang, she escorted me out of the district bureau. The day was still young, so I took a detour to visit Mr. Gu, hoping to inquire about Xiaofeng. Unfortunately, Mr. Gu had not even caught a glimpse of Xiaofeng that day before he was expelled. He repeatedly cautioned me that there were two individuals proficient in a malevolent sorcery he had never encountered, making them particularly formidable opponents. At noon, I procured a meal for Mr. Gu and settled his medical expenses before departing in haste. By the time I returned to Tingtang Road, it was already afternoon. I locked myself away to diligently cultivate the Miao Zhen heart method, as I was on the verge of a breakthrough and needed to exert even greater effort. After a night of silence, the next day proved to be unexpectedly tranquil. I attempted to push the lacquered coffin and, to my astonishment, effortlessly lifted the lid. Has the ghost of destiny fully recovered from its injuries? In the red clay, I discovered a black, gem-like eyeball, now imbued with an even deeper mystery and malevolence. Its chill seeping through my fingers into my palm. It seemed to have undergone some transformation. I held the black eyeball before me, and within it, the ghostly figure had matured from a frail child into that of a young man, with a faint vertical slit visible at his brow, resembling a half-closed eye. It appears that devouring the three-eyed, four-armed ghost infant has greatly benefited you. Gazing deeply into the eyeball, I sensed that the ghost of destiny was aware of my presence. As it clasped its hands and, within the eyeball, bowed respectfully to me. Has communication been established? In the past, I was acquainted with fear, but now it seems I have attained a certain enlightenment. I procured an embroidered cloth bag to carry my eyes within, spending the remaining time in diligent practice. This rare moment of tranquility quickly passed, the sky gradually darkened, and I emerged from my meditation. Exhaling a breath of stale air, I gazed at the blood-red hues of the setting sun. A new broadcast was about to commence. Securing the windows and drawing the curtains, I bound silk threads at the door's threshold. Should anyone stealthily enter during my absence, I would be alerted at once, prepared to respond. Descending the stairs, I indulged in a hearty meal alongside Bai Qi, purchasing a generous supply of meat to stock the refrigerator for its future consumption. With everything in place, I sat quietly at the table, smoking a newly acquired low-quality cigarette, awaiting the inevitable nightmare. Time slipped away, seconds ticking by as the clock outside chimed 8 times. Its faint, cold light illuminating the tabletop and reflecting upon my pallid visage. Fortune or misfortune, one cannot evade fate. I picked up the phone associated with the Underworld Showcase, placing it to my ear. Hello? Each time I uttered that word, my heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and my mind plunged into a state of heightened tension. After a fleeting moment, a man's voice came through. Guess who I am? Upon hearing those 5 words, my brain began to race. The voice belonged to a man, likely over 30, who seemed to have recently endured a significant trauma. His tone was weathered, tinged with a hint of helplessness, as if he were lost for reasons unknown. His inquiry felt less like a question directed at me and more like a self-reflection. Unbeknownst to me, the call could terminate at any moment. I hastily organized my thoughts, preparing to ask for further details, but before I could utter a word, another voice emerged from the other end. Guess who I am? This time, it was a youthful man's voice, speaking in what seemed like a playful jest, yet laced with palpable terror, as if pursued by some dreadful entity. I discerned a peculiar trait in his speech. Though he spoke Mandarin, his words were muddled, suggesting he had lost several teeth, rendering his voice unclear and awkward. 2 distinct individuals, yet why did they utter the same phrase? I pondered this conundrum when a third voice interrupted the call. Guess who I am? The voice was high-pitched and frail, unmistakably female, likely between 20 and 35, as if she were speaking with something lodged in her mouth, her words muffled and obstructed. This was intriguing. I had never encountered these 3 voices before, let alone discern their true identities. Were they my clients? But why would 3 clients appear simultaneously? This was an unprecedented scenario for me. The line fell silent, and just when I thought the call might have ended, another voice emerged from the phone. Guess who I am? Upon hearing this final voice, I was completely taken aback, genuinely astonished. For I never anticipated hearing this voice on the phone associated with the Underworld Showcase. It was resolute yet gentle, articulate and efficient, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Just a day prior, I had discussed a homicide case with the owner of this voice. You are Tai Ningxiang? I instinctively blurted out the answer. Chapter 215. That paradise. The air within the small shop felt as though it had solidified. I held my breath, awaiting a response from the other party. I'm sorry. You guessed wrong. The voice belonged to Tai Ningxiang, yet it transformed towards the end into a frenzied, piercing shriek, reminiscent of nails scraping against frosted glass. Who are you? Really? In response to my inquiry, a man's and a woman's eerie laughter erupted from the phone, their voices shifting until the call was abruptly disconnected. Listening to the incessant busy tone, sweat began to bead in the palm of my hand, an overwhelming sense of fear engulfing me like a tidal wave. Ding. The call had ended, and a new message appeared in my inbox. Good emotions, or bad, they settle like sediment in wine, overlapping in that space, serving as bait to gather tormented souls. That paradise was built atop a graveyard, where the laughter of the living reverberated amidst the sighs of the dead. They had heard it, and thus they returned. The live mission was to locate Tai Ningxiang before midnight. Optional Task 1. Protect Tai Ningxiang until dawn. Reward, 5 points. Optional Task 2. Eliminate Tai Ningxiang by any means necessary. Reward, 5 points. Optional Task 3. Uncover my true identity. Reward, 5 points. Note: in the Underworld Showcase, a special phone feature for assistance is activated. When faced with an insurmountable predicament, you may dial this mysterious number. The other party might assist in your escape or plunge you into deeper despair. The first call is complimentary, lasting 3 minutes. Subsequent calls require 10 points each. Reading the message made me feel somewhat uneasy. The main live mission seemed fairly standard, yet the optional tasks were contradictory. Task 1 demanded the protection of Tai Ningxiang, while Task 2 called for her assassination. Such conflicting directives left me in a state of agitation. Why would they present such paradoxical options? I understood the customs of the Underworld Showcase. They would never lower the difficulty of tasks from the perspective of the host, nor would they freely grant points. There must be a profound significance hidden within these seemingly opposing tasks. In previous live missions, I was always given an address. This time, I was merely instructed to find Tai Ningxiang. Could it be that the live broadcast location was not fixed this time? Or perhaps Tai Ningxiang's whereabouts were the true venue of the broadcast? I glanced at the clock. It was 8:35. I gathered all my live streaming tools, including the talisman paper, a brocade box containing the heart jade, and an embroidered bag holding the soul ghost. With everything in order, I wasted no time and dialed Tai Ningxiang. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. Of all times for her phone to be off. I tried several times, but each attempt met with the same result. Reluctantly, I decided to take a taxi to the city bureau. Tonight, Zhao Bin was on duty at the bureau. After inquiring, I learned that Tai Ningxiang had been penalized for allowing an outsider into the police archives during her suspension. Her superiors had stripped her of her badge and ordered her to rest at home for a while. From Zhao Bin's remarks, it was evident that someone had intentionally informed on her, and that person was likely Chen Feng. Gao Jian and the team should be at her parents' house. If you're in a hurry, you should go there. Zhao Bin pointed me in the right direction, and without a second thought, I hurriedly made my way to the neighborhood where Tai Ningxiang's parents resided. With a bold demeanor, I knocked on the door of Deputy Chief Tai's residence, where his mother warmly welcomed me inside. Xiao Gao, please don't take last time to heart. My husband has a rather foul temper. Have you eaten yet? Would you like me to stir-fry some hearty dishes for you? I waved my hands in refusal, stating that I was in urgent need of Tai Ningxiang, as the police from the municipal bureau informed me she was here. Well, it's good for you to spend some time with her. She's nearly 27 or 28 and still lacks a boyfriend. You know how it is. She pours herself into her work, only to have her badge taken away. When you see her, do encourage her to be more open-minded. Tai's mother remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, fretting instead over her daughter's marital prospects. Auntie, this is a matter of life and death. Please, just tell me where she is now. After running from the municipal bureau to here, I had already wasted over 40 minutes, and it was nearly 9 o'clock, yet I still had not caught a glimpse of Tai Ningxiang. She took EE to the New Century Joy Park, a newly opened large amusement park. At this critical moment, Deputy Chief Tai stepped forward. When will she return? It's hard to say. EE gave her 2 tickets for the night session, mentioning that there's a parade tonight, so it's likely to conclude around 10:30. Moreover, that amusement park is quite remote. It's almost at the border of Extinguished City if you head east out of Jiangqing. Almost to Extinguished City? I calculated the distance. Even by taxi, It would take over 40 minutes to get there. My time was becoming increasingly constrained. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, for the information. I won't trouble you further. After bidding farewell to Tai Ningxiang's parents, I descended the stairs and hailed a taxi, intent on heading to the amusement park mentioned by Deputy Chief Tai. Going to the New Century Joy Park in the eastern suburbs of Jiangxing at this hour? The driver appeared somewhat reluctant. Noticing the driver's tone, I inquired further, "What's the matter? Is that place not frequented? I heard it's a newly opened large amusement park. It should be quite popular, right?" Popular, my foot. That amusement park was shut down 5 years ago and has only just reopened, using the same old equipment, merely refurbished and repainted. Taxi drivers, who traverse the city daily, are often the most knowledgeable about local events. Shut down 5 years ago? Why was that? What else could it be? It kept having incidents. The driver started the car and continued the conversation. That was Jiangxing South's first large amusement park. It was nearly full on weekends, and you had to stand in long lines for any attraction. Eventually, they extended the hours for night sessions, which started at 5 and went until 7:30, but demand surged, and ticket prices kept rising, eventually extending the hours until 11 at night. While extending night sessions isn't inherently problematic, there were always unexpected situations at that time. Initially, staff members in the haunted house would suddenly emerge to say something had mixed in, and people would get lost in the maze, even staff with maps. Of course, those were minor issues. The main reason it was shut down later was due to several tragic incidents involving casualties. The initial incident transpired on a drop tower ride when a woman with long hair became ensnared in the upper bearings while enjoying the attraction. As the ride descended, her hair became intertwined with the mechanism, a detail I shall spare you from elaborating upon. You may research this incident online, for it is indeed true. Several other accidents occurred in the interim, yet the ultimate closure of the amusement park was a consequence of a roller coaster derailing. This high-speed coaster inexplicably veered off track, crashing into the tunnel. Tragically, the coaster was navigating a sharp turn at a 90-degree angle, with the occupants, a dozen or so individuals, facing downward without any protective measures in place. Subsequently, I came across a news report stating that only one child survived the calamity. In the moments prior to the disaster, the child recounted that an older sister seated beside him had advised him to protect his head and curl into a ball. However, upon reviewing the ticketing records and surveillance footage, authorities discovered that the child's companion was, in fact, his father. There was no older sister present. How pitiful. It is likely that the child, having endured such trauma, succumbed to madness and began to speak nonsensically. Upon hearing the driver's words, my heart raced as though someone were gripping it tightly. After so many incidents, how could they dare to reopen? For profit, perhaps? Moreover, there are ample individuals, much like yourself, who are unafraid of the supernatural and death. The driver, oblivious to my tumultuous emotions, even took a moment to jest with me. The location for this live broadcast was presumably the New Century Happy Park. Yet what connection could there be between an amusement park and the voices I had heard over the phone? I pondered this, pulling out my phone to peruse messages related to the sinister show. The park was constructed atop a graveyard, where the laughter of the living reverberated amidst the sighs of the deceased. What could this mean? After an extensive search online, I stumbled upon an alarming news article from years past. An investment of 500 million in a new amusement park in Jiangxing was revealed to be built on a mass grave. This article elaborated on the origins of the New Century Happy Park, detailing how the site had been a burial ground for villagers' ancestors from the nearby counties, a tradition that had persisted for over a century until the cessation of traditional burials. Even the local residents could not definitively ascertain how many souls had been interred there, often responding to inquiries with vague assertions of many, many. After absorbing the content of the article, a chilling realization washed over me as I comprehended the meaning behind the phrase, "The laughter of the living resonates amidst the sighs of the dead." The live broadcast was to take place at the New Century Happy Park, and coincidentally, it was the nighttime event. I hoped fervently that nothing would befall the two of them. I rolled down the car window, allowing the night breeze to caress my face and alleviate my growing unease. 40 minutes later, at the desolate end of the road, a burst of brilliance suddenly appeared, as if I had crossed into another realm. After settling the fare, I alighted from the vehicle, clutching a black leather suitcase, my ears filled with laughter and the exhilarating screams of excitement. I gazed towards the New Century Happy Park, illuminated in resplendent light, sprawling over more than 650 acres. resembling an eternal city of magic before me. At long last, I had arrived. Having never before visited a large amusement park, the array of exhilarating rides appeared both thrilling and daunting. How astonishing that so many people were present at such a late hour. I approached the towering billboard, where the words "Welcome to New Century Happy Park" were boldly emblazoned, capturing my attention. Having endured the pain of purchasing an exorbitantly priced ticket, I was on the verge of entering the amusement park when I suddenly noticed a ragged, limping old man wandering near the entrance. Every time he spotted a passerby, he would approach, cupping his hands together and uttering flattering words with a subservient demeanor. Was he a beggar? Before long, the old man reached my side, extending his filthy hands and mumbling, "Please, kind sir." I hesitated, studying him intently. His bare feet and tattered clothing were riddled with gaping holes, exposing his frail body beneath. He kept his head lowered, seemingly attempting to conceal his face. A peculiar behavior that piqued my curiosity. "How much do you want, old man?" I inquired. "Please, kind sir," he repeated, as if those words were the only ones he knew. He did not appear to be mentally unwell. Shaking my head, I dismissed my suspicion, attributing it to my heightened sensitivity due to the live stream. Retrieving a 5 yuan note from my pocket, I placed it into the beggar's grimy palm. Yet, just as I prepared to withdraw my hand, the old man suddenly grasped it tightly, urging, "Hurry, hurry." His reaction startled me, but I quickly regained my composure and noticed the bruises adorning his face, remnants of previous beatings. "Were you forced to beg?" I wished to understand his plight. But he released my hand, clutching my money, and repeated, "Hurry, hurry." I lingered for a moment, watching as the limping, barefoot elder approached another visitor, extending his hands once more in search of alms. For those who offered assistance, he would urge them to leave. For those who refused, he would trail them to the park's entrance until security intervened to escort him away. Something felt amiss about this man. He behaved normally, akin to society's image of a beggar, yet he differed from true beggars. He seemed disinterested in wealth, as if his purpose for begging was not monetary. I etched his image in my mind before entering the New Century Joy Park. The park was vast. Despite it being nighttime, the number of visitors remained considerable. I was in a predicament, needing to locate Tai Ningxiang before midnight to fulfill the main quest unconditionally. To prevent failure, I hurried to the venue staff, explaining that I had lost my friends and requested to utilize their announcement system. 5 minutes later, the broadcast echoed Tai Ningxiang and Yi's names, urging them to proceed to the tunnel roller coaster rest area, where someone awaited them. Wandering aimlessly would undoubtedly squander precious time. So I seated myself on a bench in the rest area, anxiously anticipating their arrival, my hopes resting solely on their ability to hear the announcement. Restlessly, I waited for over 10 minutes without a sign of them. Surely they hadn't gone home. Lighting a cigarette, I anxiously awaited, clinging to a final thread of hope. The live stream's task appeared, featuring Tai Ningxiang's name, with options to either protect her or eliminate her. Everything seemed to indicate that she would face a life-threatening crisis that very night. "Where are you? Why haven't you arrived?" I sat amidst the laughter and joy, feeling utterly out of place, unable to integrate into the surrounding environment. During this time, I attempted to contact Tai Ningxiang 3 times, yet each call went unanswered. What could possibly be the reason? Had she met with misfortune? I hesitated to delve further into such thoughts, and just as I was about to dial a 4th time, my eyes were suddenly covered, plunging me into darkness. Guess who I am? I could hear the pounding of my heart, but my mind was a blank. Cold sweat trickling down my temples to my cheeks. My body became utterly rigid as that unexpected voice echoed in my mind like a shipwreck crashing into the depths of my consciousness. Who was it? The disembodied voices from the underworld flooded my thoughts. Some male, some female, some familiar, some strange, rendering my usually clear mind utterly chaotic. Gao Jian, Gao Jian. The hands that covered my eyes gradually loosened, and light returned as if I were emerging from a deep pool, greedily inhaling the air. "Uncle, please don't scare me." My shoulders were shaken, and as my vision refocused, I finally discerned the 2 figures behind me. Dressed in casual attire, Tai Ningxiang was anxiously shaking my shoulders, while Yi stood timidly a half-step away, resembling a child who had erred. "I finally found you. Gao Jian, why do you look so pale?" Tai Ningxiang took out a tissue to wipe the cold sweat from my face. When her gentle fingertips brushed against my skin, I instinctively grasped her wrist tightly, as if fearing that letting go would cause her to vanish like a mirage. Thanks to Chen Feng's father, I have been stripped of my police rank and suspended indefinitely. Tai Ningxiang, unperturbed by my firm grip, casually replied that she had turned off her phone to relax, fulfilling a promise to take E to the amusement park. Why did you even resort to calling the amusement park? What earth-shattering event has occurred? Seeing Tai Ningxiang unharmed eased my worry, prompting me to release her wrist and extinguish my cigarette. It wasn't anything monumental. I had merely been preoccupied with the live broadcast task and neglected to consider how to explain my situation to Tai Ningxiang. My stammering failed to clarify matters, only deepening the suspicions of the detective captain. Have you discovered Lu Xing's whereabouts? Or perhaps uncovered another murder case? I refrained from fabricating a story to placate Tai Ningxiang and could not divulge the existence of the underworld showcase. So I opted to reveal part of the truth. I cannot disclose the specifics, but your situation tonight is exceedingly perilous. It would be best for you to remain with me and not stray from my sight. Must I remain in your sight all night? Tai Ningxiang pondered for a moment, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Will you accompany me home tonight? What about when we rest? At a loss for words, I struggled to respond. It was only when I noticed her smile growing more pronounced that I realized she was teasing me. Senior, I am not joking. Unable to answer her question and not wanting to linger by her side all night, I reached into my pocket and retrieved a golden jade pendant, intricately carved with the character for heart within an elegant box. Senior, this jade can be separated and combined, symbolizing unity and allowing the wearers to share a profound connection. I opened the ornate box and placed it before Tai Ningxiang, each of us donning a jade pendant. Should you find yourself in peril, I shall sense it immediately. And vice versa. I speak these words without ulterior motives. It is merely that circumstances have led us to this juncture, and this is the most prudent resolution. However, within this scene, Tai Ningxiang perceives an additional layer of sentiment. She gazes at the jade pendant within the box, its translucent surface reflecting the silhouettes of both her and me. What is the name of this jade? It is called the Heart Harmony Jade. Heart Harmony? A flicker of a different hue sparkled in Tai Ningxiang's eyes as she reached for a pendant, parting her flowing hair to reveal her snow-white neck. Untying the knot, she adorned her chest with the pendant, its delicate form hanging gracefully as she nervously inquired, "Does it look good?" Chapter 217. Within the tunnel above, the starry sky dazzled, and behind me, the lights shone brightly, yet nothing compared to the radiance of Tai Ningxiang. She was simply captivating. "It looks beautiful," I genuinely praised, and then retrieved another jade pendant to wear around my own neck. The Heart Harmony jade brushed against my skin, its coolness seeping into my body, instantly calming my restless heart. "Senior, you must wear this jade at all times. Do not remove it." Having concluded this topic with Tai Ningxiang, I turned to the side, where the young girl appeared startled by my earlier reaction, hesitating to meet my gaze. "Uncle, I merely wished to share a jest with you," she said, her hands clasped in front of her, slowly lifting her head, guilt evident in her eyes. "It's quite all right," I replied with a smile, candidly admitting that I had indeed been taken aback by E's sudden jest. In a moment of heightened alertness, the thoughts in my mind had unexpectedly materialized into reality, catching me off guard, hence my slight loss of composure. With the air cleared, E gradually revealed a smile. Leaning against the bench in the resting area, I inquired, "What inspired you two to visit the amusement park?" "Why the night session? A classmate gifted me 2 tickets for the night session, so I invited my aunt to accompany me," she explained. "May I see your tickets?" I asked, sensing an unusual coincidence surrounding the ticket acquisition. However, upon inspection, I found no cause for concern. Rest assured, this amusement park has only just opened. In an effort to promote itself, it is distributing free tickets everywhere. "It's certainly not a ploy by Lu Xing," Tai Ningxiang remarked, exasperated by my cautious demeanor. "Your detective instincts seem more pronounced than mine. This amusement park had closed 5 years ago due to numerous incidents. It would be wise for you to remain vigilant. Do return home promptly after your visit." Just a little longer, Tai Ningxiang affectionately ruffled E's hair. "At 10:10, there will be a special parade. E has been looking forward to it for quite some time." I met E's pleading gaze and found it hard to refuse. "Very well, but we must leave before midnight." I could not foresee what events would transpire in 2 hours. Observing the throngs of people and the vibrant lights, my fears and anxieties began to dissipate. The lively atmosphere rendered even the most malevolent of entities hesitant to approach. As long as we could depart before closing time, I hoped we would encounter no misfortune. Relaxing my vigilance amidst the bustling crowd, I reassured myself that not everyone here could be a malevolent spirit. Besides, news of the park's grand opening was readily available online. All that lay before me was indeed tangible, not an illusion or a dream. With this thought, I allowed my worries to fade away. Uncle, you rarely have the opportunity to relax, so why not enjoy yourself? E.E., with an excited grip on my hand, pointed eagerly at the tunnel roller coaster parade, which would not commence for a while. Let's hurry and experience the roller coaster, shall we? Auntie is too frightened to join me. Uncle, please come. The anticipation in E.E.'s eyes made it difficult for me to decline her invitation. However, the recollection of a past derailment incident, which tragically resulted in multiple fatalities, paralyzed my feet with trepidation. Gao Jian, you take E.E. for a ride, Tai Ningxiang encouraged, giving me a reassuring thumbs up. It's nothing, just close your eyes, and it will be over before you know it. It sounds so simple. I grimaced as I entrusted my black suitcase to Tai Ningxiang for safekeeping, then took my seat with E.E. in the middle of the roller coaster that wound through the foam mountain tunnel. The ride stretched over 900 meters, averaging speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour, featuring dark tunnels and nearly 90-degree turns that promised exhilaration. Securing the safety harness, E.E. and I occupied a less crowded spot on the ride, as the evening's parade drew most guests away, leaving many seats vacant. E.E., when we approach that 90-degree turn, make sure to protect your head and curl your body in, I cautioned, noting the oddity of my own advice. E.E., without inquiring further, nodded in agreement, her cheeks flushed with excitement, as it was her first time on such a ride. I really don't understand what's so entertaining about this, I mused with a wry smile. To me, all forms of amusement paled in comparison to the thrill of my own life. Each live broadcast posed a challenge to my heart's endurance. After confirming the safety measures, I took a mental snapshot of the other passengers before the ride began. In the front row sat a young couple, followed by two boys around 17 or 18. Then a middle-aged father with his child, and finally, E.E. and I, with the seats behind us entirely vacant. Suddenly, the wind rushed into my ears as the roller coaster launched without warning, plunging down the first steep slope. Everyone, including E.E., screamed with exhilaration, releasing their joy, while I remained with furrowed brows, observing my surroundings with a cold detachment. Let us hope nothing goes wrong, I thought, as the haunting details of a news report replayed in my mind, alongside the taxi driver's ominous words. A middle-aged man, the only survivor, and the non-existent older sister of a small boy. The foam mountain scenery blurred past in a dizzying rush, my mind flooded with chaotic thoughts. Just ahead of us sat a father and son. As they came into focus, I sensed an unsettling resemblance to the pair I had seen in the news. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect. In moments of extreme fear, one tends to entertain irrational thoughts, and I was no exception. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted as the wheels and track collided, the roller coaster careening around a sharp 45-degree turn and plunging into the inky darkness of the tunnel. By day, one might admire the bizarre rock formations within, but at night, only dim, lackluster bulbs illuminated the space. Their yellowish glow did little to dampen the spirits of the passengers, who screamed and shouted with reckless abandon. Even E.E., typically so reserved, joined in the raucous celebration. It seemed my worries were unfounded. In the darkness, time appeared to stretch, yet the speed of the ride remained constant. I silently counted my heartbeats, yearning only for the moment when we would disembark. Can you see me? A bewildering voice, gentle and ethereal, suddenly pierced through the cacophony of screams surrounding me, reminiscent of an auditory hallucination. It emanated from behind. Had I been lost in the exhilarating thrill of the roller coaster, I would have surely failed to discern this voice. Or, if I had heard it, I might have dismissed it as a mere figment of my imagination. However, fortuitously, I was engrossed in counting my heartbeat, meticulously timing each pulse, allowing me to clearly capture the sound as it emerged. I turned to glance behind me, only to find the seat vacant, devoid of any presence. What was happening? I could still recall the girl's intonation, yet there was evidently no one behind me. Something felt amiss. This place exuded an eerie aura that compelled me to leave at once. The seemingly empty seat behind me took on an unsettling quality, and I dared not look back, fearing that a swift turn of my head might result in someone covering my eyes from behind, followed by the haunting echo of that voice. Guess who I am? Just the thought of those words sent a chill down my spine. The roller coaster continued its journey through the tunnel, swiftly reaching the steepest curve, where a series of loud thuds reverberated. Instinctively, I shielded my forehead. As we approached the 90-degree turn, my body tilted precariously in midair, without proper restraints. I would have surely been flung out. Gravity tugged at my very being, my hair standing on end, and my heart racing uncontrollably. Reluctantly, I turned my head, only to catch a glimpse in my peripheral vision of a faint crimson figure gradually materializing on the seat behind me, her hands straining against the safety harness as she attempted to unfasten it. "Who are you?" I gasped, but my exclamation was drowned out by the surrounding clamor. Suddenly, the world brightened as the lights outside illuminated my face, and the roller coaster exited the tunnel. The speed diminished, and we came to a halt at the station. I found myself breathless, hair disheveled, while my legs felt weak, fixated on the last few rows of unoccupied seats. "Are you all right, Uncle?" He grasped my hand, noticing the sweat pooling in my palm, and looked up at me with concern. "I'm fine," I replied softly, gently pulling her hand away, ignoring the staff's objections. I approached the roller coaster and pried at the safety mechanism on the seat behind me. "What are you doing?" "Those are secured and off-limits to guests." Two staff members rushed over, but what they witnessed next left them in shock. With a mere flick of my finger, the safety mechanism affixed to the rear seat was effortlessly disassembled. "How is this possible?" The staff responded swiftly, dispersing the onlookers while one called for a maintenance worker. Crouched beside the roller coaster, I inhaled sharply. Had I been seated in that very spot during the 90-degree turn, I would have undoubtedly been ejected at 50 kilometers per hour, crashing against the stone wall with a survival probability nearing zero. "Sir, please step back," a staff member urged, prompting me to retreat. I relinquished the safety device from my grasp, wordlessly moving towards EE. This amusement park harbored an unsettling mystery. I had heard a girl's voice from behind me, yet the seat was unoccupied. Moreover, during the sharp turn, I had caught a fleeting glimpse of a crimson figure, her position directly behind me. Could it be that she was the one who had dismantled the safety harness? As I glanced at the tourists still queuing behind me, a shiver ran down my spine. Why did she have to act that way? She bore no ill will towards these travelers. Puzzled, I took Yi's hand and returned to the rest area. "How was your day?" Teacup approached with a beaming smile, but upon noticing the contrasting expressions on our faces, she realized that Yi's cheeks were flushed like ripe apples, exuding a certain charm, while I wore a furrowed brow, my worry evident. "Gao Jian, are you afraid of heights? Are you feeling unwell?" Teacup reached out to touch my forehead. "I'm fine. How long until the parade starts?" "Not long. I saw someone preparing earlier. It should be just a few minutes." Teacup returned with drinks, and the three of us settled on a bench in the rest area. Yi and Teacup leaned against each other while I held the black suitcase, lost in thought. "Gao Jian, what exactly is in that black suitcase? Why do you always carry it around at night?" Teacup question was casual, yet the more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. "At the Anshin Inn. You had that suitcase when we first met, and then at the crematorium by Bridge 3, you also had it when we rushed to the rescue. Even last time at Jiangxing Medical College, we found that suitcase in the corpse passage. It seems you always bring it to crime scenes." "Indeed. As the chief of the criminal investigation team, your observation is meticulous." I opened the suitcase to reveal the live streaming equipment inside. "I told you when we first met that I work part-time as an outdoor streamer, but you didn't believe me then." The equipment was quite professional: a selfie stick, data cables, and a mobile encoding device. Teacup and Yi curiously examined the contents. "I thought you were just making up an excuse. But I didn't realize you were actually streaming," Teacup remarked in disbelief, as she found it hard to reconcile my solitary and troubled nature with that of a social media influencer. "Uncle, could you tell me where you stream?" Yi's eyes widened with curiosity. "That day on bus 14, you were taking pictures with your phone. It looked really cool." "I won't disclose the platform," I replied, eager to divert the topic. However, Teacup and Yi seemed determined to delve deeper. Yi's curiosity was innocent, while Teacup remained skeptical, suspecting that I was using the guise of streaming to involve myself in bizarre investigations. After all, I always appeared at the scene of a murder first. Once or twice could be explained as coincidence, but with increasing frequency, something was undoubtedly amiss. "Gao Jian, seeing you with your equipment, are you preparing to stream again?" "Yi and I are here. Why not stream for us?" Teacup expressed her desire to understand the nature of my streaming. She had previously heard rumors of certain websites hosting gruesome live murder broadcasts and feared I might be involved in something sinister. I was well aware of Teacup implications. In reality, the nature of the underworld performance was not dissimilar to those dark web murder streaming platforms, albeit of a more depraved character. "All right, since you wish to see, I shall stream in front of you. but we must agree on 2 conditions beforehand. I extend 2 fingers. First, do not inquire about the platform on which I am live streaming. Second, should you inadvertently stumble upon my broadcast one day, please immediately turn off the video, exit the room, and alert the authorities. Tai Ningxiang and Yi both nodded in agreement. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was only 10 o'clock in the evening. I wondered if starting the stream early might provoke any unfortunate events. I retrieved the large-screen smartphone from the Underworld showcase, activated the camera function, and inserted the mobile encoding stick. The imagery was being acquired, the bullet screen was connecting, and the data was stabilizing. Should the live stream commence? Indeed. Welcome, Teletubbies, who have met a tragic end, to the live stream. Welcome, Tai Ling Biao Yi, to the live stream. As the picture grew clearer, I distanced myself from Tai Ningxiang. Aware that the viewers were rather flamboyant, it would be best for the 2 of you to remain out of frame. The air of mystery only heightened my curiosity. Tai Ningxiang, undeterred, draped her arm over my shoulder and squeezed into the shot. As the image stabilized, both Tai Ningxiang and I appeared simultaneously in the live stream. Oh my, did I inadvertently start the stream early today? Could it be that my fervent supplication before the Buddha for 5 millennia has finally moved the host? Wait a moment, who is that sister beside the host? She certainly was not present last time. Both individuals wore identical jade pendants around their necks. Could it be a live demonstration of affection? How unexpected. I was caught off guard by a sudden deluge of dog food. Host, I bear you no grudge. Why must you inflict this upon me? The cold reality of affection struck me, and I found myself wanting to inquire, Host, do you require a manager? My surname is Song, and even the titans of the entertainment industry call me Song Gigi. As the barrage of comments flew by, I felt a touch of embarrassment. Senior, do not take their words to heart. The viewers tend to be rather forthright, yet typically harbor no malice. Tai Ningxiang glanced at the comments, then shot me a look, murmuring, this truly is an ordinary live stream. It's quite different from what I anticipated. What did you expect? I replied with a hint of exasperation. Tai Ningxiang rested her chin in contemplation for a moment. In my mind, your live stream would involve a gathering of psychologically twisted individuals discussing methods of committing murder in a locked room, crafting alibis, and evading police interrogations while exchanging criminal experiences. After her comment, she regarded me earnestly, and the innocence in her gaze sent a chill down my spine. Senior, it seems your understanding of me is still somewhat lacking. Raising my phone screen, I ensured my entire visage was captured in the frame, a smile gracing my lips as I recited the familiar opening line. Welcome, everyone, to the super thrilling live stream. Before we embark on today's journey, I must inform you that often we are blinded by our own eyes. Therefore, do not trust anything you are about to witness. For even the most familiar person may suddenly appear behind you with a strange expression and ask, guess who I am? As soon as the words left my mouth, the live stream was flooded with disdainful and dismissive expressions. Even Tai Ningxiang appeared somewhat embarrassed, while Yi bluntly critiqued, what a cliché opening. Is it truly that terrible? I thought it was rather acceptable. I pulled out my phone to retrieve a news article about the amusement park. Our eyes can perceive colors, yet they can also deceive us. For instance, in the amusement park where I reside, you witness joyous laughter and vibrant lights. But who among you knows that just a few years ago, this place was a chaotic graveyard? I held the news article before the camera, astonished. Investing $500 million in a new amusement park in Jiangxing, yet its original site was a chaotic burial ground. Is this truly shocking? I live next to a crematorium. After all, indeed, this news is rather stale. The audience seems unimpressed. I touch my nose, pondering what could possibly be deemed shocking. Upon finishing my thoughts, I glance at the barrage of comments flooding the screen. Shocking. The unscrupulous streamer concocts false news to deceive viewers and woo his girlfriend. Shocking. A streamer, physically challenged and of unappealing appearance, attracts a stunning girlfriend solely through boastful claims. Shocking. A morally bankrupt streamer secretly meets a 13-year-old girl and her 26-year-old mother for a scandalous live broadcast. Chapter 219, The Weeping Clown. The viewers' comments indeed astonished me. Inundated with the word shocking, I find these spectators rather endearing. Tai Ningxiang, struggling to contain herself, finally bursts into laughter. I gaze helplessly at the screen. Perhaps I have entered a false live stream. However, I reconsider. If this alleviates Tai Ningxiang's suspicions about me, then this slight grievance is as refreshing as a gentle breeze. Utterly trivial. Maintaining a smile, I continue my exposition on the New Century Amusement Park. As an esteemed paranormal streamer, my late-night presence in the amusement park is not merely to entertain or deceive, but rather due to the plethora of unexplained supernatural phenomena that abound in this locale. This amusement park had been closed 5 years prior due to nightly incidents resulting in visitor casualties. Various thrilling attractions transformed into instruments of execution. Living souls occupy the land of the deceased to construct a place of amusement, while restless spirits find amusement through the lives of the living. This park is far more complex than it appears. It is not only a haven for the living, but also a resting place for the dead. I recounted a series of malevolent events from 5 years ago and shared my recent experience on the tunnel roller coaster, revealing that I had been but a seat away from death. Upon concluding this narrative, the viewers expressed their disbelief, yet Tai Ningxiang appeared genuinely concerned. Casting a worried glance at the temporarily halted roller coaster. Is what you say true, Gaojian? 50% is indeed factual. The other 50% is my own conjecture. The current live streaming task regarding the Underworld show pertains to Tai Ningxiang. I prefer to obscure the truth from her, using the pursuit of supernatural material in this amusement park as a guise to protect her discreetly. Senior, once the parade and gala conclude, I shall escort you and Yi home. My full attention is on Tai Ningxiang, my mind swirling with the conflicting tasks at hand. Since my encounter with Luxing, I have maintained a reverent disposition towards the supernatural. Tai Ningxiang gently pats Yi's head, stating, once we finish the gala, we shall depart immediately. As we linger in the waiting area, a sudden series of loud explosions emanates from the desolate earth outside the park, silencing all chatter and drawing every gaze. Fireworks bloom, illuminating the night sky, eclipsing the stars. A dazzling array of colors fills the air, breathtakingly beautiful as vibrant blossoms of light dance before our eyes, igniting the darkness. Truly magnificent. As Yi rose to her feet, she gazed at the fireworks illuminating the sky, while Tai Ningxiang leaned against the bench, revealing a rare softness in her demeanor. Her hair danced lightly in the night breeze, and that exquisite visage became etched in my memory. Indeed, she was breathtaking. Subtly, I shifted my phone's camera away and moved closer to Tai Ningxiang, extending my arm to gently rest on the back of the bench. I have always cherished fireworks, for they do not fade but scatter beautifully. Tai Ningxiang seemed to return to her student days, uttering naive words, her expression unfurling as if, in that moment, she had forgotten all her worries and sorrows. Previously, I believed that fireworks were solitary, their brilliance lasting but a fleeting moment. Now, I realized how profoundly mistaken I had been. Reflected in my gaze was the shimmering light, yet deep within my eyes was her silhouette. I found myself at a loss for words, simply feeling that this display surpassed any I had ever witnessed before. With a smile, Tai Ningxiang naturally grasped my arm and remarked, I never imagined you possessed such an artistic side. Come, let us go. The parade is about to begin. The sky was ablaze with fireworks, and the crowd swelled as a grand procession made its way through the amusement park, featuring floats, anime cosplay performers, and dancers. Laughter and cheers filled the air, accompanied by staff distributing sweets and playful clowns creating mischief. Concerned about losing track of Yi, Tai Ningxiang tightened her grip on our arms, and the three of us followed the parade past every attraction. As we reached the heart of the amusement park, the pace of the procession slowed, marking the climax of the festivities. Tourists crowded the area, and we, too, were swept along, unable to resist the throng. We must not get separated, I urged, one hand held by Tai Ningxiang and the other clutching a suitcase as I forged a path ahead. However, after only a few steps, my shoulder was jolted by a heavy impact, pain instinctively causing me to loosen my grip and clutch my shoulder. I looked up to see a clown, his back turned to me, seemingly unaware of the collision as he conversed with a little girl while holding balloons. I chose not to confront him, assuming it was unintentional, but when I glanced down at the girl, something felt amiss. Dressed in a pale red outfit, she was crying profusely, her tears flowing freely. Perhaps the jubilant noise had drowned out her sorrowful cries, unnoticed by her father. Why was she weeping so distressingly? Initially, I thought the clown was merely being silly in an attempt to amuse her, but as his presence lingered, her cries intensified, and I noticed fear and trepidation in her eyes. She clung tightly to her father's leg, burying her head in his trousers, seemingly too frightened to open her eyes. What had she witnessed? A sense of confusion enveloped me as I reached out to tap the man in the clown costume, who had a broad frame, indicating he was likely male. As my hand made contact, the clown slowly turned his head. His face was adorned with a whimsical makeup design, resembling other clowns. Yet for some reason, I felt a twinge of horror upon seeing him. His dark eye circles and exaggerated red mouth, accentuated with white paint and blue teardrops on his cheeks, created an unsettling juxtaposition. This was a weeping clown, his wide grin at odds with the blue teardrops cascading down his face, rendering the entire scene disconcertingly grotesque. The moment our eyes met, no longer than half a second, the clown turned and vanished into the throng. I remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the little girl who had been frightened to tears. I was eager to approach and inquire about what she had witnessed, yet the crowd surged, distancing her and her father from me. The clown's eyes concealed a myriad of complex emotions: greed, repression, brutality, and desire. His painted visage obscured his true feelings. Yet the longing deep within his gaze betrayed him. He was perilous. I pondered amidst the sea of people. If he were simply a worker at the amusement park, it would be one thing, but I feared he might have ulterior motives, masquerading as a clown to infiltrate the parade. This place was no longer safe, and I should leave promptly. After this contemplation, I reached behind me, only to grasp at emptiness. When I turned around, I realized that Tai Ningxiang and Yi had vanished without my notice. Disaster. All around me were unfamiliar faces, each bearing different expressions as they flowed past me. Tai Ningxiang. Yi, I shouted amidst the crowd, striving to capture their attention, yet no one responded. The throng was so dense that I felt like an inconspicuous wave. My voice quickly drowned out, propelled forward by the crowd. In the blink of an eye, where could they have gone? I concentrated, employing the Miao Jinshin method to scan the crowd, but to little avail. My ears rang from the cacophony of shouts, and my mind spun in confusion. It was as if Tai Ningxiang and Yi had completely vanished from existence. The parade continued, yet I was disinclined to watch. There was something amiss with that clown. The moment he appeared, Tai Ningxiang and I were separated by the crowd. This could hardly be mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated scheme. But why? Was his target Tai Ningxiang or me? I followed the throng to the end of the parade. As the event concluded, visitors began to leave the park in small groups. The announcement echoed through the speakers, stating that the park would close in half an hour. Standing at the entrance of the amusement park, I pulled out my phone to call Tai Ningxiang, but her phone remained off. With no alternative, I sought out a staff member to borrow the park's intercom. Having lost sight of Tai Ningxiang, she must also be searching for me. I had previously utilized the park's intercom. If nothing had befallen them, the most likely place they would be now was the broadcasting station. Chapter 220. The Haunted House under the guidance of a staff member. I found myself once more at the broadcasting station, a 3-story building adorned with circus-themed graffiti. From the outside, it was difficult to discern the true purpose of this structure. Upon reaching the second floor, I found the broadcaster preparing to lock the door, and I hurried to intercept them. "Is it you again? Your friends might have already gone back," he said, somewhat unwillingly, as the park was nearing its closing time. "This is more serious than you think. It could lead to dire consequences," I insisted. "Your words are quite amusing. They've merely gotten separated from you. They are not children. How could there be any danger to their lives?" A man, seemingly in charge, descended from the 3rd floor, followed by a young female student. "They may not be children, but this is hardly a safe and clean environment." Without any apparent reason, I felt obstructed. My tone sharpened as I grew weary of engaging in trivial conversation. I directly presented the mobile device displaying the sinister spectacle before him, stating that I had casually pried open the safety device at the tunnel racing venue. Had I not made this discovery, it could have resulted in a tragic loss of life. The staff was present at that moment, and I possess video evidence. If you do not assist me in locating the individuals today, I shall upload this footage to numerous websites tomorrow. I trust that, as a newly established business, you would prefer to avoid the proliferation of negative news. The person in charge furrowed his brow momentarily before instructing the announcer to broadcast my message continuously until the park closed. Furthermore, he inquired who was on duty that evening, ordering one of them to stay behind and assist me in my search, promising a double bonus at the end of the month. After speaking, he turned to me, donning a smile, acknowledging that the inadequacy in maintenance was indeed our oversight and assuring me that this matter would be addressed earnestly, while requesting that I kindly refrain from releasing the video. His expression shifted swiftly, for it is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. I had no intention of holding a grudge against him. My immediate concern was to locate Tai Ningxiang and Yi. Thus, an agreement was reached. They would assist me in my search, and I would hopefully delete the video. The person in charge accompanied a female student downstairs and entered his luxury vehicle, leaving the downtrodden announcer to open the broadcasting station's door and commence the announcement. 5 minutes passed, with the broadcast repeating countless times, yet Tai Ningxiang did not arrive at the station. The dwindling number of visitors before me rendered the amusement park increasingly desolate, and my growing sense of unease began to spread like wild grass. As the living departed and nightfall approached, this place risked transforming into a stage for the deceased. I struck the table with my fist. I could not afford to wait idly for her. Something could very well go awry. I recalled the clown with blue teardrops painted on his face, his greedy eyes concealing deep malice, flashing repeatedly in my mind. All right, cease the broadcast for now. Are there any locations in your park capable of ensnaring individuals or facilitating their silent disappearance? I glanced at the announcer, who appeared to be around 20. Her features delicate yet unremarkable, save for a small black mole on her cheek. There are no places that can make someone vanish without a trace. But there are 2 attractions that can confine visitors: the mirror maze and the haunted house. The announcer glanced at the clock, eager to return home, yet hesitant to leave due to the manager's orders. I muttered the names of the 2 places she mentioned. Both the maze and the haunted house were locations I would dread entering. For I knew the true nature of this amusement park. The ghosts within the haunted house were likely not mere actors. Could they have ventured into the maze or the haunted house? Please, allow me to check the surveillance. The announcer proceeded to the first floor to review the footage, only to discover that several cameras had been damaged, rendering most areas shrouded in darkness. How strange. Everything was functioning well during yesterday's adjustments. Her words chilled my heart to the core. This was likely a premeditated, targeted act that could very well escalate into a lethal kidnapping. Noticing my distressed expression, the announcer hurried to console me. Do not fret, the broadcast has been made. If they are within the park, they will surely hear it and come soon. I shook my head. If they were going to come, they would have already done so. The esteemed detective Tai Ningxiang, a paragon of the Jiangxing criminal investigation team and the first female officer of her police academy cohort, undoubtedly possesses insights beyond my own as a mere amateur sleuth. A calamity must have transpired. I lit a cigarette and pondered the origins of the clowns and performance troupe at your evening gala. Why do you ask? The announcer, without further contemplation, replied that the dance troupe was contracted from a local dance school, while the cosplay enthusiasts and clowns were largely volunteers, drawn in through online announcements. Bad news continued to unfold, with no official registration. The scope of our inquiry was too vast for me to ascertain the identity of the weeping clown or the number of perpetrators involved. With merely minutes before the park's closure, should we not wait at the entrance? The gates would soon be locked. The announcer gazed at me with a pitiful expression, her thoughts solely on returning home, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Once the park closed, the circumstances for Tai Ningxiang and Yi would become even more perilous. Lingering here was a waste of precious time. Accompany me to the maze and the haunted house. Only by investigating these 2 locations can I find peace of mind. Now, to the maze and haunted house. The announcer grimaced, wishing for company, but finding no other staff nearby. Very well, I'm familiar with the maze's layout. Whether you can navigate it alone remains uncertain. She removed her staff identification, saying, Please wait a moment, I'll retrieve some supplies. She hurried to the 2nd floor, and as she turned, I glimpsed her name, Li Man, on her ID badge. Approximately 10 seconds later, Li Man emerged from within, having shed her staff attire. Closing the door behind her, flashlight and map in hand. Let's go. After I help you find them, I will head straight home. Upon descending the stairs, Li Man called another staff member, urging them to keep a watchful eye on the broadcast station and to inform her immediately if Tai Ningxiang and Yi appeared. The spaces within the mirror maze and the haunted house are expansive. Take this map, head to the mirror maze first. If the staff are still on duty, they can assist you. I refrained from accepting the map she offered, countering with, What about the haunted house? This amusement park's haunted house is renowned for its terrifying intensity, likely overwhelming for most. Thus, I should be the one to investigate. However, temper your expectations. Many areas are closed at night, and they probably won't be there. The announcer, now exhibiting considerable courage, flicked her ponytail and prepared to depart. What do you mean by closed? Wait, perhaps we should switch. I'll go to the haunted house while you explore the maze. Frankly, the haunted house is where my suspicions lie most heavily. Its grim and eerie atmosphere deters visitors at night. If Tai Ningxiang has been abducted, the likelihood of her captors hiding within that haunted house is significant. Do not regret it. It is truly terrifying in there. The announcer reiterated her concerns, ultimately leaving me her phone number for reassurance before taking off with the maze map. The haunted house serves primarily to frighten, yet achieving that feat with me will prove a challenge. After 6 live broadcasts of the Underworld show, I am likely to comprehend the essence of horror far better than its designers. Grasping my phone for the Underworld show, I pinched the last talisman between my fingers as I approached the haunted house. In my heart, the most terrifying entities are not the supernatural beings, but rather the charlatans who masquerade as such, like the weeping clown. In my estimation, his threat is scarcely less than that of vengeful spirits. The haunted house occupies a considerable expanse, presenting the facade of 2 dilapidated, windowless 3-story structures. The visitor guidelines briefly outline the internal composition, revealing 3 distinct themes, 2 on the ground level and 1 subterranean. Upon entering the building, I found the underground section sealed off, locked tight. The chains rattled. The gleaming lock appeared new, and the chain bore specks of crimson. Whether to deliberately evoke a sense of terror or for some other reason, I could not tell. I brushed away a patch of red. The viscous substance was surprisingly realistic. Instinctively, I brought my fingers to my nose, and my expression shifted abruptly as a faint metallic scent of blood filled my nostrils. It was no mere prop, but genuine blood. Chapter 221. The scent of goat blood bore its own distinct odor, while pig's blood was foul and poultry blood reeked of its own unpleasantness. Yet, human blood had a peculiar aroma, a briny essence tinged with a hint of rust. Upon tasting it, one might detect a trace of sweetness. This was indeed human blood. I found it implausible that a haunted house would utilize real blood to enhance its eerie atmosphere. Blood is not easily preserved, and mere visitors would hardly discern its nature at first glance. Illuminating the bloodstains with my flashlight, I observed them arranged in an irregular pattern along the iron chains, as if carelessly splattered. If the blood had been ejected from a wound, the spatter would likely form a linear trajectory or cluster in a specific area. The scene before me was clearly inconsistent with that notion. The blood appeared fresh, suggesting that someone had suffered a laceration at the entrance, resulting in the splatter. The chains bore only bloodstains, devoid of brain matter or bile. Clearly, the victim had not sustained grievous injuries. With the underground area locked, I resolved to explore the other 2 themed sections first. Venturing into the ominous haunted house, the dimming lights flanked me as I approached 2 diverging paths leading to distinct themes. Given the possibility of genuine spirits lurking within, I approached with caution, meticulously reading the background stories of both themes. The left building recounted a tale of 5 children who, on the night of the return of the spirits, summoned something sinister while their parents were away. 4 of the children fell victim, transforming into vengeful phantoms. The visitors must locate the sole survivor to escape. The right structure, more modern in its design, narrated the plight of visitors trapped in an abandoned hospital by a deranged killer, necessitating a careful evasion of the lurking maniac to find the key to freedom. As the park's closing hour approached and the haunted house had ceased operations, both paths were marked with no entry signs, with the consequence solely on the intruder. There were no staff in sight. Only a deserted desk adorned with liability waivers stating that individuals with mental or cardiac conditions were forbidden from entry, absolving the amusement park of any responsibility in the event of an incident. As midnight descended upon the amusement park erected atop a graveyard, the haunted house, potentially rife with genuine spirits, evoked a certain infernal spectacle. I retrieved my large-screen phone, vaulting over the railing to step into the left building. The deliberately aged wooden staircase creaked ominously beneath my weight, as if it were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. The ambience is meticulously crafted, yet it fails to instill fear in me. As I tread upon the dilapidated staircase, I arrive at the entrance of the building, confronted by a door ajar. Is anyone there? The stillness of the darkness offers no reply. The only sounds accompanying me are the rhythmic beating of my heart and the creaking of the wooden boards beneath my feet. With my palm pressed against the doorknob, I gently push it open, but as I do so, a faint noise emanates from above, reminiscent of a spring being triggered. When I glance up, I am met with the horrific sight of a contorted visage tumbling from the doorframe. What on earth? I instinctively step back, retreating from the room, my hand clutching my chest as I shake the flashlight, illuminating a doll lying quietly on the carpet at the threshold. This doll, strategically placed on the doorframe, would fall directly onto the unsuspecting visitor's head the moment the door was pushed open. The mind of the haunted house designer is undoubtedly dark. I pick up the ragged doll, handmade and worn, its eyes replaced by intricately drawn features in red watercolor. Having been subjected to such a sinister trick before even entering, I dare not let my guard down. I hold my breath, steeling myself for what lies ahead. The interior of the haunted house is far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, comprising 3 floors, entirely devoid of windows and sealed tight. Furthermore, as the staff has already left for the day, not a single light illuminates the space. Standing at the entrance, a sense of trepidation washes over me as I shakily direct my flashlight inward. The first floor, a living room of approximately 30 to 40 square meters, is furnished with an array of commonplace items. I cautiously advance to the center of the room. Upon a knee-high coffee table rests an inverted plate, beneath which lies a sheet of paper filled with a grid. Although my primary objective is to locate teacup and my professional instincts make it difficult to resist the allure of these puzzles. I casually lift the plate to reveal 5 names written like points of a star, each direction bearing a name. Upon closer inspection, I observe that 4 of the names are marked with a red pen, while only 1 remains unscathed. Ji Xiaotong. I lift the paper, contemplating this somewhat unwieldy name. Must I find this girl to navigate the haunted house successfully? A breeze brushes past me, and I suddenly sense movement. I whirl around, yet all appears normal, no signs of disturbance. I find myself underestimating this haunted house. It seems that world-class horror is not merely a fabrication. I continue to examine the other items on the table, realizing that if locating the surviving girl is the only path to success, then her portrayal must have already departed. No matter how diligently I search, achieving a normal conclusion seems impossible. The coffee table also bears a ballpoint pen, a few photographs, and an assortment of schoolwork. I briefly sift through them, but find little of value. Just as I delve into the materials on the table, a chill sweeps across my back once more. It cannot be mere illusion. As thoughts swirl in my mind, I quickly grasp the designer's intent. The multitude of items on the table offers scant clues. Their true purpose is to captivate the visitor's attention, allowing genuine terror to strike unexpectedly from behind when they are most engrossed. What a twisted design, brimming with malice. Feigning indifference as I continue to examine the materials, it is no surprise when another gust of cold air envelopes me from behind. Is it a person or a specter? I tighten my grip on the flashlight and, with a clenched fist, strike backwards, regardless of what it may be. Emergency dictates that I act first and inquire later. To my astonishment, my punch missed entirely. Turning around, I saw nothing. This shouldn't be the case. I shone my flashlight, and as the beam lifted, I was abruptly confronted by an extraordinarily terrifying doll positioned on the wooden staircase leading to the second floor. When had it been placed there? Was it the work of the staff? How had I failed to notice it? A chill swept through the air, and the presence of the grotesque doll on the staircase left me bewildered. Could it truly be haunted? It wasn't even midnight yet. Surely that wasn't possible. Just as I turned to approach it, a faint glow emerged behind me, illuminating the space with perfect timing, as if someone were clandestinely observing my every move and responding accordingly. What now? I slowly turned my head, and to my horror, the dilapidated square television that had been a few meters away on the coffee table now loomed just a foot behind me, nearly touching the wooden table, as if it had walked over on its own. Even more terrifying was the fact that it had somehow turned itself on. The black and white screen displaying an injured little girl with hauntingly vacant eyes, fixated on me. I struggled to swallow as my palms began to sweat. Had I entered at a different time, these objects would not have frightened me, but within this eerie realm, I was acutely aware that the haunted house might indeed harbor true malevolence. I could not discern whether these were mere pranks or deadly traps steeped in malice. The haunted house was devoid of light, relying solely on my flashlight for illumination. Taking a deep breath, I circled behind the television to examine it. To my surprise, I discovered mechanical wheels concealed beneath the television cabinet. Without hesitation, I forcefully dismantled the floor covering, revealing a drive mechanism akin to a track system. I grabbed a ballpoint pen from the table to jam the track, preventing its incessant movement, and then approached the doll that had inexplicably appeared. This doll bore a striking resemblance to the one at the entrance, its features marred and defaced, with its eyes and eyebrows crudely drawn in red ink. The artistry was abysmal, The individual who had drawn the doll's features had not endeavored to create something frightful. Instead, it appeared as if they had meticulously passed the time, paying attention to detail. For instance, the doll in my hand not only had basic facial features drawn, but also sported a black dot on its cheek, resembling a mole. As I lingered on the doll's cheek, I pressed every inch of its surface with my hands, finding no mechanical parts or threads. How then? Had it appeared so suddenly on the staircase? Unable to fathom the mystery, I tossed the doll back to its original spot and ascended the creaking stairs to the second floor. The narrow corridor could barely accommodate 3 people side by side, with bizarre abstract paintings adorning the walls at intervals. There were 3 rooms in total, none of which bore distinctive markings, indicating that I would have to venture inside to uncover their secrets. I approached the first door and pushed it open, but the harder I pressed, the more resistant it became, as if someone inside were intentionally blocking the door. Despite my efforts, I could only manage to open it a mere 10 centimeters. Was there someone inside? I took 2 steps back and delivered a powerful kick to the door lock, which emitted a sharp crack as 2 segments of a collapsible spring mechanism sprang forth. The door swung wide open, revealing the lifeless body of a girl concealed behind it. The word jealousy was etched into her forehead with a knife, and her clothing was soaked in crimson. Strangely, there was no scent of blood or decay. It was merely a doll fashioned from paint and rubber. The door could not fully open, had I forced my way through the narrow gap. The sight of this figure would have indeed evoked a sense of dread. I held the remarkably lifelike doll before me. Behind the faux corpse were 2 levers attached, such that when one side of the door was pushed, the head would protrude outward. Such a design was undeniably chilling. One misstep could lead one to believe they had stumbled into a haunted house, where every arrangement concealed profound meanings. I cast a cursory glance around the room, which was the girl's bedroom, simply decorated. I inspected beneath the bed and inside the wardrobe. While there were indeed frightful items hidden away, they posed little threat to someone as mentally prepared as I was. They were not here. With a sigh, I scoured the room, but found no trace of Tai Ningxiang or Yi. Although the haunted house exuded an eerie atmosphere, it seemed disconnected from them. Exiting the bedroom, I ventured into the adjacent room. Since the staff had already clocked out, I adopted a more forceful approach, breaking down the door to avoid any hassle. The second room appeared to be the parents' bedroom, with a thick quilt piled on the bed, splattered with red paint. Compared to Huang Shui's mid-level dreamscape, this haunted house fell short. As I lifted the quilt to reveal the sheets beneath, I inadvertently triggered a mechanism, and a thudding sound emanated from the floorboards as if someone were knocking from within. Having seen coffins produce similar noises, I was unfazed by such tricks. In the instant I pulled the sheets away, a pale, severed hand emerged from the gap in the floorboards. Unperturbed, I touched the hand, noting its rubbery coolness, which felt distinctly different from human skin. Lifting the floorboards, I discovered the corpse of a boy, his forehead marked with the word hatred. The craftsmanship was strikingly realistic. Inside was an electric wire connected between the quilt and the floorboard. Once the quilt was lifted, the control switch activated, causing the rubber body to begin banging its head against the floor. "Please, grant me some peace," I muttered. In the pitch-black night, within the haunted house, even the slightest rustle could heighten one's apprehension. The incessant banging alone, devoid of any apparitions, was enough to instill a sense of unease. I severed the wire and discarded the doll onto the floor before moving into the third room. This was a large, somewhat excessive bathroom. Drawing upon my extensive experience in spirit investigation, I carefully avoided mirrors and proceeded to the farthest corner, pulling back the shower curtain to reveal a bathtub filled with red paint, in which floated the plastic corpse of a young girl. As I retrieved the body, I had to admit that the designer of the haunted house had paid meticulous attention to detail. The word curse was inscribed on the girl's forehead, her face swollen and pale, exhibiting clear signs of drowning. Turning to enter the final room, I cautiously pushed the door open. At first glance, everything appeared normal, yet an unsettling chill crept over me. In this final room, there were neither crimson stains masquerading as blood nor intricately crafted plastic corpses. Instead, it was filled with an abundance of grotesque dolls. Upon entering, I was immediately struck by the unsettling sensation of being scrutinized by dozens of eyes from various directions, rendering the space rather intriguing. A shiver ran down my spine as I casually picked up one of the dolls, its facial features mercilessly torn away and hastily redrawn with a red marker, presenting an entirely different visage. Each doll within the room appeared to possess a peculiar expression. Recalling the 2 dolls by the entrance, I gathered a few from the ground for comparison, only to discover that every single one of these dolls bore a distinct expression, as if each were an independent entity, each with its own unique character. This was beyond mere detail. It was utterly deranged. For the first time, a sense of dread enveloped me as I beheld the room filled with dolls. According to the thematic introduction outside the haunted house, there should be 5 children within this room, 4 of whom had been murdered and transformed into vengeful spirits. Locating the one who remained alive would allow one to escape unscathed. As I scanned the multitude of dolls, my gaze quickly fell upon a pile in the corner where a human foot protruded. With great difficulty, I navigated my way to the corner and grasped the ankle, dragging it out. This must be the 4th victim. The plastic figure bore the word despair etched into its forehead, its texture springy, yet entirely unlike human skin. A life-sized plastic figure could easily conceal itself among the dolls without detection. Could it be possible that others were hidden here as well? I surveyed the vast array of dolls, each adorned with varying expressions, gritting my teeth as I meticulously searched the room, determined not to overlook any potential clues. This was the very first lesson imparted to me by my instructor when I entered the police academy. About 2/3 through my search, I suddenly felt my calf brush against something. Looking down, I could faintly discern a strand of black hair through the overlapping dolls. Could this be the 5th plastic figure? I reached out, prepared to extract whatever lay buried beneath. But before I could make contact, the familiar sound of thumping echoed from the once quiet corridor. Startled, I withdrew my hands and hurriedly fled outside, my eyes widening in terror as I discovered the boy's doll sprawled on the staircase, its internal mechanisms activated, rhythmically thumping against the floor. Gazing at the doll's eerily animated expression, I narrowed my eyes and cautiously approached with a talisman in hand. With each step, the moment I took the 3rd, the frame hanging on the side wall crashed to the ground. It was so sudden that it took a moment for me to react. Turning to face the wall, the area previously obscured by the frame revealed a small, dark hole, neither too large nor too small, just enough to accommodate an adult's head. A false alarm. This hole was likely intended for staff to hide behind, allowing them to reach out and startle visitors at a moment's notice. Yet, upon reflection, a significant flaw emerged. Why had the window fallen on its own? The staff had long since departed, and there was no one to manipulate it. How could it have dropped precisely as I passed by? Upon careful reflection, a chilling realization dawned upon me. The staff had already departed, and the haunted house should be devoid of any human presence. Yet, the mechanisms within were triggered flawlessly, their timing impeccably executed. If another individual were in my place, they would likely have succumbed to sheer terror. If this were not the work of a mischievous spirit, then it could only be deemed genuinely haunted. I cast another glance at the plastic corpse repeatedly striking the ground, an icy sensation creeping down my spine, as if an unseen entity were fixated upon me. It was ill-advised to linger here any longer. Though midnight had yet to arrive, the atmosphere mirrored previous live broadcasts ominously. If I were to wait until the witching hour truly descended, not only would the search for Tina Xiang and Yi become perilous, but my own survival would be in jeopardy. Disregarding the terrifying puppet still colliding with the floor, I returned to the 4th room, surveying the abundance of dolls while recalling the location of the black-haired figure I had glimpsed earlier. Judging by the hue and texture, those strands of hair likely belonged to a living being. Chapter 2:23, the 6th room. The 4 chambers corresponded to the 4 corpses of children, each concealment method laden with macabre humor, ingeniously circumventing the defenses of an ordinary mind. Fear often struck when I was at my most complacent. Fortunately, my experiences in the underworld showcase had tempered my nerves. While anxiety swelled within, I was not reduced to a state of panic. As I entered the room filled with dolls, I sought out the 5th girl's corpse. This particular plastic figure exhibited subtle differences compared to the others. The word redemption was inscribed upon her forehead, her arms outstretched as if a fallen soul reaching for something beyond. Astonishingly, all 5 children had perished, a revelation starkly divergent from my initial conjectures. The hair appeared to be crafted from real strands, and the cause of death likely stemmed from a fall, resulting in internal injuries. The craftsmanship of this doll was indeed exquisite, each detail meticulously replicated, including the deformed limbs and dislocated pelvis, with crimson paint marking crucial areas. It was so lifelike that it resembled a living person who had met a tragic end. Aside from the 2 faux corpses, no further discoveries awaited me within the room. I stood in contemplation. The haunted house possessed its own thematic narrative, Yet the demise of all 5 children contradicted the facade presented outside. My gaze inadvertently fell upon the girl's corpse again, the word redemption glaring back at me. Curiously, the inscriptions on the foreheads of the other dolls were carved with a blade, yet this particular one differed. I crouched to compare the etchings on the corpse's forehead, realizing that the markings inscribed with a knife were dissimilar to those written in ink on the 5th doll's head. Had they originated from different hands? A sense of confusion washed over me, prompting me to step back, inadvertently stepping on a doll. As I lifted it, the intricate artistry on its face struck me with sudden clarity. I placed the doll beside the 5th corpse, and to my astonishment, the strokes of the inscriptions on both were utterly consistent. Whether they were crafted by the same individual or not, they undoubtedly employed the same type of pen. Turning to survey the myriad of uniquely expressive, hand-painted dolls surrounding me, I distanced myself from the puppet corpses, as though one might rise at any moment. Time was of the essence. I needed to explore the 3rd floor without delay. However, upon turning to exit, I found myself frozen in disbelief. The mechanical figure, which had been head-butting the ground, unexpectedly crawled to the threshold of this room. I gazed at its eerie expression, my eyes drawn to the 2 sweat characters carved into its forehead, fury. The figure's countenance vividly encapsulated the essence of those words. I suppressed my rising fear and approached its side. I had already severed its external wiring, yet I wondered if it still harbored a battery within. I planted my foot on its neck and with both hands, forcefully twisted off its head. What a bizarre design, dry batteries and a joystick. Discarding the severed head, I ascended the increasingly narrow wooden staircase to the 3rd floor, an ominous premonition gnawing at me. Creak. The dilapidated wooden steps emitted a terrifying sound, tormenting my ears. As I lifted one leg, the sturdy staircase suddenly split in 2, and a creature, resembling a rat, darted out. I stumbled backward, but something even more horrifying transpired. From a room filled with dolls nearby, a faint crimson figure suddenly emerged. It bore a humanoid outline, seemingly a girl. How could this be? Bewildered, I watched as the red figure dashed down the stairs. Initially, I assumed it might be a creation of the haunted house's designer, but upon reflection, I realized I had thoroughly searched the premises for any living souls. This sudden apparition was undoubtedly neither a doll nor a concealed staff member. Stop! I steeled my resolve, casting aside my fear as I sprinted after it. Along with this red specter, a total of 6 children now appeared in the house. Diverging from the narrative I had anticipated, I chased the figure, exiting the first area of the haunted house, and witnessed it slip into another passage on the right. What on earth was that? Standing at the crossroads, I glanced once more at the thematic introduction on the wall, 5 children playing with a Ouija board inside the house. Indeed, I had discovered the remains of 5 children, yet what was this additional entity? I pondered for a moment, a chill running down my spine. The 5 children engaged in invoking the spirit, which meant there should be one more entity, a spirit, present in the house. How could such a terrifying theme house possibly host a genuine spirit? My heart raced with escalating dread as the reality sank in. It was not yet midnight. The most terrifying entities had yet to reveal themselves, and this live stream was spiraling out of control. I pulled out my phone to check the time, realizing it was already 11:05 p.m. Outside the haunted house, the atmosphere had grown eerily quiet, with hardly a passerby in sight. Had the park closed? I wondered if Tai Ningxiang and Yi had found a safe haven. A sense of retreat began to creep into my mind. The only comfort I found was in the heart-shaped jade pendant hanging from my neck, which had not emitted any unusual sensations, indicating that Tai Ningxiang was currently safe and unharmed. Clowns, human blood, abduction. This amusement park seemed far less tranquil than it appeared. Not lingering any longer, I pursued the direction in which the faint red figure had fled, entering the right passage. This building was similarly divided into 3 floors, its area more than double that of the structure on the left. To find the key within this abandoned hospital while evading a killer's pursuit, such a cliched premise now felt unexpectedly terrifying. As I pondered the bloodstained locks, I reminded myself to remain vigilant should I encounter a maniac disguised as a killer in this haunted house, for he might very well be a genuine murderer. Crossing the warning barrier, I traversed a dimly lit corridor, where the decor abruptly transformed into white ceramic tiles marred by stains and traces of blood. The ambience was skillfully crafted, yet it still paled in comparison to the malevolent spirit of the Henshan Psychiatric Hospital. The lights above the corridor remained unlit, compelling me to rely on my flashlight as I cautiously advanced. After a few meters, I was confronted by a large iron door sealed with a warning tape. Is this the entrance? I examined the tape, which was covered in a layer of dust, the paper yellowing and nearly peeling away. Though the amusement park had only recently opened, this tape appeared to have been affixed long ago. I recognized it as identical to the seals used by law enforcement to cordon off crime scenes. The main door was firmly shut, yet beside it, in the corner, was a small door meant for single passage. With effort, I pushed open the rusted door frame, which bore remnants of blood. Curiously, I touched the sticky substance. It was neither blood nor ordinary paint. Upon entering the haunted house, designed to mimic a medical facility, I found the corridor short yet serpentine. Without venturing closer, one could never discern what awaited around the next corner. The designer's psychological depravity was evident. I picked up scattered medical records and was horrified by the black and white photographs within. Deaths from late-stage cancer, fatalities due to childbirth complications, and severe burns. Such stark and chilling descriptions made me break into a cold sweat. Was this a hospital or a hell? Was it all merely a testament to the dead? Stepping over the scattered medical records, I soon came upon the first patient room. Through the glass door, I could see the bed, tables, chairs, blood-stained sheets. And on the floor, blackened and red bandages alongside some unidentifiable, grotesque substances. Standing outside, it was clear there were no wardrobes or places to hide within, confirming that neither Tai Ningxiang nor Yi were inside. To save time, I refrained from entering for a thorough inspection, instead opting for a cursory glance over each room. If the first theme was that of eerie supernatural horror, this second area belonged to a realm of grotesque indulgence, showcasing elements too disturbing to describe. Prior to my visit, I had never encountered a haunted house with such audacity and hysterical design. The first floor contained 5 patient rooms, each revealing clues of the gruesome and violent events that had transpired. Some crumpled bandages bore not only bloodstains, but also marks of teeth, while the sheets showed torn holes. Chapter 224, The Most Unique Visitors. The realism was striking, as if I had stepped into a murder scene. Pressing my body against the wall, I refrained from pushing open any patient room doors, for I had gleaned enough of the designer's temperament to know that even a slight touch could unleash a tide of terror. Though the rooms appeared frightening, there were no hiding places. Neither Tai Ningxiang nor that faint crimson figure could possibly conceal themselves within. As I pressed onward through the treacherous S-shaped corridor, I found myself encountering a corner obscured from view with every few steps. Each time I turned, I did so with utmost caution, fearful of colliding with some unseen entity. After an exhaustive search of the first floor yielded no results, I ascended the staircase to the second floor, where peculiar sounds greeted me before I had even fully set foot on the landing. Was there someone on the second floor? I crouched low, moving stealthily like a feral cat as I climbed the stairs. The environment on the second floor felt even more intricate than the first. The corridor narrowed. The number of patient rooms increased, and debris littered the floor. What could this be? My flashlight illuminated a ground strewn with old bandages, and amidst the abandoned medicine bottles, a glimmer of light caught my eye. As I cleared away the bandages and refuse, I unearthed a set of iron dental pliers from the 1990s, stained with dark red blood. Had I not scrutinized it closely, I might have assumed that was its original hue. To my astonishment, it was indeed genuine. I tossed it casually in my hand. It was heavy, forged from solid steel. Running my fingers along the jagged edges, I felt their roughness, sharp enough to draw blood. What did it signify that such a tool lay buried among the refuse? Did the designers of this haunted house not fear that visitors might lose their sanity and use it against the staff? Retaining the pliers for self-defense, I thought that if I were to encounter a maniac, I would not be entirely defenseless. With the pliers in hand, I continued down the corridor, passing 3 patient rooms until my gaze was fixed upon the 4th. Inside, a wardrobe and a rather ordinary hospital bed occupied the space. At first glance, it seemed no different from the other rooms, but the stark white sheets bore a striking contrast as a woman sat upright upon them. Her long, dry, yellowing hair cascaded over her shoulders as she bowed her head, her back turned toward the door. Surely, she must be a mannequin. I flicked my flashlight in her direction, but she remained unresponsive. Just as I prepared to leave, a muffled, desperate cry emanated from the room. "Help me, help me." The voice was faint, like a whisper of a fly, as if pleading right beside my ear. It was so hauntingly real. My feet felt rooted to the ground, and after a moment's hesitation, I pushed open the door to the patient room. The woman remained motionless on the bed, I waved the flashlight again. Yet she showed no sign of life. It was impossible for her to be real, though her figure was remarkably lifelike. I cautiously drew the pliers from my pocket and circled around to face the woman. Her plastic visage was crumpled and her features indistinct. And nestled in her arms lay a tape recorder. What a false alarm. I grasped the tape recorder, intending to turn it off, but the moment I pressed the switch, a woman's frantic screams erupted from the device. I hastily pressed the switch again, silencing the cacophony. How strange. The tape recorder had not been on, yet I had distinctly heard a woman's cries for help. As I pondered this anomaly, a strange sound echoed from the corridor outside. Was someone approaching? Scanning the room. The wardrobe appeared to be the only place to hide. Without a second thought, I flung open the wooden doors. To my horror, a grotesque corpse of a patient lunged at me, arms outstretched. I had no time to evade. I collided with it in a ghastly embrace. I had known that there was something amiss with that wardrobe. I muttered a curse under my breath as I clutched the lifeless body and squeezed into the wardrobe, shutting the door behind me. In a place such as this, waiting is the most arduous ordeal. With each passing second, dread escalates. It feels as though something in the atmosphere is fermenting as my sweat trickles down from my forehead to my cheek. They have arrived. I extinguished my flashlight and peered through the small holes in the wardrobe to observe the outside. A curious noise lingered at the door, and shortly after, a beam of light pierced through. Is it a living person? As I hesitated, contemplating whether to step out and greet them, I suddenly caught sight of the terrifying figure before me. The individual donned a grotesque clown mask, their body marred by numerous large scars sewn together, wearing a tattered, bloodstained lab coat. In one hand, they dragged a chain, the end of which was tightly secured to a plastic prosthetic limb. Had it merely been this sight, I would have had no reason to doubt their intentions. However, my gaze fell upon their other hand, and my uncertainty grew. In that hand, they wielded a gleaming axe, blood still dripping from its blade. Surely, this must be a prop? Even a haunted house would not resort to real weaponry to frighten its patrons, would it? The blood dripped onto the floor, each drop resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. The figure adjusted their clown mask, flashlight in hand, and entered the room. They circled to face the woman, shaking a tape recorder before pressing the switch. The woman's cries echoed throughout the chamber. After listening for a moment to ensure everything was in order, they switched off the recorder. Throughout this entire episode, not a single word escaped their lips. Once they set the recorder down, they began to pace the room, axe in hand. Several times, they glanced towards the wardrobe where I was concealed, yet for reasons unknown, they refrained from opening the door. After a couple of minutes, the strange figure eventually departed. It was only when they had dragged the plastic limb far enough away that I emerged from my hiding place. Closing the wardrobe door, I immediately sought out the crimson liquid that had dripped from the axe. The metallic scent of rust confirmed my fears. This was no mere paint. It was blood. In that instant of realization, I extinguished all my sources of light and dimmed the brightness of my phone, dedicated to broadcasting this grim spectacle to its lowest setting. Clad in a doctor's coat, yet masked as a clown, the figure appeared in absurd contradiction, likely intended to obscure their true identity. Concluding that the red liquid was indeed blood marked a critical turning point for me. The haunted house likely concealed a genuine murder, and the perpetrator was most likely the clown-masked doctor. While I could not yet ascertain whether he was connected to the disappearances of Tai Ning and Yi, capturing him would undoubtedly provide a vital lead. The adversary was human, not a ghost, which was reassuring news. With a pair of pliers in hand, I leaned against the wall to allow my eyes to adjust to the darkness. Having endured 6 live broadcasts, I was unafraid of the shadows. Rather, I had grown accustomed to the sensation of being enveloped by darkness, which sometimes felt like a natural shield. The theme of this haunted house was to evade the pursuit of a killer, yet today I would defy that notion. Compared to my previous adversaries, such as Lu Xing and practitioners of curses, this portly clown-masked doctor posed a lesser threat, and my chances of successfully hunting him down were significantly high. With the flashlight tucked into my pocket, I grasped my phone dedicated to the spectral performance in one hand and the pliers in the other, stepping out of the room. You have likely never encountered a visitor such as myself. Gazing into the pitch-black corridor, I feel little trepidation. I walk against the wall, enveloped in the profound darkness, employing my inner wisdom to heighten my senses to their utmost potential. During the procession, the weeping clown's stature and appearance starkly contrast with that of the physician. It is reasonable to surmise that the perpetrator is not singular, thus I must exercise heightened caution. although I am unfamiliar with the layout. The chains rattling as the doctor walks provide me with a significant advantage. Having traversed the second floor, I encountered no sign of the physician. My thorough inspection of the patient rooms yielded nothing of value. It was only at the end of the corridor that I discovered a schematic map illustrating the internal structure of this three-story edifice. There are 2 corridors on either side, comprising a total of 3 floors, with 16 patient rooms and 2 concealed chambers. These chambers, designated for rest, are supposedly off-limits to the murderer according to the game's rules. However, their entrances are cleverly obscured. One must wonder if Iron Ningxiang and Yi are concealed within these hidden quarters. It appears I must engage seriously with this game. Chapter 225, Li Man. The night has bestowed upon me eyes as dark as coal, yet I wield them to seek the light. This sentiment resonates profoundly with my current state as I clutch a rusted iron clamp, lurking within the ominous haunted house. In contrast to the terrifying masked physician, I embody the essence of a seasoned hunter. Having intervened in numerous malevolent cases, I have grown accustomed to contemplating matters from the murderer's perspective. My mind has often conjured plans of homicide. If I were the perpetrator, how would I dispatch the victim and subsequently orchestrate a flawless escape? I slow my pace, regulating my heartbeat as I crouch forward. The adversary is likely unaware of my presence, a fact I intend to exploit. Gripping the iron clamp, I stealthily navigate along the wall, remaining acutely vigilant. Even if I were to unexpectedly confront the physician around the next corner, I could react in less than a second. I must not strike lethally, yet I cannot afford to show leniency. I have but one chance, and I must seize it. Memorizing the path, I ascend the left staircase to the 3rd floor, where the debris is more pronounced. Discarded medicine bottles litter the ground, intermingled with peculiar items. A woman's clothing? I pick up a tattered garment, encrusted with dust and exuding a foul odor. It is a girl's dress, a pale pink frock adorned with an exquisite little flower. The designer of this haunted house has thus far imparted a sense of meticulous detail. What could the presence of a little girl's dress signify? Is it a subtle hint? In my view, the appearance of hospital gowns would be more fitting. This garment feels rather out of place. As I lift the hem of the dress, a habitual motion, I unexpectedly uncover a yellowed photograph that falls from within. It depicts a girl alongside her mother, the child's countenance radiating joy. A photograph? A girl's dress? These 2 items, while seemingly cohesive in a neighboring theme, appear rather incongruous in this setting. Clutching the crimson dress, I ventured forward, gradually uncovering an array of inexplicable items within the corridor. Among the foul-smelling refuse in a trash can, I stumbled upon a pair of women's undergarments bearing the marks of partial incineration, alongside severed electrical wires. Were these remnants of a kidnapping? The synthetic cotton within the garments had decayed to the point of disintegration at the slightest touch, resembling artifacts from years past. The axe and pliers were undoubtedly genuine, and the seal affixed to the outer door mirrored those employed by law enforcement to cordon off a crime scene. It appeared that a homicide had indeed transpired here several years ago. Was the true reason for the amusement park's closure 5 years prior, as the media had reported? The seal on the iron gate stirred thoughts in my mind, revealing that the truth is often suppressed, not only to avert public panic, but also to conceal the incompetence of those tasked with solving the case. Yet, as I reached this point, I found myself admiring the audacity of the haunted house's designer, who dared to transform an actual murder scene into an attraction. Such a feat required not only courage and determination, but also a measure of imagination and resilience against external scrutiny. The 3rd floor, the highest level, was thoroughly searched. Within the patient rooms lay various traps, but through keen observation, I managed to navigate the floor without triggering any of them. I encountered neither the doctor nor the key to the hidden chamber. Now, I harbored grave doubts that Tai Ningxiang and Yi were imprisoned within that secret room. Yet the entrance remained elusive. As I descended from the 3rd floor and approached the stairwell, the sudden sound of dragging chains echoed through the corridor. The doctor had arrived. I quickly regained my composure, discarding the crimson dress and tucking the photograph into my pocket before slipping into an adjacent patient room. Moments later, a man donning a chubby clown mask entered the 3rd floor corridor, flashlight in hand. He uttered not a word, as though he were searching for something, kicking aside medical records and pill bottles strewn across the floor. Should I act? Gripping the pliers tightly, I slowly raised my other hand to steady the door lock, prepared to charge forth as soon as he turned his back. As I awaited the opportune moment, The doctor seemed to deliberately thwart my plans, bending down. He picked up the red dress I had just discarded, muttering to himself in surprise at its presence. He wedged the flashlight under his arm, his trembling hands grasping the garment. This motion alerted me to my chance. Silently, I cracked open the door, lifting the pliers high, aimed at the back of the doctor's head. This classic horror scene unfolded anew in the haunted house, but the roles of hunter and prey appeared to have reversed. The doctor remained oblivious, unaware that danger was inching closer. From this angle, the host's face appeared terrifying, reminiscent of the elusive serial killer from Memories of Murder. His technique bespoke a professional, clearly a habitual offender. Could it be that the host was, in fact, a wanted murderer? Some streamer live-streaming murders, earning millions monthly. Even in this critical moment, my free hand clutched the phone used for the Underworld showcase. A habit formed over this lengthy ordeal. With a swing of the pliers. Should I strike true, the doctor's skull would surely shatter before the live audience. Yet, no matter how high I raised my hand, it would not descend. The act of murder seems to demand a proficiency beyond my current capabilities. My palms, damp with perspiration, grasped the iron tongs, rendering them somewhat slippery. I abandoned the notion of inflicting grievous harm directly and shifted my gaze towards the iron axe propped against the wall. This game ought to be titled Hunting the Serial Killer. With a swift kick, I sent the unsuspecting doctor tumbling forward. I then pinned him down, seizing the axe from the wall and pressing its cold blade against his neck. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, even more effortlessly than I had anticipated. "Remove your mask," I commanded in a sinister tone, my hand pressing firmly against his throat while the other gripped the axe's handle. After a tense pause of several seconds, the man remained unresponsive. Frowning, I yanked the clown mask from his face. Beneath it lay a rather handsome visage, one that seemed entirely at odds with the notion of a murderer. "Hey," I exclaimed, tapping his cheek, only to discover that he was making a peculiar gurgling sound, as if a fishbone were lodged in his throat, his eyes rolling back in distress. What was going on? Was his physical condition truly so feeble? Observing the doctor in such a half-conscious state left me uncertain whether he was feigning weakness. In the midst of my indecision, the doctor's mobile phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. I answered the call, remaining silent, allowing the other party to speak first. "Has Xiaobei located that tourist?" The voice was laced with concern, unmistakably genuine rather than a performance. It was the broadcaster. "Xiaobei? Could it be that this doctor is Xiaobei? Was he sent by the broadcaster to find me?" Gazing at the nearly fainting doctor, I removed his white coat and, with a hand, rubbed over the faint scars and stitched wounds that were evidently mere paper cutouts. I couldn't have miscalculated so drastically, could I? I quickly spoke into the phone. "Xiaobei and I have rendezvoused. What is the situation on your end? Have you found Xiang?" Li Man, upon hearing my voice, expressed surprise. "Why are you the one answering the phone? Never mind, hurry out. We've spotted the person you're looking for on the surveillance." "Found them?" My heart raced with excitement. Locating Xiang before midnight was an essential task for the Underworld showcase that I must fulfill. "We will be there immediately." After disconnecting the call, I let out a wry smile, gently patting Xiaobei's face and performing a few chest compressions. This fellow had been thoroughly startled. He would likely carry the scars of this encounter for a long time. "Hey, wake up!" He blinked groggily, and upon recognizing my face, he began to shout in panic, eventually calming down after a while. With such poor composure, how can you dare to frighten others in a haunted house? I helped him to his feet, though I retained the axe in my grasp. "The person Li Man sent you to find is me. We need to leave at once." Upon hearing my words, the young man's pale face displayed a hint of confusion. "Sister Man called? That shouldn't be. She entered with me." Chapter 226. What is she doing? She entered with you? I was momentarily taken aback by Xiaobei's statement. Based on the voice I had heard on the phone, Li Man should have been in a different location. Xiaobei, glancing nervously at the axe in my hand, recoiled slightly. Initially, Sister Man did call to inform me that someone had entered the haunted house, advising me to be cautious. However, later on, I encountered her on the first floor, and she told me there was no need to search, as that person had already exited. I was puzzled about how Sister Man had entered, and she asked me to debug the mechanisms of the haunted house, as the leaders would be inspecting it the following day. While Xiaobei spoke, I remained fixated on his expression. He appeared quite sincere. During the debugging process, was Li Man with you the entire time? Indeed, she was always right behind me. That is quite strange. I rested the axe on my shoulder, Could there be two man-mans? Brother, if you've finished your inquiries, let us leave. This place is rather frightening at night. Fear flickered in Xiao Bei's eyes. He was evidently concerned that I might do something reckless with the axe. With such a timid disposition, how could he dare to enter alone at night? I supported him as we descended the stairs. What exactly were you responsible for in the haunted house? Why are you dressed this way? I handle the maintenance of the haunted house and occasionally assist as a ghost or a pursuer. As I approached the stairs, Xiao Bei blocked my way, suggesting we take the staff passage, which leads directly outside the haunted house. He stepped to the corner and tore down a notice affixed to the wall, revealing a concealed slide behind it. You lead the way. I waved the axe, urging Xiao Bei to take the lead while I followed closely behind. The slide, inclined at a 45-degree angle, led directly to the second floor and into a room I had never visited before. What is this place? It's the secret room of the amusement park. It just opened, and no visitors have discovered it yet, so it's temporarily used as a staff lounge. Xiao Bei removed his white coat and pointed to a pile of torture devices along the wall. Don't be alarmed. Those are just props, all entirely fake. His words piqued my interest. In the corner lay various implements of torment. Does a haunted house require so many props? I prodded the assortment with my axe, the metallic clang echoing, confirming that many were indeed genuine. Chains, fishhooks, and wires. My gaze landed on a rusty wire, at the end of which I discovered a piece of red fabric. It bore a resemblance to the fabric of a red dress. What a coincidence. I briefly organized the clues in my mind. Upon entering the first theme, I had encountered 5 model corpses of children and a faintly red silhouette of a girl. According to the thematic background of the haunted house, only by finding the surviving girl could one escape. However, in reality, all 5 children had been murdered. The sole distinguishing feature was that the inscription on one of the model dolls' foreheads had been written with a pen rather than carved with a knife. Beyond the 5 model corpses, there existed a 6th presence. It was because I had seen her that I had rushed into the second terrifying theme without searching the 3rd floor. Upon reflection, I recalled that during the tunnel roller coaster ride, I had also seen a faintly red silhouette of a girl pass through the tunnel. She had been seated right behind me. In retrospect, this girl was undoubtedly not human, but what purpose did she serve by lingering around me? The faintly red silhouette, the long red dress. Now amidst a pile of torture devices, the red fabric reappeared. To assert that there is no connection between these occurrences would be utterly implausible. Based on my previous experiences, I deduced that a horrific murder indeed transpired in this haunted house long ago. The victim was that little girl, who was likely lured into this building and perhaps tortured to death in this very secret room. However, I have not encountered any relevant reports online. Typically, if local authorities were to solve a significant case, they would widely publicize it through the media. This leads one to conclude that the perpetrator responsible for the death of the young girl remains at large. Could it be that the spirit of this girl seeks my assistance to unveil the truth behind her tragic fate? Upon reflection, I hesitate to draw any conclusions. If this incident were to occur precisely at midnight when the broadcast commences, I might be inclined to believe it, centering my investigation around the ghostly figure of the girl. Yet, it is merely past 11 o'clock. The amusement park has just closed, and there are still numerous people outside. Is it not rather premature to present me with coherent clues at this juncture? If we liken the live broadcast to a game quest, the presence of the girl-esque ghost should serve merely as a side mission. My immediate priority remains to locate Tai Ningxiang. What are you watching? Xiao Bei inquired, as he switched on the lights in the lounge, peeling off the adhesive scars from his body and changing into his own attire. Be cautious with those props. You might injure yourself. I placed the scrap of red cloth into my pocket and turned to exit with Xiao Bei. However, upon seeing his face under the illumination, a new realization struck me. Is there something on my face? He asked. No, let us hurry outside. I replied nonchalantly, though internally, I was convinced of one thing. This individual named Xiao Bei was not being truthful. The light revealed faint white marks on his neck and the sides of his nose, evidence of makeup. And what sort of makeup would cover the cheeks and neck so thoroughly with powder? The answer was clear. Xiao Bei had masqueraded as a clown tonight. After cleaning himself up, he donned the doctor's attire to enter the haunted house. I was currently unaware of his motives, but I knew I had to remain cautious around him. The secret chamber contained a passage that led directly outside the haunted house. Once Xiao Bei was dressed, he walked ahead. What do you still have that axe for? It's a haunted house prop and cannot be taken outside. Apologies, I'm just a bit anxious, I replied, discarding the axe and concealing the iron claw behind my waist without retrieving it. Nervousness is quite normal when I first arrived here. I was afraid to stay overnight, but one eventually acclimates. As we exited the haunted house and left the oppressive atmosphere behind, I exhaled deeply. There, Lee Man Man stood at the entrance of the haunted house, beckoning us. Hurry, the park is closing, we shouldn't linger. Upon reaching Lee Man Man, I scrutinized her closely. Did you find them in the maze? I located one of them, she replied, leading me to a small room at the maze's entrance, accessible only to staff. This room was filled with surveillance screens. Our amusement park's mirror maze is notoriously difficult to navigate. Even staff require maps to move through it efficiently. These monitors are in place to prevent guests from getting lost or overwhelmed. Should a distress signal from a visitor be received, staff monitoring the screens would promptly set out to rescue them. Lee Man Man accessed a video from the maze's exit on the computer, dated approximately 15 minutes prior. She fast-forwarded briefly before pausing at a specific moment. I looked at the spot to which her finger pointed, and indeed, a woman not wearing staff attire emerged from the maze. Tai Ningxiang, how could she be alone? Where is Yi? The unsettling feelings within me are intensifying. If Tai Ningxiang and Yi were together, I would not be overly concerned, for Tai Ningxiang possesses the skills to take down a couple of burly men effortlessly. Moreover, her quick wit and experience as a police officer would enable her to seize any opportunity to extricate herself from danger. My greatest fear, however, is that Tai Ningxiang and Yi become separated. In her anxiety for Yi's safety, she might act impulsively, leaving Yi, a defenseless little girl, utterly unable to resist. The haunting image of the pale red girl from the haunted house lingers in my mind, and I clench my fists slowly. This live broadcast has yet to officially commence, yet the sense of powerlessness it engenders surpasses any I have previously experienced. The live broadcast task remains perplexing. The cryptic phone call prior to the broadcast offered no clarity, leaving me at a loss. It has become evident that the key to this live broadcast lies with Tai Ningxiang. Only by locating her can we proceed. As I observe her familiar figure flickering across the screen, a sense of unease washes over me. What is she doing? In the surveillance footage, Tai Ningxiang does not appear to be searching for Yi. Instead, she stands at the maze's exit, repeatedly reaching toward her back as if something were clinging to her. Something she is attempting to dislodge. Chapter 227. She is lying. What could she possibly have on her back? The surveillance footage shows nothing amiss, yet her actions are peculiar. Abnormal. After a few moments, Tai Ningxiang vanishes from the screen. This brief clip offers no indication of her final destination. Is it only this camera that captured Tai Ningxiang? I am perplexed. According to Lee Man Man, the maze is equipped with surveillance cameras, and there should be additional footage of Tai Ningxiang. Lee Man Man retrieves several other clips. Yet I remain puzzled. None of the cameras in the maze seem to have recorded this woman. She must have circumnavigated the maze to reach the exit. No, I must be overlooking something. Pausing the video, I scrutinize Tai Ningxiang's current actions. Her hands grasp at her back, her expression foreign. Sir, we have done our utmost. Your friend should have departed by now. It is getting late, and she has already changed out of her employee uniform, eager to return home. No, you cannot leave without finding her. I retort. This is a matter of life and death. I cannot allow them to simply walk away. There are serious issues within your establishment. If we have not located them by midnight, I will immediately report it to the authorities. My resolute tone leaves Lee Man Man speechless. Beside me, Xiao Bei, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjects. How can you be so unreasonable? Our park rules clearly state that unauthorized entry into employee work areas and restricted zones is prohibited, and lingering in the park after closing time is not allowed. Any consequences arising from such actions are your own responsibility, as clearly stated in the tickets you purchased. Are you attempting to absolve yourselves of responsibility? This is your establishment. If something goes awry, you must take full accountability. Learning that Tai Ningxiang and Yi have also become separated fills me with urgency, and my words may have become harsher than intended. As I find myself in a heated argument with Xiao Bei, Lee Man Man intervenes. All right, we will assist you in searching, but only until midnight. If they are not found by then, you will have to fend for yourself. What do you mean by that? I detect an underlying message in Lee Man Man's words, stifling my rising anger as I inquire. After midnight, I fear you may find it impossible to leave. Lee Man Man pondered for a moment before revealing the truth to me. The average salary of the staff at New Century Amusement Park is 1.5 times that of other parks. For multi-talented maintenance workers like Xiao Bei, their earnings are even doubled. Despite being an amusement park, do you know why this particular establishment offers such generous compensation? I had a vague inkling of what Li Man was about to disclose. Although the park had only recently opened, rumors surrounding it had persisted for 5 years. I know a sister who worked at the amusement park 5 years ago. She lost a finger on her left hand due to an incident involving malfunctioning equipment during a night shift. Li Man set down her mouse and looked me squarely in the eye. Since you are determined to investigate, I will be forthright. All employees, from management to security, are aware that this place becomes quite unsettling at night, often plagued by inexplicable occurrences. Furrowing my brow, I questioned, if you are aware of the issues within the park, why proceed with its opening? Must it take a tragedy for you to be satisfied? Your concerns are moot. I am merely an employee. If you have the capability, go address your inquiries with the higher-ups or confront the Jiang family. She replied indifferently to my questioning. 5 years ago, this location was shut down, but due to the land transfer deadline not being met, it remained dormant. This year marks the completion of that 5-year period. Who wouldn't covet such a substantial piece of land? It is worth noting that the Century Amusement Park was once a veritable gold mine, not much harder to profit from than printing money. Naturally, there are affluent and audacious consortiums eager to stake their claim. After a round of bidding, the land was ultimately acquired by Jiangjin Real Estate. They did not purchase it merely for ostentation. Reopening it to generate profits was imperative. So it is the Jiang family behind this. I stroked my chin. If this ghostly showcase were to become entangled with the Jiang family, the ramifications would be far more troubling. If you have the means to confront the Jiang family, why take it out on us mere workers? Xiao Bei chimed in from the side. I glanced at him. He appeared to be just in his 20s, his eyes sunken as if he had not slept well in days. Fine, I won't press you. If by midnight we have not located the person I am searching for, you may do as you wish. That is more like it. Now, where should we begin our search? Let us investigate each area systematically. Li Man counted the park's largest attractions: the Ferris wheel, roller coaster, wax museum, haunted house, mirror maze, pirate ship, and freefall ride. Xiao Bei, you start with the Ferris wheel, and I will travel counterclockwise from the freefall ride. If you encounter any other staff still on duty, do ask them to assist us. All right, I'll head out first. Xiao Bei nodded, embodying the spirit of a diligent youth. Be careful on your way, Li Man cautioned as he walked away, muttering a few more words about Xiao Bei, who, despite being new to the job, was quite commendable, akin to a younger brother to her. You seem rather familiar with him, I remarked casually, stepping behind Li Man, my hand brushing against the cold metal of the pliers, which swiftly calmed my nerves. He is not bad. He has a sweet tongue, good looks, and occasionally a hint of melancholy, she replied, holding Xiao Bei in high regard. You certainly have faith in him. As I stood slightly apart from Li Man, I pondered what Xiao Bei was assigned to do at the evening event. Was he, too, disguised as a clown, distributing balloons? However, that was not the case. Xiao Bei was tasked with maintaining the mechanisms of the haunted house. This child possessed a remarkable daring, which led the authorities to entrust him with the sole guardianship of the haunted house. The Xiao Bei described by Li Man bore no resemblance to the one I had encountered. For instance, when I ambushed him in the haunted house, he was so startled that he fainted, his eyes rolling back in terror, a display of courage that could hardly be deemed substantial. Was it possible that Xiao Bei was merely acting while in the haunted house? When I held the axe blade to his neck, did he, knowing he could not resist, play along with the charade? Why do you ask such things? Li Man turned to scrutinize me, her expression filled with confusion. You don't suspect that Xiao Bei has kidnapped your friend, do you? I refrained from directly addressing her inquiry and continued. When I encountered Xiao Bei in the haunted house, he mentioned having seen you on the first floor. Weren't you there to search the maze? How did you end up in the haunted house? Earlier, Xiao Bei had been present, so I had refrained from questioning her, but now that he had left, I felt emboldened. Me? What a ridiculous notion. I have been here, monitoring the surveillance, Li Man replied with evident surprise. Perhaps you misinterpreted what you saw. I must find Xiao Bei to clarify this. As she spoke, she attempted to dash outside, but I seized her arm. Her skin was remarkably fair and well-maintained, smooth and cool to the touch. Let us postpone those matters. You have yet to personally venture into the mirror maze, have you? I gripped Li Man tightly, fearing she might seize this opportunity to flee. Isn't reviewing the surveillance footage more efficient than searching? She sought to withdraw her hand, her eyes betraying a hint of evasion. Still, exploring is preferable. After all, the surveillance may have blind spots. Release me, she insisted, sensing the shift in my tone. Do not repay kindness with ingratitude. I am here to assist you. Li Man broke free from my grasp and stepped back. If you are so concerned, accompany me into the maze for another search. Come midnight, I will not remain in this place, and you may alert the authorities if you wish. With that, she stormed away, leaving me rooted in place, unwilling to follow her. Once she exited, I immediately resumed my scrutiny of the surveillance footage. Prior to entering this room, I had noticed a camera positioned at the entrance. I accessed the video from that camera, revealing that approximately 10 minutes prior, Li Man had entered the monitoring room. Clutching a map, however, she lingered for only 5 minutes before hastily plunging into the maze. Chapter 228. The Paradox of Socrates. Once Li Man entered the maze, she did not re-emerge. At least, her figure was no longer visible on the surveillance. She was lying. Rather than trailing after her, I chose to remain outside, observing her venture deeper into the maze. The mirror maze resembled a ravenous beast. Without a map, straying within could lead to unforeseen perils. Standing in the room, I analyzed the events of this time frame, feeling an unsettling sense of suspicion toward everyone. Either Xiao Bei or Li Man was certainly deceiving me. Identifying the liar among them should lead me to the culprit. The logic of the host has been confined, allowing for the possibility of deception not merely once, but thrice. I lowered my gaze towards the mobile screen of the infernal showcase, where a viewer by the ID of Socratic Paradox posted a particularly intriguing comment. 3. I only see 2 individuals. From whence comes the third? Initially, I dismissed it as mere banter, yet the subsequent statement piqued my attention. Socratic Paradox. You have overlooked your girlfriend. This is understandable, as one is often lost in their own predicament. Upon reflection, I recalled the first time I reviewed the surveillance footage. Your girlfriend lingered at the labyrinth's exit, her expression devoid of any anxiety. Pray tell, if you were to become separated from your loved ones, would you maintain a demeanor of indifference? Some truths merit further exploration. I pondered the viewer's commentary, and in an instant, numerous thoughts flooded my mind. The second peculiar aspect of the Socratic Paradox lies in the fact that Li Man had never encountered your girlfriend before. Yet she confidently ventured into the haunted house to summon you and Xiao Bei, declaring she had found her. Do you remember that phone call within the haunted house? Li Man's tone bore no tremor of doubt, as if she had previously known your girlfriend. Based on this reasoning, I suspect a prior acquaintance between your girlfriend and Li Man. This appears to be a premeditated scheme. Such assertions stirred unease within me. My trust in Tai Ningxiang was unwavering. In the midst of my contemplation, I instinctively overlooked this possibility, only to be compelled to confront it by the viewer's observation. The first deceiver in this charade is your girlfriend, the second colluding in deceit is Li Man, and Xiao Bei is the third liar. This viewer's analytical prowess is remarkable, surpassing my own clarity of thought. I hope you can elucidate further. My concern for the safety of Tai Ningxiang and Yi has left me in disarray. At this moment, having an observer to guide me through this maze would be invaluable. Socratic Paradox. Deception is an art. True lies cannot be dismantled. The eloquent observer has incited the ire of many lurking spectators. Those watching the live broadcast are not as patient as I. On a moonless night, one may drift alone in pretense, yet true pretense is often unexpected. The ostentation displayed above has become antiquated. The old master alliance may lead 9 astray, but I am merely here to observe. By the way, may I timidly inquire, who is Socrates? A great thinker and philosopher of ancient Greece. Alas, so, you are but a sycophant of the West. Mr. Lu Sun casts a disdainful glance your way, while the youthful Run Tu hurls a harpoon in your direction. Who is this young Run Tu? How profoundly ignorant you are. Need I illustrate the highlights from the 5th unit, 17th lesson of the 6th grade Chinese textbook for you? As the onslaught of scrutiny and skepticism from numerous viewers descended upon him, the Socratic Paradox remained unperturbed, leisurely posting his comments. Since you all believe I am merely posturing, I shall now utter a statement for you to discern its veracity. Shortly thereafter, he added, I am currently lying. Is that all? What follows? Are you so naive? What he intends to convey is precisely that he is currently lying. How amusing, indeed. If we assert that he speaks falsehoods, then his words transform into truth. Conversely, if he speaks truthfully, he ought to be lying, according to the literal interpretation. How intriguing. The conclusion indeed shines brightly. Observing the barrage of comments from viewers, I increasingly perceive the profound intricacies of this Socratic paradox. Allow us a moment to let this viewer fully articulate their perspective. You suggest that all three are lying. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate this claim? In the Socratic paradox, Li Man clearly departed from the monitoring room, yet she asserts she remained present, thereby fabricating a falsehood. When discussing her relationship with Xiao Bei, she claims to share a close bond with him, akin to that of siblings. However, during their time in the haunted house, she contacted Xiao Bei, and the caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number, indicating yet another deception on her part. Furthermore, regarding Xiao Bei, his face bore the makeup of a clown, and he continued to patrol in the garb of a murderer even after the haunted house was secured. Such a demeanor evokes a chilling sense of foreboding, suggesting he may possess a psychologically disturbed nature. During your initial encounter, he was so startled by you that he fainted. It is important to note that extreme fear can indeed induce temporary fainting, though the probability of this is merely 1%, while the remaining 99% typically exhibit emotional instability in response to fright. From both probabilities, I lean towards the notion that Xiao Bei feigned his state of shock to bewilder you. Fortunately, your prompt action in confiscating the axe instilled in him a notable trepidation, thwarting any further plans. Have you observed how infrequently his gaze lingered upon you during your time together? Most often, he appeared fixated on that very axe. What perplexes me further is that when Xiao Bei encountered Li Man at the entrance of the haunted house, he did not utter a single word to her, which is quite illogical. He himself stated he had previously met Li Man on the first floor of the haunted house, and that she had been following closely behind him. Yet upon their encounter outside, he exhibited no surprise whatsoever. Do you not find this troubling? A woman who was supposed to be trailing behind him suddenly appears outside with an entirely new expression. Anyone would feel a surge of fear. Who could that person be? Has something supernatural occurred? Yet, Xiao Bei displayed no reaction. He did not even inquire about this matter with Li Man, which signifies something quite significant. There exists a tacit understanding between them. Everything is merely a performance for your benefit. These two individuals have never intended to assist you in locating your missing friend. The Socratic paradox has issued multiple comments, each one chilling my heart a little more. I have pondered over your assertions as well. Yet they possess no motive to deceive me. Why would they engage in such behavior? After a while, a response from the viewers echoed through the live stream. Although the host was reluctant to voice this opinion, it seems to me that the most dangerous person among them is the one you are most familiar with, Tainingsiang. Indeed, this spectacle is a performance orchestrated by the three of them for your viewing. I am uncertain as to their motivations, but the cause may very well lie with your girlfriend. Is Tainingsiang a threat to me? I reviewed the surveillance footage capturing her presence, while her appearance remained unchanged. An unfamiliar sensation lingered. Her coldness and slightly peculiar expression are not characteristics that Tainingsiang would exhibit. Ah, he's seen you. I attempted to zoom in, yet the image remained indistinct and elusive. The Socratic paradox suggests that one should not confine one's thoughts. If you possess genuine confidence in your girlfriend, perhaps it is time to adopt a different perspective. What perspective? The possibility that she has seemingly transformed into a completely different individual in a short span of time is manifold. Based on your extensive experience with live broadcasts, you should be more cognizant of this than I am. Is it possession? Sorcery? Or is it possible that my gaze has fixated upon the surveillance footage and this person is not Tianyang, but merely masquerading in her likeness? Suddenly, a recollection surged forth in my mind. The phone call prior to the commencement of the broadcast, during which, as the conversation neared its conclusion, someone spoke to me in Tianyang's voice, uttering a chilling phrase. Guess who I am? Chapter 229, The Man-Eating Labyrinth. The three attributes of sound are pitch, loudness, and timbre. It is precisely due to these characteristics that we can distinguish between different individuals or entities through sound. Reflecting on the voice from the phone, an analysis of these three traits leads me to a firm conclusion. That voice unequivocally belonged to Tianyang herself. Not only was her appearance and attire identical, but her voice could also be perfectly imitated. What could possibly be her identity? While sorcery may manipulate a person's spirit, the subject often becomes daft and incoherent, struggling to articulate thoughts, resorting instead to drawings to convey meaning. Possession by a spirit follows a similar pattern. Moreover, Tianyang possesses an alluring charm akin to a bright star. Such individuals are not easily approached, for they evoke fear even in the supernatural. Excluding these two scenarios, the third possibility that arises is that someone is impersonating Tian Yangxiang. This would also elucidate why she only occasionally appears in the surveillance footage. Rather than actively engaging with me, she, or he, may require a period of acclimatization, fearing that I might discern inconsistencies from her unique idiosyncrasies. Li Manman, having not entered the labyrinth, hurriedly claimed to have found Tian Yangxiang, and indeed, her image did appear on the monitor. If they are merely performing for my benefit, what could their motive be? The Tian Yangxiang on screen has already departed from the labyrinth. Does this suggest that the maze has been thoroughly searched and that I may depart without concern? It seems the other party wishes to impart this message, urging me to steer clear of the labyrinth and seek other forms of entertainment. Another point of intrigue is the timing. Both Li Manman and Xiao Bei exhibit a heightened sensitivity to the stroke of midnight, suggesting that more terrifying events may transpire thereafter. While I appear to be conversing with myself, my entire analytical process is audible to the viewers in the live broadcast. The Socratic paradox regarding what transpires after midnight is, in fact, of little significance. Information gleaned from a liar is not necessarily truthful. To me, Li Manman's statement may well be a deliberate tactic to buy time, as their objectives may be realized once the clock strikes 12, leaving you with little time remaining. Teeling Biao Yi generously rewarded the chilling live broadcast with 99 ghost coins, remarking that although I did not fully comprehend the intricacies of this broadcast, it certainly exuded an air of sophistication. The Socratic paradox suggests that the critical time is before midnight, and the location is this very labyrinth before you. Have you, dear host, taken note of the peculiar nature of this labyrinth? The surveillance footage revealed your friend emerging at the exit, yet it failed to capture her presence within the labyrinth, leaving us unaware of the events that transpired inside. Li Manman also ventured into the maze, but the cameras did not document her exit nor the encounters she faced within. This labyrinth resembles a creature capable of reshaping one's character and thoughts. The secret you seek may lie at its very core. In ancient Greece, the labyrinth symbolized the unreliability of tools, the absoluteness and relativity of time, and the illusion versus reality of existence. Once you enter, it is imperative to maintain a clear mind. Becoming lost in the maze is not terrifying. Losing oneself is the true dread. I found myself captivated by the Socratic paradox presented in the barrage of comments. Though merely conjectures, they hold significant value. I must inquire about the profession of that insightful commentator, for their eloquence is commendable. Let us refrain from discussing the Socratic paradox in the live stream. If possible, I would cherish the opportunity to meet you in reality. I have watched your streams thrice, each time igniting a desire to connect. You are always welcome. I responded with a smile amidst the audience in the super thrilling live stream, some of whom are mere onlookers, while others harbor malicious intent or possess expertise in diverse fields. The hypnotist fantasy and the Socratic paradox are among the distinguished figures. Though they are not ghost hunting masters, they occasionally offer invaluable assistance. What lies within the labyrinth? I am determined to uncover the truth. Dear viewers, please take heed. Should I encounter anything peculiar, or if my thoughts begin to blur, I implore you to alert me promptly to prevent my disorientation. Gazing at the wall adorned with an introduction to the maze, I learned that it is the largest man-made labyrinth in central South China, designed by the amiable owner of Century Happy Park, a middle-aged man fond of dressing as a clown to amuse children 5 years ago. The maze is entirely constructed of mirrors, creating a complex web. And to enhance the experience, it includes treasures and map fragments to reduce difficulty, offering immense playability. With everything made of mirrors, it is challenging to mark my path without reference points. I glanced at the surveillance. Li Manman's figure still did not appear in the maze. By the time I reached outside, the amusement park was desolate. Where had everyone vanished? How long has it been since the park closed? I furrowed my brow, uncertain of Li Manman's whereabouts. I could rely only on myself now. Is the answer I seek hidden within the labyrinth? I tore down a thumbnail map from the wall, armed with my phone from the underworld showcase, and stepped into the maze. Pushing open the grand door felt like entering a prism world, where I was immediately surrounded by one-way mirrors reflecting countless images of myself. In the dark of the magic mirror maze, solitude enveloped me, and the sensation of being observed by myriad versions of myself was unsettling. The maze remained unlit. I relied on the faint glow of my flashlight and phone. Those who have held a flashlight to a mirror in complete darkness will understand the eerie terror that such a singular light source can evoke. As I gazed into the mirror for an extended period, I began to perceive a dissonance between the reflection before me and my true self. This discrepancy was merely a visual illusion caused by the interplay of light, yet, at night, it exuded an unsettling eeriness. My current predicament mirrored this sensation. As I found myself staring at a distorted version of myself in the mirror, feeling an uncanny gaze lingering within. Not merely the reflection, but rather an entity concealed behind the glass, fixated upon me. Employing my profound heart's technique, I traversed past all mirrors, each step amplifying the sensation of being watched. The labyrinth was truly bizarre. Raising my eyes, I abruptly noticed a flicker of movement from the mirror on my left side. Was it merely an effect of light? Approaching the mirror, I illuminated my reflection with a flashlight, and to my astonishment, the likeness was exact, every action in perfect synchrony. The figure within the mirror must be me. Prolonged exposure in this place would likely drive one to madness. I am not one prone to indecision. Thus, I retrieved a pair of iron tongs and struck the ground, creating a small dent as a marker. The mirror's surface could not be marked unless shattered entirely. But doing so would entail an overwhelming task, and I feared the noise might alert whatever lurked within to flee. With the map in hand, I committed the general route to memory and ventured deeper into the maze with the tongs. According to the torn map I possessed, the mirror maze contained 3 designated treasure repositories, all fixed locations clearly marked. The fragmentary hints left by the staff were strewn randomly throughout the maze, some genuine, others false. In fact, my thumbnail sketch proved more detailed than those clues. Once immersed in the maze, my focus sharpened significantly. The mirror maze presented a far greater challenge than other labyrinths, primarily due to the difficulty in distinguishing corners, straight paths, and intersections. Everything around was devoid of distinctive features. Thus, with each step I took and every decision I made, I exercised utmost caution, diligently recalling the paths I had traversed to avoid losing my way. Progressing steadily, my mental map of the maze expanded, and I swiftly located the first treasure repository. Amidst the mirrored guardians, a mirror framed in gold materialized before me. As my hand pressed against the gilded surface, the mirror swung open like a door, revealing a pitch-black chamber of 3 or 4 square meters. At the center of the room stood a colossal treasure chest. Was this the so-called treasure? Approaching the wooden chest, I sensed a slickness beneath my feet. What could it be? Lowering my gaze, I saw crimson blood seeping steadily from within the chest. Chapter 230. The True Culprit Blood? The beam of my flashlight illuminated the deep red stains, still fresh and oozing from the wooden box. Where was the promised treasure? At that moment, my interest in opening the chest evaporated. The flowing blood spoke volumes. What are you waiting for, streamer? Open it. What if another surprise awaits inside? The vengeful spirit of unfinished business, blood on the floor, a wooden chest concealing a corpse amid the maze. If only it were dismembered, it would be all the more perfect. Socratic paradox. Streamer, open the chest. Regardless of whose body you might uncover, this place is a treasure trove for you, providing invaluable clues. The Teletubbies met a grim fate. Victims of a chilling murder. In a spine-tingling live stream, a wager of 99 ghost coins was placed, with the ominous speculation that it contained the remains of E. Meanwhile, a vengeful spirit, still burdened by unfinished homework, also contributed 99 ghost coins, postulating that the chest concealed the body of our mathematics instructor. Setting my flashlight aside, I pried open the wooden chest, and an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted my senses. Peering inside, I discovered a contorted male corpse at the bottom, marked by numerous axe wounds, though the true cause of death appeared to be asphyxiation. Most of the injuries were concentrated on his hands and back, suggesting he had been pursued and then felled by the assailant during his desperate flight. His clothing bore signs of tearing, indicating a struggle, even in his final moments. He had attempted to fend off the axe with his hands, but ultimately, he succumbed. Distinctive marks on his neck hinted at strangulation, likely inflicted by the assailant after he was rendered incapable of resistance. As I turned the body over and glimpsed his face, I was taken aback. Xiao Bei, the young man before me, clad in a staff uniform, was indeed Xiao Bei, his once youthful visage now shrouded in a pallid hue. Upon inspecting his eyelids for signs of life, I surmised that his death had occurred not long ago, though I could not ascertain the exact time without further means. His face lacked the clownish white makeup, confirming that this young man was the genuine Xiao Bei. At this juncture, The situation had grown increasingly convoluted. Initially, I believed the perpetrator had merely impersonated Tai Ningxiang. However, it was evident that they were orchestrating a far more intricate plot. Why had they chosen to eliminate Xiao Bei? I recalled my first encounter with him in the haunted house, where he donned the attire of a killer, seemingly in search of something. A particular detail lingered in my mind. He had picked up a red dress from years past, expressing astonishment at its presence. How could it have ended up here? The individual masquerading as Xiao Bei had undoubtedly encountered that red dress before. Xiao Bei's role as the haunted house's repairman allowed for unfettered access to the premises, suggesting that the place held deeper secrets. Standing beside the corpse, I articulated my deductions. The Socratic paradox came to mind. I once encountered a criminal who, after exterminating an entire family, had evaded capture, leaving law enforcement with no leads. A decade later, a tip-off led the police to apprehend an individual who had surreptitiously entered the very house where the massacre occurred. Upon interrogation, it was revealed that he was the murderer from 10 years prior. When asked why he had returned, he merely stated that he wanted to revisit the site of his heinous act. The most brutal of criminals often kill not for wealth or gain. They are frequently well off, possessing remarkable psychological resilience and esteemed professions. Their motivations lie in the pursuit of a unique thrill, an irreplaceable rush that comes from their macabre inclinations. If indeed a genuine murder transpired 5 years ago, with the victim being a little girl in a red dress, then I surmised that the entity who had supplanted Xiao Bei was likely the same murderer who had struck in the haunted house years ago, returning merely to revisit his past. After contemplating the comments surrounding the Socratic paradox, I nodded in agreement. His analysis contained some merit, and my curiosity about the identity of this individual deepens. The psychological dissection of a murderer is typically beyond the reach of the average person. Thus, he must either be a master of criminal psychology or a psychopathic individual, ensnared in a morbid obsession with bloodshed. Regardless of his identity, he presently stands on my side. The possibility you mentioned is entirely plausible. The perpetrator responsible for the amusement park's closure 5 years ago has returned with the reopening of the park, intent on recreating the tragedy. I found no further clues on Xiao Bei's body, so I returned him to the wooden chest. Given the fatality involved, it seems imperative to alert the authorities. A life is at stake, and considering my fingerprints are left here, calling the police is the wisest course of action. I retrieved my phone and dialed the municipal precinct. Xiao Bin was on duty. After providing my account, I hastily ended the call. There are 3 locations within the labyrinth that conceal treasure chests. Could they all contain corpses? With no further discoveries in the room, I gathered my flashlight and map and exited the chamber. My surroundings were awash in mirrored light. As I moved, the reflections danced, making it difficult to discern whether they were merely my own images or if someone trailed behind me. At each junction, I marked the floor with a crowbar, following the map's guidance until I arrived at the second treasure site. I pushed open the gilded mirror in the center of the room, revealing another wooden chest. The ground bore no blood, and the air was dry. Surely, this time there would be no corpse? Lifting the lid of the wooden box, I was met with an unexpected yet not entirely shocking sight. It was a female corpse, her skin pale and well-preserved, yet devoid of the warmth that signifies life. Li Man. I gently laid the body on the ground, observing her terrified visage. The time of death must have been recent, with asphyxiation as the cause. Noticing distinct strangulation marks on her neck, it appeared her demise mirrored that of suffocation. There were no other wounds, nor any human residue beneath her nails, strangely. She seemed to have offered little resistance before being effortlessly slain. The expression on this woman's face, reminiscent of a Socratic paradox, should serve as a breakthrough. It seemed she witnessed something profoundly horrifying. But what could have instilled such fear that she lacked the courage to resist? As I examined Li Man's body, I sought additional clues, but found none. The murderer's process of killing her appeared to last no more than a minute. An ambush, an attack, a concealment, unfolding with the clarity of premeditation. Li Man was captured on surveillance upon her initial entry into the labyrinth, yet what transpired thereafter remains shrouded in mystery. Alarmingly, when I arrived at the maze, she reappeared before me. By this point, she was likely no longer herself. The surveillance footage failed to capture how the murderer exited the labyrinth, implying that there exist other means of egress beyond those indicated on the map. The killer possesses an intimate knowledge of the maze. Could he potentially be a staff member responsible for its management? As this line of reasoning developed, A sudden thought flashed through my mind. Indeed, the two murder locations were concealed within a labyrinth, and it appears that the initial scene of Li Man's demise was indeed situated within this maze. Yet, astonishingly, none of these events were captured by surveillance. As I traversed the path, I noticed numerous cameras perched above the mirrors, and upon reflecting on the monitors in the control room, it became evident that while surveillance was extensive, not a single camera recorded the assailant's actions. This suggests that the perpetrator possessed an intimate familiarity with the labyrinth, being acutely aware of each camera's position and cognizant of the hidden passages not indicated on the maze's map, a feat that even the staff would find challenging. Straining to recall the true identity of the murderer, I formed a rather audacious hypothesis. The individual responsible for the dual homicides and the abduction of Tai Ningxiang and Yi could very well be the architect of the mirror maze itself. Chapter 231. Reflections. Li Man's lifeless body lay before me, devoid of breath. The expression etched upon her face was frozen in the moment preceding her death, a visage of terror as if a surreal nightmare had materialized into reality, bringing forth the deepest horrors of memory right before me. I reached out to touch her rigid facial muscles, gently closing her wide-open eyes. Although I remained ignorant of what she had witnessed, I had formed a general suspect regarding her killer. Before entering the maze, I had perused the profile and photograph of the maze's designer on the wall's brief introduction. The creator of this labyrinth was, in fact, the proprietor of the amusement park from 5 years prior. From the snippets contained within the profile, I could discern several characteristics of this individual: shrewd intellect, considerable wealth, a genial disposition, and a penchant for masquerading as a clown. The public-facing profile would undoubtedly refrain from divulging any negative attributes. Yet through these characteristics, I unearthed a peculiar detail: the amusement park owner's inclination to don clown attire. The pivotal moment of this live broadcast began with the encounter of that clown. Thus I paid particular attention to the two words, the Socratic paradox host, and I shared a consensus. What are your thoughts? Is it perhaps due to his affinity for clownish disguise? I inquired, crouching beside Li Man's corpse, my phone screen in hand. The Socratic paradox host revealed, I once encountered a particularly unique criminal, over 40 years old. To outsiders, he appeared to be the prosperous owner of an auto repair shop, generous and well-off, leading a fulfilling life with amiable interactions and never displaying anger. Yet, beneath this facade of respectability and high societal standing lurked a thoroughly depraved individual. In his small town, there were 4 reported cases of missing children. Following extensive investigation and interviews, the police ultimately identified the suspect as this very auto repair shop owner. Upon his arrest, the authorities discovered the bodies of the children in his underground garage. After interrogation, it was revealed that this esteemed businessman was, in fact, a deeply troubled individual with severe pedophilic tendencies and psychological disorders relating to social interaction. What people perceive is merely an illusion meticulously crafted over 4 decades, concealing the truly terrifying and sordid depths of his soul, buried deep beneath a veneer of humanity. This dual existence is fraught with torment. When he can no longer maintain his facade, the repressed negativity within him erupts violently, akin to a volcanic explosion. He seeks out an unnoticed corner to unleash his pent-up emotions in a manner uniquely his own. Notably, this deviant appears to possess a peculiar affinity for mazes, having covertly transformed his underground garage into a labyrinthine structure. Subsequent psychological analyses suggest that individuals who construct such mazes and hide secrets within their depths often harbor undisclosed facets of their persona. Perhaps they have already become lost within the labyrinth of their own humanity. The paradox presented by Socrates further solidifies my suspicions. Even if the perpetrator is not the architect of paradise, he is undoubtedly entwined with him. I retrieved my phone to capture the visage of Li Man in death before returning her body to the wooden box and exiting the room. With both Li Man and Xiao Bei now deceased, I pondered who might be the third treasure entombed within. Tai Ningxiang, someone I know? Or perhaps a complete stranger? Filled with myriad questions, I navigated the mirrored corridors with my map. With each step illuminated by beams of light, countless reflections of myself shifted within the mirrors. The reflections folded and unfolded, and as I ventured forth, some silhouettes vanished entirely from the glass, while others emerged anew from different angles. Some originally depicted in profile were transformed into full figures with just a small shift in distance. The mechanics of this phenomenon eluded my understanding, leaving me with an unsettling sense of the uncanny. The third treasure's burial site lay at the very heart of the maze. After 15 minutes of searching, I finally located it. With iron tongs in hand, I struck the ground at the intersection, creating a small pit as a marker before approaching the third golden doorframe. As my hand pressed against the mirror-like surface, preparing to push it open, a fleeting shadow flickered across the glass. Who? I turned to glance behind me, but what met my eyes were innumerable reflections of myself, each positioned differently. Their gazes locked onto one another with a disturbing intensity. This scene sent a chill down my spine. The fear I experienced was beyond mere imagination. I was certain that the shadow I had glimpsed was no mere optical illusion, but rather a genuine entity lurking within the maze. I remained uncertain of its nature, but it was likely watching me from some hidden corner, poised to strike silently. Clutching the iron tongs tightly, I pushed through the golden mirror. The third treasure chamber presented a divergence from the previous two. In addition to the wooden chest at its center, a massive full-length mirror stood behind it, directly facing the entrance, reflecting my entire figure. How could there be an additional mirror in this chamber? The maze, aptly named Inexplicable, now revealed yet another mirror at its core. Did these elements hold some profound significance? I gazed at my reflection, slightly disheveled, with a faint horizontal line etched across the bridge of my nose. While one can fabricate appearances, such a line of fate cannot be easily conjured. The air in the room was fresh, devoid of any foul or metallic scents. I approached the wooden chest, lifted the lid, and peered inside. To my surprise, there was no corpse, just a round mirror the size of a basin, face down at the bottom of the chest. What could this mean? Confused, I retrieved the mirror and discovered an inscription on its frosted back. Guess who I am? A sense of déjà vu washed over me. I felt I had seen this handwriting before, perhaps on the note left on the morning attire in the basement where Lu Xing imprisoned Xiaofeng. The characters were identical, the writing style remarkably similar. As I held the mirror, I fell deep into contemplation. If the person who left the note was indeed the same, they had clearly anticipated my arrival here. This suggested that while it appeared I was piecing together the puzzle and inching closer to the truth, in reality, I was being lured into this trap by them. Could such a sinister person truly exist? My voice felt dry as I hurriedly organized my thoughts. The individual who inscribed the words on the mirror's back must be the architect of the labyrinth, the very murderer of Li Man and Xiao Bei. The one who left the note in the basement where Xiaofeng was held captive could be Lu Xing's accomplice, a follower of the dual-faced Buddha. If these two were indeed the same person, then their motive for abducting Tai Ningxiang would be clear. They sought to obtain the celestial star goddess blessing. However, if their sole purpose was to acquire the celestial star, then their objectives would have been achieved by the end of the parade. Why then go to such lengths to kill Xiao Bei and Li Man, drawing me into the heart of the labyrinth? Was it to eliminate me, this outsider who had repeatedly hindered their plans? I recalled the black octagonal token I had kept close at all times, with the corners of Tianyi, Yuanshan, and Guiran already illuminated. Setting aside the Tianyi and Yuanshan blessings, the Tianyi Guiran destiny must be something the dual-faced Buddha ardently desired, making their efforts to ensnare me all the more understandable. It seemed I had fallen into a trap compared to Tai Ningxiang. The one they truly wished to eliminate was me. Now I comprehended why Li Man had initially urged me to enter the labyrinth. She must have received instructions from someone. Furthermore, I remembered Xiao Bei, who was armed to the teeth with a sharpened axe. He was clearly not in search of someone, but rather preparing to strike. Regret was futile now. I needed to escape. Midnight had not yet struck, yet I already felt a wave of fatigue wash over me. It seemed my adversaries in this live broadcast were not just one or two. As my palm traced the inscription on the back of the round mirror, I suddenly noticed an unfamiliar face reflected within it. It was a girl with disheveled hair obscuring her eyes, bruises on her neck, and blood smeared across her face. She appeared to be of similar age to Yi, silently gazing at me from the mirror. In a sudden moment of panic, I lost my grip on the mirror, which shattered upon hitting the ground. Before I could react further, darkness enveloped me as if a pair of small hands had covered my eyes. A voice emerged from the shadows behind me, whispering, "Guess who I am?" Chapter 232, Guess Who I Am. These words seemed imbued with a peculiar magic, dulling my senses. I found myself at a loss for words, my body frozen as though submerged in an icy pond, my blood nearly congealing. A girl's voice, youthful yet not naive, echoed in the darkness. Who could she be? Could it be a ruse by Luxing? Unlikely. For if it were him, I would already be dead. Such frivolous endeavors are not his style. He would strike with lethal precision when the opportunity arises. Could it be the lethal maneuver of the labyrinth's designer? Is this his trap? My consciousness teeters on the edge of an abyss, unable to retreat, surrounded by an all-consuming darkness. My body is paralyzed. Yet I can still hear the rhythmic thumping of my heart. I am alive, though my mind has become somewhat hazy. Guess who I am? Guess who I am? The voice behind me sharpened, as if pricked by something deep within, awakening the most terrifying memories. Who are you? I stammered, trembling, uttering the question that lingered in my heart. The voice behind me fell silent, and the obscuring veil over my eyes parted slightly, revealing a towering floor-length mirror before me. In the reflection, I stood, and behind me loomed a girl with disheveled hair and a face marred by bloodstains, her hands riddled with wounds. Reaching out to cover my eyes. She wore a pale red dress, her expression a complex tapestry of resentment, fury, but predominantly despair and anguish. It was you. I first encountered the girl in the red dress in a roller coaster tunnel, where she sat directly behind me. The second time was in a haunted house when I was about to ascend to the third floor. She suddenly appeared, leading me to another building. This marked my third encounter with her. Why do you persistently follow me? Guess who I am? My questions went unanswered, the voice behind me monotonous and unwavering, as if the phrase "guess who I am" had become indelibly etched in her soul. It was her obsession with this query that prevented her from transcending her plight. The gap between her fingers widened, and through the slits, I noticed the mirror before me becoming increasingly blurred. Fragments of disjointed images began to seep into my consciousness, guided by the girl's outstretched hands. A banner from the amusement park bore an advertisement from 5 years prior, a young father and his daughter reveling in the park's delights. The girl, clad in her favorite pale red dress, was filled with joy. They indulged in nearly all of the attractions, from the labyrinth to the haunted house, playing from dawn until dusk. As darkness fell and they prepared to leave, the girl spotted a clown. With exaggerated eye makeup and clumsy gestures, he elicited laughter from the onlookers. People adored the comical clown. Yet, only the little girl discerned the sorrow behind his painted smile. Blue tears streamed down his face. He was a weeping clown. Someone has died. Someone has died. A voice rang out from the crowd, and all eyes turned to see a child, of similar age to the girl, fall from the Ferris wheel. Blood pooled beneath the small body, resembling a blooming dahlia. The crowd surged toward the scene, including the girl's young father. Death. The girl had never witnessed death before. She beheld the vast crimson pool and, in a panic, stumbled backward, colliding with the weeping clown. Would you like a balloon? The girl looked up to find the formerly sorrowful clown, now smiling radiantly, his bright red mouth stretched wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Terrified, she shook her head, preparing to flee. Then let us play a game. The clown seized the girl by her arm, and she struggled desperately to break free, sprinting toward the crowd. Yet, before she could cover much ground, her mouth and eyes were simultaneously covered by unseen hands. This game was called Guess Who I Am. The subsequent scenes turned increasingly gruesome and cruel, as the girl was hidden away by the clown in a haunted house, tormented in a dark and suffocating chamber. She became the clown's plaything, forced to partake in various games, each night at his whim. Occasionally, for added amusement, the clown would deliberately place her in a maze, challenging her to escape. In the pitch-black mirrored world, the girl spent countless nights engulfed in such terror. Ultimately, she shattered the mirror, yet what lay behind it was a seemingly infinite expanse of reflections. Overwhelmed by despair, she picked up the shards of glass and ended her life. Soon after, she witnessed her own corpse being taken away by the clown, who, after performing a preservation ritual, wrapped her in rubber to create a doll that would be displayed in the haunted house. She also observed similar atrocities unfolding in various locations beneath the ground, in the cement walls, as she wandered aimlessly, yearning to put an end to it all. Guess who I am? The mechanical repetition of the voice behind me filled me with a poignant sense of sorrow. The girl in the red dress was one of the victims of this amusement park. Her heart brimmed with resentment, yet it had not transformed into vengeful wrath, perhaps due to her inherently kind nature. Upon reflection, I recalled the driver mentioning that 5 years ago, a roller coaster accident had left a lone boy alive, who had survived by curling up and protecting his head, following the advice of a sister. It dawned on me that the sister in red must have been the girl herself, tirelessly attempting to save the visitors lured into the clown's deadly trap. Thus, many questions found their answers. For instance, on the roller coaster, I had noticed a red shadow behind me manipulating the safety device. That was the girl's warning that I had been targeted and needed to flee. Moreover, within the haunted house, I had seen a doll appear suddenly on the stairs, its ordinary appearance marred by a conspicuous mole drawn on its cheek. This was her way of cautioning me about Lee Man. And when I was about to ascend to the third floor of the haunted house, she even manifested herself to lead me away, suggesting that something truly horrific lay hidden there. She had been protecting me all along, and while I felt astonished, a mix of relief and regret washed over me. The previous live streams had been fraught with danger, yet ended without incident, leading me to develop a sense of hubris. This time, I hadn't even exchanged for a few protective charms, a reckless oversight indeed. The live broadcast of the Underworld show was a life-and-death performance, and I had to dedicate myself fully. If I were to survive this encounter, I would never again underestimate the peril I faced. As the images in my mind began to fade, the girl still held on to me, covering my eyes as if to shield me from the sight of the mirror before us. Her intentions were not malicious, but what prompted her actions? Peering through my fingers at the imposing floor-length mirror, I was uncertain if it was merely an illusion. But the once blurred reflection had now sharpened under the beam of my flashlight, revealing only my solitary figure within the glass. Strangely enough, the reflection of me was smiling. A smile is a common expression for many, yet for me, it has become a rare luxury since I transformed into a host of a dark underworld show. My mind is incessantly occupied with various matters, and the reflection in the mirror is no longer my own. The immense floor-to-ceiling mirror before me seems to be a deadly trap set by the designer of this labyrinth and the spirit of prosperity. I find myself gazing into the mirror, locked in a strange confrontation with the girl's fingers and my mirrored self, and the longer I stare, the more I feel an unsettling sensation as if I am trapped within the glass, while it exists beyond the surface. The boundary between illusion and reality blurs, and whenever doubt creeps in, the voice of the girl in red echoes behind me, constantly reminding me to believe in myself and not lose my way. Time has lost its significance, and I am unaware of how long I have remained in this standoff. Eventually, the version of myself in the mirror ceases to smile and extends its arms, seemingly yearning to step through the glass. How can this be? I watch in disbelief as my mirrored self approaches, its hands swiftly making contact with the surface. The smooth glass ripples like a tranquil lake. And then something even more astonishing occurs. Its hand penetrates the mirror, transforming from an illusion into reality. Its outstretched fingers reaching toward my head with a chilling breath that envelopes me entirely. I find myself paralyzed, while the girl in red shivers behind me, desperate to escape. What on earth is this creature? The figure in the mirror has nearly emerged completely, its body grotesquely contorted as it draws closer. Just as its hands are about to touch me, tendrils of black hair burst forth from my pocket, coiling and twisting like a dark serpent. The spirit of fate. Chapter 233, The Mirror Demon. The fingers extending from the mirror seem to long for the light, their tips stretching to grasp my black hair. A chilling scream resonates from within the mirror, as its ethereal arms emit wisps of green smoke, as if scorched by some unseen force. It feels pain. But the black hair entwined before me resembles a bloodthirsty serpent, baring its fangs as it sinks its teeth into the spectral arm, continuously gnawing away. Such a fierce spirit of fate. As its arm becomes ensnared, the figure in the mirror remains unfazed, but soon a scene emerges that sends shivers down my spine. Within the mirror, shadowy figures begin to sway, their origins unknown. Most remain indistinct, yet some bear an uncanny resemblance to me, as if illuminated by different angles of light. They appear as the denizens of this mirrored realm, slowly advancing toward the surface. The spirit of fate is still engaged in a struggle with the hands reaching from the mirror, momentarily gaining the upper hand. However, as time passes, it will undoubtedly find itself overwhelmed. Countless versions of myself emerge from within the mirror, their expressions alien and terrifying, imbued with murderous intent. A pure black eyeball rolls forth from a brocade pouch, and the menacing black hair transforms into a young man of my height, standing before the mirror. In terms of sheer horror, the spirit of fate, composed entirely of black hair, far surpasses the creature within the glass. In demeanor and appearance, the spirit exudes a more sinister and grotesque aura, though it is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The monsters in the mirror seem endless, and I can even perceive countless faces identical to mine converging from the depths. The mirror before me appeared as a portal that separated the realms of yin and yang. A throng of grotesque creatures that bore my likeness crowded and jostled, extending their arms to grasp at the spirit of life. There were so many of them that the spirit began to struggle under their relentless assault, its dark hair ensnared by countless pale hands. As these abominations sought to drag the spirit into the mirror itself. What on earth are these entities? A mixture of fear and fury surged within me. I could not rely solely on the spirit. I must devise a means to escape this predicament. My thoughts ascended to a place of clarity, focusing between my brows. As I scanned the mirror's depths, I discerned a fundamental distinction between these creatures and myself. Under the beam of my flashlight, they cast no shadows. These ethereal beings were entirely dependent on the mirror before me, and one could even argue that they were merely figments conjured by my own mind, existing only in illusion. If I could shatter the mirror, I would surely find a way to freedom. I attempted to communicate with the spirit, but it, too, was in dire straits, struggling beneath a multitude of ghastly hands to protect me. With little hope of relying on the spirit, and my own body rendered immobile, I realized I must enlist the aid of the girl in the red dress behind me. My eyes were still covered by her frail hands, though I sensed her presence. I was at a loss for how to communicate with her. The spirit's dark hair, entwined around me, was scattered by the mirror's monsters, slowly coalescing again. Yet its form grew increasingly indistinct, nearing its limit. What to do? I opened my mouth, but no words emerged. A chilling, malevolent aura numbed my limbs. The situation grew increasingly dire, teetering on the brink of life and death. I steeled my focus and drew upon my inner energy. In this moment of utmost urgency, an unexpected voice resonated within my mind. Was it that blood fox? I had no time to ponder its origin. I hastily followed the voice's instructions. Holding my breath and centering my spirit, channeling a wisp of energy from my dantian along my governing meridian. To be honest, had it not been for this voice, I might have forgotten that I was, in fact, a half-hearted cultivator. The lingering energy from my breakthrough surged upward along my spine. As I followed the enigmatic voice, I recited the incantation without understanding its meaning, allowing the gossamer-like energy from my dantian to flow into my mind's eye. Strangely, in that instant, warmth washed over my tongue, as if a frozen lake were kissed by the sun after a long winter. The chilling malevolence was pierced by the energy, creating a small opening. My fingers trembled, and the sensation akin to being pinned by a ghost diminished significantly. Hurry! Use the iron pincers to shatter the mirror. My body remained unresponsive, so I cried out, pleading with the girl behind me. Her hands, which had been covering my eyes, hesitated before gradually releasing their grip. In a flash, she darted forward, clutching the iron pincers I had tucked at my waist, aiming directly for the fallen mirror. Without her hands obstructing my vision, my gaze fell entirely upon the mirror's surface. And in that moment, it felt as if something were desperately attempting to invade my mind. Did they seek to assimilate me? I bit down on my tongue, using the pain to bolster my resolve. Bang! The red figure had barely approached when a grotesque arm from the depths of the mirror seized her. With all her might, she hurled the pincers, but they only left a crack on the smooth surface. In an instant, her petite form was ensnared by countless hands, twisting her body and shredding her pale red dress to tatters. The girl in the red dress pales in comparison to the overwhelming specter of the Grim Reaper. Her body, on the verge of dissipating, is being inexorably drawn towards the mirror. She struggles desperately, yet each twist of her form invites more hands to grasp her. I witnessed this scene, dizzy and disoriented, but I cannot remain a passive observer. As cracks begin to form on the mirror's surface, the malevolent energy oppressing me dissipates significantly. Gritting my teeth, I advance forward like a survivor striving to escape a quagmire, seizing every opportunity and refusing to abandon any comrade. With a determined step, I grasp the fallen iron claw and, without the slightest hesitation, hurl myself against the mirror. Crash! The iron claw shatters the glass, exploding it into countless fragments. The shards of glass slice through my hands, blood trickling down my fingertips and staining the iron claw. The myriad monsters that had been clawing and gnashing their teeth moments before are obliterated, vanishing along with the mirror. Only a shadow, half emerged from the mirror, remains bound by the Grim Reaper's dark hair, rendering it immobile. Thank you. With my bloodied hands hanging limply, I yearn to embrace the girl. Yet all I grasp is a chilling void. She retains that horrifying visage, smeared with blood, seemingly oblivious to my intentions. Her hair obscures half her face, and her form appears even more unreal than before. Your resentments and obsessions have shackled you here. Fear not, for this night I shall aid in your liberation. The girl before me resembles a malevolent spirit, fierce in appearance, yet her true nature is not evil. Stepping over the shattered mirror fragments, I turn to look at the ghostly figure ensnared by the Grim Reaper. What on earth is this? Upon emerging from the mirror, it resembles an endless expanse of water. Its once familiar features begin to distort, the details blurring until it morphs into an entirely different face, remarkably ordinary. One that could easily be lost in a crowd in the blink of an eye. Unlike the little spirits or vengeful ghosts, this figure conveys no trace of resentment on its surface, a stark contrast to its previous demeanor. This half-ethereal apparition is being consumed by the Grim Reaper, its expression dispassionate, as though it is not itself, but rather an observer of its own impending demise. Fellow viewers, does anyone have an inkling of what this might be? I seek assistance from the audience in the live stream. Has Lou Banjian arrived today? Are there any other esteemed beings present who might elucidate this phenomenon? After a prolonged silence, no reliable answers emerge, only the Socratic paradox sending forth a flurry of comments. This entity emerged from the mirror. Some philosophers in the Middle Ages posited a mystical connection between a person or object and its reflection. Consequently, mirrors, capable of capturing images, were believed to possess the power to ensnare souls and vitality. Across numerous cultures, there exists a custom of covering all mirrors in a house upon a person's death, to prevent their spirit and the energies of the departed from lingering within the mirror and hindering their passage to the afterlife. I had long thought this to be mere fanciful philosophy, yet today I find it validated before my eyes. This spirit seems to be one that has been ensnared within the mirror after death, existing in a realm that opposes reality. It possesses no self-awareness, merely mimicking the reflections produced by the mirror. If one were to bestow a name upon it, I believe Mirror Ghost would be most fitting. Chapter 234. The terrifying fate of the mirror spirit. Socrates' paradox, articulated by this knowledgeable interlocutor, diverges from conventional thought. His discourse, while not explicitly addressing the tenets of Buddhism or enlightenment, evokes a peculiar resonance. To speak favorably, one might say his words exude an inexplicable authority. Conversely, one might dismiss it as earnest nonsense. Yet I find myself incapable of presenting a counterargument. The Socratic paradox, within the realm of psychology, embodies the symbol of a mirror, a subject steeped in controversy. Some liken it to the sun, a source of illumination, while others regard it as the harbinger of misfortune. Personally, I lean towards the latter interpretation. A hypnotist once advised me that dreaming of mirrors warrants caution. The reflection within a mirror signifies a separation from our true selves, invoking a primal sense that our souls have departed from our bodies. It is often noted that those who encounter mirrors in their dreams may experience some form of corporeal or existential diminishment upon waking. A mirror can reveal the external visage of the ego, yet does the image reflected truly represent oneself? The discourse surrounding the Socratic paradox has spiraled into absurdity, transcending philosophical boundaries without touching upon metaphysics. The entirety of the chatroom, myself included, finds itself rendered speechless. My friend, may I suggest you rein in your wild thoughts? I observe that the discussion of Socratic paradoxes is veering further off course, and I hasten to redirect us to the matter at hand. We shall set philosophy aside for now. Do you possess a strategy for confronting the mirror spirit? Though the ground mirror may shatter, I am not so naive as to believe this obliterates the machinations of the unseen puppeteer. We find ourselves at the heart of the mirror maze. The adversary has meticulously orchestrated my arrival here and will not relinquish me easily. Upon my entry into this exploration, I sensed a disquieting presence, as though I were being watched. In retrospect, those phantoms lurking behind the glass, fixated upon me, could very well be manifestations of the mirror spirit. The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. A single mirror has nearly cost me my life, and the entire corridor is composed of mirrors. Should I become ensnared within, the chances of escape would dwindle to nothing. Fear not, dear host. The adversary's decision to draw you into the maze's center before making a move reveals much. It suggests that the mirror spirit's powers may be circumscribed. Not every mirror poses a threat. It is prudent to prepare in advance. Socrates' paradox. Have you noticed a detail? The girl in red aims to protect you. Her gesture to cover your eyes implies a desire to shield you from the mirror's gaze. Have you contemplated what might transpire had she not obscured your vision, allowing your eyes to meet the floor-length mirror directly? In the instant she released her grip, I sensed something attempting to invade my consciousness, an impression that lingers vividly in my memory. It felt as though something were burrowing into my eyes. Socrates' paradox. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Through them, one perceives the essence of a person. The mirror spirit's desire to penetrate your gaze likely stems from a wish to extract some of your memories. I do not speak idly. Consider Li Man and Xiao Bei. Though they were impersonated, their habits mirrored those of ordinary individuals. It was only upon being reminded by Socratic paradox that I realized a crucial point. The other party's elaborate efforts were not aimed at my demise, but rather at the memories stored within my mind. Whether they sought the whereabouts of the celestial noble or intended to masquerade as me to approach Tai Ningxiang, I remained uncertain. The absence of unusual messages from He Xinyu suggested that Tai Ningxiang was yet unharmed. This female officer was no mere ornament like Jiang Fei. Underestimating her could lead to dire consequences. Despite their meticulous plotting and schemes, neither I nor Tai Ningxiang had encountered misfortune. In their desperation, they were likely to resort to their most potent tactics. This location was no place for lingering. Having clarified my thoughts, I prepared to summon the spirit of destiny and venture forth with the girl in red. However, upon turning around, I found the ethereal figure that had been pulled from the mirror now vanished, leaving only the spirit of destiny, its long black hair flowing like water. Ominously approaching the girl in red. Do not harm her, I implored. Though I lacked the knowledge to command spirits, fortunately, the spirit of destiny had gained some understanding, able to comprehend simple words. The black hair receded, slowly disentangling itself from the shattered shards of the mirror on the ground. It seemed the mirror spirit, having not fully sated its appetite, sought more spirits to consume. You gluttonous creature, I remarked, observing the spirit of destiny, which was entirely composed of black hair. Initially, it gave off an exceedingly unpleasant aura, but one eventually becomes accustomed to such sights. After devouring the spirit that had ensnared Yi Bing, the spirit of destiny underwent a peculiar transformation. A third eye blossomed between its brows, albeit currently only a fine slit that could not yet open. However, as it continued to develop, this newly formed eye would undoubtedly instill fear among the spirits. Since I took it in, it had been consuming various spirits, including the ones driven by Luxing, the soul of the elder in the lacquer coffin, and the unfortunate spirit that had brought me a message from the King of Hell, only to lose its life in the process. Now, it had added the mirror spirit to its collection. The accumulation of these malevolent entities accelerated its growth. Yet I harbored a lingering unease, fearing that one day it might turn against me. The spirit of destiny, the Reaper's spirit, had divulged matters that seemed at odds with your demeanor. Whether it comprehended my words, I could not tell, but the spirit appeared somewhat elated, akin to a child eager to showcase achievements before its parents. It presented the shattered mirror shards before me. What do you intend? I asked, wary as the sharp fragments hovered near my neck. I retrieved the last of my suppression talismans, maintaining a vigilant gaze upon it. The mirror shards halted before my eyes as the black hair enveloped the mirror's surface. Once the hair dispersed, I was astonished to discover a slender strand of hair had penetrated the mirror. Approaching the back of the mirror, I noted that the hair had not pierced through the surface but seemed to enter another realm, swaying within the mirror. This was the mirror spirit's ability. Although only a single strand had entered the mirror, it had merely been minutes since the spirit of destiny consumed the mirror spirit. If granted more time or the chance to devour additional mirror spirits, might this herald the emergence of a wholly new power? I gazed at the spirit of destiny, momentarily at a loss for words, an inexplicable fear welling within me. Compared to the mirror spirit, this entity was the true monster. I surmised that even the practitioner who had nurtured it could not fathom how extraordinary this spirit of destiny truly was. I had initially intended to confine the malevolent spirit into a sack, but upon reflection, I realized that since I had already severed ties with the puppeteer behind the scenes, the labyrinth was undoubtedly fraught with peril. It seemed wiser to allow it to trail behind me. Glancing at the young girl in the corner, I perceived her trepidation towards the spirit. She hesitated to advance, yet was loath to depart. Fear not, it shall not harm you. Each time I beheld the grotesque scars adorning her form and the bloodstains that time could not cleanse from her visage, I felt a pang of compassion. Although she belonged to a different realm than I yearned to offer her warmth, as a small consolation from this world. As I pushed the door open, My body had yet to cross the threshold when my reflection emerged in the myriad of mirrors outside. They bore my likeness, yet their expressions were entirely alien. Each one fixated on me with a malevolent intent, as if poised to step forth from the glass and drag me into their realm. I took a step forward, and all the reflections mirrored my movement in perfect synchrony, edging closer to the mirror's edge. The talisman in my palm was nearly drenched with perspiration. I had never felt such anxiety before. The labyrinth was engulfed in an eerie silence, and countless unfamiliar visages locked their gaze with mine. I lifted my foot once more. The reflections echoed my actions, now standing at the threshold of the mirrors. With my next step, I would leave the treasure chamber, but for them, that step might mean emerging from their glass confines. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead as my foot hovered in midair, slowly descending. The reflections mirrored this action, their feet touching the glass surface, their smiles twisting into increasingly horrifying grins. A chill crept along my neck as the girl in the red dress clung to me, seemingly opposed to my departure from the room. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I ultimately refrained from stepping forward. Chapter 235, The Painted Soul Retracing My Steps. I gazed at the myriad of ethereal shadows in the mirror before silently retreating back into the room and closing the door. The risk was too great. Even with the spirit's protection, I lacked confidence in my ability to escape the labyrinth unscathed. In the cramped space, I paced anxiously, knowing that impulsiveness would be my downfall. I consulted the spectral phone and communicated with the live stream's audience, yet no one could offer a viable suggestion. Most were equally bewildered. As I stood there, the hem of my garment was tugged. Turning, I saw the girl in the red dress standing amidst a wooden chest. She pointed toward the base of the chest, indicating that I should push it aside. Was there something hidden beneath? I retrieved a pair of iron pliers and knocked on the bottom of the chest. Empty? The corners of the chest were nailed to the ground, and it took considerable effort to extract the nails before I could slide it aside, revealing a seemingly bottomless, shadowy passage. Illuminating the damp walls with my flashlight, I observed moss-covered, decaying wooden stairs that appeared precarious. Once the chest was moved, the girl ventured into the passage ahead, and despite my reservations, I followed closely behind her. As I stepped onto the creaking stairs, I felt as if I had returned to the haunted house. An icy draft enveloped me, and the subterranean temperature was significantly lower than that of the outside world. The girl led the way, while I instructed the spirit to guard our rear, her inky tresses clinging to the walls of the passage as she meticulously examined every inch. The labyrinth designer undoubtedly possesses the ability to evade surveillance, and the existence of secret passages within this deadly maze is beyond question. However, the destination of these hidden routes remains a mystery. If one continues down this path, will they eventually encounter the mastermind behind it all? With this thought in mind, I slowed my pace, striving to minimize any sound. In the depths below, not a glimmer of light could be seen until I reached the end of the staircase, where I found a room cluttered with various detritus. The most prominent items within were the unfinished mannequins. Approaching them, I casually picked up a few to examine. The plastic dolls were encased in a layer of skin, while the interior was likely plaster. The distinctive scent of plaster piqued my curiosity, leading me to raise my hand and smash one to the ground. What followed left me breathless. As the outer plastic and plaster shattered, it revealed a long-dried corpse within. The body had completely deteriorated, rendering any semblance of human muscle unrecognizable, its hue a horrifying shade of purplish black, with all veins obstructed. Had the murderer killed a living person, encased them in plaster, and then wrapped them in plastic to masquerade as a doll? The sheer madness of the killer's method sent a chill down my spine. The process, while seemingly straightforward in theory, was undoubtedly intricate. The perpetrator would have had to remain beside the body for at least 3 to 4 weeks. I gazed at the room filled with mannequins, brandishing a pair of pliers to shatter several more. The scene before me, while devoid of blood, was far more chilling than any gruesome murder I could imagine. Each grotesque figure concealed a once vibrant life. The space was small, nearly overrun by these mannequins. The girl ahead of me paused abruptly. "What's wrong?" I inquired, following her gaze. She stood frozen, her scarred hand reaching towards a corner of the room. Beneath a pile of disfigured toys lay a mannequin resembling her stature, adorned with frayed red fabric that seemed to have been violently torn from a red dress. I carefully cleared the surrounding mannequins, dragging this one out specifically. The texture of the red fabric was eerily reminiscent of the dress I had found in the haunted house. Could this mannequin conceal the girl's own remains? As I scrutinized the doll in my hands, I recognized faint features resembling hers. Reluctant to shatter the figure before her, I hesitated to ascertain the identity of the woman concealed within. Let us move on, I sighed, removing my coat to drape over the nearly naked mannequin, then placing it back in its original position. Rest assured, I will capture the murderer and provide you with answers. As we pressed onward, passing through a metal door, a foul odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of oil refining or perhaps the scent of raw wax. Illuminating the surroundings with my flashlight, the beam revealed several dust-laden machines, resurrecting the hellish scenes of 5 years prior. Below was a small workshop for processing biological wax, essentially, wax derived from extracted animal fats. Dust covered the machinery, and cobwebs adorned the switches, indicating that these machines had not been operational for quite some time. The unexpected discovery of a miniature wax factory beneath the labyrinth caught me by surprise. Accompanied by the girl and the specter of death, I did not hasten to depart, but instead strolled past each machine, vividly reconstructing their diabolical actions in my mind. I recalled that there seemed to be a wax museum in the amusement park, and I had once pondered why such an antiquated exhibition hall was constructed in a place symbolizing joy. Now, everything became clear. This wax museum was not intended for the living, but rather served as a resting place for the deceased. Contemplating this, I felt an even deeper sense of revulsion towards the mastermind behind it all. Not only did he take pleasure in killing and torturing, but he also transformed the innocent souls he had slain into grotesque exhibits for visitors to gawk at. I imagined that while the tourists chatted and laughed obliviously beside the wax figures, the murderer lurked in the shadows, silently observing, savoring this peculiar thrill, and meticulously selecting his next prey. As I traversed the corridor, the air in the basement was thick and tainted. I pressed onward, flanked by movable ladders lining the aisles. I attempted to scale one of the ladders, reaching the top where an opening in the ceiling aligned with the surveillance blind spots of the maze below. The design was ingeniously crafted. The killer was indeed a prodigy, albeit one who squandered his talents on nefarious pursuits. Upon entering the maze, I faced attacks from the mirror specters and was compelled to seek an alternate route, ultimately arriving at the end of a passageway. At a fork in the path, I noticed a solitary chamber with an ajar door, unlatched and inviting. The lock bore no dust, indicating that someone had visited prior to my arrival. I pushed the door open to find a modest space where the walls were concealed by fabric. Against one wall rested a table, cluttered with graffiti and a few dolls that had been stripped of their eyes and noses. They bore a striking resemblance to the dolls in the haunted house. As I picked one up for inspection, I noted that the original faces of these dolls had been torn away, replaced by hastily drawn faces of others with water-based markers. Some dolls had only partial faces, while others bore puncture marks as if the artist had been particularly irate, deliberately using these dolls as an outlet for their fury. I had found it peculiar in the haunted house that the dolls' features were often mutilated, later adorned with others' expressions. Now, it seemed there was a deeper story behind this. Holding a doll with a punctured cheek before me, I extracted the marker, which appeared unremarkable, yet within the doll's body, I discovered something extraordinary. Hair. From the doll's torn face, I retrieved a clump of a woman's hair, and upon comparing it to the contours sketched on the doll, it seemed that this doll was meant to represent a woman's visage. A vague realization began to dawn upon me as I opened the other dolls on the table. Most contained hair, some long, some short, while others concealed nails, and one even harbored a severed finger. The notion that these dolls contained remnants from living beings felt eerily reminiscent of dark sorcery. I gazed at the myriad faces, each distinctly painted on the fabric dolls, and was suddenly reminded of the seemingly endless maze of mirrors, where the apparitions could not have manifested without reason. Could it be that each specter corresponds to such a doll? My thoughts drifted to Man and the doll left by the staircase, marked by a mole on its cheek, belonging to the girl in red. It appeared that these dolls served as conduits for controlling the apparitions. The faces sketched with a water pen on the dolls were so vivid, resembling the deceased, as if they had been painted from life. Chapter 236. It was you. I placed the doll down, feeling an unsettling discomfort at the faces created with a mere water pen, though simply drawn. It seemed to imbue the doll with a semblance of a soul. How were these faces rendered? Lost in contemplation, I noticed that the girl in red had approached the table, raising her scarred hand to grasp the fabric draped on the wall. "What do you intend to do?" I asked, looking up just in time to see her pull down the fabric obscuring the wall. To my astonishment, the wall was plastered with photographs of the deceased. Each image depicted a murder scene, showcasing countless innocent victims, and I could almost hear their anguished cries as they struggled. It was too cruel. My heart trembled as I forced myself to gaze upon the photographs. The deaths depicted were bizarre and varied, yet a singular element remained consistent at every murder scene. There was always a clown with a grotesquely painted red mouth. Its grin was wide and unsettling. Even the tears at the corners of its eyes appeared somewhat indistinct. It is hard to fathom how a person could harbor such a penchant for cruelty. They not only exhibited a cold-blooded demeanor, but also relished in preserving the visage of the deceased as a form of proof and commemoration. The psychological depravity of this individual would rank among the top 3 of all the criminals I had encountered. This sentiment was echoed by the comments in the livestream, where the Socratic paradox unfolded for those witnessing the scenes of the underground wax factory and the heap of bodies disguised in plastic and plaster. As I scanned the array of photographs, I was struck by the horrifying truth hidden within this paradise built for joy. The images were affixed to the wall with transparent tape, rendered nearly indestructible. These photographs spanned a considerable time frame. One depicted a victim's phone displaying a timestamp from 5 years prior. Another revealed a death scene outside the amusement park, where a victim lay in a pool of blood, struck by a heavy object, with the reflection of the old town clock visible in the shattered glass of a shop window behind. The randomness of the killings, occurring in disparate locations and at different times, was brazen enough to warrant photographic commemoration. This individual was a demon, treating the living as prey. My gaze finally settled at the center of the wall, and my expression shifted dramatically. My hands clenched into fists, knuckles cracking, as veins bulged on my arms. At the center of the wall, 3 photographs formed a grim triangle. In the first image, the deceased, clad in mourning attire, knelt on the ground, their body pierced by rebar, still pleading for mercy. The second depicted a bespectacled university student, eyes wide with horror, gazing at their own body, which was being distanced from them, the head having been removed. In the third photograph, the darkened study room of a female university reveals drawers overflowing with crimson blood. Centrally positioned amongst these images, a particular photograph sears itself into my consciousness like a smoldering branding iron. This singular image is remarkable, for it does not depict the deceased. Instead, it features a near-death individual bound to a chair, tears and mucus streaming uncontrollably down their face, their expression a portrait of terror and anxiety, while muffled pleas escape from their gagged mouth. The photograph faithfully captures this harrowing moment, as the perpetrator revels in the victim's despair. The dying struggles and cries nearly driving the killer to a frenzied climax of excitement. In their hand, they brandish a specially crafted steel needle, and at the corner of the frame, a young police officer in uniform emerges from beneath the bed, his youthful visage stark against the horror unfolding. The camera shutter clicks, immortalizing this scene from 5 years prior. The gateway of memory has been pried open, and the most unwelcome recollections now vividly invade my mind, refusing to dissipate. It dawns on me that I have never truly forgotten. The numbness and self-imposed exile of these 5 years have not erased any of the events that transpired then. They are indelibly etched into my heart, leaving profound, unerasable scars. It becomes clear that the murderer from 5 years ago is you, the clown who collided with my shoulder at the start of the parade. Your indistinct visage now merging with the memories of that time, transcending the 5 years that separate us. That sinister face slowly materializes, unchanged, still as ordinary and loathsome as before. Prior to my inaugural live stream, the world appeared to me dreary and monotonous, akin to a decaying camel. It was only upon encountering Luxing that my perspective shifted, this deranged killer, brimming with morbid passion. His cold-bloodedness and ruthless methods evoked memories of the serial killer from 5 years ago. From the moment I became aware of Luxing's existence, I instinctively associated him with that past murderer, despite the lingering impression from 5 years ago informing me that the killer's visage differed from Luxing's. Luxing possesses a dualistic face, one side handsome, the other grotesque, an unforgettable visage, unlike that of the murderer from 5 years ago. However, the modus operandi of Luxing mirrors that of the madman from my past, ostensibly random killings, yet each victim is meticulously selected as a sacrificial offering. My exploration of the dual-faced Buddha, actively engaging in the Underworld Showcase livestream, is largely motivated by my desire to confront Luxing and uncover the truths surrounding the events of 5 years ago. The Rainy Night serial killings remain an everlasting thorn in my heart, Without capturing the true killer, I shall never find peace. Just before this livestream commenced, my heart raced upon learning from Mr. Gu that Luxing has accomplices, as some of his descriptions bore an uncanny resemblance to that past murderer. I have pondered why a set of mourning attire was placed upon Xiaofeng's bed, along with a note deliberately left within it. In retrospect, this was likely the killer's provocation. Guess who I am? As I beheld this sentence, the game that had ended inconclusively 5 years ago with him had once again commenced. Standing before the wall adorned with photographs of the deceased, I remained motionless for an extended period. Prior to the commencement of the live broadcast, 3 voices emanating from the phone in the Underworld showcase corresponded to the 3 souls lost 5 years prior. They too must be eager for my assistance in absolving their grievances and attaining rebirth. For 5 years, I have sought you. The cloth that the girl had just pulled down was not merely a piece of fabric, but the curtain rising on a contest of life and death. 5 years ago, you committed random acts of murder, framing me for your heinous deeds while you escaped unscathed. Now, 5 years later, Lu Xing continues to engage in the same sinister activities as you once did. It appears that you have not emerged from this unscathed either. For at least my interference delayed your plans by a full 5 years. The wheel of cause and effect spins inexorably. The unresolved conflict of 5 years ago has led us to this fateful encounter once more. My adversary has grown more cunning, and the stakes have escalated. Yet I am no longer the naive intern I once was. Guess who I am? Now that I have unraveled your identity, is it not time for me to make my move? The veins in my arm have yet to subside. A hint of malice and resolve graces my visage, and a crimson glimmer dances in my eyes. Against such heartless criminals, I must not show even the slightest mercy. I tightened my grip on the iron clamp, ensuring that all the talismans on my person were adequately prepared before I lifted the phone for the Underworld showcase. Gazing at the live stream room I had personally named, I spoke in a tone rarely adopted, one of solemnity. Dear friends, I have a grievance from 5 years ago that I must resolve today. I fear I may not be able to attend to you all, so I intend to temporarily close the broadcast. If I resume before dawn, all will return to normal. However, if I do not, you may well forget me. Socrates Paradox, dear host, it seems you are now aware of the situation's intricacies. Might you share with us, your loyal viewers, so that we may assist you? Brother Tai Ling Biao, stop dilly-dallying and just give us the address. The Teletubbies were murdered, boss. Count me in regardless of your target. Old driver of Jiangcheng, do not act rashly. Uncle is currently driving a taxi towards you. Today I am all in. Don't end the stream. I'm almost there. Do not be timid. We are live. We will share this fate with the broadcast. Just awakened from meditation. Lu Banxian of Qingqing Mountain, long time no see, my young friend. Chapter 237. The ghost leads the way just as I prepared to end the broadcast and confront the murderer with all my might. Lu Banxian's comments suddenly appeared in the live stream. What the hell? The immortal has arrived. Host, let the professional analyze your situation. The immortal of Qingqing possesses boundless power. For generations, he has unified the realm. Lu Banxian has now become a celebrity in my stream. His mere presence sent the viewers into a frenzy. Did I mistakenly enter the wrong room? Or have you all taken some medicine? The rhythm in this live stream was not always thus. Immortal, your words are overly humble. We were merely envious of your extraordinary grace and unparalleled skills. In your time of need, it seems only you can lend a hand. We adore the immortal. In our hearts, you are the greatest. We wish we could pound our pink fists against your chest. Immortal, I have long wished to join Qingqing and follow you in seeking the path. Master, the senior and second senior brothers have been captured by monsters. The extravagant flattery from the viewers has buoyed Lu Banxian, leading him to believe that the host is indeed encountering difficulties. In light of this, I feel compelled to recount the entire saga, including the mysterious disappearance of Tai Ningxiang and the entanglements from 5 years ago. This livestream presents a significant opportunity for me, as I have searched for him over the span of 5 years. Lu Banxian, situated beneath Qingqing Mountain, must refrain from impulsive actions, as recklessness only brings harm to oneself and others. It would be tragic if, in seeking vengeance, he unwittingly ensnares the enchanting policewoman in his plight. My urgency is not without merit. Time is indeed of the essence. My premature broadcast seems to have triggered a series of unfortunate events, and I must strive to rectify matters before they escalate. The gravity of my situation is compounded by the fact that Tai Ningxiang is the focal point of tonight's live stream, and I find myself at a loss for words, particularly regarding Yi, for whom I feel a burgeoning sense of guilt. Moreover, I am increasingly anxious due to the infernal livestream task, which mandates that I locate Tai Ningxiang before midnight. However, I am utterly in the dark, having squandered too much time in the maze. With only 6 or 7 minutes remaining before the witching hour, I have yet to ascertain even the general vicinity of Tai Ningxiang, let alone find her. Should I fail in this live stream task, the repercussions could be dire, for the Underworld Showcase is no sanctuary. It adheres to its own stringent rules. Those bound by these rules receive protection, while those who dare to defy them face ruthless annihilation. Lu Banxian, it is paramount that you approach this matter with caution. The adversary has been orchestrating their plans since 5 years ago, and confronting them head-on would be an unwise move. Furthermore, those soul dolls on the table, crafted with deep sorcery, far surpass your capabilities. Soul dolls? I noticed a peculiar term in Lu Banxian's comments. Is there a significant meaning behind these dolls? Are they akin to the mirror spirits I encountered in the maze? Soul dolls represent a sinister form of witchcraft endemic to Huaxia, sharing similarities with foreign cursed dolls, both utilizing the victim's bodily hair and organs for their spells. However, the distinction lies in the fact that cursed dolls employ the hair of the living, while soul dolls utilize remnants from the deceased. Souls are categorized into 2 types: yin souls, which belong to the deceased, and yang souls, which refer to spirits that leave the body while the person is still alive. The most malevolent aspect of the soul doll is its ability to imprison the yin soul of the deceased, preventing it from reincarnation, thereby subjecting it to perpetual servitude. Upon finishing Lu Banxian's comments, I remained perplexed. How are these mirror spirits generated? How can they assume my likeness? Lu Banxian, the mirror spirits you refer to are merely yin souls that have undergone a unique ritual, allowing them to traverse the surface of mirrors. Among all magical artifacts, mirrors hold a unique significance. They can concentrate energy and reveal the true form of malevolent entities, banishing their foulness. Conversely, they can also attract yin souls and replenish vitality. The mirror you encountered in the maze was likely a specially consecrated object designed to ensnare souls and extract memories. The doll serves as the vessel for the yin soul, while the mirror is a tool prepared by the puppeteer for you, and together they unleash their full potential. I hope my explanation resonates with you. I have learned much. Nodding in agreement with Lu Banxian's words, I believe that the maze would not pose excessive danger. To refine all the mirror images required significant time and precious materials. Additionally, from his discourse, I gleaned further information. These dolls were pivotal in the killer's control over the vengeful spirits. Destroying the dolls would gradually diminish the killer's power. I had previously discovered a room filled with dolls on the 2nd floor of the haunted house. If they were all spirits, the sheer quantity would indeed be appalling. At the foot of Qingqing Mountain, the solitary vengeful spirit was not particularly fearsome. One could even regard it as a mere wisp of malevolent energy. To allow a vengeful spirit to gain prominence, it would inevitably commit boundless atrocities or capture spirits one by one with painstaking effort around graveyards. I had once foretold your situation. Surrounded by dark waters and with fallen stars, this locale resembled a chaotic burial ground, thus explaining the abundance of vengeful spirits. I retrieved my phone to capture photographs of the room, then took out my lighter to incinerate all the half-finished dolls. Master, if I were to charge out now, what would my chances of success be? In comparison to the dolls in the haunted house, those in this room were merely a drop in the ocean, and I feared being besieged by numerous spirits upon my exit. Fear not. This matter requires no concern. Refining the vengeful spirits has granted you the ability to enter the mirror realm. The mirror of the human body lies within the eyes. If you close your eyes and ignore those sinister entities, they cannot harm you. Close my eyes. But outside lies a maze. How could I possibly navigate with my eyes shut? Moreover, as midnight approaches, I dread the emergence of unforeseen events. At the foot of Qingqing Mountain, your fears are futile. Is there not a fate spirit standing behind you? Once you enter the maze, allow it to guide you along its path. To let a spirit guide me? My skepticism towards fate spirits remains. This notion seems utterly implausible. Fate spirits are manifestations of extreme destiny, with varying fates giving rise to different fate spirits. While common belief holds that fate spirits can substitute for life, they can also usurp life. Your fate spirit exhibits such signs. Its aura is chaotic, and between its brows lies a ghostly eye, seemingly having devoured reincarnated spirits. Of course, these details are secondary. What truly matters is that any fate spirit exhibiting such signs should not be judged by conventional wisdom. They develop their own thoughts. If you have never wronged it, it has no reason to harm you. Why not trust it this once? Lu Banshan's words conveyed a perspective akin to that of an enlightened individual, viewing all beings, spirits, birds, beasts, flora, and fauna, without a moral dichotomy. All existence originates from nothingness, and only through the entanglement of cause and effect do changes arise. This realm of understanding starkly contrasted with my own and Lu Banshan's. When we previously deliberated on exchanging fate's spirit tablets to prevent betrayal, it seemed rather narrow-minded and petty. Even if it is a spirit, if you have never wronged it, why not trust it wholeheartedly this one time? Very well, I shall proceed as you advise. Time flew by as I hesitated no longer, incinerating all the dolls in the room and tearing off a portion of my sleeve. Fate spirit, I find myself in dire straits today. If you can guide me out, I vow to ensure your peace for eternity. I remain uncertain whether the specter can comprehend my words. It reveals no expression nor speaks, merely entwining my arms with its obsidian hair and leading me forth into the unknown. Should I truly entrust my fate to a phantom? I glanced at the specter ahead and then at the girl in the crimson dress who had inexplicably perched upon my shoulder. At this juncture, my choices were undeniably limited. Ascending the ladder, I pushed open the concealed passage to the outside world, shutting my eyes as I crawled through. A piercing laughter echoed in my ears. As if something loomed beside me, I concentrated, resolute in my determination not to open my eyes. I fashioned a makeshift blindfold from a folded sleeve, raising my hands to yield to the pull of the dark tresses guiding my path. Chapter 238. Midnight at 12 and closing my eyes. I felt as though I had severed my perception, losing a degree of control over the external environment, which ignited an instinctive response within me to brace for any unforeseen peril, a manifestation of humanity's innate self-preservation. With my eyes covered, I followed the specter step by step. Heeding Lu Banshan's counsel, I resolved to place my trust in the specter, surrendering my life and death to its care. The air was filled with eerie cries and unfamiliar laughter, quickening my heartbeat and constricting my breath, my muscles taut with tension. Several times, I nearly succumbed to the urge to tear off the blindfold. In darkness, one feels particularly powerless, every whisper of wind or rustle of leaves instilling terror. I remained oblivious to whether the specter would lead me into an abyss, unaware of what stood beside me on either side. Compelled only by the sensations transmitted through my arms to press onward, unable to open my eyes or turn back. Once my eyes were closed, time seemed to slow. It felt as though I had wandered for an eternity, akin to a lonely soul adrift in the underworld. In the darkness, the rhythm of my heartbeat grew alarmingly distinct, resembling a chaotic drumbeat. My body stiffened, as if an unseen weight bore down upon me, or perhaps countless intangible hands sought to drag my spirit away. The sound of footsteps never ceased until the force gripping my arms gradually waned and ultimately vanished. Spectre? I received no reply, left standing in uncertainty. Spectre? I called out again, urgency lacing my voice, yet silence prevailed. In the darkness, the unknown terror surged like the tide rising at the shore, gradually engulfing me. Raising my hand, I grasped the sleeve that covered my eyes. After a moment's hesitation, I feared that upon opening my eyes, I would find myself surrounded by a multitude of phantoms, or worse, witness the specter baring its fangs in a menacing display, vivid and horrific images flashing through my mind. My fingertips brushed against the torn sleeve, and I gradually exerted pressure. I could not evade forever. Eventually, I must confront my reality. With a swift motion, I tore away the sleeve, and my vision was met with a constellation of glimmers, light emitted from the screens of the underworld showcase. Before me stood a wall adorned with wallpaper. I found myself at the exit of the labyrinth, my feet resting upon a depression, the mark I had made with a crowbar to prevent losing my way before entering. I had emerged, all my fears transformed into exhilaration. Yet doubt crept back into my heart. Where was the specter? Instinctively, I turned to look, discovering a frail, emaciated youth standing just a step behind me. The very distance that separated the inner labyrinth from the outside world. It was my first encounter with the visage of the Bungurt, a strikingly handsome young man, nearly my height, and almost entirely transparent. His long, black hair, which was once wrapped around him, now billowed behind him, entwined with every mirror, as if the cracks engraved within them were entangled with the terrifying, ghastly reflections of the specters. The scene before me was shocking. The black hair seemed to crawl across the entire labyrinth, binding all the lost souls within. Was it possible for one to stand alone against the myriad of souls inhabiting this maze? The apparitions within the enchanted mirror maze sought to escape, but were firmly restrained by the Mingoi. Both sides were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. A struggle more critical than life and death, for the losing side would face the obliteration of their very essence, losing even the right to exist as a ghost. How could I assist you? Witnessing this, I felt an inexplicable sense of guilt for my prior doubts. Lu Banzian, how can I aid in its liberation? Gazing at the live stream, the Bingard's situation appeared grim. Although individual spirits were frail, the sheer number of them in the maze was overwhelming. Beneath Qingqing Mountain, Lu Banzian, you cannot assist it, since it has chosen to follow you. This is its destined calamity. Surviving means entering the realm of spirits. Perishing means disintegration into oblivion. Your fate is far too convoluted. Attempting to intervene, regardless of the path, Buddhist, demonic, or ghostly, requires enduring trials. This contradicts your earlier assertion. Did you not say that as long as I kept my eyes shut, the spirits would not harm me? Indeed, they have refrained from attacking you. All the pressure has been borne by the memory. This ghostly being possesses a certain intrigue. Yet, do not be overly burdened by guilt. This is not entirely detrimental for it. Cultivating a ghost is 100-fold more challenging than practicing the Tao. Its rapid ascension in realm may lead to an unstable foundation. Encountering this tribulation serves to temper its being. Should it prevail, the perfection of its ghostly form is imminent. What must I do to assist it? Controlling the spirits requires a soul-controlling doll. If your conscience weighs heavily, simply destroying the medium will alleviate its burden. The second floor of the haunted house is filled with dolls. Very well, I shall incinerate that place today. Looking down at my phone, I noticed that Ingort traversing the labyrinth with a swath of black cloth, taking the most direct route, far quicker than my exploration with a map. There was just over a minute until midnight. Yet, I cared not for the tasks of the underworld showcase. Aiding the Mingord in its escape was my singular focus. Wait here. I will surely help you break free. I was driven to desperation by the living, yet it was this ghostly being that risked its life to save me. A profound irony that altered some of my deeply entrenched beliefs. Who declared that vengeful souls are malevolent? Who said that fierce ghosts must harm others? This ghostly figure, terrifying in appearance and imbued with an air of wickedness, was 1,000 times better than those impeccably dressed, superficially kind-hearted individuals wearing hypocritical masks. Casting a deep glance at the Bingay, whose form was fading, growing increasingly ethereal and translucent, I gritted my teeth and turned, racing out of the enchanted mirror maze, sprinting towards the haunted house. The amusement park was devoid of visitors in the deep of night. The echoes of laughter had faded, leaving behind a silence as oppressive as death and an inescapable sense of desolation. The amusement rides loomed like silent beasts, watching me as I dashed down the street. Perhaps curious whether this swift shadow was human or ghostly, I made my way directly to the haunted house, but fate had other plans. Just a short distance from my escape, a figure suddenly emerged from the corner. Dressed in tattered clothing and barefoot, he appeared deranged. Move aside. I swiftly brandished the iron pliers, my demeanor somewhat menacing. Hurry, let us depart. The figure before me was the old beggar I had encountered prior to entering the amusement park, who had taken my money and urged me to leave. At this moment, after the park's closure, he suddenly appeared, incessantly murmuring the same phrase, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Step aside. Though I was eager to move on, I had no intention of resorting to violence against an elderly man. However, to my surprise, my restraint only encouraged the beggar. He seized my arm and pulled me toward the side resting area. Where do you intend to drag me? I protested, realizing this was not the direction of the park's entrance. As I contemplated whether to resist, my eyes inadvertently fell upon the broadcasting tower behind the resting area. This building itself was inconsequential, yet at the foot of its steps stood a woman with a bleeding arm, struggling to lean against the wall. Her casual attire was stained with blood, and despite her pale complexion, a hint of resilience shone through. Tian Ningxiang. I stood frozen, allowing the beggar to tug at me, my gaze reflecting a tumult of emotions, hesitation, suspicion, and confusion. Tian Ningxiang, ascending the steps, spotted me amid the darkness of the park. Her eyes remained vibrant. She opened her mouth, seemingly summoning all her strength to exclaim, "Quick, go save ye." Her voice echoed far, coinciding with the tolling of the midnight bell from the park's clock tower. The 12 somber chimes reverberated through the air, imparting an eerie atmosphere, as if the realm of the living had drawn to a close, giving way to the revelry of the deceased. As the final chime faded, the towering Ferris wheel in the northern part of the park began to turn, reminiscent of daylight, yet devoid of illumination, casting a foreboding presence akin to a colossal beast awakening from slumber. I wrenched my arm free from the beggar's grasp, clutching the iron pliers as I approached Tian Ningxiang. Are you all right? What has happened to Yi? I halted a few meters away, scrutinizing her intently, my gaze sweeping from her head to her feet. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to my memories, stunningly beautiful and seemingly unaltered. Where is Yi? I inquired, my expression impassive, concealing my inner turmoil as I stood at a distance, my focus sharply attuned to her every movement. During the parade, chaos had erupted when a child fell amidst the crowd, and I had attempted to rescue him. Tian Ningxiang's countenance was etched with regret at that moment. A clown with balloons had passed by, inadvertently causing the child's tumble. I remained silent, furrowing my brow as I tightened my grip on the pliers. Tell me, where is Yi? It appeared that the clown had taken her, making him the prime suspect. The woman before me pressed her hand against her injured arm, her expressions and actions mirroring those of the person I remembered. Yet, despite these similarities, I could not ascertain why she had only now appeared at the broadcasting tower. Despite my repeated announcements before the park's closure, I was in hot pursuit of the clown when I heard your broadcast, but I could not let him escape. Tian Ningxiang justified, her explanation seeming plausible at first glance. What has caused your injury? At this moment, Tai Ningxiang also perceived my indifferent demeanor and the skepticism in my tone. She gently pressed her hand against her wound, raising her somewhat pale and fatigued face. Have you made other discoveries? Why are you so guarded against me? The specter of death continued to engage in a tug-of-war with the lingering souls, leaving me with little time. Yet, I could not approach Tai Ningxiang recklessly. If she was an imposter, the closer I got, the more perilous my situation would become. What happened to your injury? And what transpired during your disappearance? Do not conceal anything. Tell me everything. Gao Jian. My rapid speech and vigilant gaze elicited an inexplicable pang of sorrow in Tai Ningxiang. Yet she understood the urgency of the situation and refrained from behaving as she usually would. I was pursuing a clown. He seemed intent on leading me in circles within the amusement park, deliberately stalling for time. Whenever I was on the verge of catching up, he would suddenly vanish into a building, and just as I was about to abandon my search, he would reappear, leaving me with nothing but his retreating figure. Eventually, I chased him to the haunted house, which had not yet closed for the night, yet it was eerily deserted. Did you sustain your injury at the entrance of the haunted house? I recalled the door to the underground third theme, stained with droplets of blood, and remarked casually. Tai Ningxiang nodded, affirming, indeed, there was more than one assailant. As soon as I entered the haunted house, I was attacked by two individuals. One was dressed in a white coat, resembling a doctor, likely a staff member of the haunted house. Upon hearing this, my suspicions regarding Tai Ningxiang diminished. The bloodstains on the door lock were an incidental discovery rather than a deliberate trap set by the assailants. So how did you come to be at the broadcast station now? I found it difficult to rescue Yi alone. I needed your assistance. So I tried to find you at the broadcast station. And how do you wish for me to assist you? Come with me to the underground of the haunted house. Yi is likely hidden there. The haunted house was already my intended destination, conveniently aligned with her path. Though I remained uncertain if she was indeed the Tai Ningxiang I knew, I slowly approached her, placing down the iron clamp in my hand. Let me see your wound. Gently lifting Tai Ningxiang's arm, I observed that the injury was somewhat deep, a gash inflicted by an axe, and it was not surprising that arterial blood gushed forth. Is this truly Tai Ningxiang? The unique fragrance wafting from her drew my gaze to the brilliant jade pendant at her chest. Heart's Harmony Jade. The jade, a spiritual essence of mountain stones, is difficult to counterfeit. Yet, this was the most peculiar aspect. Why, though Tai Ningxiang bore the same Heart's Harmony Jade, did I not feel any discomfort? Might it be that only in the face of life and death crises would such a warning manifest? Images from the surveillance footage flashed through my mind, capturing a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Tai Ningxiang, but with a distinctly odd expression at the exit of the labyrinth. Gao Jian, have you encountered something strange as well? In response to Tai Ningxiang's inquiry, I chose to sidestep the weighty matters and spoke only of trivialities. I truly worried for Yi's safety, yet the matter of the specter of death could not be neglected. For now, I could not discern the authenticity of the person before me, So I pressed forward alongside her towards the haunted house. Let us hurry. We must move swiftly. No sooner had we taken a few steps away from the broadcast station than the old beggar intercepted me once more, his expression frantic and anxious, as if some monumental event were about to unfold in mere minutes. We must hurry. The old beggar attempted once more to grasp my hand, yet I, apprehensive of the specter, not only evaded his advance with a wave, but also managed to restrain him with a hold. You have persistently urged me to depart. What ulterior motives lie behind your insistence? What role do you play in this midnight paradise, erected upon a graveyard? Could it be that you are an accomplice to the jester? I tightened my grip on the old beggar's wrist, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet he continued to shout incessantly, "Hurry and leave! Hurry and leave!" Each utterance felt like a death knell, instilling an inexplicable fear within me. My countenance darkened, yet my hands remained unyielding. The elder's identity must surely be suspect. His behavior has consistently resembled that of a victim. Who are you truly? As I twisted his wrist, the pressure intensified, and the old beggar's expression finally shifted to one of silence. "Stop it, Gao Jian," Tai Ningxiang interjected, pulling me away. "Calm down. You're overreacting. There's no need to be so harsh with an elderly man." The moment I released my grip, the old beggar glanced back, his eyes suddenly filled with an unresolvable terror, and he hurriedly fled barefoot into the broadcast station. Stop. The old beggar's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. I could not afford to disregard it. From the moment I entered the amusement park, I sensed something amiss about him, but I had yet to uncover the crucial evidence. Once I extricate myself from this peril, I shall ascertain the secrets he harbors. The situation escalated in urgency, yet just as I was about to approach the haunted house, Tai Ningxiang unexpectedly seized me. "What are you doing?" In this amusement park, I found myself devoid of anyone I could trust completely, including Tai Ningxiang herself. I regarded her with wariness as she pointed towards the haunted house, indicating that something was emerging from within. We should temporarily take cover. Following her gaze, I beheld several figures standing at the entrance of the haunted house. They were tall and slender, their bodies resembling bamboo stalks, leaning at an odd angle. Why would there still be individuals emerging from the haunted house at such a late hour? Though Tai Ningxiang tugged me towards the broadcast station, my gaze remained fixated on the haunted house. My vision surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing me to perceive details that Tai Ningxiang could not. At that moment, those standing at the door of the haunted house were clad in white garments, barefoot like the old beggar, and they stood silently, not uttering a word. After a few moments, more figures emerged from the haunted house, their numbers steadily increasing, sending a chill down my spine. What manner of individuals are they? Where do they come from? The more closely I scrutinized, the more terror enveloped me. These emaciated beings appeared as though a gust of wind could scatter them, each bearing a doll on their back. The dolls resembled those I had encountered in the second floor of the haunted house and in the labyrinth below. Why do they carry dolls upon their backs? My question soon found its answer, as a woman emerged from the haunted house. Her skin was smooth and pale, reminiscent of moonlight. Initially, she faced away from me, and I could only see the doll on her back, which bore a distinguishing mark, a black mole on its cheek. Such a familiar sensation washed over me. As the woman slowly turned her head, a surge of alarm coursed through me. Her ordinary features, fair complexion, and that conspicuously prominent black mole, Li Man. Her lifeless body still lingered within the labyrinth, and it was I who gently closed her unwillingly unyielding eyes. Should not the deceased remain in death, yet they reappear in the realm of paradise? No, they are not human. I glanced at the mobile live stream in the Underworld showcase, where viewers were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the identities of this peculiar group. A comment from Lu Banzian caught my attention. Beneath Qingxing Mountain, these are all souls imprisoned, unable to reincarnate. The paradise you inhabit is no ordinary place. It is likely a cycle of life and death, a grand array that severs the ties of fate. Chapter 240, The 9 Evils Transforming Shadows. A cycle of life and death, severing the ties of fate? I found myself perplexed by Lu Banxian's commentary. "Gao Jian, come here quickly." My arm was gripped tightly by Tai Ningxiang, and before I could finish reading Lu Banxian's message, she forcibly pulled me into the broadcasting station. All the doors of the 3-story building were firmly shut, and the old beggar was knocking on each door with surprising agility for someone of his age. It seemed he sought refuge within the confines of a room. Tai Ningxiang pondered the old man's intentions, holding on to me tightly. Shall we also search for a hiding place? After the broadcasting station was closed, All entrances and windows had been securely locked. I had witnessed Li Man locking the door before departing. Don't waste your efforts. We must restrain that beggar and prevent him from wandering. Hiding indoors seemed impractical. So Tai Ningxiang and I seized the beggar and darted to the corner of the third floor of the broadcasting station. This location was conveniently obscured by the staircase, rendering us invisible from outside. I instructed Tai Ningxiang to hold the beggar down while I distanced myself from them, crouching on the stairs, vigilant of our surroundings, and conferring with Lu Banzian on our escape plan. My young friend, those motionless figures were indeed souls without a doubt. They bear their respective curse dolls, manipulated by an unseen force, and are likely to commit heinous acts against their will. Could you refrain from using so many idioms, half-sage? The souls may not last much longer. My initial plan had been to incinerate the dolls within the haunted house, but the adversary proved to be more cunning than I had anticipated. The orchestrator was remotely controlling the souls, resurrecting those entombed beneath the earth for an unknown duration. Though they lacked self-awareness and posed no direct threat to humans, the sheer accumulation of these spirits could result in a qualitative change, weakening one's fortune and extinguishing the inner fire of vitality. Beneath Qingqing Mountain, the opponent you face is no ordinary malevolent practitioner. If I am not mistaken, they are proficient not only in ghostly arts and curses, but also in formations, talismans, and feng shui. It baffles me how an ordinary individual like yourself could provoke such a formidable foe. Your worlds should have remained entirely separate. I am no paragon of virtue, but these fiends murder and exploit without remorse. They deserve to be eradicated. What need is there for justification when confronting such malevolence? Well said. From the very first time I watched your stream, I sensed you were no ordinary person skilled in the art of demise. Upon concluding this comment, Lu Banzian shifted focus. In which direction does your current location lie in relation to the city? Have any significant events transpired here 5 or 10 years ago? What structures once occupied this land? Lu Banxian's inquiries came in rapid succession, and I answered truthfully. The New Century Happy Park is situated in the eastern outskirts of Jiangqing. 5 years ago, it was a bustling amusement park, and a decade prior, it was likely a mass grave. To the east, this arrangement poses significant issues. Please adjust your perspective so that I may observe the entire environment and layout of the amusement park. Can you truly deduce everything merely by gazing at a screen? I am aware of Lu Banxian's extraordinary abilities, yet he is merely observing from Qingqing and can only grasp the essence through a limited view. It is essential to understand that the practice of feng shui is of utmost importance. Typically, seasoned geomancers carry compasses and traverse every locale to ascertain auspiciousness and misfortune. Nevertheless, my family, the Lu clan, has been renowned for our mastery of feng shui for over a century. Today, let me broaden your horizons. With my mobile device, I ascended to the rooftop of the third floor, rotating the screen to capture and broadcast the entire park's layout. As Lu Banzian observed, I noticed that the once immobile spirits began to stir, aimlessly wandering within the amusement park, casting eerie shadows throughout the premises. This time, I am relying entirely on you, Banzian. I have yet to uncover the true nature of the beggar and Tai Ningxiang, and I find myself devoid of trustworthy companions. My only recourse lies with the viewers in the live stream. Lu Banzian, you mentioned that 5 years ago, this place was a thriving amusement park? How could a park built atop the resting place of the deceased bring joy to the living? The construction here must have been a conspiracy from the very beginning. The park, situated in the eastern part of the city, associated with the Azure Dragon, is a folly to believe one could suppress the dragon's tail with such a frivolous establishment. Better for the Azure Dragon to soar to great heights than for the White Tiger to look back upon this place, teeming with vengeful spirits. If I am not mistaken, there must be numerous towering edifices in the western part of the city, correct? Upon Lu Banxian's remark, I reflected and indeed recalled that the Jiang family's Century New Garden is located in the western part of the city, with its main building standing 26 stories tall, firmly overshadowing Jiangqing's Dragon Head. However, how shall I resolve this predicament? Surely, I cannot resort to demolishing the western skyscrapers. Lu Banzian, any feng shui is not established in an instant, especially in a locale capable of harboring numerous malevolent spirits. Merely relying on 1 or 2 malevolent spots is utterly insufficient. You have just unveiled the entire layout of the amusement park. I can now clearly convey that this place is a man-made feng shui grand formation. From its inception, the park was not intended for profit. Rather, It aimed to harness the vitality of the living during the day to suppress the local yin energy, gradually consuming it for its own purposes. The adversaries covet the sinister energy of the mass grave, yet fear inciting the wrath of the 100 ghosts by recklessly disturbing the graves, hence devising this opportunistic stratagem. You claim this locale constitutes a man-made feng shui grand formation? As I scrutinize the amusement park, I discern no peculiarities. It all appears to be ordinary structures and entertainment facilities. Lu Banzian, your ignorance of feng shui renders you unable to perceive the lurking dangers. Were I to approach this place within a 10-mile radius, I would refrain from stepping foot here. The gathering of yin energy as malevolence within the park reveals, upon a cursory glance, approximately 9 malevolent spots. The first of these malevolent spots lies at the double doors of the park, flanked by a bridge that resembles an arrow drawn back, poised to strike. It is akin to a scythe poised to sever. This malevolence is known as the scythe malevolence, which could invoke calamities and diminish fortune. The entrance directly faces an artificial lake, its surface shimmering beautifully. However, this lake is aligned with the rest area, and the light reflected upon the water's surface creates a dazzling glow that can dull the mind and induce a state of confusion. This is known as the reflection malevolence. Behind the lake, a web of pipes stretches forth, a main trunk branching into 1,000 tendrils, resembling a colossal centipede. Upon entering, one cannot shake the ominous feeling it evokes, akin to 100 feet clawing at the heart, a phenomenon known as the centipede malevolence. Venturing further into the artificial mountain, the construction of tunnels in itself is not inherently disastrous. However, the calamity lies in the fact that an observation deck has been erected atop the tunnel, which traverses the heart of the dwelling, resulting in a typical heart-piercing malevolence. The most severe threat resides within the amusement park's Ferris wheel. This structure embodies the lone peak malevolence. Irrespective of its position, it stands solitary, without any surrounding support. The ancient adage warns that winds may blow upon the head, burdening descendants with grief. The architect of this edifice harbored malevolent intentions, seeking to gather negative energies by forcibly tapping into the fortunes of the living, indifferent even to the potential of visitors enduring generational misfortune. There are several similar malevolent sites scattered throughout. However, I shall refrain from detailing each one. Remarkably, there exist 9 such malevolent sites within the park, coupled with the spectacle of wandering spirits after midnight. This feng shui arrangement bears a striking resemblance to an exceedingly sinister formation I recall. I humbly request guidance from the sage. I am genuinely impressed by Lu, the sage, whose seemingly ordinary observations have unveiled an abundance of hidden intricacies within the architecture. The individual responsible for the park's construction was no simpleton. He possessed profound knowledge of feng shui, ingeniously crafting a grand formation through architectural malevolence without reliance on talismans or focal points. Beneath Qingqing Mountain, Lu aptly names this configuration the 9 malevolent transformations of yin feng shui. Technically, it does not constitute a formation in the strictest sense. Dismantling it is not an insurmountable task. One merely needs to disrupt any singular malevolent site. However, the grand formation is currently active, making it virtually impossible for the average person to penetrate. Only those entwined with negative energies or who have recently encountered malevolent entities may have a fleeting chance to infiltrate the array. Lu's intentions are clear. He can offer no direct assistance, only distant counsel. Is it sufficient to disrupt just one? I pondered, secretly straightening to gaze at the silently rotating Ferris wheel in the night. If I were to halt its motion, would that not momentarily impede the operation of the grand formation? Chapter 241. Underground of the haunted house beneath Qingqing Mountain, Lu's approach addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. Even if the formation ceases for a few moments, what of it? You cannot extricate yourself, and the spirits will not dissipate. Heeding my advice, do not allow the spirits to discover your presence. Though they lack formidable power, once ensnared, they tend to accumulate like a snowball, growing increasingly perilous. Lu fears my impulsiveness. Yet, I find myself with limited options. Rest assured, shutting down the Ferris wheel to halt the grand formation is merely my trump card, one I shall not play until absolutely necessary. I commit the architectural layout of the amusement park to memory as I descend the stairs. An old beggar hides in the corner, clutching his tattered clothing, his eyes darting, murmuring to himself. Have you made any discoveries? I inquire. Iron Ningxiang has hastily bandaged her arm wound with her garment, clad only in a simple fitted tank top that accentuates her exquisite proportions, perfectly embodying the golden ratio. The outlook is grim, she replies. I scan her makeshift bandaging technique, which closely resembles the first aid methods employed at the police station. Presently, I remain uncertain of her authenticity, whether she has been replaced. Yet, her behavior aligns with my memories, devoid of any conspicuous inconsistencies. You lost the clown in the haunted house and fell into an ambush. I too have traversed the haunted house, where the passage to the underground third theme was locked by chains. There are few places within the park that can conceal individuals. If EE is indeed alive, she is likely hidden beneath the haunted house. Let us embark on our journey now. The longer we linger, the more dreams may entangle us. The likelihood of us rescuing E together will significantly increase. Tai Ningxiang, unfazed by the wound on her arm, was solely preoccupied with E's safety, a reaction that resonates with my impression of her character. The opponent has laid a trap, eagerly awaiting our unsuspecting descent into it. Have you considered how you would respond if they were to leverage E's life against you? Would you be willing to stake your own life as a wager? After I voiced my concerns, Tai Ningxiang fell silent for a moment. This was precisely what I feared, hence my need for your assistance. Should circumstances escalate to that critical juncture, I implore you to seize the opportunity to rescue E and flee without hesitation. As for me, you need not worry. Their target has always been me. I shall not evade my duty, for I am a police officer. Self-sacrifice? Only someone with Tai Ningxiang's character could utter such sentiments. Raised in a family of law enforcement, she has been instilled with a sense of honor from an early age. I maintained a neutral demeanor, my emotions barely fluctuating, neither rejecting nor offering her comfort. Very well, let us proceed. I have previously observed the distribution of the spirits within the park. They predominantly congregate along the main thoroughfare, and utilizing the side paths will allow us to evade them effectively. Upon realizing this, I turned and walked away without uttering another word. Tai Ningxiang, clutching the jade pendant on her chest, seemed poised to speak further, yet the words remained unvoiced. I witnessed this scene unfold through the mobile stream, where viewers began to express their sympathy for the female officer. However, I knew I must remain composed, refusing to let external voices and emotions cloud my judgment. For I understood that there was more than one Tai Ningxiang in this park. The old beggar did not hinder my progress this time. He huddled in the corner of the staircase, cradling his head, seemingly terrified. As I descended the stairs, I took advantage of the moment when the spirits had just drifted past, and with Tai Ningxiang, I crept toward the haunted house along the periphery of the entertainment facilities. Gao Jian, do you not find that old man peculiar? Clearly, he has encountered such circumstances before. Why does he not react to the outside world? Even if he wishes to keep his knowledge concealed, he could easily leave this place and seek refuge elsewhere, rather than live in constant fear. Tai Ningxiang's voice was barely above a whisper, yet I absorbed every word. In truth, at that moment, a significant portion of my attention was focused on her. The woman beside the spirits instilled in me a greater sense of unease than the apparitions themselves. I had yet to decipher the beggar's identity, yet he seemed benign. Prior to each visitor's entry into the park, he had attempted to dissuade them. Such a figure could hardly be malevolent. As I casually responded to Tai Ningxiang's inquiry, I sprinted through the building's corners, my gaze intermittently sweeping toward the park's tallest structure, the Ferris wheel. Deactivating it could temporarily nullify the grand array, a matter I chose not to disclose even to Tai Ningxiang, as I wished to retain a card up my sleeve. First, we would enter the haunted house to incinerate the remaining dolls, then promptly rendezvous with the spirit of fate. In this live broadcast, the spirit of fate would be my greatest ally. Only by being in its presence could I find solace. At that moment, I suddenly realized that the little girl in the red dress seemed to have vanished from my side. The specific reason eludes me. It could be that I was slain by the mirror specter within the labyrinth, or perhaps it is due to the constraints imposed after midnight when the grand formation operates, rendering me unable to move freely. Another possibility lies in her fear of the presence of Tiexin Xiang, which may deter her from revealing herself. Tiexin Xiang and I took over 10 minutes to evade the malevolent spirits and approach the haunted house. By now, the number of phantoms outside had significantly dwindled, yet a few stubbornly lingered at the entrance. I will distract them. You should enter first. Tiexin Xiang pressed a hand on my shoulder and gestured in a manner reminiscent of a police officer apprehending a suspect. Perhaps it would be better if I went instead. I harbored no trust for the person beside me. Every word she uttered warranted careful scrutiny. Tiexin Xiang, sensing my hesitation, nodded in resignation. Once I draw away these spirits, you must enter the haunted house and find a way to pry open the door to the underground. I concealed my true intentions, testing Tiexin Xiang in the process. Very well. With her agreement, I affixed a talisman to my chest and dashed onto the main thoroughfare. A human possesses 3 flames of yang, ignited atop the head and both shoulders. These flames attract the malevolent spirits. However, those with vibrant yang flames deter phantoms from approaching recklessly, unless a living person invades their territory. I found myself in such a situation, with my yang flames visible, drawing the spirits in a frenzied attempt to extinguish them. To buy time for Tiexin Xiang, I waited until the malevolent spirits encroached within 5 meters before I began my escape, circling the haunted house in a counterclockwise manner, pursued relentlessly as if the spectral soldiers had received orders to take my life. Gao Jian, I heard Tiexin Xiang's voice as she waved her hand, casting several talismans meant for purification and disaster dispelling. Although these talismans were of lesser quality, they were crafted by Lu Jin and bore the mark of the orthodox Taoist master, infused with a modicum of Taoist essence potent enough to intimidate the phantoms. Upon entering the haunted house, I noticed no significant changes except for the opening of the thematic area leading underground. What are the chains on the door? The iron gate lay wide open, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, exuding a chilling aura, poised to consume all. I have no idea. It appears unchanged from my first visit. Tiexin Xiang responded with astonishment, prompting my suspicion. I cast a glance at the 3rd thematic story on the wall and chose not to enter the underground with Tiexin Xiang immediately. Instead, I sprinted toward the 1st thematic area. Having saved my life, I might possess some means of self-preservation. Where are you going? Tiexin Xiang, perplexed, followed closely behind. I offered no explanation, kicking open the wooden door of the 1st thematic area of the haunted house and dashed up to the 5th room on the 2nd floor. Standing at the doorway, the scene within always sends a chill down my spine. Each doll in that room symbolizes a deceased soul, carelessly tossed about, their painted eyes and brows glaring at me from various angles. Tiexin Xiang, closely trailing behind, also beheld the unsettling sight, her fear palpable. Why do I feel as though they are watching us? Your instincts serve you well. These objects indeed harbor malevolent spirits within. The number of dolls in the room had significantly diminished, reduced to half, suggesting that the puppeteer behind it all could not simultaneously control all the phantoms. I retrieved my lighter and picked up a rag doll, ready to ignite it. However, the moment the flame approached, it extinguished itself. After capturing the moment with my phone, I discovered a ghostly visage peering from the doll's back. Its ethereal form, with a serpentine neck, coiled around my arm, determined to extinguish the flame, even at the cost of its own injury. The scorching fire inflicted pain, eliciting a piercing scream that awakened me. Gradually, it seemed as though all the dolls within the room had come to life, rising from the corners and crawling forth. Chapter 242. The furnace. Do you intend to hinder me? The ghost's countenance was ghastly, rendered even more terrifying in the flickering light. Step back, I shouted at Tining Xiang, who stood at the doorway, drawing forth my last suppression talisman. Utilizing this talisman would leave me devoid of any means of self-preservation. Yet the urgency of the situation left me with no alternative. I resolved to be thoroughly prepared for the next live stream. Gritting my teeth, I raised the talisman high, targeting the encroaching specter. I had to incinerate these malevolent spirits to seize my chance for reversal. With the incantation of the 5 directions deities, I commanded the suppression of all things. The dolls drew nearer, crawling across the floor like newborns, invoking a suffocating sense of dread. Gao Jian, these entities, for reasons unbeknownst to me, were approaching at Tai Ningxiang's behest. I dared not hesitate and waved the talisman. A flash of golden light appeared as the 5 directions deities manifested behind me, as if I wielded a monumental seal. Suppress. The talisman descended, contorting the spirits within the small room. Their forms twisted grotesquely, as if an invisible force surged forth. The dolls inching toward the door halted, curling on the ground, their limbs distorted and twitching like convulsing mortals. The suppression talisman hovered before me. I was acutely aware that one cannot overreach and expected not to annihilate all the spirits with a single talisman. This talisman was merely intended to disperse the spirits, allowing me to proceed with my next plan unimpeded. A flame flickered from the lighter, and I set the doll ablaze. Without the protection of the spirits, it ignited swiftly. I crouched down, igniting several more dolls until the fire spiraled out of control, engulfing the room. The air was filled with ghostly wails, and my eyes sparkled in the fiery glow. Once I freed myself from the spirits, I would have a fighting chance. I turned to descend the stairs, only to collide with Tai Ningxiang, who stood silently behind me, arms crossed. Gao Jian, what are you doing? Never mind that. We must rescue Yi from the underground. My suspicion toward Tai Ningxiang lessened. During my fiery endeavor, she was the only one capable of obstructing me. Had she seized the lighter, the consequences would have been dire once the talisman lost its effect and the spirits attacked. Yet, she did not intervene, standing quietly, her eyes reflecting trust, just as they always had. The door leading to the underground's third district had been opened by an unknown hand, clearly harboring hidden dangers. Nevertheless, neither Tai Ningxiang nor I could evade it. This was the adversary's grand scheme, the life and death of Yi, the true identity of the murderer from 5 years ago, and the veracity of Tai Ningxiang's identity. All answers to the enigmas lay within. Let us proceed. As I descended the stairs alongside Tai Ningxiang, I inhaled the faint fragrance that lingered in the air. I understood that doubt could sometimes be a form of harm, yet I had no alternative, even for her safety. I was compelled to proceed. Entering the dimly lit underground passage felt akin to returning to the haunted confines of the Henshan Mental Hospital, where walls adorned with various instruments of torment and photographs of children loomed ominously. The theme of this third haunted house, which I had previously glimpsed on the walls, revolved around a pair of twins. Both sisters were aware of each other's existence, yet the people around them could only perceive the younger sister, rendering them convinced of the elder's madness and leading to her confinement in a mental institution for treatment. The younger sister, who was not mentally ill, was subjected to psychotropic medication and bullying by caregivers. Ultimately, her own physician administered illicit substances and committed a series of vile acts against her. Upon awakening on the frigid corridor, exposed and vulnerable, the younger sister vowed to exact vengeance on all who had wronged her, while her elder sister employed extraordinary means to assist her in enacting retribution. It is said that the theme of this haunted house was inspired by true events. Shortly after their birth, the elder sister tragically passed away, leaving the younger one to survive, but with a fractured mind, seemingly hosting two souls within. The public, mistaking her for a victim of schizophrenia, treated her accordingly, and the series of events she endured in the asylum were indeed factual, albeit with a divergent conclusion. In reality, the perpetrator was solely the younger sister, who shifted all blame onto her sister, yet the authorities still condemned her to a life sentence. The underground structure was inherently sinister, and the haunted house, with minimal modifications, was already profoundly terrifying. I maintained a cautious distance from Tai Ningxiang in the darkness, uncertain whether the sudden chill of a knife would strike from the front or the back. Be careful, I advised. My heightened senses, bolstered by my training, allowed me to adapt to the faint glow emanating from my phone screen without discomfort. However, for Tai Ningxiang, already wounded and wary of her surroundings, it proved exceedingly challenging, forcing her to keep pace with me with effort. Glancing back at the female officer, I noted her fortitude, surpassing that of many men. There was not a trace of fear on her face. She maintained a resolute demeanor throughout. I silently wished that the person in question would not be her, whispering thoughts only I could hear as we ventured deeper into the abyss. The architectural design of this place bore resemblance to that of a mental institution. Yet the winding corridors, crafted to amplify terror and interactivity, were as convoluted as the sewer systems of an ancient city. The area was compact, yet numerous rooms abounded. Soon, Tai Ningxiang and I arrived at the terminus of the haunted house, facing an iron staircase leading down to the second underground level. Shall we descend? I inquired. For a faint glow seemed to emanate from below, accompanied by a pungent odor wafting through the air. Tai Ningxiang raised a finger to her nose, detecting the scent of burning human bones. The aroma of incinerated corpses differed from that of charred bones, a distinction only seasoned detectives could discern. I nodded in acknowledgement, reaching out to touch the staircase covered in black ash, where remnants of shoes belonging to both adults and children were still visible. Let us explore further, I suggested. As we descended the staircase, its ash-laden iron steps feeling precarious beneath our weight, while dim light beckoned from the second level below. These elements appear to be quite unrelated to the haunted house theme. As I cast a cursory glance, my attention was immediately drawn to a massive object resembling a furnace, surrounded by a chaotic scattering of dull mold strewn across the floor. The furnace-like machine was still operational, its interior filled with molten wax. A mold, perhaps? One could easily deduce that the high temperature had heated the wax to a certain degree, which was then poured into the molds to create wax figures. The audacity of these individuals to openly manufacture wax figures beneath a haunted house is truly astonishing. Cautiously, I approached the furnace, where the wax was bubbling, splattering everywhere under the agitation of a horizontal board. Sizzle! A drop of wax splattered onto my arm. At that moment, I had torn off my sleeve to cover my eyes, and now that drop had landed squarely on my flesh. The scalding wax seeped directly into my skin, causing a sharp pain, though there was no blood. I wiped away the wax, and, upon closer inspection, noticed some unmelting bone remnants and various indistinguishable parts within the furnace. The machine was still running. They could not have gotten far. Finally, I was about to confront the masterminds behind this operation. And this night's endeavors had led me to this moment. Be cautious. Tai Ningxiang voluntarily stepped ahead of me, embodying the style of her role as the head of the criminal investigation team, leading from the front. I silently observed her figure, still hesitant to draw any conclusions. The underground level of the haunted house was much like that of the maze, serving as a small workshop. However, while the maze's basement primarily focused on oil extraction from wax, this space melted candles to pour into molds for creating wax figures. The subterranean structure was quite expansive, containing not only the central workshop but also 7 or 8 rooms of unknown purpose, along with 2 or 3 corridors leading deeper underground. As Tai Ningxiang moved ahead, she appeared to enter a crime scene, her actions professional, earnest, and cautious. She opened 6 doors in succession, only to find them filled with molds and nothing of significance. However, when the two of us pushed open the 7th door, we were both startled by what lay within. The small room was adorned with numerous finely crafted masks hanging from the walls, each resembling a real human face. Why had the perpetrator created so many masks? Stepping inside, I casually picked one up, noting its peculiar texture, then brought it to my nose to sniff, my expression gradually darkening. What's wrong? Tai Ningxiang sensed something amiss as she entered the room, assuming these were merely ordinary rubber masks. I shook my head, struggling to articulate. It seems to be human skin. Chapter 243. Tai Ningxiang Human Skin. Tai Ningxiang reached out, removing one of the masks from the wall, rubbing it between her fingers, and then, with a shaky composure, confirmed it had indeed undergone preservation treatment. There was no doubt, it was human skin. I replaced the skin mask back on the wall, stealing glances at Tai Ningxiang's every move. The human skin mask could only disguise appearance. It could not alter physique or voice, and surely, one would not be foolish enough to use a human skin mask to impersonate Tai Ningxiang. As I wandered within the room, I discovered a partition resembling a studio, but the workbench was stained with blood, and the so-called tools sent a chill down my spine. There were specialized solutions for treating biological skin, custom polishing and waxing machines, and an assortment of scissors and tweezers of various sizes. The perpetrator was indeed a thoroughgoing pervert. This set of tools is unattainable even on the black market, only available through exorbitantly priced custom orders. The mere thought of him experimenting with these intricate instruments on living beings or corpses sends a shiver down my spine. The existence of human skin masks is indeed a reality. It appears my conjectures from 5 years ago were not unfounded. The murderer must not be acting alone. His accomplices have likely infiltrated the police department, as they seem to possess intimate knowledge of every police operation's timing and location. This would explain how the perpetrator flawlessly evaded the police's extensive dragnet comprised of thousands of officers, only to be apprehended by me, a mere intern who had strayed from my assigned post. The killer possesses remarkable skills in disguise and is adept at manipulating mirror illusions, indicating a profound understanding of such phenomena. I refrained from touching the items on the table, as each object seemed to resonate with the anguished cries of vengeful spirits. Let's explore other rooms. Accompanied by Tai Ningxiang, we exited the suffocating chamber under the watchful gaze of the human skin masks. The machines continued to hum, and the press was not excessively hot, suggesting it had not been in operation for long. The individual who activated the machinery had likely not ventured far. I cast a glance down the dimly lit corridor, which twisted and turned, its complexity obscuring the destination. Superficially, there appeared to be no discernible differences. Be cautious. There is more than one killer, I warned. Tai Ningxiang took the lead, fully aware of my suspicions regarding her, yet she did not inquire about my reasoning. Instead, She entrusted her safety to me, willingly shouldering the most perilous task of scouting ahead. I was reminded of my time with Jiang Fei during the live broadcast at Henshan Mental Hospital, where I was always the one forging the path, while Jiang Fei would cower behind me like a frightened canary. This is precisely what sets Tai Ningxiang apart from other women. Every time Tai Ningxiang exhibited such bravery, I found myself reflecting on her uniqueness. She is irreplaceable in my memory. However, I must never underestimate my adversaries, especially considering they include Luxing and the murderer from 5 years ago. Their actions cannot be predicted by conventional reasoning. My desire to rescue Tai Ningxiang and Yi has rendered me particularly vigilant. If I were to falter or misjudge, it would not only endanger me, but also Tai Ningxiang, Yi, and even Xiaofeng. I apologize. It is not a matter of distrust, but I must bear responsibility for everyone involved, I murmured quietly, ensuring only I could hear. As Tai Ningxiang and I entered the first corridor, we had not ventured far when the sound of chains clattering to the ground echoed around the corner, followed by the distinct noise of someone running down the hallway. The footsteps were chaotic, and both Tai Ningxiang and I halted, pressing ourselves against the wall, peering into the depths of the corridor. It seemed someone was being pursued, their frantic movements drawing closer to us. Who could it be? Luxing? The clown? Gripping the iron claw like a wolf closing in on its prey, I concentrated, my heartbeat synchronizing with the sound of the approaching footsteps. My dark eyes fixated on the corner. And then it appeared. The first to emerge from the corner was a girl's shoe, followed by a blood-stained calf, her pants marred by multiple tears and caked in mud. Soon, her upper body revealed itself from behind the corner, adorned in a clean yet tattered garment, the torn neckline exposing her tender skin beneath. Her youthful face, untouched by the harshness of the world, was suffused with terror. That innocent visage now evoked a profound sense of pity. The girl's large eyes glistened with tears, reminiscent of a fawn ensnared by a hunter, embodying a mixture of panic and vulnerability that stirred compassion. The moment she laid eyes on the girl, Tai Ningxiang appeared entranced, her gaze sweeping over every wound on the girl's body, compelling her to approach. "Hey, don't go over there," I called out, striving to maintain the last vestige of calm. Upon reflection, the timing and location of Di's appearance seemed exceedingly suspicious, likely a trap set by the adversary. I reached out to grasp Tai Ningxiang's arm, but she shrugged me off forcefully. The hardened demeanor she had always shown shattered as she stepped closer to the girl. Strangely, as Tai Ningxiang approached Di, the fear in Di's eyes grew increasingly pronounced. The little girl stood silent, seemingly shrinking back in trepidation. "Di, don't be afraid. Come to your aunt," Tai Ningxiang urged, attempting to soften her tone. However, Di's reaction bewildered everyone. She appeared to recoil in disbelief, distancing herself from Tai Ningxiang. "What's wrong? I'm your aunt," Tai Ningxiang tried to assert, but her words were interrupted by the emergence of another woman around the corner, plunging the dimly lit basement into an eerie silence, the air thickening to the point where even breathing felt laborious. "Di, come back," the woman behind Di instructed, prompting her to instinctively retreat and join the other woman. As their gazes locked, the two women met at the corner, their resemblance astonishing, not only in appearance and voice, but also in their very essence. Is a confrontation about to unfold? I scrutinized the two women before me, both identical Tai Ningxiangs. The Tai Ningxiang who had entered the haunted house with me wore a simple, fitted tank top, her injured arm wrapped in her outer clothing, exuding an air of competence and maturity. In contrast, the Tai Ningxiang standing behind Di also bore an injury, her blood saturating her outer garment, with her hair tied back to staunch the arterial bleeding. Additionally, she bore a shallow wound above her collarbone, as if inflicted by a blade. "Who are you?" They both queried in unison, their timing and pace eerily synchronized, leaving not only Di but also myself in a state of bewilderment. They were so alike, as if they had stepped out of a mirror, making it difficult to distinguish between them. "Aunt." Di turned to the familiar figure, then back at the Tai Ningxiang before her, an indescribable fear creeping into her heart. "Do not fear, your aunt is here." The Tai Ningxiang who had bound her wounds reassured, guarding Di behind her, her vigilance directed at the woman who mirrored her in every way. Her gaze then shifted to me. "Gao Jian, who is she?" "Let go of Di." The Tai Ningxiang who had used her outer clothing to dress her wounds shouted, her eyes betraying a blend of anger and concern. "Di, I am truly your aunt. Think carefully, I brought you here. You mentioned a classmate who gifted you 2 tickets to the amusement park's night event, wanting to come here for fun. How do you know about that? The Tai Ningxiang behind Di was not only well-informed about these details, but articulated them with greater clarity. After several rounds of confrontation, the situation grew increasingly perplexing. The two figures of Tai Ningxiang not only share a striking resemblance, but their demeanor and even their memories seem intertwined. As time trickles away in the enveloping darkness, an inexplicable sense of crisis looms ominously. The scene before me resembles an ever-expanding vortex, threatening to engulf and shatter all who dare to participate. Are their memories truly the same? I find myself frozen in silence, sensing that I grasp something elusive yet unable to seize it. Gazing up at the two Tai Ningxiangs, a wave of unease washes over me, accompanied by a dreadful thought. What if these two are mere imposters, and the true Tai Ningxiang has yet to reveal herself? Chapter 244, Unmasking. Of course, the likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim. To fully impersonate someone is a daunting task, typically requiring an array of specialized tools. In the corridor, the two Tai Ningxiangs continue to confront each other, attempting to uncover inconsistencies in one another's words to validate their authenticity. Their argument escalates fervently, with every topic they discuss intricately tied to EE. Perhaps it is the nature of the participants that clouds their judgment. This particular aspect leaves me perplexed. I, too, nearly lost my way within the labyrinth. The adversary can exploit the mirror ghost to scrutinize memories. This underhanded tactic is exceedingly difficult to defend against. Yet, in my previous conversations with Tai Ningxiang, she made no mention of the labyrinth. If she has not entered it, how could her memories have been stolen? The voices of the two women echo through the corridor, and shadows begin to materialize within the haunted house. I had incinerated half of the cursed dolls on the second floor, yet some had been released by the culprit beforehand, allowing them to escape their doom. Now, as noise reverberates around us, these wraiths hasten toward the depths of the haunted house, as if the gates of the underworld have opened, eagerly seeking rebirth. Enough. I struck the wall with the iron clamp in my hand, hastily organizing the fragments of thoughts swirling in my mind. We must leave this place. It is no longer safe. To my proposal, the two Tai Ningxiangs remained unmoved. Gao Jian, have you considered why the killer would impersonate me? They seek to approach you and strike when you least expect it. I would never harm you, Gao Jian. Trust me. The two of them exchanged words, their dialogue weaving a tapestry of peril that made my head throb with confusion and suspicion, driving me to the brink of madness. I must remain calm. Losing my composure is precisely what the murderer desires. I compelled myself to steady my nerves. This adversary surpasses Lu Xing in depravity, reveling in the malevolence of their actions, treating crime as a game and murder as a source of amusement. The extent of this individual's psychological distortion exceeds that of Lu Xing. Every discussion revolves around EE. And if Tai Ningxiang has not entered the labyrinth, then what of EE? The killer utilized the mirror ghost to acquire memories, excelling in the art of disguise. A spark of inspiration illuminated my mind as I stepped between the two Tai Ningxiangs. I possess a method to discern your authenticity. I hope that you both will respond truthfully. This request for honesty is directed solely at the genuine Tai Ningxiang, as the questions I intend to pose should be unknown to her. Have either of you visited the magic mirror maze in the amusement park? Never. They replied with unwavering certainty. I nodded, proceeding to inquire 5 or 6 more questions pertaining to their daily lives, all sharing a common thread. Most were connected to EE. Their answers were nearly identical, revealing no apparent flaws, and I felt no urgency as I maintained my original pace, seemingly casually posing another question. My first encounter with EE occurred on the midnight number 14 hearse. Do you recall whether the driver of that hearse was male or female? A young man, standing beside EE, was quick to respond, while Tining Xiang, wrapping her arm with her outer garment, stood speechless, unsure of how to reply. For this inquiry, the two women's responses finally diverged. Tining Xiang, unable to answer, appeared pale, desperately racking her brain for a recollection. In contrast, the Tining Xiang who managed to respond also underwent a change in expression, as if she had come to a realization. The truth was finally unmasked. Without hesitation, I seized the iron tongs and charged towards Yi. What are you doing? Gao Jian, stop. Tining Xiang, standing next to Yi, was taken aback by my sudden frenzy. She clutched Yi, attempting to retreat, but I blocked her path, swinging the tongs toward her forehead without an ounce of restraint. Are you mad? She attempted to argue, but I offered her no opportunity, launching an all-out assault. This scene left both Yi and the real Tining Xiang in the corridor astonished. Come help. She is an imposter, I shouted, as I cornered the teeming Siang with her hair tied back, forcing her into a desperate situation. Suddenly, she produced a short knife from behind, pressing its tip against Yi's neck. This action confirmed my suspicion. The genuine teeming Siang would never threaten Yi with a blade. Step back. The teeming Siang, her arm wound tightly, distanced herself from me, her expression undergoing a gradual transformation, her voice growing hoarse. How did you discover that? She regarded me with an intrigued gaze, her eyes resembling those of a venomous serpent. Having discerned the truth, I acted decisively, but alas, it was too late. You possess far too many flaws. Although this scheme is intricately designed, you have committed several glaring errors. Obvious mistakes? I do not perceive any. The woman's countenance began to shift as a delicate cloth doll tumbled from her back. The doll's features were drawn with a water pen, eerily resembling teeming Siang. Your gravest blunder lies in your arrogance, believing yourself to be exceptionally clever, treating the world as your plaything. In reality, you are a fool, relying on sorcery to perpetrate villainy while thinking your stratagem is exquisitely crafted. I spoke to her without reservation. 5 years ago, I had nothing, yet I managed to grasp your tale. Today, 5 years later, it is evident from this scheme that you have made no progress whatsoever. This statement had been bottled up in my heart for 5 years. All the misunderstandings and misfortunes I endured in that time were solely because of this person before me. You wanted to know the reason, did you not? Allow me to elucidate it in detail. My mind raced as all the clues intertwined, fixating on the woman whose appearance was shifting. You are exceptionally skilled at disguise, and with the aid of the mirror ghost, you can acquire others' memories. While this scheme appears seamless, you made a misstep from the very beginning. You intended to lure me into a labyrinth using Li Man and Xiaobei. And to enhance your credibility, you unhesitatingly exposed yourself, allowing the surveillance to capture you disguised as teeming Siang. The teeming Siang I observed in the labyrinth's footage bore a strange demeanor, occasionally reaching for her back. Such bizarre and anomalous behavior naturally raised my suspicions. Reflecting upon that time, it seems you hastily donned the guise of the mirror ghost, which lay upon your back. This marked your initial blunder, revealing to me that there was indeed more than one iron Ningxiang in this paradise. Your second misstep unfolded in the labyrinth's heart, where you employed the corpses of Xiaobei and Li Man to lull me into a false sense of security, before orchestrating a deadly trap in the third chamber, aiming to have the mirror ghost seize my memories or perhaps even extinguish my life. Such meticulous planning, yet alas, your numerous transgressions summoned forth a vengeful spirit, one whom you had ruthlessly slain. Instead of losing my memories, I ventured into the labyrinth's depths and unearthed photographs of a serial murder case from 5 years ago on a rainy night. By the time I emerged from the maze, you had forfeited your initiative and lost the prime opportunity to eliminate me. Of course, I owe a debt of gratitude to Iron Ningxiang. Had she not detained you, preventing you from confronting me, my escape would not have been so facile. With each word I uttered, the woman's countenance darkened as she pressed a blade against Yi's neck, her bones cracking ominously, reminiscent of dislocated joints realigning. When the sound subsided, the woman before me transformed, her stature becoming imposing and her voice resonating with a low, ominous timbre. Indeed, the term shadowy seemed more fitting at that moment. Your third blunder arose just recently. Both you and Iron Ningxiang claimed not to have entered the labyrinth, suggesting that her memories were likely untouched. Yet a contradiction emerged. If her memories were intact, how could you possess such intimate knowledge of her affairs? Initially, this query perplexed me, but as your arguments intensified, I noted that all your rhetoric revolved around Yi, leading me to a bold hypothesis. Although you did not pilfer Iron Ningxiang's memories, you clandestinely peered into Yi's recollections through the mirror ghost. To validate this notion, I posed several inquiries, the last of which Iron Ningxiang could not answer. This secret belonged solely to Yi and myself, entwined with the events of that night concerning Yi's mother. I doubted Yi would confide such matters to her aunt. Upon my utterance, Iron Ningxiang, who had remained by Yi's side, finally shed her facade, rubbing her cheeks and tearing away a thin layer of human skin. Chapter 245. Blood on the Heart. Such a daring conjecture. But to cast aspersions upon a friend based solely on these assumptions, you might lack the standing to reproach me. As she removed the skin mask, Iron Ningxiang, standing behind Yi, underwent a complete transformation. Her frame was now average, her shoulders broader than a woman's, her face smeared with a viscous ointment, rendering her features somewhat indistinct. You accuse me of being a pervert? Are you not one yourself? Maintaining deep suspicion of those closest to you, you wielded that iron claw mercilessly. Did you not fear misjudging and inadvertently slaying the one you cherish most? She discarded the bindings from her arm and shed her outer garments, revealing that the blood and scars beneath were mere fabrications. What troubled me more were the several talismans affixed to her body. These peculiar papers disintegrated into ash upon exposure to light. From these, faceless mirror ghosts, their features erased, emerged. Do you believe I would strike without utmost certainty? I gripped the iron clamp tightly, but after my adversary's swift reaction thwarted my ambush, it became increasingly difficult to seize another opportunity. In order to ensure Yi's safety, I incessantly engaged in conversation, attempting to divert his attention. The vulnerabilities in your scheme are numerous. What appears to be a clever arrangement is merely your own delusion. Your sharp tongue merely happened to strike true by chance. The assailant toyed with a dagger for a moment, seemingly unsatisfied with the notion of simply dispatching the girl. Instead, he opted to grasp Yi's throat with his hand, leaving bruises upon her delicate skin, reminiscent of the marks on Xiaobei's neck within the labyrinth. He also tugged at Yi's hair, and witnessing her suffering, I clenched my teeth, continuously reminding myself to remain calm. Misguided? It appears I have indeed overestimated you. I gradually approached him, speaking softly to distract him. The staircase leading to the underground level of the haunted house was strewn with ashes from the burning, and faint footprints were clearly visible, yet none belonged to Tai Ningxiang. I was familiar with her. I vividly recalled our first encounter at Anshin Inn when I was in a pitiful state, crouching on the ground with my hands on my head, only to hear her voice and turn to see a pair of gleaming police boots. The mastermind wiped the chemical from his face with his clothing, tearing away the thin membrane that had adhered to his lips, revealing a gaping, bloodied mouth beneath. Could she not have entered from another location? The haunted house does not possess a singular entrance. For an outsider, locating a concealed entry within such a time frame is exceedingly difficult, and your flaws extend far beyond this. With each word I uttered, I advanced a step forward, deliberately slowing my movements. The jade pendant around Tai Ningxiang's neck, while not unparalleled in the world, is indeed unique in Jiangcheng. She had assured me that she would never remove it. Standing behind me was the true Tai Ningxiang, adorned with the jade, while the impersonator lacked this cherished ornament, knowing full well that it is difficult to forge. Instead, he opted to carve a shallow wound above the collarbone, creating the illusion of a severed chain and the loss of the pendant. His intention was to manage the details. Yet such a deliberate act only heightened my suspicions. The cut was alarmingly close to the neck. If the assailant had the opportunity to eliminate Tai Ningxiang, why did he not seize it? Merely inflicting a shallow cut to steal the jade? This is utterly illogical. The third point pertains to habitual differences. The method of dressing Tai Ningxiang's injured arm starkly contrasts with yours. You employed hospital emergency techniques, whereas she utilized a method from the police department's internal first aid kit. Are there not numerous such details I need to elucidate for you? With a scoff, I continued. The reason I have consistently doubted the authenticity of Tai Ningxiang is that I overestimated your abilities, believing you had made some progress compared to 5 years ago. Yet, who could have foreseen that you would reveal so many flaws upon your very appearance? As an old adversary, I simply cannot bear to witness this. With your intellect, it would be wiser to refrain from attempting highbrow criminality and instead quietly pursue a path of villainy. Why must you engage in such theatrics? Reducing yourself to the level of a street performer, inviting ridicule? The assailant's expression darkened entirely as he hastily wiped the substance from his face, unveiling his true identity. This ordinary and unremarkable face has occupied my thoughts for a full 5 years. Upon seeing it again, memories from 5 years ago surged like a tide, transporting me back to that cramped chamber. His countenance was dark, his grip on Yi's neck resembling the talons of an eagle, deeply embedded in flesh. How utterly tedious. I had anticipated a more engaging interaction. A dagger pressed against Yi's cheek. He turned and shouted into the depths of the corridor, "Lu Xing, stop hiding." The mere mention of that name caused both Tai Ningxiang and me to furrow our brows. Lu Xing? The iron door creaked open, revealing a face that was half handsome, half grotesque. Clutching his own sharp blade, Lu Xing advanced through the darkness. The dim passageway grew even more oppressive with his presence. His frenzied and deranged gaze fixated upon me, tinged with both mirth and malice. I had long forewarned that one could not deceive him. This individual, despite his undeveloped abilities, dared to defy the Buddha. Did you think he was just an ordinary person? Lu Xing approached but maintained a distance from the other man, indicating a semblance of trepidation towards him. Xiaorun, brother, we've had our fun. Isn't it time to get down to business? Xiaorun. The name sent a jolt through me. 5 years ago, the perpetrator of the rain-soaked serial murders was Xiaorun's brother. He was linked to the dual-faced Buddha. Thus, the motivations behind the heinous acts 5 years ago and Lu Xing's current madness were likely intertwined. Were they both driven by the 8 characters' divine wrath? 5 years prior, I had inadvertently thwarted Xiaorun's plans at the last moment, and now, in this fateful twist, I found myself employed as a host in the underworld showcase, once again stumbling upon the dual-faced Buddha's machinations. My previous encounter with him had made me acutely aware of his capabilities. I did not require your reminder. Xiaorun's demeanor towards Lu Xing was subtly complex, laced with disdain, yet compelled to comply with his commands. This tone did not escape Lu Xing's notice. Yet he remained indifferent, brushing aside Xiaorun's blade and seizing pulling her before him. Gao Jian, it seems we are meeting for the second time. Shall we converse? The notion of negotiation filled me with trepidation. I was uncertain of his intentions. Knowing full well that one could trust only half of what he uttered, complacency could prove fatal. Negotiation hardly aligns with your character. Acknowledging the futility of rescuing I stepped back to stand alongside Tai Ningxiang. Lu Xing erupted into a sinister laugh, the scars on his face quivering grotesquely, a sight that was profoundly unsettling. What can I say? It seems my brother's schemes, which took 5 years to meticulously orchestrate, have been unraveled by your mere blink, thus complicating my forthcoming plans. Forthcoming plans? I pondered every word of Lu Xing's statement. If I had not discerned your intentions in time, what would you have planned? Are you curious? Lu Xing clapped Xiaorun on the shoulder. Brother, disguised as a celestial star, will mislead you, prompting you to unwittingly slay the celestial star. We will document the moment you take the life of your beloved, then allow you to depart, ensuring that this remorse and anguish torment you for a lifetime. Lu Xing's malevolent gaze swept over me and Tai Ningxiang, a chilling reminder of how narrowly Gao Jian had escaped each time. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I scanned the surroundings, mentally plotting an escape route. Luck, I do not share the same sentiment. If you wish to converse, then let us engage in dialogue. When one finds themselves ensnared in the depths of despair, the only hope for survival lies in negotiating with the devil. This transaction could wager numerous stakes, including my very life. Lexing appeared quite satisfied with my response, gradually loosening his grip on Yi's hair. I can return this girl to you, but I require something in exchange. What is it? Lexing's greedy gaze lingered upon Tai Ningxiang. I need a drop of the heart's blood of the star god Sha. A single drop will suffice. The heart's blood of the star god Sha? Tai Ningxiang clearly did not grasp Lexing's intent. She remained unaware of her unique fate, believing Lexing sought to kill her merely for revenge. I stepped forward, subtly positioning myself in front of Tai Ningxiang. The star god Sha is tied to your destiny. Lexing has been covertly gathering individuals with special fates. This is also the reason he abducted Xiaofeng. I only require a drop of heart's blood. Think it through. Tearing your mask will only yield negative consequences for you. Upon finishing his words, Lexing tightened his grip around Yi's neck, the girl resembling a delicate kitten, her complexion paling. Stop. Tai Ningxiang moved forward, pleading, do not harm Yi. I seized her, gripping her arm firmly. This is a trap. Lexing will not let you go so easily. Do not be deceived. Lexing's gaze fixed intently on Tai Ningxiang. Gao Jian, this is not our first encounter. You should be aware of my nature, that I am ruthless in my endeavors. Yet, everything is predicated upon the grand plan of the Buddha. I understand that you are formidable, and you likely possess hidden cards. I cannot fathom your depths, so I merely seek to obtain what I desire. You provide me with the heart's blood of the star god Sha, and I shall return the girl to you. A mutually beneficial arrangement, is it not? Do you think I would trust you? I maintain my composure, my expression serene. You are the most deranged individual I have encountered. I discern no trace of humanity within you. It seems you are the one who has consistently obstructed me, is it not? I am unaware of your motives in collecting the fates of the divine, but they likely pertain to defying destiny. We are kindred spirits. Why must you adopt the guise of a hypocrite? Humanity's qualities? Do not jest. The waters of this world run deep, and I merely wish to survive. Lexing's words carried a weighty implication. His actions appeared far more complex than I had surmised. Following a brief exchange, The dimly lit corridor became the focal point of attention, with several gazes directed toward Tai Ningxiang, the resolute female officer. Lexing's grip tightened further, and Yi gradually lowered her head, stifling her tears. I shall give you 3 minutes to deliberate. Consider carefully. In 3 minutes, should you refuse my terms, I will immediately take this girl's life. Beyond that, each must rely on their own abilities. Outside, there are hundreds of vengeful spirits. I am aware you may possess Taoist talismans, but in a bloody confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Lexing refrained from attacking me directly due to the significant loss he sustained during our last encounter at Century New Garden, which still lingers as a psychological shadow in his mind. In his recollection, those capable of wielding high-level talismans must possess substantial connections and formidable backgrounds, making it reasonable for him to carry some protective talismans. Once again, he had engaged in combat with Lu Jin, depleting his vitality, and I arrived promptly, likely causing him to misconstrue our relationship, believing that Lu Jin and I were allies, as we both wielded the esoteric secrets of the Miaojin Dao. Such misunderstandings led Lu Xing to refrain from annihilating the vengeful spirits, opting instead for negotiation, seeking mutual benefit. 3 fleeting minutes passed, and Lu Xing, with a sinister smile, grasped a dagger, ready to pierce Yi's vulnerable neck. Wait. Tai Ningxiang raised her uninjured hand and gently pushed me aside. I accept your terms. I will provide you with what you desire. Just spare Yi. She is but an innocent child. Do not act foolishly. These individuals will not honor their promises. I implored, but Tai Ningxiang waved her hand dismissively. First, take Yi away. I will hold them off. As I attempted to voice further concerns, Tai Ningxiang surprised me with an unexpected action. Gao Jian, I can only trust you to follow my instructions. She turned, her demeanor calm and composed, taking a slow step towards me, then awkwardly embracing my hands. Take her away. Yi is innocent. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, seemingly infusing my being. I had not anticipated that my first moment of closeness with Tai Ningxiang would occur amidst such a life-and-death situation. Rationally, I assessed that this was the best course of action and nodded slightly in agreement. Thank you. Tai Ningxiang released my hands, facing Lu Xing. What do you wish me to do? With a sudden motion, Lu Xing hurled the dagger before Tai Ningxiang. I see you do not trust me. Drive the blade just above your heart. I require a single drop of freshly spilled blood. Just a drop, and you shall not suffer grievous harm. Then, we will release our grips simultaneously. You will return the dagger to me, and I shall return the girl to you. Lu Xing's proposition appeared devoid of flaws. Each step seemed fair and reasonable. Yet, it was precisely this reasonableness that sparked my suspicion. Lu Xing's character was not one to exhibit such honesty. I sensed something amiss, though I could not discern its nature at that moment. Very well. Tai Ningxiang picked up the dagger, wiping its tip clean. It gleamed, sharp and devoid of poison. What a striking rose, I thought, unable to bear the sight any longer. Qiu Ren stood nearby, his tone sardonic, while Lu Xing grinned silently. Their peculiar demeanor hinted at underlying issues, yet I could not pinpoint their source. My anxiety for Tai Ningxiang consumed my thoughts, and I focused nearly entirely on her. The sharp blade rose to her chest, determination gleaming in her eyes. Remember, you must ensure Yi's safety. After imparting her final words, she pressed the dagger to her heart, gradually piercing her skin. Crimson blood flowed forth. However, it was not the heart's blood Lu Xing sought. The blade remained poised downward, and Tai Ningxiang, drenched in sweat, trembled from the pain, yet remained resolute in silence. Her porcelain skin flushed a deep crimson, and the blood upon the dagger resembled a rose blooming in her heart. As the blood trickled along the blade, Tai Ningxiang withdrew the dagger, bowing slightly. This is the heart's blood you desired. Now release Yi. I supported her, my gaze fixated on the bloody dagger, my heart heavy with unease. We shall release our grips simultaneously. You return the dagger to me, and I will set her free. Lu Xing's voice brimmed with a repressed excitement that felt unsettling. Sister, exercise caution to guard against deception. Tai Ningxiang nodded, and, accompanied by me, slowly approached Luxing, who had a firm grip on Yi's neck, drawing closer to us. Both parties halted at the intersection of the corridor. Tai Ningxiang extended her hand, offering the dagger, while Luxing forcefully pushed Yi towards us and seized the dagger. It appeared that the transaction was thus completed. Tai Ningxiang tenderly embraced Yi, who, seemingly overwhelmed by fear, kept her head bowed low. Indeed, It was the star god of calamity. Having obtained the dagger, Luxing said nothing further and retrieved a hexagonal token from his bosom. Upon it were inscribed 5 ancient Chinese characters: Wandering God, Calamity, Heavenly Doctor, 10 Evils, and Yuanshan. Seeing this token reminded me of my own, which I kept close. Bearing 3 characters: Yuanshan, Heavenly Doctor, and Tianyi. My token was obtained from Ziku. Could this be proof of a dual-faced Buddha disciple's identity? While I pondered this, Luxing had already allowed the warm blood from the dagger's tip to drip onto the token. Before long, the 6th name of Calamity, Star God, emerged upon the hexagonal token. He gazed at the newly inscribed ancient characters, unable to restrain his expression, bursting forth into maniacal laughter. His hysterical laughter echoed down the corridor, the sound sharp and clear, as if it had been suppressed for an eternity. A sense of foreboding washed over me, prompting me to retreat. Sister, quickly take E and run towards the Ferris wheel. Before I could finish my sentence, a sudden chill swept past me, and I heard Tai Ningxiang exclaim, "Watch out." With my heightened senses, I reacted instinctively, narrowly evading the icy wind. When I turned to look, the scene before me plunged me into an icy abyss. E, head down, held a short knife in her hand, fixated on my back. "You are not E." A tempest surged within me. I had been vigilant against the possibility of her replacing Tai Ningxiang, who had devoted nearly all her attention to Luxing, leaving me oblivious to this girl. Luxing was truly cunning. Everything had been a ruse. Churin, masquerading as Tai Ningxiang. And all the events and clues encountered in the amusement park, including their discord, were likely deliberate distractions to divert my focus, leading my mind to analyze unrelated matters while overlooking the most perilous truth. The dagger hung limply as Luxing's scarred face began to spread with a frenzied smile. He laughed maniacally, shouting, "Gao Jian, do you remember what I once told you?" Chapter 247. The second transaction in the Century New Garden. Luxing had narrowly escaped the lightning spell. I vividly recalled his malevolent tone. This madman seemed to have fulfilled his past words. "Gao Jian, your greatest weakness is your overthinking. You wish to protect everyone, but is that the reality?" Luxing's gaze was fixed on the hexagonal token in his hand. "If you had left the amusement park the moment the star god of calamity went missing, perhaps you could have saved your life today." He tucked away the token, his scarred face twitching with excitement. "Surprised, aren't you? The star god of calamity was merely a facade. Did you think I would be foolish enough to set such an obvious trap? Enough of your nonsense. Just finish him off." Luxing's arrogant demeanor irked Chiron, who knew that 5 years prior, his plan had faltered because of me. Witnessing Luxing's successful scheme stirred discomfort within him. "Don't rush. This man harbors many secrets that I intend to uncover slowly." Lu Xing's gaze upon me resembled that of a madman, fixated on the dissection table, exuding a sense of madness and cruelty. I realized I had fallen into a trap. My mind raced, knowing this was not the time to surrender. Gao Jian and Tai Ningxiang grasped my hand, her voice laced with remorse and guilt. "You must leave. I will hold them off." Feeling the chill emanating from her palm, I understood that her severe injuries and significant blood loss posed a grave risk to her life if she lingered any longer. In her eyes, Tai Ningxiang's suggestion was the most viable solution. Severely injured and unable to run swiftly, she resolved to remain and valiantly confront Lu Xing and Qiu Ren, striving to buy me a sliver of hope. "You were dragged into this because of me and Yi. This matter is not your concern. I will intercept them. You must go." "I cannot escape." I shook my head. The area outside the haunted house was teeming with restless spirits, even if we miraculously fled. The prevailing geomantic array would ensnare us in its relentless grip. I sighed, realizing that I had indeed underestimated the situation, misled by the environment and clues. Even the underworld's spectacle seemed to conspire to direct my focus solely on Tai Ningxiang, causing me to overlook others. This Lu Xing could not be treated as a mere common criminal. His ability to evade capture after committing multiple offenses warranted deeper scrutiny. Gazing at Tai Ningxiang's delicate profile, I gradually resolved, "Senior, I have a plan that can save both you and Yi. Are you suggesting a trade involving yourself?" She retorted, hesitant. "Do not be too hasty in your rejection. Consider what fate awaits Yi should she fall into their hands." I tightened my grip on Tai Ningxiang's hand. "You must follow my instructions. Only then do we stand a chance." Perhaps the warmth from my fingertips rekindled a glimmer of hope in her despairing heart. For Yi's sake, she gritted her teeth and nodded. I managed a strained smile as I turned to Lu Xing. "Your scheme, though cunning, bears little merit. It merely relies on dark sorcery and sleight of hand. I acknowledge my oversight, allowing you to gain an advantage in this exchange, yet this is merely the beginning. Neither Tai Ningxiang nor I have perished. This deadly game must continue. Until the Yellow River, my resolve remains unshaken. I am aware you harbor hidden cards, but this locale differs from the Century New Garden. Here, I am on familiar ground. Lu Xing approached me with a sinister grin, brandishing the bloody dagger. This paradise is built upon a graveyard. Qiu Ren and I have transformed it into a formidable geomantic array over the past 5 years. By nightfall, the 100 ghosts roam freely, with no escape. Even the most potent talismans will be subdued by this geomantic formation, rendering their efficacy to a mere fraction. It seemed Lu Xing wished for me to experience a fate worse than death, holding back from striking. You cannot escape. As for the reinforcements you summoned, they will find it exceedingly difficult to breach this geomantic array. Once activated, only those steeped in Yin energy will be drawn within. Lu Xing, brimming with arrogance, pressed closer, believing himself invincible. Do not become too complacent. There may yet be a sliver of negotiation between us. My mind raced as I mentally reviewed the cards I could play, formulating a perilous plan. You wish to negotiate? What terms? What stakes will you offer? Do you even possess the standing to bargain? Lu Xing laughed grotesquely. Seizing the moment as he halted, I grasped Tai Ningxiang's hand and dashed towards the exit. Run. Lu Xing's penetrating gaze fixated on the backs of me and Tai Ningxiang. To him, we were merely engaged in a futile struggle. He had already seized total control, dictating the terms of this realm. Run? Are you not concerned for that little girl? The moment you dare to step out of the haunted house, I shall flay her alive. Upon hearing Lu Xing's voice behind us, Tai Ningxiang slowed her pace, but I restrained her. Do not heed him. We must exit first. Together. We dashed out of the ominous corridor, halting beside the cauldron of molten wax. Not running anymore. Have you thought this through? Lu Xing and Qiu Ren sauntered behind us, their expressions reminiscent of wild cats toying with a mouse. A searing wave of heat billowed from the cauldron, being too close. We risked having droplets of wax splash onto our skin, searing painful scars. Lu Xing, I never claimed I would flee. I merely wished to change the venue for our transaction. Gently releasing Tai Ningxiang's hand, I stood by the cauldron. Fully aware of your relentless quest for the 8 characters of divine spirits, and the connection between that octagonal token and the spirits themselves. Today, let us engage in another exchange. Are you going mad, Gao Jian? What do you possess to bargain with me? Lu Xing tugged at the scar on his face, flanked by Qiu Ren, effectively blocking the passage to the ground. Do not hastily reject what I present. You will find it of immense interest. Reaching into my garment, I retrieved the octagonal token, revealing its inscribed side to the wide-eyed Lu Xing and Qiu Ren. Do you see what is inscribed upon it? Tian-yi, Yuan-shun. And Tian-yi, the very fate of the Tian-yi nobleman, which you covet most dearly, resides with me. If you wish to negotiate, bring the real EE to me. Otherwise, I position the octagonal token above the bubbling wax, droplets splattering onto my arm, burning it with searing wounds. Otherwise, I shall cast it into the cauldron. The Tian-yi nobleman has waited 20 years. I wonder if you possess the patience to wait another 20. The Tian-yi nobleman truly lies with you. Lu Xing's eyes brimmed with bloodshot fervor, his breath becoming erratic. While the general star spirit is indeed rare, the most precious among spirits is the Tian-yi nobleman. Even those outside the realms of monasticism and Taoism dare not approach the Tian-yi nobleman's karma lightly, waiting 2 decades before daring to act. A deal. If I can obtain the Tian-yi nobleman, not only shall that little girl be spared, but all of you shall be free. Lu Xing proclaimed, fervently gesturing for Qiu Ren to fetch Yi. A moment later, Qiu Ren emerged from the deepest recesses of the corridor, leading Yi from a concealed compartment. The little girl appeared ghostly pale with fright, and upon seeing me and Tai Ningxiang, she immediately burst into tears. My mischievous senior brother had intended to experiment on her, but I intervened, ensuring her safety. Release her first. The wax seared my arm, yet Lu Xing, seeing my resolute demeanor, carelessly pushed Yi forward. As soon as he released her, Yi dashed to Tai Ningxiang's side, crying, Annie, wait, let's check if she bears any talismans, dolls, or seals. Having learned from past mistakes, I urged Tai Ningxiang to thoroughly inspect her before I could finally breathe easy. This was indeed Yi. Lu Xing and Qiu Ren no longer fear my tricks. They believe they have the situation entirely under control. No matter how I struggle, I cannot escape their grasp. Gao Jianren, now that I have released your token, isn't it time for you to reciprocate? Of course, I will, but not at this moment. I leaned closer to Tai Ningxiang and whispered in her ear. You must take EE outside. Remember, once you're out, run directly towards the Ferris wheel and ensure it is shut down. And what about you? I replied. I shall follow shortly. Tai Ningxiang understood my intent. She perceived that I was prepared to sacrifice myself for her and EE's safety. Or perhaps you should take EE and let me stay behind. Go. Hurry. Chapter 248. He is just an ordinary person. This was perhaps the first time I spoke to Tai Ningxiang in such a manner. And the expression on her face was a complex tapestry of emotions. I will wait for you there until you arrive. After uttering those words, she led EE towards the exit of the haunted house. Qiu Ren, noticing their approach, intended to intervene, but Lu Xing wisely stepped aside, allowing them to pass. The celestial noble must not be compromised. Once Tai Ningxiang and EE had departed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they could manage to shut down the Ferris wheel, my plan would succeed to a significant extent. I have released the person. I trust you can perceive my sincerity. Lu Xing, armed with a knife, and Qiu Ren flanked the passageway, certain of their dominance over me. As I contemplated my strategy, I engaged Lu Xing in conversation, buying time for Tai Ningxiang. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Lu Xing's patience wore thin. I could sense his agitation, hinting at a potential escalation. It was prudent to withdraw while I still could, avoiding the urgency of his desperation. The disruption of your plans was merely a fluke. I have no actual use for the token. I can hand it over, but I require assurance of my safety. What exactly do you intend to do? Do you truly believe we would hesitate to kill you? Lu Xing's voice grated through clenched teeth. The fate he had awaited for 20 years lay tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach, driving him to the brink of madness. I skillfully seized upon this psychological state, emboldening me to converse with him so defiantly. Clear the passage. Both of you step into the corridor. Do not overreach. Do as I say. The ones I wish to protect have already departed. At worst, I shall throw myself into the furnace, allowing the celestial noble and the celestial healer's fate to accompany me to the grave. Lu Xing was incensed by my fierce declarations. Yet he recognized the danger and hesitated to act rashly. Very well, I shall concede a little, but I hope you refrain from any irrational actions. Lu Xing and Qiu Ren moved towards the corridor. Although they stepped away, most of their focus remained fixed upon me. My primary objective was to delay for Tai Ningxiang's sake. As they entered the corridor, I slowly retracted my scalded arm, grasping the octagonal token, and gradually distanced myself from the furnace. We have complied with your demands. Relinquishing the token of the usurper is beyond your reach. A casual remark from Qiu Ren caught my attention, revealing an unfamiliar term. The token of the usurper? Could this be the name of the octagonal token? Deep in thought, I continued my steps. As I approached the midway point to the passage, Lu Xing exchanged a knowing glance with Qiu Ren. They both drew sharp knives, their calves taut with tension, preparing to strike. This scene, witnessed by my own eyes, revealed the significance of the celestial benefactor in the dual-faced Buddha plan. If I were to carry this final token away, it was highly likely that it would ultimately fall into Lu Xing's hands. It would be wiser to destroy it outright. With this thought, I raised the token in my hand and declared, Lu Xing, I am a person of my word. Here, take this token. Without a moment's hesitation, I flung the token into the air, the obsidian octagonal piece tracing an elegant arc before landing squarely in the center of the room's furnace. Seeking death, Lu Xing was taken aback by my sudden action, and he hurled his sharp dagger at the furnace. Whether the dagger struck the token and altered its trajectory, I cannot say, for after casting the token, I turned and sprinted towards the haunted house's exit. I needed to halt the Ferris wheel, temporarily disable the grand formation, and release the spirits. My mind was clear as I navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the haunted house. With a faint sound of wind behind me, whether it was the spirit of a worm or a ghost, I dared not look back, focusing instead on my desperate flight. Kicking open the haunted house's door, I burst outside, still lacking breath, and immediately gazed toward the Ferris wheel. Why was it still in motion? The towering structure loomed like a windmill in the night, perpetuating the cycle of yin energy throughout the feng shui layout. By now, Tai Ningxiang should have located the control valve of the Ferris wheel. Surely nothing had gone awry? A sense of unease gripped me, urging me to quicken my pace. Spirits occasionally wandered the amusement park streets, but their numbers seemed few. Where had they all gone? I sprinted down the desolate streets until I neared the Ferris wheel, where I was met with a horrifying sight. Tai Ningxiang protected Yi, ensnared by countless spirits, merely a few meters from the control room of the Ferris wheel. Those spirits, deterred by the star's fate, dared not attack, but merely encircled them. However, as Tai Ningxiang grew increasingly weak, the power of her fate began to wane, emboldening some of the more formidable spirits to launch an assault, leaving numerous bruises and gray marks upon her. I recalled seeing similar markings on the old beggar. He must have been a victim himself, repeatedly tormented by spirits, which explained his terror of the amusement park after midnight. Tai Ningxiang. Upon hearing my call, she laboriously lifted her head, revealing a face filled with guilt and regret. It seemed she attempted to convey something to me, but the distance rendered her words inaudible, surely a brief utterance. I drew a handful of talismans from my bosom, disregarding their effects and uses, and charged into the throng of spirits, hoping to carve a path toward Tai Ningxiang. The number of spirits continued to swell, just as Lu Banzian had previously stated in the livestream. Individually, they posed no threat, but as their ranks grew, they would inevitably snowball into a formidable force. At that moment, I felt as though I bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, mired in a quagmire, unable to advance an inch. As time slipped away, Qiu Ren was the first to arrive, standing aside with a smug smile, observing my assault by spirits without intervening, merely waiting with cruel anticipation for the moment I would collapse from exhaustion, at which point I would become his prized doll, a coveted addition to his collection. A minute or two later, Lu Xing arrived as well, unarmed but clutching a token smeared with wax. Gao Jian has truly disappointed me. My blade, the master of fate, has collided outside the furnace, and your luck has run dry. He has intentionally sought to provoke me, hoping to drive me into madness, thus facilitating the attack of the restless spirits. I chose to disregard him, moving slowly yet resolutely towards Tai Ningxiang. It is a pity that the cursed blade, which has accompanied me through life and death, has met this fate, yet it is not a grave matter. Soon, I shall use your life to honor it. Lu Xing and Qiu Ren wore expressions of ease, having acquired the star goddess blessing and unexpectedly gained the Tian ennoblement. Lu Xing was grinning broadly, his scarred face twisting with delight. This place is ensnared by the 9 fiends in transformation. Upon exiting the haunted house, you made a beeline for the Ferris wheel, suggesting you possess some knowledge of feng shui and divination. Your intent to resolve the solitary peak's curse to buy yourself time is commendable. It is indeed astonishing for one so young to possess such wisdom. Lu Xing, confident of victory, had nearly gathered all the celestial blessings. Yet what troubled me most was that dawn was still far off. I could hardly bear to imagine the fate that awaited Tai Ningxiang, and should they fall into his grasp. All I could do was press onward. It felt as though a great weight bore down upon my back, growing heavier with each passing moment. My legs trembled, each step becoming increasingly arduous. Do you still cling to hope? Within this grand feng shui formation, I am akin to a deity. No matter your prowess, you shall not stir the tides. Lu Xing withdrew a 13-layered feng shui compass from his robe, casting a cold smirk in my direction before adjusting the compass. The needle twirled gently, traversing a mere millimeter. Yet the entire amusement park became shrouded in a veil of malevolence, as if dark clouds had descended to obscure the starlight. I have taken many lives, and you are the most formidable among them. To express my respect for you, I shall prolong your demise, tormenting you for an entire night. Revel in exquisite agony. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose the Buddha. The accumulated malevolence from the depths enveloped me like a tidal wave, the restless spirits clutching at my form, and I felt myself on the brink of being torn apart. After a few faltering steps, I finally collapsed before Tai Ningxiang, utterly spent. I had done my utmost. My outstretched hand failed to reach the one I wished to save. Perhaps my broadcasting career is destined to conclude here. The cries of Tai Ningxiang blended with Lu Xing's maniacal laughter, and I suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over me. My eyelids grew heavy, and a voice whispered in my mind, urging me to sleep, for once I succumbed, all would be over. Pain radiated from all corners of my body as the malevolence began to seep into my flesh. Just as I prepared to surrender completely, a faint sound of an engine reached my ears. This sound gradually grew clearer, seemingly emanating from outside the amusement park. I turned my head in confusion towards the source of the noise. It was at the entrance of the amusement park, at the Scythe of Death's location. where a blinding light was rapidly approaching beyond the double doors of the protective formation. Who could it be? This feng shui realm can only be traversed by those entwined with malevolence or those who have encountered spirits. I had nearly closed my eyes, yet they slowly opened to reveal an expression of disbelief. The light pierced through the night like a sharp sword, speeding along the road outside the amusement park, drawing ever closer, and I began to discern it more clearly. It was a blue and white taxi, within which I could faintly see a middle-aged driver, balding and holding a mobile phone. Who is he? Lu Xing turned his head to see the compass in his hand incessantly twitching. Stop him. The taxi arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, yet the driver, seemingly deranged, showed no intention of slowing down, flooring the accelerator instead. With a resounding crash, the vehicle's front slammed against the amusement park gates, akin to a colossal battering ram from ancient warfare, plunging into the artificial lake with a splash. The tires ruthlessly crushing the drainage pipes before finally coming to a halt amidst a shroud of mist. The driver, a middle-aged man, stumbled out of the taxi, wiping the splashes from his balding forehead while forcefully slamming the door shut. Damn it, I'm late. Chapter 249, The Great Fate Ghost Unintentionally. The middle-aged driver had breached the 9 Fiends Wind Feng Shui formation, his taxi smashing through the side-sealed gates, overpowering the reflective evil and shattering the 1,000-foot evil. With the 3 evils dispelled in one fell swoop, the entire feng shui array was thrown into disarray. The evil energy accumulated underground for decades spiraled out of control. The clouds shifted ominously, parting to reveal cracks, and a beam of starlight illuminated the driver. Leaning against the blue and white taxi, his slightly plump figure glared fiercely, allowing the tumultuous evil energy to swirl past him. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand, pointing at the bewildered Lu Xing and Xiu Ren, and uttered 3 words. Damn it! Uncle Xia, despite his trembling calves and pallid complexion, radiated an undeniable brilliance, reminiscent of a rock standing firm amidst the roaring, chaotic currents of the river. Exuding an aura of invincibility, I lay on the ground, the wails of wandering souls flitting past my ears as the physical suppression began to wane. A subtle smile crept onto my lips as I pushed myself up. Lu Xing, this night's events are far from over. While I may not hold grudges, I abide by my principles, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The wandering souls scattered, hiding within the winds as they fled towards the amusement park gates. With the 3 evils broken, Lu Xing's meticulously crafted feng shui formation lay temporarily in ruins. My body regained its mobility, and I sprinted to Iron Ningxiang, finding her weakened from excessive blood loss, yet still alive. With the 3 evil points dismantled, the atmosphere within the amusement park shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, I seized the opportunity to race towards the Ferris wheel control room. This time, no one obstructed me as I effortlessly shut down the Ferris wheel. As the towering structure ceased its rotation, it felt as though something within the amusement park had shattered, akin to a self-contained cycle being violently ruptured. The underground energy surged upwards like black dragons, roaring through the night sky before breaking free from Lu Xing's grasp and plunging deeper into the earth. The dark clouds dispersed, and starlight shone down, resembling a layer of silver frost spread across the ground. The long street was devoid of wandering souls. Only Lu Xing, Xiu Ren, and I stood in confrontation. With the feng shui array dismantled, Lu Xing and I returned to the same starting point. In close combat, I held no fear of him. Moreover, I had another trump card. The stagnant night wind within the array began to blow anew, carrying a refreshing chill that quickened clarity. Lu Xing's face contorted with rage, his eyes glaring at me, unmistakably filled with resentment. He yearned to kill me, a desire he had never felt so intensely before. Gao Jian, I retract my previous words. It is indeed uncanny that even those burdened by malevolent spirits can fortuitously encounter your fortune. The heavens have spared me solely to ensure your demise. You, a perpetrator of countless atrocities, are stained with the blood of the vengeful souls you have slain, who have long awaited your descent to accompany them. I stood tall, my tone resolute. Upon hearing my words, Lu Xing let out a derisive laugh, brimming with arrogance. Do you believe that by disrupting the feng shui, I am rendered powerless against you? Lu Xing tucked the compass into his embrace and retrieved 7 pure black ghost talismans from his pocket. This time, I am fully prepared and have considered the worst-case scenario. Each of these talismans binds a vengeful spirit clad in red, with 7 spirits returning. What do you possess to contend with me? His array of ghostly techniques and talismans was indeed formidable, and with Xiao Run at his side to assist, it was clear that this individual, who had stirred chaos 5 years prior, was no easy adversary. The feng shui formation has been shattered. Be wary, for he may have other allies. We must conclude this swiftly. Lu Xing and Xiao Ren advanced from either side, both far surpassing me in cultivation. Their caution stemmed from a fear of my superior talismans, causing them to tread lightly. I observed as they approached rapidly, withdrawing an embroidered bag to pour the black eye into my palm. At that moment, the eye appeared empty, yet I knew it to be the essence of the life spirit, capable of sensing danger. The feng shui formation has been dismantled. Life spirit, why do you not reveal yourself forthwith? I lacked the incantations to command spirits and had never regarded the life spirit as a mere servant. To me, it resembled an infant newly awakened to consciousness. My call caused Lu Xing and Xiao Ren to halt, both aware of the life spirit's formidable nature. However, after a moment of silence, when the eye in my palm showed no sign of change, they exhaled in relief. Even with the life spirit's protection, your death is inevitable. Xiao Ren glared at me venomously. The grand formation was his labor of love, meticulously crafted over the past 5 years. Gao Jian, I am aware that you possess a life spirit, but it is merely a remnant soul derived from a deceased deity. To nurture it to maturity, even a true master of ghostly arts could not accomplish in such a short time. Lu Xing's declarations were resolute, his demeanor exuding malice, each word laced with murderous intent. My outstretched hand remained unresponsive. It seemed the life spirit had forsaken me. The grand array had been unraveled. It should have been freed by now. I glanced toward the mirror maze, where, moments ago, the feng shui formation had fragmented, causing the spirits to scatter, yet there it lay undisturbed, as tranquil as a stagnant pool. The chilling winds did not penetrate, nor did any specter escape from within. Surely, the life spirit has not encountered some misfortune? Perhaps my frown caught Lu Xing's attention, for he quickened his pace, now more assured that I was merely posturing with the life spirit's eye to buy time. Gao Jian, today you shall meet your end. Lu Xing's face twisted into a grotesque grin as he unleashed the 7 ghost talismans. I had never witnessed such talismans, their shadowy energy swirling around them, causing the very air to grow colder. The 7 talismans arranged themselves like stars before me, and from the depths of the talisman well emerged a chilling wail, accompanied by a heavy aura of resentment as 7 indistinct malevolent spirits crawled forth. This is dire. These spirits are steeped in vengeance. I could hardly contend with even one of them, let alone 7. My tenure in the monastery has been brief, rendering me excessively reliant on talismans, and beyond that, I possess no other means to contend with malevolent spirits. Spirit of Ying, reveal yourself at once. I bellowed toward the labyrinth, disregarding all else. Do not struggle. Your Ying spirit is likely too terrified to show itself. Lu Xing retrieved 3 more black talismans from his bosom, evidently determined to obliterate me without reservation. A Bing spirit, lacking mastery, is less effective than an ordinary vengeful ghost. The creature you have nurtured has probably been so frightened that it has abandoned you, its master. Xiao Run and Lu Xing gradually advanced, and between us loomed 7 grotesque, fearsome phantoms, forged from resentment. These vengeful entities differ from ordinary spirits. Their greatest delight lies in devouring the essence of the living, stealing away their souls, and tormenting them in retribution. As I found myself encircled by 7 ghastly visages, Tai Ningxiang attempted to approach for my aid, but I shouted to halt her. Her arrival would only serve to distract me. Every vengeful spirit was once a living person who died with grievances. Not only have you failed to offer them reprieve, but you also seek to craft them into talismans and sorcery, reflecting your unrelenting cruelty. Compassion for these spirits? The paths of humans and ghosts are distinct. Merely a mutual exploitation, your feigned benevolence is nauseating. Lu Xing bit his finger, letting his blood flow, and the spirits grew increasingly agitated, their bulging eyes fixed intently upon me. Is it truly mere exploitation? Hearing Lu Xing's words, I cast a glance at the 7 enslaved, vengeful spirits before me, then at the black orb in my hand, feeling a profound unease. Just moments ago, you were so brazen, and now you fall silent. Where is your spirit? Where are your superior talismans? As the vengeful spirits closed in, I still did not produce anything to safeguard my life. Lu Xing laughed heartily. Having concluded that I was merely bluffing, today shall be your demise, Gao Jian. Alas, I cannot relish in torturing you to relieve my pent-up wrath." He spilled more blood, and the vengeful spirits roared with fury, akin to famished wolves lunging at me. With no other recourse, I flailed my arms to fend them off, the situation growing ever more dire. Just as I was on the brink of collapse, a strange sound suddenly emanated from the depths of the magical mirror labyrinth. Chapter 250, Dawn. It resembled the sunlight breaking through after winter's end, casting its glow upon the frozen river. An undercurrent stirred, accompanied by the intermittent crackling of ice. Initially faint, the sound of shattering glass soon crescendoed, resonating throughout the entire paradise. "What is happening?" Lu Xing and Xiu Ren exchanged baffled glances. What manner of being is this, that every attempt on his life is met with unforeseen occurrences? The peculiar noises from the magical mirror labyrinth drew everyone's gaze toward that direction. Within the open door, visibility was obscured by a mosaic of fractured mirrors. Yet it seemed something was awakening. Bang! The mirror shattered, sending shards of glass flying into the streets, creating a glimmering spectacle. Ming spirit? Such a significant upheaval within the labyrinth could only be attributed to the Bing spirit. I suppressed my excitement and gazed down at my palm. The pure black orb rotated in my hand, and within its pupil, a phantom slowly coalesced into solidity. "Forget everything else. Eliminate him first to prevent future troubles," Lu Xing shouted, and then, forming a seal with his hands, he chanted an incantation as 7 malevolent spirits surged forth with ferocity. I swiftly drew a handful of talismans from my robe, casting them without a glance as I retreated. "Pursue." Xiaoran, armed with a blade, closely followed behind. His intent to kill palpable, each strike aimed to be lethal. I barely managed to fend off his attacks, my peripheral vision occasionally sweeping towards the depths of the maze. Logically, the feng shui had already been dismantled, and the malevolent energy should have been sealed away beneath the earth, rendering this place tranquil. Yet, at that moment, a dense, sinister aura gathered within the maze, obscuring half the sky. What evil entity is this? Lu Xing's skin trembled slightly. He had encountered a similar scene long ago beside the dual-faced Buddha, but the memory had faded into obscurity. Bang, bang, bang. The successive sounds shattered all the windows and mirrors surrounding the maze. Amidst the scattered glass, a seemingly ordinary young man with a pale complexion emerged. He bore a height and physique akin to mine, even sharing a striking resemblance. Human or ghost, the youth's form appeared solid, indistinguishable from that of a living being, leaving Lu Xing momentarily indecisive. However, as the young man stepped out from the enchanted mirror maze, all present were left in stunned silence. His long, dark hair, stained with blood, billowed behind him, entwined with a chilling aura. More terrifying still, the ends of his blood-drenched locks trailed behind, dragging with them hundreds of wailing, struggling souls. The scene was utterly horrifying. The mirror spirits within the maze were all ensnared by this single entity. His hair, akin to a serpent born of resentment, coiled around the bodies of the spirits, and with each stride he took, the number of souls diminished by 10%. Bound by resentment, he resembled the Lord of Death, emerging from the gates of the underworld. The entire street lay in eerie silence, devoid of even the chirping of insects or the song of birds. A ghostly talisman slipped from Lu Xing's grasp, yet he remained oblivious. Among all present, his reaction was the most exaggerated, for he alone understood the true nature of the being before him, the great life-soul ghost. The dual-faced Buddha had bestowed upon Lu Xing a soul-snatching ghost to aid him. Such beings possess varying strengths based on their life-s fate, although Lu Xing's was a great life-soul ghost. Its fate was not derived from the 4 pillars of destiny, but rather from the stars in the sky, barely qualifying as adequate. Even so, to master the life-soul ghost, Lu Xing had endured considerable hardship, needing months of blood sacrifice to achieve a mutual understanding. The formidable prowess of this great life-soul ghost was demonstrated during the battle at Century New Garden, where I, armed with superior talismans, dared not claim with certainty that I could vanquish it. Had it not revealed its true form in the end, the outcome would have remained uncertain. In comparison to the soul-snatching ghost, this one was 10 times more terrifying. The death god was an ill-fated star from the 8 characters of destiny, illuminating the path of ghosts, perfectly aligning with the life-soul ghost. I nodded slightly at the sudden surge of power emanating from the ghost. The malevolent energy was being drawn back. No wonder the spirits in the maze had not escaped earlier, upon the dismantling of the grand formation. The life-soul ghost had already turned the tide, absorbing all the ritualistically refined souls to fortify itself. The number of mirror spirits and souls hidden within this maze was likely beyond even Shaoran's comprehension. This vast accumulation had now become sustenance for the life-soul ghost, propelling it directly into the realm of the great. Upon brief contemplation, I grasped the intricacies of the situation. Although my understanding of the hierarchy of spirits was limited, the expression of despair on Lexing's face revealed that the Bingui had undoubtedly undergone a significant transformation. "Bingui," I shouted, raising the black orb in my hand towards the young man. His expression remained impassive as my silhouette gradually materialized within his hollow gaze. Seeing the dire circumstances, Xiao Ren and Lexing became increasingly frenzied, determined not to grant me any opportunity. Both were intimidated by my trump card. The emergence of the formidable Dai rendered the lesser spirits within the talismans utterly insignificant, highlighting the vast disparity in power. As they closed in on me, Lexing engaged in close combat, while Xiao Ren seized the moment to thrust a dagger towards my lower back. Just as the blade was about to pierce my skin, a cascade of black hair surged forth, ensnaring Xiao Ren's arm with a grip so fierce that it drew blood. What in the world is this? The force emanating from the hair intensified, causing Xiao Ren to be dragged to the ground. He swung his dagger at the hair, but the strands, imbued with sinister energy, proved impervious to ordinary weaponry, multiplying as they climbed toward his body. "Lexing, save me." In a moment of desperation, he cried out. Yet he too was embroiled in his own struggle, contending with the dark tendrils that had unexpectedly encircled us, gradually losing his advantage. Cursed, he muttered in frustration. The tide had turned, and a mere handful of talismans could not salvage the situation. In a reckless exchange of wounds, he finally retreated, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before unleashing the last of his talismans to temporarily stall me with the summoned spirits, then swiftly distancing himself towards Xiao Ren. "Help me." Xiao Ren was perilously close to being dragged before the Mingui. Lexing, having discovered that his talismans had no effect on the dark tendrils, contorted his face in determination as he snatched the dagger from Xiao Ren's grasp. "What do you intend to do?" "To save you." Without hesitation, Lexing struck, severing Xiao Ren's arm that had been ensnared by the black hair. The agonized scream echoed through the streets, marking what should be the final lament of such torment within this horrific paradise. "Run!" Lexing grasped Xiao Ren, disregarding the severed limb, and fled towards the haunted house. Could there be a secret passage? I summoned the Bingui to pursue them, but Lexing had anticipated this, producing a compass to manipulate other malevolent energies, forcibly utilizing the remnants of the feng shui to obstruct the Bingui. In the span of mere seconds, the two vanished within the haunted house. I followed the trail of blood, leading the Bingui into the dark, convoluted underground structure, yet I found no trace of them. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air, leaving no indication of their departure. Having operated in this place for 5 years, their escape routes were not difficult to comprehend. After a moment's hesitation, I sighed and withdrew the Bingui, returning to the side of Tai Ningxiang. She had lost considerable blood, and her condition appeared dire. Together with Yi, I assisted her into the taxi of the balding uncle, departing the amusement park and hastening towards the nearest hospital. As the taxi exited the park, we encountered the approaching police, led personally by Wu Meng. He informed us that they had arrived over half an hour earlier, but could not locate the amusement park, as if they had been ensnared in a supernatural maze. I refrained from engaging in lengthy conversation, quietly remaining by Tai Ningxiang's side. The night had not yet waned, and the live broadcast had not concluded. I feared that others might come to harm her. Sitting beside her, my mind was in disarray. I was uncertain whether it was fate that brought Iron Ningxiang to this calamity, or if my live broadcast had ensnared her in its web. Had I not commenced my live stream at the Anshin Inn, Lu Xing would likely have remained oblivious to her identity as the celestial star and would never have targeted her. The taxi sped through the night, the scenery blurring past, illuminated by the dim glow of streetlights. Approximately 40 minutes later, Iron Ningxiang was transferred to the hospital's emergency room. I sat in the corridor, silent and solitary, until the first light of dawn broke through the window. The patient had escaped the clutches of death, but required a period of recuperation. Who would be the family of the patient? The morning sun warmed my face, and it dawned on me that the night had slipped away, giving way to a new day. Chapter 251. A sudden turn. Yi, could you please check what the doctor has to say? I gently tapped Yi on the shoulder, The girl obediently walked toward the doctor, her eyes swollen and red, reminiscent of freshly picked peaches. Upon seeing E enter the ward with the doctor, I rose, brushed off the dust from my clothes, and turned to descend the stairs. The day had broken, and with the conclusion of my 7th live broadcast, Iron Ningxiang should no longer be in peril. Ding. The live broadcast task was to locate Iron Ningxiang before midnight. Task completion earned me 1 point. If the peak viewership exceeded 5,000, an additional 7 points would be rewarded. If the total gifts received during the broadcast surpassed 3,000 Ming coins, I would gain 5 points. Completing a commission from the underworld would yield an extra point. Optional Task 1. Protect Iron Ningxiang until dawn. Completion rewarded 5 points. Optional Task 2. By any means, eliminate Iron Ningxiang. Not completed. Optional Task 3. Uncover my true identity. Completion rewarded 5 points. This live broadcast did not utilize the emergency call function, with the free opportunity preserved for the next session. Upon tallying, I garnered a total of 24 points from this broadcast, bringing my cumulative score to 67 points. The 7th live broadcast concluded with an update to the product catalog. The complete secret water dragon manual. Where do the dragons of the Jianghu land wander? Water is the dragon's burial ground, revealing the 3 public secrets. 30 points. The Spirit Chess Manual, volume of all beings, the universe as a board, all beings as pieces, perhaps there lies an opportunity for escape. 30 points. River God's Water Seal, regulates water, a legal authority over an 80-mile stretch of waterway. 20 points. Rain Divination Text, a wondrous technique to observe clouds, summon winds, and call forth rain, 3 sections. 30 points. The 2 dragons emerge from the water formation. A complete set of talismans, 12 points. The Divine Talisman for Deliverance, a superior talisman capable of transcending evil spirits and guiding them to rebirth. 6 points. A random superior talisman, 10 points. My phone vibrated with the notification of task completion and catalog updates. I perused the new offerings, each possessing unique characteristics, predominantly related to rivers, lakes, and seas, featuring techniques of rain divination, feng shui of vast waters, and the river goddess seal, which indeed existed in ancient times. Those who bore the seal were often reclusive, disconnected from worldly matters, unlike the officials overseeing transportation. They were primarily rural folk, seldom interacting with the living, hence dubbed the Water Guardian. All these items pertain to river systems. Could it be that the next live broadcast would take place by the riverside? I furrowed my brow in contemplation, reflecting on my 7 live broadcasts, which intriguingly corresponded to the 7 unique fates delineated in the 8 characters of destiny. The only one yet to manifest was the Calamity Star, and if my predictions were accurate, the next broadcast would likely revolve around this very theme. Upon exiting the hospital, my gaze fell upon the balding uncle comfortably nestled in the car, soundly asleep. This middle-aged driver had indeed impressed me with his remarkable performance the previous day. Time to rise and shine, uncle. I tapped on the car window and opened the rear door, settling into the taxi. It took a moment for the balding uncle to awaken fully. The taxi remained parked in its usual spot on Ting Tang Road. All right then, he murmured, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, immediately starting the engine. Your girlfriend is fine, right? Why hasn't she come out? She still needs to be observed in the hospital, and she is not my girlfriend, I replied, stretching lazily against the window, basking in the warm sunlight. Thank you for last night, uncle. Without you, I might not have seen the light of day today. What is there to thank? Although I felt quite dashing yesterday, it seems I didn't really help much. Plus, I may have damaged the entrance and crushed some pipes. I have no idea how much I'll need to compensate. I need to check the car. I just replaced the bumper, and now the front has lost its paint. Next time I return the car, my wife might scold me to no end. Indeed, movies are deceiving. Listening to the balding uncle's rambling complaints, I felt a sudden warmth. This was the world of ordinary people, engrossed in the daily grind of life's necessities. Regrettably, I had not experienced it in quite some time. Upon reaching Ting Tang Road, I did not allow the uncle to leave immediately. Instead, I went to my room to retrieve a portion of my savings, wrapped in black cloth, and found a few talismans for wealth and protection to include in the bundle. Uncle, this package contains some very effective talismans. You must keep it safe. I placed the package on the passenger seat and turned to leave, only to find the driver pursuing me with the bundle in hand. What are you doing? He asked. I'm helping you, not for your money. Take the talismans, I'll keep the payment. The driver's resolve was firm. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then take me along for your next broadcast. I have a feeling that being with you would allow me to experience a wonderfully novel world. Join me for a broadcast? I was perplexed, looking at him. This profession, which I was desperately trying to escape, appeared to hold a certain allure for outsiders. Absolutely. I want to be a hindrance, he insisted earnestly. I managed a wry smile. My broadcasts are unlike any others. What you witnessed today is merely the tip of the iceberg. Don't think solely of the thrill. You and I are fundamentally different. You have a family to support, whereas I am unencumbered. Not at all. The uncle adopted a tone reminiscent of the live stream host, Lou Banzian. At over 40, I've realized through your broadcasts how I've wasted my life. I genuinely admire you. Though your streams can be gory and intense, the core message encourages goodness. And I can see the principle of karma and retribution behind it. That is why I wish to join my broadcast. I shook my head. The balding uncle was utterly unaware of my circumstances. The realm of the underworld broadcast was far darker than one could imagine. It was an exceedingly grim profession, sometimes serving not only as a witness to evil but also as a participant. Recalling the optional tasks at the Hate Mountain Mental Hospital, where one earns a point for each life taken, and contrasting that with the ruthless assignment from the Paradise Live, which entails the assassination of Tai Ningxiang, it becomes evident that the Underworld show is far from a benevolent organization. It exhibits a blatant disregard for human life, with its malevolence deeply ingrained in its essence, rendering it utterly unpredictable in its forthcoming demands. I find myself ensnared in a quagmire, unable to escape, and thus, I would not drag the balding uncle down with me. Casually, I discarded the black cloth bundle back into the taxi. I halted the uncle, who was about to speak, and gestured toward the greenery by the roadside. You see, my live broadcasts are akin to this tree. What you perceive is merely its verdant exterior, while the true essence remains beyond your comprehension. What do you mean? He inquired. I mean that, like this tree, my broadcasts yearn to extend their veins toward the sunlight. To achieve this, one must plunge their roots into the depths of darkness, despair, and decay. I articulated this subtly, not caring whether the bald uncle grasped my meaning, before retreating into the small shop. After locking the door and watching the uncle depart from the window, I lit a cigarette, preparing to ascend and rest. The smoke stimulated my mind as I scanned the cramped shop, suddenly pausing. Where was Bai Chi? Given the multitude of secrets concealed within my shop, along with precious treasures such as the transformation pill, the dragon carving brush, and the Chuguang disc, I always left Bai Chi to guard the premises during my broadcasts, and he had never failed me. Bai Chi, I called out upstairs, receiving no response, which instilled a growing sense of unease. I retrieved my electric shock deterrent and made my way to the second floor. The door was securely locked, unchanged since my departure. But upon crouching to inspect the warning thread at the base of the door, I discovered it had been severed. Someone had forced entry. Who could it be? Lou the Blind. Ergo, upon opening the second floor door, my countenance turned ashen at the chaotic scene within. The bed linens, books, and documents were in disarray. I rushed inside, noting that the transformation pill, dragon carving brush, and Tong Sang talismans remained untouched in their hidden compartment. It seemed the intruder's intent was not these rare treasures. Could it merely be a common thief? I entertained a glimmer of hope, yet as I turned, I was struck by the sight of the computer desk drawer. Its lock pried open. The documents pertaining to the Huang family's commission were still there, but all my hastily sketched notes regarding the Underworld show had vanished. Chapter 252. The Dead Ode. Standing amidst the disorder, I refrained from tidying up the chaos, choosing instead to ponder the identity of the thief. The absence of the valuable transformation pill and dragon carving brush suggests two possibilities. Either the thief failed to discover the hidden compartment, or their objective was specifically the information regarding the Underworld show, prompting an immediate retreat upon acquisition. I have many enemies, yet who among them would possess an interest in the Underworld show? A common burglar would certainly not suffice. Leaving aside whether they could outrun Bai Chi, I had several unmarked checks, each starting at 100,000. Securely pressed within that drawer. None had gone missing. The dual-faced Buddha represented by Lu Xing and Xiao Run had the capability for such an act, but they had battled with me late into the night, and both bore injuries, making a stealthy entry without leaving a trace exceedingly difficult. Excluding those two, my thoughts drifted to Jiang Chun, the affluent heir who seemed perpetually scheming to ensnare me. Yet, there lies a contradiction in this line of thinking. Jiang Chun had never shown any awareness of the Underworld showcase. How could he possibly discern that those seemingly haphazardly sketched notes were, in fact, of utmost significance to me? My gaze shifted to the lacquered coffin, where I pushed open the lid to reveal an elderly man's coat and a black Taoist robe embroidered with serpents, all entangled in red clay. On the day I assisted Yi Bing in vanquishing the malevolent spirit, I had encountered an elderly diviner whose robe bore striking resemblance to this one. The Taoist, consumed by the coffin, must be connected to him. Could it be that he was the one who pilfered the documents? This old Taoist bore considerable suspicion. His mastery of the arts surpassed even that of Lu Xiaozi, making him no ordinary adversary capable of confronting Bai Qi. At this moment, he was my primary suspect. Yet, what motive could he have for stealing information regarding the underworld showcase? Did this old Taoist possess prior knowledge of its existence? My mind was a tumultuous whirlpool, convinced that there were other potential culprits. With no time to tidy up my abode, I hastily pocketed 2 checks and rushed out the door. The breach of my sanctuary and the secrecy of my role as an underworld showcase host could undoubtedly be exploited by those with ulterior motives. I had to take precautions. I flagged down a taxi, offering 20 yuan for the swiftest ride to Jiangqing's pet market. Although the crime scene lacked witnesses, the disappearance of Bai Qi, my spirited Changbai mountain guardian dog, spoke volumes about the situation. Bai Qi's absence, coupled with the absence of blood or signs of struggle, left me perplexed. What had transpired last night? Approximately 20 to 30 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the pet market. Upon alighting, I made a beeline for the pet store specializing in dogs. As I approached, a group of young individuals rushed out, their expressions peculiar, leading me to suspect that something significant had occurred. What is happening in this shop? I inquired, stopping a timid girl wearing glasses who was burdened with a backpack. I'm not sure, she replied nervously. I was just looking at the puppies when suddenly several barks erupted from inside the store. The chihuahuas and toy poodles outside were so terrified they froze, as if stricken by a grave illness. Her description echoed the initial appearance of Bai Qi, igniting a flicker of hope within me, urging me to quicken my pace. I'm here to settle a debt, I announced as I entered the shop. Inside, 2 or 3 staff members were bustling around the pet cages, their dogs seemingly bewitched, retreating to the depths of their enclosures and howling in distress. The employees were too preoccupied to acknowledge me, one of them even speaking on the phone with a veterinarian. What are you all doing? Where's the owner? I queried, standing amidst the pet store, where the dark, beady eyes of the dogs fixated on me, as if they sensed something unsettling about my presence or feared me. My previous visit had stirred quite a commotion. Some dogs could perceive the unseen, and it seemed these creatures had detected the lingering aura surrounding me. Don't panic. Once I leave, these little ones will return to normal. After engaging in a brief conversation with the staff, one of them finally recognized me. You're that dog thief. Dog thief? That's quite an unflattering term, I retorted. As I was about to elucidate the situation, the clerk took a step back and ended the veterinarian's call, seemingly preparing to contact the authorities. I swiftly intercepted him, retrieving the check from my pocket, an agreement for an installment payment of 200,000. As I flicked the check with my middle finger, to my surprise, the attendant disregarded me entirely and dialed the number. Please, don't act impulsively. I truly am here to repay my debt. After much persuasion, I finally managed to convince him to put down the phone. The clerk, however, was astute. Perceiving the obstruction to his call, he clutched my shirt tightly and shouted towards the back room. Boss, the scoundrel who stole the dog is here. Moments later, the sound of an iron door opening echoed from within, and a slightly portly middle-aged man rushed out like a whirlwind. Where's that bastard? He demanded. Calm down. Let's discuss this rationally, I implored, feeling a sense of helplessness. I regretted my impulsive actions that had led to the deception of Bai Qi, but I couldn't be entirely blamed. How could I amass 50,000 for a dog? Even if I sold everything I owned, I could scarcely gather that sum. Do you dare to return? Where's Bai Qi? Where have you hidden him? Faced with the boss's inquiries, I found myself at a loss for words. Given his demeanor, if I confessed that I had lost Bai Qi, he would likely call the police immediately. You needn't worry about Bai Qi. I merely have some inquiries for you. I slowed my speech and handed 2 checks to the pet shop owner. As I promised, here is the initial installment of 200,000. I will gather the remaining 300,000 as swiftly as possible. 200,000? Are you trying to deceive me? Do you think I would believe you again? The boss swatted the check from my hand, placing his hands on his hips. Let me make this clear. If you do not return Bai Qi today, we shall meet at the police station. This truly is 200,000. Look here, it bears the seal of Qianing Pharmaceutical. I could empathize with the owner's feelings at that moment. Being deceived is never pleasant. In order for the conversation to continue, I reluctantly lowered my head to retrieve the check, adopting a more submissive posture. I had to admit that I once entertained the notion of deceiving him, but at that time, it was a matter of life and death. I desperately needed Bai Qi. Enough with the rambling. Didn't you say there were 200,000 in here? The boss beckoned to the clerk beside him. Defei, you go to the northernmost bank in the market and exchange this check for me. If the amount is less than 200,000, you are to call the police and bring them here. Understood. The clerk took my check, casting a fierce glance in my direction, and as he exited, muttered, nowadays, con artists are quite impressive. Their checks look so real. I stood helplessly in the room, a bitter smile plastered on my face. However, enduring some humiliation for Bai Qi was a small price to pay. How about we discuss this in the back room? I suggested, wanting to keep Bai Qi's situation discreet from prying eyes. In the back room, the boss regarded me warily, as if I were poised to steal his valuable pet dogs once again. Not a chance. Unless you return Bai Qi, prepare for the police to arrive. The boss was resolute, his tone unwavering. In truth, I was indifferent. My primary concern was the delicate nature of the pets in his shop, who might not withstand the tension. I gestured towards the trembling dogs in their cages, their condition appearing pitiful, reminiscent of my last visit. You are quite peculiar. You seem well-spoken and not like a despicable person. How could you resort to stealing dogs? Let us head to the back room. There are matters regarding Bai Qi I wish to discuss with you. Lead the way. The proprietor, feeling a pang of sympathy for his dogs, invited me into the back room. On my previous visit, those ferocious canines had barked at me incessantly, yet this time, perhaps due to the aura of death I carried, they dared not utter a sound, merely baring their teeth in a facade of ferocity, despite their evident fear. Speak your mind. What do you wish to inquire? I lit a cigarette, organizing my thoughts. My curiosity lay with the former owner of Bai Qi, that slovenly Taoist who had bartered him for wine. This previous master of Bai Qi was another suspect in my mind. Having witnessed Bai Qi's combat prowess, I knew he could easily dismiss any unwarranted traces, thus raising my suspicions. Chapter 253. Qingta Temple, do not evade the subject, you rascal. Let us first discuss the matter of the 500,000, the proprietor retorted with a scowl. I never intended to sell you the dog. Who could have anticipated you would resort to such disgraceful theft? How can it be called theft? I was merely paying in installments. Spare me your nonsense. 500,000 for a Chinese rural dog? Return Bai Qi at once, and we shall consider the matter settled. I prefer to conduct business amicably and avoid involving the authorities. The proprietor's tone softened after a lengthy discourse. Moreover, this dog was consigned to me. If the previous owner were to inquire about his dog, what should I do? Where would I procure 500,000? The former owner? Do you not recall the visage of Bai Qi's previous master? To raise a dog of Bai Qi's caliber, that Taoist must surely be no ordinary person. My determination to uncover information about the slovenly Taoist prompted the proprietor to open up gradually, sensing my earnestness. He bore no distinctive features, dressed in a tattered Taoist robe, with an empty wine gourd at his waist, swaying unsteadily as he walked. The proprietor's words drew a frown from me. Such vague descriptions could hardly yield useful information. Though the old Taoist appeared disheveled, he possessed an ethereal grace in his movements and spoke with an air of antiquity, which is why I agreed to assist him in consignment of Bai Qi, the proprietor recalled, marveling at the memory. I must confess, I was quite taken aback by that old Taoist. He was utterly destitute, and he and Bai Qi were both emaciated and starving. Out of pity, I agreed to help him consign Bai Qi and even gave him 50 yuan. Little did I know, once he left, he hurried to a convenience store and emerged with 2 bottles of white liquor. The proprietor mimicked the Taoist's mannerisms, describing how the man drank with wild abandon, uncapping the bottles and guzzling them down as if they were mere water. I watched as he strode away, seemingly invigorated, and I could not shake the feeling that the more he drank, the more spirited he became. Bai Qi's previous owner was undoubtedly an eccentric, behaving erratically and disregarding conventions. From the proprietor's account, he did not strike me as one adept in deceit. I began to suspect that Bai Qi was not ensnared in a trap set by the old Taoist. As I reflected on the brief time spent with Bai Qi, I sensed a profound loyalty and reliance emanating from him. Gradually, time rolled back to our initial encounter at the pet shop, and suddenly, a detail surfaced in my memory. I inadvertently stumbled and collided with a cage containing a Tibetan Mastiff, and it was Bai Chi who rescued me. At that moment, he performed a particularly remarkable gesture, which solidified my determination to take him away at any cost. Bai Chi was licking the plum blossom mark on my wrist, a symbol of the underworld's show hosts. During our first encounter, his affectionate demeanor was inexplicable. It seemed he must have encountered a similar mark elsewhere. Could it be that the disheveled Taoist was also a host from the underworld? I shook my head, dismissing the thought. Boss, have you thoroughly considered any details about this Taoist that you might have overlooked? For instance, did he reveal anything about his origins or where one might locate him? Do you wish to find him? The boss eyed me warily, sensing my ulterior motives. The specifics eluded my memory, but it seemed the Taoist had mentioned something about if anyone was willing to pay 500,000 to buy the dog, the money should be sent to Qingde Temple. I had heard of Qingde Temple before. During the live stream of Route 14's spirit vehicle, I had passed by and had dealings with the Taoist Xianqing. Did the disheveled Taoist instruct you to send the money to Qingde Temple? Does he have an affiliation with Xianqing? I mused aloud. The boss, however, was displeased upon hearing this. Your words are truly crude. He is a celestial master. How can you speak of him so derogatorily? I apologize. I merely recalled certain matters. Since I have acquired the necessary information, I do not intend to linger here. I will return 20,000 to you now, and I shall quickly gather the remaining amount. There's no need to see me off. Planning to leave? Do you think it will be that easy? Spouting nonsense. The boss gripped my clothing tightly, his expression tinged with sorrow. You are still young. Why not engage in something worthwhile? Why resort to deceit? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you return by Chi now, we can consider this matter closed. Once the police arrive, you will face the consequences. The big brothers in the station are not as lenient as I am. I found the boss's indignation amusing. Very well, I shall wait a little longer. As I was pulled out of the back room, I found the house filled with pets resembling lifeless beings, each one appearing to be on high alert. It was as if I had encountered a ghost. Every time I visited this shop, the dogs seemed to need days to regain their spirits. The boss, contemplating some rumors about dogs, opened his mouth to inquire, but ultimately refrained, likely due to my unremarkable appearance. After waiting for around 10 minutes in the shop, I heard a cacophony of footsteps outside. A staff member named DeFay darted in, clutching his chest as if he were a thief. Why are you alone? Where are the police? The boss, seeing the staff member's furtive demeanor, was filled with suspicion. I thought you had grown soft and were about to call me. We cannot allow such shameless fraudsters to go unpunished. Wait, boss. DeFay quickly shut the shop door and rushed to the boss, revealing the money he had retrieved. What? The staff member timidly glanced at me as he presented the 2 checks, which were all drawn from Qianding Pharmaceuticals' accounts, but not for 20,000. He unzipped his outer garment, pulling out bundles of cash wrapped in craft paper from his bosom. He stated that one of the checks was a cash check for 100,000, while another was a transfer check. In total, the 3 transactions could yield 300,000. A stack of banknotes, amounting to 10,000 yuan, measured approximately 1 centimeter in thickness. DeFay took half a minute to retrieve the money from his pocket, meticulously arranging a vast display of crimson notes across the table, leaving even the dog in the cage bewildered. Are you certain this is from the bank? It wouldn't be counterfeit, would it? The boss held the money up to the sunlight, where the watermark of the leader seemed to smile back at him. My goodness, a total of 400,000. DeFay lowered his head, contemplating. When I carried this hefty sum out, I felt as though I had robbed a bank vault. My heart raced with anxiety. The surplus amount in the transfer check was likely the reward from Huang Buiyuan for a subsequent task. Gazing at the vast array of cash, I felt a sense of astonishment, though it was merely that, astonishment. Rest assured, focus on counting the money. I will swiftly gather the remaining 100,000 for you. With that, I shook off his hand, preparing to depart. Wait. The boss hurriedly approached. You must think this through. That dog, no matter how extraordinary, is still just a mutt. Is 50,000 truly worth it? Had this been in the past, my answer would have been a resounding yes, but now my perspective had shifted. Are you having second thoughts? No, I have merely come to understand some fundamental truths. Certain things cannot be measured by monetary value. Although my time with it was brief, it had saved me on numerous occasions. Regardless of how dire the circumstances, I sincerely wished to place my trust in it. Upon exiting the pet shop, I found myself amidst a bustling crowd. In a fleeting moment, I seemed to grasp the essence of the term mundane world. Without glancing back at the table of banknotes, I hailed a taxi bound for Qingde Temple. That night, while seated on the number 14 hearse, I passed a stop named Qingde Temple. However, upon inquiring with the taxi driver, I discovered that there was no such stop on the number 14 bus route, and he had never heard of Qingde Temple. How could a legitimate stop simply vanish? Was it a station solely for the deceased? With this question lingering, I directed the driver based on the remnants of my memory to Chi Village Maternal and Child Health Hospital. During a previous live stream, I had noted all the stops along the number 14 hearse route, and Qingde Temple was situated between the hospital and Huayuan community. Chapter 254. The corpse transporter. After alighting from the taxi, I found myself in the outskirts, where abandoned farmland flanked the roadway, with the occasional unfinished building visible. Initially, Jiang City had planned to expand its new district to include this area, but various reasons led to the cessation of construction, resulting in the desolate appearance devoid of human presence. I recalled the scene when the deceased disembarked and followed the road until I reached a similar location. This was a stop devoid of a signpost, the ground laid with white bricks, the significance of which I could not discern. It was here that the Taoist priest from the number 14 hearse livestream had collected the deceased. Although it was dark at the time, I could still identify some features of the surrounding landscape. Following the direction in which the group of deceased had departed, I ventured into the wilderness. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, making the path difficult to traverse. However, I noticed something peculiar. The terrain gradually sloped downward. Upon reaching the lowest point, I encountered 2 or 3 narrow dirt paths. These winding trails were intriguing, covered with a layer of fine sand, interspersed with white granules that resembled salt. Was there a particular significance to this? Several paths lead to different destinations, their ends obscured from view. I casually chose one that ventured deep into the wilderness. What a desolate and harsh landscape it is. Surrounding me were no signs of habitation, only numerous solitary graves, devoid of markers, leaving me unaware of who lay beneath. As the number of graves increased, a chill crept up my spine under the bright sky, as if something were trailing closely behind me. After walking over 100 meters, the terrain suddenly ascended, revealing a modest hillock before me. While this hillock would stand out prominently on flat land, the surrounding topography, elevated on the outside and lower within, concealed it well, making it less noticeable from the roadway. Within lies a hidden world. I circled the hillock and finally discovered the Qingde Temple. This small temple was nestled behind the hillock, with doors facing east and west, one welcoming the sun, the other embracing the shade. It took quite some time to locate it. The overall architecture of the temple exuded an ancient charm. Though aged, it lacked the restlessness of modern constructions, resembling a sanctuary for secluded spiritual practice. Is anyone here? The 2 doors of the temple stood wide open as I peered inside. The layout was oriented along the meridian, with the main hall dedicated to the Taoist deities positioned along the central axis, while side halls, adhering to the principles of symmetry based on the sun and moon, housed various gods. Though small, the Qingde Temple was fully equipped with 4 chambers, 2 on the west and 2 on the east. The west rooms were shrouded in dark cloth, impervious to light, while the east rooms were bright and airy, their doors adorned with advertisements for low-priced, homemade incense, health pills, and Taoist medicinal wines. After a prolonged silence, I knocked gently on the door and entered the temple. The courtyard was modest. All the halls combined likely spanned no more than 100 square meters. However, within, it felt spacious and imbued with a serene tranquility. Proceeding deeper, I arrived at the Sanqing Hall, where the 3 esteemed deities, Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing, resided, accompanied by a wooden plaque that seemed to honor another divine spirit. The Sanqing represents the highest deities in Taoism. Who could possibly stand alongside them? Just as I was about to examine the inscription on the plaque, a young Taoist priest clad in coarse linen emerged from the eastern chamber. The main hall is the abode of the divine. It must not be disturbed, he said. This young priest, whose face bore an unattractive countenance, wore his hair in a bun without the traditional cap, dressed in faded, rough linen garments. I apologize. I am merely curious, I replied, observing him closely. Having practiced the teachings of the Miaozhen school, I was somewhat aware of the hierarchical structure within Orthodox Taoism. A novice entering a temple is referred to as a Daotong, who must exert effort and endure hardships within the temple to cultivate their spiritual practice. Only after donning the cap and bowing to a master can one become a formal Taoist priest. This merely signifies the initial stage. Further classifications arise based on the temple's size, the practitioner's mastery of Taoist arts, and their assigned roles. For instance, Titles such as Xianxing, Zhenren, and Tianshi refer to those in rural areas, while distinctions like Gaoxian, Gaoshi, and Dade pertain to higher ranks. However, this applies to orthodox temples like Miaoxian. In a modest establishment like Qingtu Temple, where the number of master and disciples hardly exceeds 3, the constraints are naturally less stringent. I am here to seek Taoist Qingqing. If he is present, could you kindly convey my message? I inquired politely, though in this confined space, such a request felt more like a formality. The master is currently in meditation. Please wait in the eastern chamber, he replied. As the young Taoist's words faded, the door to the west wing swung open, revealing the leisurely Taoist priest, Xianqing, dressed in a deep green robe, who emerged holding 2 large yin gongs. Yin Chuan, how many times must I remind you? If someone pays a visit, you ought to address me as Daojing. Upon seeing me, Xianqing's surprise was evident. It was indeed a rare occasion. Quickly, prepare some tea, he instructed. His expression hardly conveyed a warm welcome, and I hastened into the main hall to offer a stick of incense to the 3 pure ones before being ushered into the east wing. What brings you here today, esteemed guest? Xianqing inquired, subtly placing the recruitment brochure for a wellness training program, a diagram for Tai Chi instruction, and advertisements for inexpensive Taoist talismans and ritual services into a drawer, meticulously preserving his image as a sage. These are merely my leisure pursuits, intended to benefit the local populace, he added with a hint of modesty. I stifled a laugh, recognizing that Xianqing was much like Lu the Blind, one constantly evading the city management, the other retreating among tombs to conduct his classes. Laughter is welcome, for recent days have indeed been challenging. Xianqing, noticing my struggle to contain my amusement, seemed to abandon his facade of a transcendent master. Many traditions in our lineage have waned, he lamented. I am fortunate to have a disciple like Yun Chuan to carry on the teachings. Some temples lie in neglect, their legacies severed. His words weighed heavily, leaving me uncertain how to respond. Daojing, I have witnessed your expertise in corpse guiding. With such abilities, how can one not earn a living? I inquired. How? Xianqing retorted, casting aside a drawer full of unissued advertisements onto the table. In the past, we could earn a decent living guiding corpses, especially in the densely populated waterways of South China and the Zhanghuai region, where families had no choice but to seek our assistance. But with trains and boats now traversing everywhere, who still requires our services? But I saw you guiding a corpse that night, I reminded him. Those were merely the souls of wanderers who passed away far from home. I could not bear to leave them adrift. Xianqing removed the soul-calling bell and yin gong from his waist, carefully polishing them. Yet, perhaps it is for the best that there are fewer souls to guide. It indicates a reduction in the injustices of the world. Tea has arrived, announced the young Taoist, bringing in 2 cups before promptly exiting. What does Daojing signify? Xianqing pondered aloud. Why do you insist on being addressed in such a manner? My inquiry once again rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. Daojing simply means the head of the temple. Although it is just the 2 of us in this Qingtu temple, decorum must not be disregarded. He waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for pleasantries. Speak plainly of your purpose for seeking me. I proceeded to divulge the matters concerning the disheveled Taoist and Bai Qi, along with my own conjectures. Xianqing listened intently, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The person you seek, I am indeed acquainted with. However, given his character, I cannot fathom him engaging in theft. Why not? I pressed. Xianqing's expression shifted to one of resignation as he spoke of the disheveled Taoist. In his advanced years, he possesses profound Taoist skills, yet he leads a life of indulgence, reveling in the present, unencumbered by worldly attachments. How could someone of such disposition ever contemplate stealing from you? After listening to the words of the Taoist Xianqing, I too felt that my thought process might be flawed. Yet, out of an abundance of caution, I inquired once more, what connection do you share with that Taoist? While we could not claim any significant relationship, I recalled that just weeks prior, he had offered me 500,000 to assist him in transporting a particularly unique corpse. Upon hearing Taoist Xianqing's words, a sense of perplexity enveloped me, yet I refrained from probing further, for the nature of such undertakings was a closely guarded secret, not to be trifled with. The elder in the west wing of the temple had grown white hair. Shortly thereafter, Yin Chuan re-entered, his demeanor calm. Yet his words unsettled me somewhat. An elder? White hair? What could possibly disturb a corpse at the break of dawn when the yang energy is at its peak? Taoist Xianqing grasped the yin gong and copper bell, rising to exit with a graceful, "Excuse my absence for a moment." No worries. Please attend to your affairs, I replied, driven by curiosity to follow him outside once he departed. The temple was modest, comprising 4 adjacent rooms divided into eastern and western wings. The east wing appeared unremarkable, whereas the west wing exuded an air of peculiarity. Its doors and windows were tightly shut, veiled by a thick black gauze, seemingly to shield it from sunlight. Could it be that the west wing was not intended for human habitation? The temple's construction adhered to meticulous principles, the east for the living, the west for the spirits. Taoist Xianqing pried open the door just enough for himself and Yinchuan to slip inside, firmly closing it behind them. Moments later, sounds of thumping emerged from within, reminiscent of a fish thrashing after being pulled from the water. Fetch my talisman, Taoist Xianqing commanded, as he enacted spells and incantations while occasionally shaking the copper bell in his hand. My curiosity piqued, I stealthily approached the window of the west wing, lifting a corner of the black gauze to peer inside. Through the glass, I beheld a modest room furnished like a bygone communal dormitory, with a row of earthen beds. Yet instead of warmth, each bed was accompanied by basins of water. A thick black cloth draped over the beds suggested that beneath it lay several corpses. I counted approximately 6 or 7, a mixture of male and female, varying in height. Was this the practice of corpse transportation? It felt rather sinister. Using my keen sight, I focused on the corner of the room where Taoist Xianqing and Yinchuan stood. One was performing a spell, while the other exerted physical effort to press something against the wall. Despite straining my vision, I could scarcely discern the details. But I faintly perceived several strands of white hair, longer and more resilient than ordinary hair. After 5 or 6 minutes, Taoist Xianqing concluded his incantation, producing 2 sheets of talisman paper inscribed with vermilion, which he affixed to the object. He then retrieved a slender green willow branch from one of the basins, binding it securely. At that moment, the thumping noise within ceased. As the black cloth was draped once more, Yinchuan lifted the object from the corner and placed it upon the bed. The master and disciple worked in harmonious coordination throughout the process, and I never caught a full glimpse of the entity. The door creaked open, and both Taoist Xianqing and Yinchuan emerged, seemingly unfazed by the earlier happenings. My apologies for startling you, Taoist Xianqing remarked with an air of nonchalance, having noticed my clandestine observation at the window without a hint of anger, as if he had anticipated it. Caught in the act, I scratched my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What was that commotion inside just now? I could hear the noise. Having witnessed my practice of corpse transportation, I shall not shy away from the truth with you. Xianqing Taoist retrieved a talisman and affixed it to the doorframe, summoning both me and Yinchuan into the eastern chamber. The thumping sound you heard earlier was emitted by a corpse. I shan't elaborate further, for you are not of our sect, and it would do you no good to know too much. The noise came from a corpse? Could it be the legendary corpse transformation? Xianqing Taoist nodded, explaining that when a person dies, their obsessions transform into a ghostly essence, while their physical form becomes nourishment, returning to the earth. However, certain bodies, due to unique circumstances, retain fragments of their memories. When they are infused with and malevolent energies, such phenomena can occur. Even under the midday sun, such transformations can manifest. This corpse handling surely carries great peril. I glanced toward the western chamber, shrouded in black gauze. The idea of cohabiting with the deceased was momentarily overwhelming. Not as terrifying as you imagine, Xianqing Taoist remarked, sipping his clear tea. The practice of corpse handling is a benevolent act, primarily assisting those unfortunate souls who have perished far from home. It is a great merit, impervious to the supernatural. This month alone, there have been 6 instances of reanimation. It's hard to see the merit when funds for even rice are dwindling. Yinchuan murmured at the door, his voice barely above a whisper. Being a practitioner, both Xianqing Taoist and I were keenly aware of his words. Yinchuan, have you mastered the standing corpse technique I taught you? My foolish apprentice has yet to grasp it, always feeling at a loss. Then why not practice diligently? Xianqing Taoist reprimanded, and Yinchuan quietly departed. As I watched him leave, the Taoist sighed. Do not heed his nonsense. Occurrences of reanimation are exceedingly rare. You have merely encountered a peculiar situation. My temple has recently been unsettled, seemingly targeted by an unknown entity. A sense of contemplation washed over me. I felt that Xianqing Taoist was concealing something. My thoughts drifted back to the recently added tablet in the Sanqing Hall, and after much deliberation, I inquired, might you elaborate on this matter? Perhaps I could offer my assistance. After a moment's hesitation, the Taoist spoke. This tale begins with an old priest who visited the Qingta temple a few weeks ago, claiming to transport a corpse spirit to the northeast, with a price tag of 500,000. As you can see, my circumstances are dire, so I reluctantly agreed. In the dead of night the following day, the old priest arrived alone, carrying the corpse spirit. When Yunchuan and I unveiled the black cloth, we discovered something amiss. What was it? Wrapped within the burial shroud was not a human corpse, but rather the body of a fox. Xianqing Daoist chuckled wryly. In my decades of handling corpses, this was a first. I was ready to refuse, yet the old priest was relentless, and despite our combined efforts, Yunchuan and I could not overpower him. Reluctantly, we consented, preparing to embark on the journey to the northeast for the funeral rites. Xianqing Daoist's words were laden with implications. The practice of corpse handling was already shrouded in mystery for me, and the emergence of a fox's corpse added to the enigma. Most crucially, I had heard the phrase funeral rites of the mourners from him, words I had also encountered in Luxing. Dare I ask, Daoist, what precisely do the funeral rites of the mourners entail? Surely your master imparted such fundamental knowledge to you upon entering the path of cultivation? The Daoist priest, Xianqing, paused for a moment, realizing I was not jesting. He proceeded to explain that these were specific hours on the lunar calendar, particularly auspicious for funerals and mourning rites, which are of utmost significance to the tradition of corpse transporting. Moreover, those born during these hours would carry 3 inauspicious stars: the mourning guest, the funerary door, and the mourning cloth. Upon hearing this, I instinctively recalled Lu Xing and the serial murder case from 5 years ago on that rainy night. What if one were to commit murder during this time against someone marked by these ominous stars? Such an act would indeed invoke grave taboos, leading to misfortune and calamity. Not only would the perpetrator suffer, but even the land itself would be tainted. Is it truly that severe? My heart raced, as if I were grasping something elusive. Daoist, when do these ominous stars align this year? Ordinarily, these 3 hours would not be consecutive, typically separated by several days. However, every 5 years, a rare occurrence transpires. This year, it would fall on the night of the 3rd day hence, precisely at the midnight hour, marking the arrival of the mourning guest and the funerary door. 3 nights from now? That coincides with my 8th live broadcast. The timing clashed with one of the year's most inauspicious moments. My 8th broadcast could potentially serve as a pivotal juncture in my streaming career. Surprised? The calculations of the lunar calendar and the birth chart are fundamental concepts. With your profound foundation and mastery, you should have ascended to the realm of the Yang and Du meridians. How could you remain oblivious to such rudimentary knowledge? Xianqing's inquiry left me at a loss, for the intricacies of the Miao Zhen heart method were esoteric, and I could not articulate their origins. Thus, I hastily shifted the topic, explaining that my path of cultivation diverged from theirs. Rather than retreating from the world, I immersed myself in it. The specifics, however, were not for disclosure. Let us return to discussing the fox corpse. Xianqing nodded, refraining from further probing. Originally, I had planned to set out in 3 days to personally transport the fox corpse to the northeast. Yet, fate had other designs, and we soon discovered that the corpse was untouchable. Chapter 256. The Red Fox. There exists a principle in corpse transporting known as the 3 that can be transported, 3 that cannot. Those who have been decapitated must have their head and body sewn together. Those who died by hanging, and those who perished in cages can be transported. They died against their will, longing for home and loved ones. Thus, their souls may be summoned through incantations and bound to their respective corpses, allowing them to traverse mountains and valleys. Conversely, those who died from illness, who voluntarily drowned or hanged themselves, and those struck by lightning or burned beyond recognition cannot be transported. Souls of the deceased from illness have already been claimed by the King of Hell, making it impossible to retrieve them from the gates of the underworld. As for those who drowned or hanged themselves, their souls have been replaced, and they may be in the midst of transition. Summoning a new soul could disrupt the reincarnation of the old. Moreover, those who died by lightning are often deeply sinful, while those perishing in fire are frequently left dismembered. Both categories are equally untouchable. Xianqing's words resonated with a semblance of truth. Every profession adheres to its own customs, passed down from master to disciple through generations. Although animal corpses can be transported, they are not referred to as corpse transporting, but rather foot walking. After the old priest left the fox corpse behind, I kept it in a separate room in the west wing, ensuring it had its own space. Each night, I would fill its ears, nostrils, and mouth with vermilion, sealing them with talismans. For humans, the ears, nose, and mouth serve as the portals for the soul's entry and exit. The same principle applies to foxes. Initially, there appeared to be no abnormalities, but over time, I observed that the vermilion powder within the ears and nostrils of the corpse remained unchanged, while that within its mouth had completely vanished. Each time I affixed a talisman to soothe its spirit, I felt as though it was gazing at me with a smile. Xianqing Taoist, upon recounting this, shook his head. As a practitioner of the Tao, he possesses a profound connection to spirits and the supernatural. My intuition regarding the corpse must be accurate. The issues surrounding that body are too great. Even if I were to intervene personally, the likelihood of success would be merely 40%. If I were to involve Yinchuan, the chances might increase, but I truly fear any unforeseen circumstances that could delay this young lad. Although Xianqing Taoist is quite stern with Yinchuan, he has long regarded him as his own child. What if an unfortunate incident were to occur? Discarding the corpse and fleeing is not as simple as one might think. As Xianqing Taoist gazed at a plethora of advertisements for wellness training sessions, his concerns deepened. I should never have agreed to assist the old Taoist for monetary gain. Once this corpse passes through my hands, it becomes entangled with my fate. If I do not allow its soul to return home, it will forever haunt me. This fox's corpse may have reached the status of a fox immortal in its lifetime, and my humble temple cannot withstand its turmoil. Xianqing Taoist is well aware of his own troubles, but has no one to confide in. Today, he fortuitously found me to unburden his pent-up frustrations. Every household has its own hardships, and I cannot assist him further. After conversing for a while without any fruitful outcome, I prepared to take my leave. The star god and the spirit of Lu Xing have already been acquired, and now, the situation of Xiao Feng is perilous. By noon, if I cannot uncover Bai Qi's whereabouts, I must prioritize the search for Xiao Feng based on the urgency of the situation. As Xianqing Taoist escorted me to the door, I turned to him with a respectful gesture, apologizing for the disturbance and hoping for his understanding. No trouble at all, just be cautious on your way. There are 4 paths outside. Take the one with the most salt scattered upon it, as that is meant for humans. Understood. I raised my head to look at Xianqing Taoist, but suddenly, it felt as if someone had whispered a word in my mind. Instinctively, I turned to glance at the west wing. At the far end of my gaze, the black veil fluttered, lifted by a gust of wind, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes staring at me through the window. I staggered back several steps before regaining my balance. Merely locking eyes with that entity caused a tumult within me, as if the blood fox tattoo on my chest had awakened, radiating a searing heat. Destined one? Xianqing Taoist inquired, reaching out to support me, perplexed. I pressed my hand against my chest, where the inexplicable heat only intensified, spreading throughout my body like flames. As I crouched down, parched and breathless, when I lifted my head again, my eyes had turned entirely crimson. Divine descent? Xianqing Taoist quickly retrieved a calming talisman. Affixing it to my chest, he chanted incantations, and the talisman exuded a soothing chill, offering me a moment of relief. Have you recklessly employed a talisman for summoning deities? And was it a malevolent spirit you called forth? His brow furrowed as he summoned Yinchuan to assist me into the house, but I waved my hand in refusal. It's nothing. I will be well shortly. Not only had I carelessly summoned a deity, but it seemed that the spirit I invoked had also taken residence within my body. According to Taoist Wanda, the entity I summoned bears a notorious reputation and is not accepted by the righteous path. Thus, I dared not reveal the truth to Xianqing Taoist. I have always maintained a harmonious distance with the summoned malevolent entity. It has even assisted me on numerous occasions, so it is illogical for it to suddenly turn against me. Could it be attempting to convey a warning? Raising my gaze towards the west wing, everything appeared tranquil. The tightly wrapped black veil over the windows suggesting an absence of anything within. Taoist, I believe I just glimpsed a pair of crimson eyes flash within the west wing. Be vigilant. It could be a sign of a corpse transformation. Crimson eyes? The Taoist Xianqing seemed to recall something as he unfastened the emerald willow from his waist and retrieved the soul-capturing bell, hastening towards the door of the west wing. There were 2 guest rooms in the west wing. The one closest to the Sanqing Hall was a communal area, while the other was the one where I had seen the blood-red eyes. Yinchuan, prepare the talismans. Xianqing Taoist, as if facing a formidable adversary, stood at the entrance of the solitary room, muttering incantations. Before long, Yinchuan emerged from the Sanqing Hall, wielding cinnabar, talisman paper, corpse restraining seals, and other ritual implements. Dear Master, please step back a bit. If that fox undergoes a corpse transformation, it could become exceedingly troublesome, and I fear I may not be able to protect you. Do not worry. I possess a modicum of spiritual skill for self-preservation. I should be fine. Clutching the Qigong talisman of Mao Shan, I secured the window of the room. Xianqing Taoist, observing my calm demeanor and steady stance, nodded in approval. Very well, do exercise caution. He meticulously prepared himself and then pushed open the door to the west wing, the door creaking ajar. After casting a handful of cinnabar to disperse the yang energy, he cautiously stepped inside. The modest room bore no furnishings, its stark floor devoid of comfort. At the center lay a thick black cloth. Beneath it, the contents were obscured. Yet the undulating form suggested it was not the body of a human. Surrounding the black cloth were 9 basins of water, each curiously supporting a copper coin upright. The diminutive coins remained steadfast, perfectly balanced, their circular edges aligned with the central black cloth. Taoist, what does this copper coin signify? Silence. Xianqing Taoist directed his full attention to the interior, retrieving the soul-capturing bell and executing a peculiar step as he circled the 9 basins. Strangely, as he completed his circuit, all 9 coins promptly toppled over. The coins, having been handled by many, possess a strong yang energy. The number 9 is significant. My actions are intended to prevent its transformation into a corpse. Upon finishing his explanation, Xianqing Taoist single-handedly lifted the black cloth, revealing the true form of the corpse beneath. This matter pertains to me, and I dared not withdraw, leaning forward to peer inside. Beneath the cloth lay a vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of flickering flames or freshly spilled blood, strikingly beautiful yet daunting to behold. I could not fathom why my gaze, upon encountering this red, reignited the restlessness I had fought to suppress. After reciting the subtle heart mantra for what felt like an eternity, I finally calmed my spirit enough to observe normally. It was a fox, its fur an extraordinarily vibrant red. Its form showed no signs of decay, remarkably preserved without a single wound. Its eyes were tightly shut, and its sleek coat resembled a delicate work of art, irresistibly drawing one closer. Do not be deceived by its appearance, Xianqing Taoist cautioned, halting my approach and gesturing towards the fox's body. Do you know why its fur retains such brilliance even after death, remaining so vibrant despite the passage of time? Why? This is, in fact, a white fox, whose fur is not a reflection of its natural hue, but rather a testament to the myriad stains of blood it has absorbed. Stains that time itself cannot erase. In Chapter 257, The Prodigy, it is only upon hearing the words of Taoist Xianqing that I realize the fox's coat is indeed an unsettling shade of red, one that, upon prolonged observation, can even be painful to the eyes. Blood fox. With one hand pressing against my chest, I recall the blood fox tattoo etched upon my skin, and upon closer inspection, the resemblance is striking. What are you saying? Taoist Xianqing inquired, noticing the peculiar expression on my face. Nothing, nothing. I hastily waved my hand. The tattoo on my chest must remain concealed from outsiders. Previously, I had inquired about it with Taoist Wanyida, who informed me that this blood fox is a taboo in modern Orthodox Taoism, a subject best left unspoken. Taoist Xianqing, adhering strictly to propriety and possessing a somewhat rigid demeanor, would likely cause a commotion if he were to catch sight of it. I am merely intrigued by this fox. What could have justified its bloody demise? What experiences did it endure in life? I cautiously approached, leaning over the 9 basins of water to peer within. The blood fox bore no visible wounds. Its corpse was remarkably well preserved. Were it not for Taoist Xianqing's prior warning, I would not have discerned that this was a deceased creature at all. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through as I drew near, the door slammed shut, and outside, dark veils fluttered, casting shadows within the room as if someone were racing about. The incense in the 3 Pure Ones hall has extinguished. A voice from outside, belonging to Yin Chuan, echoed. Taoist Xianqing's countenance shifted dramatically. He seized my shoulder and swiftly retreated to the corner. Stay away from this thing. It may undergo a corpse transformation. I was uncertain what the extinguishing of the incense signified, but seeing Taoist Xianqing in such a state of alarm made my heart race. I edged toward the window, prepared to leap to safety at any moment. Inside the room, Taoist Xianqing chanted incantations, his demeanor growing increasingly dire as beads of sweat cascaded to the floor. Master, I am here to assist you. Yin Chuan, observing everything from outside, had a clear view of the unfolding events. He rushed in, carrying 2 bamboo poles from the 3 Pure Ones hall, and propped up the fox's corpse with them. Steady, Taoist Xianqing, with a wolf hair brush dipped in cinnabar, inscribed talismans above the fox's head. However, after a prolonged effort, not a single character remained. The cinnabar simply would not adhere to the fox's body. The door swung shut once more. Outside the temple, the sky was clear, yet within the western chamber, a dense, ominous energy permeated the air, as if the fox had summoned the malevolent spirits from all surrounding graves. Master, I can no longer hold it. Yunchuan, gripping a bamboo pole in each hand, found the fox's body unusually heavy. Though a fox typically lacks substantial weight, his face reddened as if he were lifting an enormous burden. Taoist Xianqing, equally anxious, continued to scribble talismans on various parts of the blood fox's body, yet each attempt was in vain. The cinnabar refused to even graze its fur, let alone inscribe any suppressive symbols upon its surface. Allow me to assist. With good intentions, I thought to alleviate some of Yunchuan's strain. But as my hands grasped the bamboo pole, a commanding voice flashed through my mind like a jolt of electricity. It bore a resemblance to the cry of a fox, unsettling and dissuading any defiance. Quickly, release your grip. This is a corpse prop. You risk being possessed by the residual soul within. Both Yunchuan and Taoist Xianqing expressed their concern for my safety, yet I felt no discomfort and easily lifted the bamboo pole to support the fox's corpse. What shall we do next? I found myself in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware that both Master Xianqing and Yunchuan were equally astonished. After a brief moment, Master Xianqing finally regained his composure, instructing me to remain still. I held the bamboo pole in position, and peculiarly, the fox's lifeless body mirrored my every action. Its forepaws rested at the end of the pole, its head drooping, eyes half open. After a few minutes, Master Xianqing returned with a complete set of talismans, sealing the fox's 7 orifices, and the chilling winds in the room ceased. A ray of sunlight filtered through the crack of the door. How fortunate it was that this 1,000-year-old fox spirit did not rise from the dead. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have been branded as criminals in Jiangqing. With a sigh of relief, Master Xianqing said, "You may lower the bamboo pole now." As I placed the pole before me, I realized that, although I had not felt particularly strained, seeing Yunchuan's bloodied palm made it clear that the pole was not meant to be handled by just anyone. "What on earth happened just now?" I asked, still in a daze. There's no need for alarm. What transpired earlier was merely an act of goodwill on my part. Master Xianqing chuckled. "Lately, my temple has been plagued with unrest. Corpses have been transforming, and restless spirits have been knocking at the door, all due to this fox spirit's presence. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. Even the elder who escorted it knows little. For days, I have attempted various methods to communicate with it, yet to no avail. However, your appearance today has revealed the fox's true nature. It appears that you and I share a unique bond." I silently mused that my connection was not with him, but rather with the fox itself. Summoning the spirit had brought forth a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, and now encountering its corpse felt like an orchestrated series of events. Was this mere coincidence? The spirit summoning talisman originated from the underworld, and the blood fox's corpse belonged to Bai Qi, suggesting there should be no connection between the two. "If there's nothing further, I shall take my leave," I said, feeling as if I was ensnared in a vast web, like a fish caught in a net, destined to encounter preordained occurrences from which I could not escape. "Wait, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Master Xianqing called out. "What is it?" I asked, already halfway out the door. With a hint of hesitation, he inquired, "Might you have any interest in learning the art of corpse handling? I see great potential in you." "Excuse me?" I tilted my head, observing him closely, realizing he was not jesting. "Me gifted? Just weeks ago, I was told I possessed the worst aptitude for cultivation in 5 years. Surely, you must be mistaken? I assure you, my words are sincere. To master corpse handling, one must learn 36 techniques, the most fundamental of which is known as the standing technique. In essence, it involves making the corpse stand. While it sounds simple, the execution is fraught with difficulty. A corpse is easily affected by the presence of yang energy, leading to unforeseen changes. Therefore, whether during the process of handling a corpse or relocating it, one must avoid direct contact and utilize a bamboo pole for transportation. The so-called corpse pole is crafted from bamboo, as it is of a nature and inflicts minimal harm upon the deceased. The standing technique involves using the pole to position the corpse upright while ensuring its movements align with your own. I observed your initial use of the pole. You displayed remarkable proficiency in raising the corpse, compelling it to obey your will without any prior instruction. Truly a promising talent. I felt quite uncomfortable under the gaze of Taoist Xianqing, who merely used a bamboo pole to prod the corpse, as if it were nothing of significance. You speak so lightly. Yin Chuan, do share how long it took you to cultivate your standing technique. Taoist Xianqing beckoned to Yin Chuan, whose little face was drawn in sorrow, having spent 2 months and a day yet still failing to grasp the essence. Did you hear that? Yin Chuan's talent is considered moderately above average. After 2 months, he has only just managed to master it. Your initial use of the corpse pole was remarkably adept. Such talent is rare in my experience. Taoist, I cannot ascertain the validity of your words. But the crux of the matter is that I have already practiced the heart method of another sect, and switching to corpse handling might not be prudent. I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. My curiosity about corpse handling was far from a desire for in-depth exploration. When the discussion turned to sects and doctrines, Taoist Xianqing fell silent, sighing softly. It is a pity. I had intended to teach you some fundamental concepts. 3 days hence, accompany me to handle corpses and depart from Jiangxing. With your assistance, the likelihood of success would increase significantly. The evening of the 3rd day coincides with the live broadcast of the Underworld Showcase, and I, regrettably, must decline the offer. Casting a glance back at the blood fox corpse lying obediently on the ground, I bid farewell to Taoist Xianqing and returned to King Tuguan, making my way back to Tingtang Road. The chaotic room remained unchanged, with everything jumbled together. Xiaofeng's plan to rescue the dual-faced Buddha, and the need to recover the lost Underworld Showcase materials weighed heavily on my mind. Rubbing my temples, I felt a sense of foreboding. I sensed that great turmoil would descend upon Jiangxing 3 days hence, and preparation was imperative. I pulled out my phone and called Lu Xiezi. About half an hour later, Lu Xiezi arrived in a hurry, and together we headed to the hospital. The calamity was imminent, and I needed to consolidate all the power I possessed. Pushing open the ward door, I found Mr. Gu sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed. I instructed the nurse to step outside and entered the room with Lu Xiezi. Gao Jian, what brings you here? He inquired. This is Lu. You may refer to him as Old Lu. How is your recovery progressing? I asked as I observed Mr. Gu from the bedside. The damage to his heart veins made complete recovery difficult, but it was not insurmountable. That is reassuring, I replied, drawing the curtains and glancing at the door to ensure no one was eavesdropping before speaking to the two of them. To be frank, a significant upheaval will occur here in 3 days. If my suspicions are correct, the tragedy from 5 years ago is about to repeat itself. I laid bare the details of the rain-soaked night serial murder case from 5 years prior, along with some of my own conjectures. Apart from the Underworld Showcase, I withheld nothing, including the 8 characters and my grievances with Lu Xing. After I finished speaking, both men appeared astonished. In their eyes, I should have been the most ordinary person, yet who could have anticipated that my recent life had been so fraught with peril? Why do the omens change every 3 days? I mused. It turned out that you had been drawn into the contention over the 8 characters. Lu Xiezi's expression shifted to one of understanding. Life, fate, and feng shui. These are the most treacherous and unpredictable aspects. I marvel at how an ordinary person like you has managed to navigate through to this point. Mr. Gu nodded in agreement. Initially, when the girl was abducted, I noticed your indifference and assumed you were devoid of compassion. It seems I misjudged you. Reaching this juncture is indeed no small feat. Yet the true peril is only just beginning. I require the assistance of both of you. In merely 3 days, Chapter 258, Alliance, first update, awaits. I have a premonition that the 8th livestream will signify a pivotal turning point. The convergence of the 8 characters may once again replay the tragic events of 5 years ago. However, unlike 5 years past, I am no longer the mere intern officer passively involved. This time, I must not only engage but also take the lead in confronting the formidable Lu Xing. 3 days from now marks the time of the morning guest. We must prepare in advance to avoid chaos when the moment arrives. I retrieved paper and pen from my pocket, sketching on the hospital bed. Each midnight, I ventured out to gather intelligence, visiting a total of 7 locations. I illustrated the Anshin Inn, the number 3 Bridge Crematorium, and Xinhu High School on paper, roughly plotting them according to their positions in Jiangxing. At first glance, these 7 places appear unrelated, yet they are intricately connected to the divine spirits, each reflecting a past and lingering memory tied to various celestial influences. Fate is ordained by heaven itself to be entangled with so many divine spirits simultaneously under the illumination of the celestial bodies. Do you not fear losing sight of your true destiny? Lou the Blind placed his thumb on his middle finger, forming a gesture for divination. To this day, I remain unable to decipher your fate, as it is shrouded by too many celestial mysteries. My own fate is rather ordinary, devoid of any significant forecasts. To be intertwined with the 8 characters and still thrive until now is anything but mundane, and I am the first to contest such a notion. Lou the Blind halted his divination, casting his gaze upon the locations I had sketched. The occurrence of the 8 characters' divine spirits within the same city is already highly irregular. These structures likely harbor some deeper connection, potentially orchestrated by human hands. Lou the Blind incisively pinpointed the crux of the matter. After contemplating for a moment, I deemed his insights somewhat valid and hurried outside the hospital to procure a map of Jiangxing. Upon finding these locations on the map and connecting them with lines, they formed a polygon. This shape, I felt, resembled something I had encountered before. Upon closer inspection, the polygon bore an uncanny likeness to the octagonal talisman derived from the Zicho pairing, albeit missing one corner. Having experienced 7 live streams and traversed 7 locations, it stands to reason that the site of the 8th live stream should be determined by extending the lines on the map, roughly outlining the Longjing Dam. Jiangcheng is bisected by a great river, with the renowned Longjing Dam positioned upstream. The difference in water levels between the upstream and downstream is a staggering 41 meters, roughly equivalent to 15 stories in height, with a maximum water storage capacity of 23 billion cubic meters. Should any issues arise with the dam, it would spell catastrophe for the entire Jiangxing. Could it be that the 8th live stream is to unfold here? The tasks of the underworld showcased during each live stream may appear bewildering, yet they are imbued with profound significance. My limited knowledge has rendered me a mere puppet, inevitably dragged along, only able to react in a passive manner. If the 8th live stream is indeed associated with the divine spirits, then this location is highly plausible. I have already encountered 7 of the divine spirits within the 8 characters, yet I have yet to confront the Jiasha. Old Lou, I suddenly recalled a question. Do you know what the Jiasha divine spirit represents? I am well acquainted with the various divine spirits of the 8 characters, yet I am somewhat unclear on their specific meanings. Lu Xiezi hailed from a family steeped in the art of geomancy, and he possessed a profound love for literature. Although his mastery of Taoist techniques was merely average, his erudition was quite substantial. The ancient text Sanming Tonghui elucidates the nature of calamities and auspiciousness, indicating that when misfortune strikes, it can manifest as brilliance, exceptional talent, and a broad-mindedness, yet also as confusion, malevolence, and grievous afflictions. In essence, misfortune is a harbinger of calamities, injuries, and punitive disasters. Upon hearing Lu Xiezi's words, a figure suddenly emerged in my mind, one whose characteristics closely mirrored those of the calamity. Lu Xing. I furrowed my brow in contemplation, growing increasingly convinced of this possibility. Xiao Feng had previously informed me that Lu Xing intended to eliminate 7 individuals, with Tai Ningxiang positioned 6th and Xiao Feng as the 7th. This raised a point of contention. All of Lu Xing's actions revolved around the celestial configurations, yet his prolonged efforts seemed solely aimed at terminating 7 lives. If each individual corresponded to a unique celestial influence, then he ought to target 8, unless Lu Xing himself was among them. This 8th live broadcast is undoubtedly linked to Lu Xing, and the celestial influences have reached a pivotal moment. I murmured to myself, contemplating the duality of the celestial deity that has been orchestrating events since 2 decades prior. 5 years ago, they should have convened, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they failed. Now, 5 years later, Lu Xing has reassembled the celestial forces, and their true intentions are about to surface. I marked a sign near the Zhangjiang Dam, casting a glance at Lu Xiezi and Mr. Gu. A calamity that would affect the entire Jiangcheng would transpire 3 nights hence, and I hoped these 2 would lend me their support. Lu Xiezi nodded in immediate agreement, stating that the Lu family had deep ties to Jiangcheng and its land. Thus assisting me was only natural. Mr. Gu also showed no hesitation, affirming that our goals aligned. The girl named Xiao Feng held great significance for him, and failing to rescue her would leave him restless. I expressed my gratitude, to which Lu Xiezi waved his hand dismissively, asserting that aiding me was tantamount to aiding themselves. Jiangcheng was a vast grave, and anyone who trifled with its karmic repercussions could not remain unscathed. If one cannot distance themselves from such matters, then they must confront the challenges head-on. I had traversed from Miaojiang, encountering countless bizarre and perilous events. Mr. Gu, with a flourish of his black robe, reverted to his original appearance, reminiscent of a master exuding an aura of grandeur. The agreement of Lu Xiezi and Mr. Gu to assist me was indeed fortuitous. We arranged to meet 3 days hence, during the morning ceremony, equipped with talismans and artifacts for our endeavor. I then discussed further operational details with them before departing alone, seeking another ally who could aid me. The Blue Note bar during the day was desolate, with the door slightly ajar and a staff member engaged in cleaning. "Is the proprietress present?" I inquired. The bartender, familiar with me from previous encounters, replied that she was inside, seemingly embroiled in yet another argument with Ingzi, and advised against entering at this moment. Arguing? Given Ingzi's temperament, how could she possibly be quarreling with her mother? I mused, choosing not to disrupt the bartender's work. Following his directions, I arrived at the staff lounge, standing at the door, where I could overhear the voice of Gue Shu Lingxiang. "If the teacher hadn't called me, I wouldn't have known you were absent from school all morning. What were you doing? Why didn't you attend class? You left in good spirits. Were you off to see Gao Jian?" "Sakura, you are still quite young. Matters of adulthood are beyond your purview. I have always respected your choices, believing you would make the right decisions, and I have noticed every effort you have made. However, what has transpired with you recently? Skipping classes and now resorting to deceit?" In the room, the only sound was that of Ayaka, as if she were conversing with herself. I acknowledge that knocking at this moment is somewhat awkward. Yet time is of the essence. "Knock, knock. Who is it? Did I not instruct you all not to come unless necessary?" As the door swung open, Ayaka looked up, surprise etched across her features. "Kaido, what brings you here?" Before I could respond, a rustle broke the silence, and a neatly dressed little girl squeezed into the doorway. "Kaido, you must call me uncle." I cast a nervous glance at Ayaka, whose elegant brows furrowed, her eyes wide with evident frustration. "Calm down, my dear. One mustn't be so harsh in educating children. If you are so capable, then you take over," the young girl retorted, having said not a word all morning until now. Whereupon she seemed to believe I was a mere stepmother, while you are her real father. Ayaka's words dripped with ire, her chest heaving, the thin fabric of her clothing nearly straining to contain her emotion. I stood awkwardly at the threshold, uncertain if entering was appropriate. Sakura is not the type of child to indulge in frivolities. Her absence from school must bear a significant reason. I needed to exercise patience and inquire gently. I crouched down before Sakura, placing my hands on her shoulders. "Sakura, why did you not attend school this morning?" The little girl retrieved her homework book, producing a pen to inscribe her thoughts. "I dreamt you died, drowned in the reservoir." Chapter 259, Prophecy, Second Update. Upon reading Sakura's words in her homework book, both Ayaka and I were taken aback. My surprise contrasted with the unsettling memories it stirred within her. She hurriedly ushered me inside, closing the door to the lounge, her complexion shifting to one of concern. "Madam, it is merely a child's dream. There is no need to overreact," I remarked nonchalantly, yet Ayaka's subsequent words captured my attention. 3 days before my husband passed away, Sakura had a similar dream. She envisioned him meeting a maritime disaster and perishing in the ocean. And then, I pressed, as the details of time, place, and manner of death unfolded with eerie precision. Ayaka would not jest about such matters. A wave of unease washed over me as she continued. At that time, Sakura was quite young. Upon waking, she suddenly felt compelled to draw, recreating the very scene of her father's tragic demise. That day remains etched in my memory. Had I intervened sooner, perhaps much of the misfortune could have been averted. Ayaka lit a cigarette, her ruby lips parting as she exhaled a plume of smoke. "You must exercise caution in the coming days. Sakura seldom experiences such prophetic dreams. It would be wise to steer clear of the reservoir, or perhaps water altogether." Indeed, when Sakura mentioned the reservoir, my thoughts drifted to a specific location, the Longjing Dam. If all goes as planned, it is precisely where the 8th live broadcast will occur, meaning I shall inevitably find myself beside the reservoir in 3 days. Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence. I beckoned Sakura closer, eager to gather more details. "Child, what precisely did you dream of last night? Could you elaborate further?" Sakura picked up a water pen and diligently began to sketch in her notebook, taking her time to faithfully recreate everything from her dreams. There were 3 drawings in total. The first depicted a fierce battle between a dragon and a phoenix in the sky. The second portrayed me tumbling down from a dam alongside an indistinct figure. The third illustrated my solitary descent to the depths of the water. Holding these 3 drawings, I gazed at them for a long time. Sakura's art was simple, yet it evoked a profound chill within me, as it felt eerily real. As if these events had truly transpired and were merely transcribed by her hand. I intended to inform you this morning, but you were not at the shop. With her hands tightly clasped together, Sakura's voice remained as inscrutable as ever, betraying no joy or sorrow, yet I could sense her genuine concern emanating from within. Her father, whom she loved dearly, had departed in much the same manner, as dreams morphed into reality, revealing a foreseen fate that remained beyond our grasp. This was the cruelest aspect of destiny. Did you skip class to inform Gaojian? Ayaka Onizuka set her cigarette down, feeling a twinge of discomfort. She yearned to embrace Sakura, yet the young girl subtly evaded her, a barrier still lingering between them as it had before. Thank you, Sakura, for your vigilance during this time, I said. Initially seeking assistance, I found unexpected insight. Although the news was grim, foreknowledge always allows for some form of preparation. Sakura took the notebook, tore out the 3 drawings, and handed them to me, urging, be sure to keep them safe, and do not go near the reservoir. The earnestness and strength in her small frame compelled me to comply, even as turmoil brewed within me. If the task of the Underworld Showcase involved a late-night journey to the Jiang River Dam, failure to attend would result in a deemed failure of the mission. Should I resort to expending points to avoid a single live broadcast? I had ample points, so forfeiting one would not pose a problem. Yet it appeared I must reserve some for future exchanges. Sakura's dream must be taken seriously. Upon reflection, a disquieting sense lingered, as if I had overlooked a crucial detail. Nevertheless, I resolved to tread carefully, prepared to thwart the schemes of Luxing. I glanced at the mother and daughter before me, then, biting my lip, I revealed my true purpose. I've come seeking your assistance. In 3 days, Jiang City will face chaos, with the enemy's numbers unknown. Thus, I wish to unite our efforts. Both women were undoubtedly formidable. Setting aside Sakura's own uniqueness, Ayaka Onizuka had always eluded my understanding. Having traversed oceans with Sakura to establish a bar in the heart of Jiang City, a coveted location, she drew envy from many daily. Yet I had never heard of anyone daring to challenge her. A Japanese woman, newly arrived and seemingly without support, could not have survived here without some measure of skill. Furthermore, a particular detail heightened my suspicions. Ayaka bore a vividly lifelike tattoo of a blue fox on her body. Every time I laid eyes upon this tattoo, it reminded me of the blood fox etched upon my own skin. Aside from the color, the expression and form were strikingly similar. At times, I even found myself pondering whether Ayaka Onizuka was, in truth, a fox spirit transformed into human form. Her enchanting allure, an innate magnetism towards the opposite sex, was seamlessly woven into every gesture, every smile. The moment I first beheld her, I was utterly captivated. Her beauty bore an aggressive edge, marking her as a perilous woman. With a slender cigarette delicately poised between her fingers, Ayaka Onizuka did not provide a direct response, leaving me uncertain of her contemplations. After a considerable pause, having finished her cigarette, she finally turned her gaze towards me. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you. I will not risk taking Sakura on an adventure. Understanding her refusal, I responded, it's fine. Consider this merely a notification. The outside is quite chaotic these days. Do not venture out after dark. With that, I chose not to linger, leaving the bar and returning to Ting Tang Road. The matters at hand had been addressed to a significant extent, yet I felt no semblance of peace. Instead, my thoughts were entangled by Sakura's foreboding prophecy. Upon entering the small shop, I found the familiar Baichi absent, leaving the space feeling conspicuously empty. Where could you have gone? After a grueling day and night, exhaustion weighed heavily upon me, and despite my efforts to cultivate my skills, tranquility eluded me, resulting in ineffective practice. After a refreshing cold shower, I donned a fresh set of clothes and began my investigation by scouring the nearby shops. While the area around the small shop was equipped with surveillance, the back alley remained a blind spot, suggesting that the intruder could have stealthily entered without leaving a trace on the cameras. Reviewing the footage was an arduous task. I needed to expedite the process. focusing intently to ensure I overlooked no detail as I examined the recordings from the entire night. An hour passed, and after scrutinizing the surveillance from several establishments surrounding the adult shop, I found no leads. Reluctantly, I expanded my search, traversing every intersection along Ting Tang Road until I ventured into the labyrinthine back alleys, where I finally made a discovery by evening. The back streets were lined with dilapidated houses on the verge of demolition, the ground muddy and littered with rotting refuse. Each time I reached a corner, I noticed white rice grains scattered on the ground. Initially, I dismissed it, but over time, I sensed something amiss. These grains seemed deliberately placed to guide someone or something. Following the trail of rice, I soon emerged from the alley, realizing that the perpetrator must have entered from this point. Observing the surrounding surveillance, I found cameras either malfunctioning or obstructed, which heightened my suspicion. After a thorough re-examination of the alley, I finally uncovered an object that certainly did not belong there, an etorphine injection syringe. Etorphine is a potent anesthetic, hundreds of times more effective than ordinary morphine, typically employed for tranquilizing elephants. What was such a substance doing in this alley? Puzzled, I scoured the back streets and eventually discovered a functioning surveillance camera over 200 meters from the alley's mouth. After explaining my purpose to the shopkeeper, he was exceedingly cooperative, promptly allowing me to view the footage. I meticulously fast-forwarded through the recordings, leaving no detail unchecked, until I finally spotted a clue left by the thief. At approximately 2 o'clock in the morning, a van whizzed past the screen. The vehicle moved rapidly. I paused the footage and focused intently. The driver appeared somewhat familiar. He sported a shaved head, and from the open collar of his shirt, a vivid scorpion tattoo was clearly visible on his body. Chapter 260, Jiang Long, Part 3. The individual captured in the surveillance footage had previously faced my wrath. He had been directed by Shi Yufu, the captain of the Jiang family's security team, to vandalize my establishment. It was, in fact, the Jiang family's lackey who was responsible. I squinted, meticulously analyzing the footage frame by frame. As the majority of the van's body exited the monitored area, I paused the recording once more. The image revealed the rear seats of the van, which were unoccupied save for a bulging burlap sack. The contents of the sack were indiscernible, yet its shape suggested it might contain some manner of animal. Amidst the debris, I had discovered a substantial quantity of anesthetic syringes, and it was fortuitous that the tattooed man had passed by this very spot, with the van's rear containing something dubious. This could hardly be a mere coincidence. With a clearer investigative direction in mind, I purchased a pack of cigarettes from the shop, expressing my gratitude to the proprietor before departing. From the surveillance video, it was evident that the Jiang family had absconded with the information regarding the underworld showcase, taking Bai Qi in the process. They were equipped with tranquilizer guns and were aided by malevolent spirits, which explained why even Bai Qi had fallen victim. Lighting a cigarette and watching the tendrils of smoke ascend, I tilted my head back. The sky had, unbeknownst to me, become shrouded in ominous clouds. The setting sun hidden from view, it seemed the night was encroaching earlier than expected. The underworld showcase represented my lowest threshold. Their theft of it signified an intent to eliminate me. Ashes from my cigarette fell to the ground, and a crimson hue danced in my gaze. Upon returning to Ting Tang Road, I called Ergo to inquire about the tattooed man's whereabouts, ensuring I carried with me every useful item at my disposal, including the Tong Seng talisman and the spirit of Vingui. At around 8 in the evening, Ergo's call came through. Brother Jin had managed to gather information. The tattooed man's real name was Lu Zhe, nicknamed Scorpion. He was a thug from the North District, now rumored to be closely aligned with Jiang Long. Having worked as a private investigator, I was well aware of the menacing figures in Jiang City. And Jiang Long was the adopted son of the Jiang patriarch, known for his significant contributions to the Jiang gene group in years past. The market of 2 decades ago was far less orderly than it is today. It often required not only connections in the legitimate sphere, but also the backing of the underworld. One needed both a golden ticket to immunity and the ferocity to stand one's ground. The business world is indeed akin to a battlefield. Jiang Long was a dog trained by the old master of the Jiang family, an aggressive and painful biter, yet most crucially, loyal and dependable, perfectly suited for handling the family's less savory affairs. In recent years, as the Jiang gene group expanded, Jiang Long had become less visible in order to maintain a polished company image. Nevertheless, those in the know were aware that Jiang Long continued to thrive in the shadows of Jiang City, albeit with greater restraint and subtlety than before. Brother Jian, Jiang Long was once a formidable figure with many underlings. We must not act impulsively. Let us deliberate carefully, came Ergo's voice over the phone. After listening, I shook my head and chuckled. First, provide me with the location of that scoundrel, and then we shall strategize. He indicated that Jiang Long resided in the Longting Villa district in Jiangbei, adding that one of my brothers had spotted the tattooed man's van parked in the villa's lot the previous night. All right, Ergo, when we meet next. The drinks are on me. Brother Jian, please do not engage in any reckless actions. Jiang Long is not someone we can afford to offend. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, is merely a delicate young man, but Jiang Long is different. I have heard from senior figures in the underworld that Jiang Long has blood on his hands. And what of those so-called seniors? Ergo, heed my advice. Spend some time reading books and consider enrolling in an adult night school to learn some skills. Anything is better than living a life of delinquency. Brother Jian, I am not jesting. Why don't you wait for me? Let me gather my brothers. If things go awry, we can leave Jiang City afterward. Listening to Ergo's heartfelt words, I fell silent for a moment. Fine, you gather the brothers. We will plan for a significant undertaking 4 days from now. Agreed. I will await your news in 4 days. Ergo hastily ended the call, and I sat in my room, observing the dwindling number of pedestrians on the street. If I am still alive in 4 days, I will personally apologize to you. I tucked my phone away and headed for the door. Had I not agreed, Ergo's temperament might have led him to take drastic actions. Jiang Long is a formidable opponent, and knowing the dangers involved, I am even more reluctant to involve Ergo. After tonight, I will have irreparably severed ties with the Jiang family, but I am unafraid. Everyone has their limits, and the underworld stage is a realm that must remain untouched by outsiders. Light raindrops fell upon my shoulders as the streets became increasingly deserted. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and the oppressive darkness seemed so close that I could almost reach out and touch it. Facing a gang single-handedly, reason told me the odds were slim, but how could I know without trying? I boarded a taxi, and upon arriving at the Longting Villa district, it was already 9 in the evening, a time when my acquaintances in the underworld would be beginning their nightlife. What terrible luck! Why must it rain now? 4 burly young men emerged from the villa district, their arms draped over one another as they hailed a taxi to the nightlife hub. Sorry, I have passengers. The driver replied, clearly reluctant to take them. Stop the nonsense. We don't mind having passengers. One of the young men, roughly my age, banged on the window and shot me a glare. Do you mind? I scanned their tattoos and noticed that none of them were from this area. I paid the driver, stepped out, and observed that they indeed did not mind. How considerate of them. The group grumbled as they climbed into the taxi, and I smirked at their retreating figures. You 4 better return early. At least that way, you can collect your elder brother's remains. Navigating through the shadows along the walls, I avoided the surveillance cameras and entered the villa district. The landscaping was exquisite, yet it could not compare to the villa where Jiang Fei resided, which was likely a venue for the Jiang family to entertain business associates and host private gatherings. The majority of the houses here were allocated to some key members of the corporation. Ergo hadn't specified which villa in detail during our call, so I searched for clues based on the hints he inadvertently provided. Perhaps due to the darkening sky and the light rain, I did not encounter any security personnel. After circling for some time, I finally spotted the van that had appeared in the surveillance footage. Is it in this house? The villa before me was considerably larger than those surrounding it, brightly lit with shadows moving about inside, accompanied by boisterous laughter and the clinking of glasses. Your nightlife is indeed vibrant. I leaned against the wall, extracting a black orb from my embroidered bag, a spirit of vengeance. The inky tresses cascaded over my form, merging seamlessly with the shadow that trailed behind me. If I were to step into the light, others would surely perceive the dual silhouettes that accompanied me. As I circled to the rear wall of the villa and scaled the heights, those within the dwelling likely never anticipated that anyone would dare to provoke a disturbance, leaving them in a state of unwarranted complacency. The villa boasted 3 stories. The topmost level served as Jiang Long's private sanctuary. The second was presumably reserved for his trusted brothers, while the ground floor housed a billiard table and an exquisitely crafted bar, stocked with an array of libations. Positioned beside the window frame, I retrieved my phone and activated the recording function, capturing the unfolding scene within. The camera panned around the room before muting itself, allowing me to scrutinize the footage. Inside, a gathering of 7 or 8 individuals, both male and female, convened, yet the tattooed man was conspicuously absent. Was he on the second floor? The revelry persisted, oblivious to my presence merely half a meter from the window, as I ascended the drainage pipe. The second-floor window remained unlocked, facilitating my entry more effortlessly than anticipated. Upon pushing open the door, I found the corridor enveloped in silence. The space was limited. Where could they possibly conceal by chi? Just as I was about to venture out, a drunken, portly man staggered down the stairs, clutching two heavily made-up women. I retreated into the room, drawing the curtains to shield myself. A man and two women entered the room, the man forcefully kicking the door shut, saliva trickling from his mouth as he eagerly seized one of the girls, pressing her onto the bed. His substantial weight, nearly 200 pounds, created a deep indentation in the mattress, prompting a pained scream from the girl, followed by the bed creaking ominously. What a brute! The other woman, seated at the vanity, jested as she removed her colored contact lenses, only to notice an oddity in the mirror. Chapter 261. Deluge. The light reflected upon the glass revealed a woman whose makeup was only partially removed. The foundation had been wiped away, exposing her pallid complexion. The same face, yet evoking a disparate aura, distinctly two shades of skin. Was there movement in the mirror? As she peeled off her false eyelashes and blinked, it seemed her drunken mind was playing tricks. She fluffed her hair, turning with a smile towards the sunken double bed, where her companion emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The uncouth display was devoid of any allure, yet she watched with rapt attention, even harboring a sense of eager anticipation. Must you make such a racket? Do you wish to summon the entire building for a live performance? The woman rummaged through her handbag, scrolling through a myriad of messages before activating music, her body swaying to the rhythm like a serpentine creature at the bedside. She shed her outer layer, seeking something from the drawer, but upon turning, her gaze met her own reflection in the mirror. Is my visage truly so grotesque? The image in the mirror was undeniably hers, yet it appeared strikingly unfamiliar. How peculiar. She dismissed her thoughts, grasping a bottle filled with a pale yellow, viscous liquid from the drawer as she approached the bed. Meanwhile, the girl pinned beneath the weight of the mattress pleaded in anguish, her drunken haze dissipating as she attempted to block the impending assault. Inadvertently, her eyes caught sight of the bedroom mirror. Her gaze transformed into one of terror. The reflection of the woman did not turn with her, steadfastly focused on her back, eyes fixated upon her neck. The girl pinned beneath the bed slats yearned to cry out, yet the searing pain coursing through her body transformed her intended words into meaningless wails. This is a journey every woman must endure. Having chosen this path, one must bear its cost. Once her makeup was removed, she appeared significantly older than her companion on the bed, resembling a victim of misfortune. Tonight ought to be a momentous occasion for you. Perhaps your sister could lend a hand. With a sinister smile, she twisted the cap off a bottle and took a step forward. Suddenly, a series of unsettling sounds, creaking and cracking, echoed from behind her. Bewildered, she turned to find a curtain of dark hair concealing a pale visage. It was unmistakably her own face, yet it radiated an eerie terror. You, how did you emerge from the mirror? The woman barely uttered this phrase before being ensnared by the dark locks. Akin to being submerged in the ocean, entangled by lengths of kelp, sinking deeper and deeper until dragged into the abyssal gloom. The girl pinned beneath the bed witnessed the entire harrowing scene unfold. Terrified, she pounded on the back of the heavy-set man, her nails carving crimson trails into his flesh. Get up! Someone is dead! Someone is dead! She screamed incoherently, but the man remained unperturbed, tightening his grip. To him, her feeble struggles were merely a source of amusement, heightening his excitement as he shouted profanities, intoxicated and relentless, offering her no chance of escape. Someone is dead. Get up! Her face contorted in anguish. She flailed her delicate arms towards the edge of the bed, but ultimately, her slender limbs were firmly restrained by his massive hand. Calm down. The dark hair completely enveloped the woman who had removed her makeup, seemingly controlling her body as it slowly moved toward the door, blocking the exit. The horrifying tableau sent the girl on the bed into a frenzy. She bit down hard on the man's shoulder, summoning all her strength to break free. You filthy woman. Seeking death? Blood trickled down the man's shoulder, and finally, she seized the opportunity to escape, urgently pointing behind him and shouting, her sweat cascading down her face. Behind you. With that, the girl dashed towards the window, lifting the curtain as she prepared to open it. Where do you think you're going? I sneered, watching her before delivering a swift blow to her neck, sending her sprawling to the ground. Who are you? The man, unable to even don his clothes, stepped back, grasping a chair in both hands. A stranger had inexplicably appeared in the room, as if lingering for an eternity. The man, jolted from his stupor, glanced around, realizing one less person was present. Where's Chen Honghong? If you're referring to that gaunt woman, she is currently standing right behind you. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to find a pallid face, veins prominently visible, nearly touching his nose. What the hell? He swung the chair at the woman, showing no regard for their past. Pulling up your pants and pretending to forget, are we? You claim she's a ghost, yet she was once your lover. I did not intervene with ordinary lives. The supernatural is sufficient. The dark hair ensnared the man's body. He raised the chair high, yet it would not descend, his limbs immobilized, his corpulence quivering. You were so aggressive just now. Why are you so timid now? The skin ensnared by the specter of death darkened, its vitality and warmth siphoned away. I, the harbinger of doom, had consumed far too many souls, rendering me increasingly terrifying. Approaching the corpulent figure, I muffled his cries with a bed sheet, silently watching as he gradually succumbed to the floor, his cheeks shrouded in a pallid gray, only halting my actions when his breath dwindled to a whisper. It was no wonder that despite knowing the dire consequences of dabbling in dark arts, so many still flocked to it. A single formidable specter could resolve myriad troublesome affairs. The rotund man appeared to have lost considerable weight, yet the fat and muscle remained intact. What was lacking was the essence of life itself. We took our leave. As I tore the bed sheet, binding the two women and the man, a loud knock echoed from outside the door. Fat Tiger, can you keep it down? We can hear you clearly from downstairs. Are you trying to bring the house down? Open the door. I set the sheet aside, glancing at the man tied to the bed leg. So, your name is Fat Tiger. Hurry up and open the door. If anything happens to that girl, even the boss can't protect you. The knocking intensified, and fearing more attention, I covered the three with a quilt and crept behind the door before unlocking it. You think you're hot stuff now? You wouldn't even open my door back when I was brawling on North Street, and you weren't even born. A man in his 40s entered, a scar running across his brow, cursing as he stepped into the room, only to sense an unsettling silence. What's going on? It's nothing grave. I merely have a few questions for you regarding your brother. I stood silently behind the man, a radiant smile on my lips. Would you be so kind as to lead me to him? His words faltered, choked by black hair that tightened around his throat, drawing blood. Forget it. I'll find him myself. I stifled the man's voice with the fat man's clothing, and as he grew faint, his face ashen, I bound his hands and shoved him beneath the bed. At this moment, the most rational course would have been to extract the whereabouts of Jiang Long or Bai Qi from him, pinpointing their location. Yet, for reasons unknown, a heavy malice enveloped me tonight. Perhaps my subconscious was already prepared for the revelations of the underworld. When that time came, it seemed the only path ahead would be a singular one. My fingers grazed the fat man's neck, his eyes widened in panic. Yet he could do naught but gaze helplessly at me. You had better hope I find what I seek. Otherwise, I shall bury everyone who harbors knowledge of the secrets. Gazing out the window, the rain fell in torrents. This season's Jiang City should not be like this. Closing the door, I ambled leisurely on the second floor as if in my own abode, save for the two shadows trailing behind me, occasionally interrupted by strands of inky hair emerging from the corridor's corners. Reaching the corner between the first and second floors, a cacophony erupted. No one was aware that death loomed nearby. The building's electrical circuit was located just around the corner. I retrieved a chair from the room and forcefully smashed it against the plastic casing of the circuit. Bang! The revelers below were momentarily captivated by the thunderous noise. Yet before they could react, the villa plunged into darkness. The blaring music ceased, and couples stood in the shadows. Only the sound of rain violently beating against the windows filled the air. Chapter 262. The deer-cutting knife oven. Go and see what is happening. A man seated in the center of the sofa spoke, his voice tinged with weariness, suggesting he was in his 40s. All right, dragon brother. A young man near the bar retrieved a machete and made his way toward the staircase corner. Everyone, stay still and stand in your places. The middle-aged man, referred to as Dragon Brother, held considerable authority among the group. His words commanded instant obedience, and all complied, returning to their seats. Dragon Brother, you might be overreacting. It's probably just the heavy rain that damaged the power switch. A thug with ear studs complained from the other end of the sofa. Think before you speak. I, Jiang Long, have reached this point through caution and prudence. I have never stumbled, the man replied, pushing aside the woman beside him and revealing a sharpened blade hidden beneath the sofa cushion. I sensed something amiss with the commotion in Xiao Hu's room, which is why I sent Scar up to check. But now, with both Xiao Hu and Scar not returning for such a long time, it seems trouble has arisen. The ear-studded thug remained unconvinced. Dragon brother, who in Jiang City would dare to cause trouble here? You're overthinking it. Let us just enjoy ourselves. You know nothing. Every day you rely on your lower instincts. If you don't use your head, it will become useless, Jiang Long retorted sharply. Do you know why I gathered you all here today? A reunion after several months? A reunion is one aspect. But my primary intention is to infuse some vitality into this villa. Such a large house carries an oppressive energy. It may attract unsavory entities. Dragon brother, that sounds far-fetched. When did you start believing in such things after months apart? You wouldn't understand unless you had experienced it. Today's guests are all brothers who share a bond with me. I speak casually, but inadvertently reveal much information. Last night, I retrieved an item from my godfather, the contents of which are bizarre and strange. If you were to see the records, it might shatter your lifelong worldview. What records? You sound quite mysterious. I'm curious. The contents of that document are classified. Only I have seen them thus far. Tomorrow, the old man will arrange for someone to collect it. After exchanging a few more casual words, Jiang Long and the ear-studded thug soon realized something was amiss. Aben, Aben, they shouted into the hall, but received no response. The lively figure that had just passed before them had vanished from the villa in mere moments. Their unease gradually morphed into panic, as several women in the room huddled together in fear. What is going on? The ear-studded thug took out his phone for light and, gathering his courage, approached the staircase corner. Next to the electrical switch stood a shadow, the outline unmistakably that of Aben, who had just walked past. You little rascal. How dare you ignore the boss's call? Feeling brave, are we? As he climbed the stairs, he sensed something was wrong. Aben, don't scare me. The thug circled around to face Aben, shining his phone light on him, only to see Aben's face as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. His pupils constricted as if he had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. Brother, what did you see? He reached out to slap Aben's face, and the initial sensation of his palm was an unexpected chill, devoid of the warmth one would expect from a living being. Following this, as he struck Aben with force, it seemed as if the latter, akin to an unstable statue, toppled over. Aben. The rigid body of Aben tumbled down the stairs, and the earring-clad thug, about to seize him, suddenly found himself unable to move his feet. What was happening? Downstairs, Jiang Long approached wielding a knife, and he noticed an increasing number of threads ensnaring the legs of the earring thug, dragging him up to the second floor right before his eyes. What? What is that? Hair. Jiang Long stood frozen, the grip on his knife feeling unusually cold. He had fought and bled in Jiang City for many years, yet had never encountered anything like it. Is my residence truly haunted? Jiang Long retreated hurriedly, disregarding the thug being dragged away, and shouted to those in the living room to remain still. He pulled out his phone for illumination, his voice urgent. He dashed back to the living room and opened the safe hidden beneath the closet. Brother Long, where's Aben? What did you see? Stop with the nonsense and bring the light. Jiang Long, in a frenzy, began rummaging through the safe, sweat beading on his forehead. The sound of gold bricks and jewels clattering echoed, causing his subordinates to stare in astonishment. After several seconds, Jiang Long still had not found what he sought when a woman's piercing scream pierced the air. Who was talking? Jiang Long, knife in hand, turned towards the source of the voice. A scantily clad model shrank back on the sofa, pointing towards the window. Someone's out there? Following her finger, he saw the curtains fluttering. The once tightly shut window had somehow been opened, rain soaking the carpet. Startled, Jiang Long wiped the sweat from his forehead and scanned the room, only to find himself in shock. It seemed as though one person had vanished from the gathering. Initially, there had been a woman on either side of him on the sofa, but now only one remained. In the darkness, it felt as if a ravenous beast lurked, poised to drag one away, ready to rend them to pieces. An invisible dread enveloped everyone in the villa, the silence pressing down maddeningly. It seems your house is truly haunted, remarked a previously silent subordinate, anxiety gnawing at him as he shone his phone around, discovering that every shadowed corner appeared to harbor grotesque monsters. Brother Long, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. He clutched his female companion, preparing to depart, but before he had moved even half a meter, Jiang Long slammed his knife against the table. No one is leaving tonight. It's far too perilous. Jiang Long continued searching the safe while the others dared not speak, the atmosphere thickening with fear. The dimly lit room flickered erratically, and occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the dark villa, revealing pale faces. Thunder rumbled ominously, and one woman, unable to withstand the mounting pressure during this life-and-death moment, no longer cared for Jiang Long's reputation. She discarded her high heels, flung open the door, and fled the villa. The sound of her footsteps echoed a few times before abruptly halting. Looking through the window, there was no sign of anyone at the villa's entrance. Gone. The woman had left without even closing the door. The torrential rain battered against the high-end security door, creaking and swaying as if mirroring the turmoil of everyone's emotions hanging in suspense. Did you see that? Do not wander outside. It is perilous. For dangers lurk all around us. Jiang Long paid no heed to the woman's fate and rummaged deep within the safe, retrieving a key. Step aside, he shouted, dashing to the other side of the closet, tearing away the wallpaper to reveal a larger safe hidden behind it. He unlocked it with the key and entered a password. As the door swung open, a chill emanated from within, drawing the attention of those nearby. Inside lay a magnificent and ancient sword, narrow, straight-edged, long, its blade gleaming like autumn frost, elegantly designed, slender yet robust, and razor-sharp. Inscribed on the hilt in archaic script were the words, "Deer-slaying blade. He who loses his deer is pursued by all under heaven. Only the victor may claim the deer." This blade was a treasure the old master had acquired from an overseas auction, said to be unearthed by a tomb raider from a Grand Han Dynasty tomb. Despite enduring the ravages of time for a millennium, it could still slice through iron and sever gold and jade with ease. Jiang Long reached for the hilt, and it was said that this blade possessed another power. According to the old master, it once belonged to a general stationed at the frontier during the Han Dynasty. Illuminated by the stars, impervious to all evils, capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits. Upon seeing the sword, he felt a sense of relief, yet before he could utter another word, the hilt of the deer-slaying blade was already grasped by another. The sword was heavy. I could barely lift it with one hand. The silvery blade reflected my face, its harsh lines shimmering with a chilling glimmer. "What a fine sword," I exclaimed, stepping back and smiling at the astonished Jiang Long. "Surprised, are we? Had it not been for my desire to unveil your secrets, you would have perished just moments ago." Chapter 263. Threat. My somewhat flippant tone rang harshly in the rainy night. Jiang Long and his subordinates retreated in unison, perplexed by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure in their villa. "Who are you? I bear you no grudge. Why do you come here?" Jiang Long demanded, brandishing a knife from the table and signaling his men to reveal their weapons. They stood ready, but until they could ascertain my true nature, none dared act recklessly. Observing these notorious ruffians who once ruled Jiangcheng, a cold smile graced my lips. Had Jiang Long not revealed his trump card, I would have relished playing with them a while longer. As a host of a ghostly show, I have experienced the depths of despair. In this city, no one knows fear as intimately as I do. Jiang Long had crossed my threshold. As retribution, I would ensure he experienced an unforgettable and exquisite ordeal. These scoundrels were undeserving of pity, burdened with countless crimes. Those they had wronged bore their anguish in silence while they wallowed in a life of excess within their opulent villa. Such injustice is intolerable. I harbor no contempt for the law. However, the law requires evidence to be effective, and that evidence has long since vanished with time. Thus, to bring them to justice, I must circumvent legalities through a more direct approach. You hold no animosity towards me, yet you have gazed upon that which you should not have. Gripping the deer-slaying blade, its cold brilliance glaring forth, I felt the fierce aura of ancient battle surge within it. Gazed upon that which I should not have. Who are you truly? Jiang Long's grip on the knife faltered, as he had not felt such trepidation in over a decade. Do you wish to know? The blade pointed ominously as I was foretold of my impending demise in 3 days. At this moment, I felt no trepidation, recklessly preparing for one final frenzy. Lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating my unremarkable visage, visible to those few within the room. You may call me Gao Jian. The knife's tip descended, while my other hand, palm flat before me, cradled a pitch-black orb that revolved, mingling with the essence of the dead. The hall on the first floor seemed to be permeated by rain, as countless strands of black hair emerged from the cracks in the ceiling tiles, behind the furniture, and beneath the carpet. The air was filled with the piercing screams of men and women, their cries proving futile. If wailing could resolve issues, then beasts would have long since ruled the world. The terror of the death spirit was such that even I, its master, felt a pang of fear. It had consumed far too much. My method of nurturing spirits diverged entirely from any existing doctrines, devoid of restraint, placing complete trust in these entities, allowing them to feast and flourish. The black hair ensnared several individuals who struggled desperately against the death spirit. Perhaps due to its simultaneous assault on so many, its power was somewhat diluted. Jiang Long and one of his subordinates managed to break free while the hair had not yet fully suffocated them, hastily fleeing upstairs. Why ascend? Was this not a path to self-destruction? With the blade in hand, I pursued closely behind. Jiang Long's subordinate could be spared, but Jiang Long, having seen the underworld showcase materials, was beyond redemption. The sound of the blade scraping against the floor was unsettling as I passed the women. Their exposed skin prickled with goosebumps. As I advanced, I discovered that this blade indeed possessed the power to sever evil wherever it passed. The black hair of the death spirit parted, unwilling to confront it. Leave these people to you, I declared to the spirit. The remaining ruffians and women in the living room soon collapsed, their faces ashen, bodies rigid, life force drained by the death spirit. I pursued relentlessly to the third floor, where Jiang Long and his companion seemed to have taken refuge in the rooms lining the corridor. Many horror films feature similar scenes where the protagonist, cornered by the villain, hastily hides in an enclosed space, holding their breath in anticipation of dread. The silence before the storm is the most tormenting, yet for the pursuer, it is a moment of exquisite delight. Night had only just fallen, and I had ample time to engage you all in this macabre game. With a forceful grip on the blade, I struck the door lock, shattering it before kicking the door open. "Are you hiding in here?" I called, brandishing my knife as I searched each guest room, kicking open door after door. As I reached the end of the corridor, I caught the sound of muffled breaths emanating from the adjacent room. "Your composure is lacking, isn't it? If you were to experience the Underworld Showcase live, you likely wouldn't survive a single round." The blade pierced the wooden door before I violently kicked it open, not entering myself, but allowing the death spirit to scout ahead. The flowing black hair slithered into the room, infiltrating the wardrobe, windowsill, and beneath the bed. "Get out! Get out!" A man's frantic voice cried from beneath the bed. "Help me! Brother Long! Save me! Cease your cries. Soon he shall come to accompany you." The death spirit dragged the man from beneath the bed, his screams reverberating throughout the villa. Only one remained. I gazed towards the room at the end of the corridor, having searched everywhere else. This was the only chamber I had yet to enter. Pressing my ear against the door, I could faintly hear a low conversation within, the speaker's tone urgent. Were they calling for help? Would it be effective? With a swift motion, I forced the door open and stepped inside, catching sight of Jiang Long, who was hiding behind his desk. On the table lay a phone, still off the hook, while he held 3 talismans in his hand. "Stop. We can discuss this," Jiang Long exclaimed anxiously, the echoes of his subordinate's screams still resonating in his ears. He had been in the business for years, yet never had he felt such panic, nor encountered someone so ferocious and terrifying. "Negotiation is predicated on a balance of power. Do you think you are worthy of that? 5 years ago, or even before I became a host in the underworld, I could never have imagined uttering such words to the boss of Jiang City. Yet now, this surreal scenario unfolded before me. In just a few weeks, I had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although I still lived the life of a down-and-out individual, running an adult store with no savings and no kin, the difference was stark. Anyone attempting to humiliate me or seize my possessions would pay a grievous price. Jiang Long remained silent, unable to ascertain my true nature. He had been entrenched in Jiang City for over 20 years, yet the name Gao Jian seemed foreign to him. "Did you come from another province? Aren't you afraid of overreaching? Think what you will. I cannot be bothered with idle chatter. Did you enter 263, Ting Tang Road, and take something from there? Are you referring to that dog?" Jiang Long's eye twitched. After the anesthetic wore off, it had been locked in the basement. "If you came for it, I can give you the key right now." The matter of the dog was separate. I was referring to something else. "I don't know about anything else. We were only responsible for sedating that dog," Jiang Long replied, his expression one of genuine confusion, as if he truly knew nothing. "What I seek is a handwritten document containing records about a certain location." "I have no idea what you are talking about." Jiang Long persisted, feigning innocence. "It seems I must assist you in recalling," I said, as a shadow, stained with specks of blood, crawled from my form, advancing towards Jiang Long. As the specter drew near, Jiang Long, unable to withstand the pressure, relented, saying, "Wait. I remember. Where's the document?" Before he could finish, an elderly voice emanated from the phone on the table, still connected. "Jiang Long, hand the phone to the person on the other end. Let me speak." The voice I heard was one I had encountered once at Jiang Chen's wedding. It belonged to Jiang Chen's father, the head of Jiangjin Real Estate. Jiang Long's face expressed discomfort, yet he dared not defy the elder's command, handing the phone to me. "So you are Gao Jian. Jiang Chen has spoken of you. You are indeed formidable. Even my adopted son, who has rolled with the blades, has been driven to such desperation by you. Impressive." His tone was lofty, as if a senior addressing a junior. I let out a cold laugh, instructing the specter to tighten its grip around Jiang Long's neck and placing the receiver near his mouth, thus allowing the elder to hear the desperate gasps of his adopted son in his final moments. Chapter 264. Recklessness as life gradually ebbs away. One fights desperately in the final moments, their throat issuing the most anguished pleas. This is the instinct of survival inherent in all living beings. Do you comprehend, Elder Jiang? Your godson is presently in torment. Should I endeavor to save him? My words are carefully chosen. The cunning old fox on the other end of the line likely has our conversation recorded, hence I refrain from uttering anything that might imply murder, merely inquiring if I should save him. The dark hair is deeply embedded in his neck, blood seeping along his skin, soaking Jiang Long's outer garments. His neck begins to contort, his eyes rolling back, the disparity in his complexion stark. The young man advised against speaking so boldly, suggesting I leave myself an avenue for retreat. It would serve me well in the future. However, the voice of Elder Jiang remains calm and measured, as if he has never valued Jiang Long's life. Retreat is for the feeble. I have long since reached a point of no return. It is either advance or be utterly obliterated. I must be the first in nearly 2 decades to dare to confront Elder Jiang. He wields immense power and wealth. Yet I traverse the realms of life and death, indifferent to his possessions. Moreover, would one nearing death truly care about the number of enemies they accumulate? Even if the Jiang family holds dominion, what of it? Jiang Long stands on the precipice of death. Even the sounds he produces have transformed, growing faint, with more inhalations and fewer exhalations. Silence envelopes the room. This is a battle of patience. Elder Jiang believes I speak merely for effect. He cannot fathom that anyone in Jiang City would dare to call him and audibly broadcast murder in his presence. Alas, he is mistaken. It seems I am not new to the act of live-streaming murder. As Jiang Long's voice weakens further, and when he can no longer utter a sound, Elder Jiang finally speaks. "Gao Jian, you possess great audacity." To which I reply, I still fall short in comparison, indicating to the spirit to momentarily release Jiang Long. I bring the phone to my ear. "You have stirred something you ought not to have, old man. I am merely assisting you. What is it that you truly desire?" He asks. "I seek to reclaim what is rightfully mine. If others employ vile means to steal it, they must face the consequences." "Are you threatening me?" "How could I dare threaten the Jiang family? I merely state a fact. Consider this. If your illustrious family were to suddenly find itself leaderless or without heirs, what might unfold?" On the other end, Elder Jiang's fury morphs into mockery. "You? I, Jiang de Tao, command Jiang City. Spare me your historical anecdotes. Your godson's situation is dire, and I am contemplating whether to intervene." Interrupting him unceremoniously, I seize control of the conversation. "I only wish to reclaim what is mine. Do not presume to push me too far. We push you too far." Elder Jiang seems to find amusement in this, stating, from the outset, "It was you who threatened me, with Jiang Long's life, with my child's life, even with my own. Reflect on the causal relationship. Why would I act thus? Who is truly the shameless thief? Do you still wish to deny it? Do you seek to argue? Is this the true visage of Jiang City's largest conglomerate, Jiangjin Real Estate? Hopeless. This phone call to Gao Jian is a personal line, and I am recording the entire conversation. Should anything happen to Jiang Long, I will pursue the proper legal channels to ensure you spend the remainder of your life in prison, old man. You had better complete the judicial proceedings within 3 days. Otherwise, I will make certain that your future is filled with regret and remorse." An exchange of sharp words, with neither side yielding an inch, marks my first dialogue with the most powerful figure in Jiangqing. Jiang Long lies on the ground, barely clinging to life, his vitality depleted by both fate and his own vices, compounded by a body long ravaged by indulgence. The situation is dire, as he appears to be teetering between life and death. The room is silent until, After a brief pause, the voice of the elder Jiang reverberates through the receiver. After careful consideration, he proposes, "Why must we both suffer? Let us take a step back, spare Jiang Long's life, and we will provide you with the documents tomorrow. Rest assured, we will not make them public." "Impossible. I must take that document with me today," I assert, my tone resolute. "I know it remains in Jiang Long's possession. He mentioned that you would send someone to retrieve it tomorrow. It's evident that you place significant importance on that document. Yet it is not something that should belong solely to your consortium. How can a mere upstart like you claim exclusive ownership of something that should rightfully belong to the entire Jiangxing? Wake up. I am aware of its value. Let us strike a deal. We can jointly explore its secrets. Name your terms." Elder Jiang reveals his mercantile nature, yet he fails to grasp that some matters are beyond negotiation, and to meddle with them could cost one their life. At this juncture, it becomes clear to me that Jiang Long is merely a pawn of the Jiang family, a dog of sorts, albeit one of some standing. The elder's earlier dialogue was likely a mere tactic to stall for time, as I suspect the armed police are on their way. "Your words disappoint me," I murmur, exhaling softly. "I will reiterate. I seek only to reclaim what is rightfully mine. That document should belong to all of Jiangxing. Your unilateral claim is inherently flawed. Are you certain you will not reveal to me where it is hidden?" My voice grows increasingly icy. "The waters of Jiangxing run deeper than you realize. That document is crucial. Should you choose to cooperate, I would welcome it. But if you remain obstinate and attempt to thwart me with your meager tricks, the Jiang family will show you what true legacy entails." Elder Jiang's stance is unwavering, and I find a smirk involuntarily curling at the corners of my mouth, for I genuinely wish to witness this. However, before we proceed, I have a few pieces of advice to impart. First, let me make it unequivocally clear. Anyone who has seen that document or knows its contents will vanish one by one, including you. Second, should you wish to retaliate against me, feel free. I shall accommodate you. However, if you involve those around me or threaten their lives, I will respond with equal ferocity. And third, do you believe you can remain silent and prevent me from uncovering the truth? With that, I sever the call, and the facade between myself and the Jiang family has been irrevocably shattered. What began as mere skirmishes has escalated into a deadly contest. Fate be damned. A dark-haired figure materializes, standing at my height, and it resonates with my thoughts, understanding my intentions without a word spoken. The sinister strands of hair lay sprawled across the mirror, gradually seeping into its depths, a skill inherent to the mirror ghost. I propped Jiang Long up before the vanity and gently lifted his eyelids. Before long, his reflection began to crawl out from the mirror, burrowing into his eye sockets. This scene was far more terrifying than the antics of the mirror ghost, for the dark hair of the life ghost extended beyond Jiang Long's eyes, evoking a sense of dread even in me, his master. After a full 30 minutes, the life ghost vacated Jiang Long's body, leaving this former leader of Jiangbei devoid of vitality. Did you glimpse his memories? I communicated with the life ghost to extract memories, a process that seemed to drain it significantly, as its dark hair dwindled by nearly half. I was uncertain if the life ghost understood, but I observed as the hair suddenly coalesced, slithering like a serpent out of the room. "Where are you taking me?" I queried, trailing behind the life ghost as I exited the villa and approached the garage, where I severed the rolling door with my hunting knife. Upon entering, I knocked around until I discovered a concealed passage hidden in the corner. Lifting the heavy iron plate, I was greeted by the familiar scent of earth and the excited barks of dogs. I instructed the life ghost to remain outside as I ventured in alone. The underground had been transformed into a prison cell, soundproofed all around. Following the calls of Bai Qi, I made my way to the depths of the cell. In a shadowy corner, a large dog was bounding about, its neck shackled by 2 chains, the iron collar embedded painfully into its flesh. Several needles remained lodged in its back, abdomen, and forepaws. Bai Qi. Chapter 265. 3 with its eyes dark yet bright, Bai Qi caught my scent from afar, leaping high and pulling the heavy chains taut. "I'm sorry." I rubbed Bai Qi's head and cautiously removed the syringes from its body, realizing that these had likely been injected with a tranquilizer gun, some tips already bent. "Oh." Bai Qi licked my face, circling around me, the chains clattering on the ground. "I will take you out." I lifted my hunting knife and, with all my strength, severed the iron chains, which snapped with a resounding crack. The key to the collar was likely on Jiang Long. I needed to return to the villa to address the scene. Jiang Long had witnessed the underworld showcase data. He could not be left alive. I also did not find the tattooed man on the first or third floors of the villa. As the primary executor, he had likely seen the underworld showcase data as well. If the opportunity arose to eliminate him, I would show no mercy. With the chains severed, Bai Qi regained its freedom and joyfully ran in circles before suddenly halting in front of me, baring its teeth and emitting a low, threatening growl towards the corner of the cell. The dark hair began to coalesce, transforming into a young man. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Bai Qi before casting a puzzled glance at me. It's all right, we are all allies. I was equally astonished by Bai Qi's reaction. It seemed to have experienced a moment of fear. Had the life ghost grown to a level beyond Bai Qi's capacity to confront? Allowing a ghost to develop in such a manner left me uncertain whether it would bode well or ill for me. The life ghost observed Bai Qi for a lengthy moment before reverting to its inky hair form, retreating into the shadows and moving towards the far side of the cell. I was unaware of the life ghost's intentions as it ultimately halted before a locked solitary confinement door. What I seek lies within this space. I unlocked the door to find a room resembling a study, starkly contrasting with Jiang Long's own temperament. The opulent bookshelf, affixed to the wall, is adorned with pristine volumes, devoid of any creases. If the owner were not an ardent bibliophile, it would suggest these tomes serve merely as decor, untouched by human hands. The ebony desk and sofa raised the question, why would Jiang Long construct a study in the basement? The damp, chilly environment of the cellar, coupled with the high-end wooden furniture, not only diminishes its glory but also inflicts damage upon it. On the lavish ebony table rests a complete tea set, flanked by two ebony chairs facing each other. Is this abode intended for receiving guests? I recall Jiang Long mentioning that the old master would dispatch someone to collect documents. Perhaps this study was designed for such visits. Under the guidance of the spirit, I shift the bookshelf aside, revealing 3 ancient paintings adorning the concealed wall. The first painting, measuring 3 feet long and 1 foot wide, depicts a hunchbacked old woman holding a cup of tea. She appears amiable, yet a hint of malice lurks in her expression. At the bottom of the scroll is a poem, signed with the name Meng Pua in antiquated characters. The second painting features an elderly gentleman of extraordinary bearing, exuding an ethereal quality, yet a vividly colored serpent coils around him, instilling a sense of dread. The inscription below reveals another poem, attributed to the Snake Lord. The final painting portrays a mischievous child with 3 eyes and 4 arms, gleefully clutching several severed heads of women. This scroll bears no poetic title, but rather the words ghostly infant scrawled in a haphazard fashion. 3 peculiar figures emerge from these paintings: Meng Pua, the Snake Lord, and the ghostly infant. What could this signify? As I remove the scroll, I unwittingly discover a hidden realm behind it. The wall has been hollowed out, harboring a collection of yellowed documents and letters. Drawing from my past experiences as a private investigator, I realize I have stumbled upon a treasure. I casually open one envelope, revealing bad debts from the Jiang Jin group dating back over a decade, alongside a handwritten letter from the old master himself. The cunning fox issuing orders to Jiang Long for covert retribution against certain adversaries. The business world is akin to a battlefield, where only the most unscrupulous can stand firm until the end. As I continue to open envelopes, I find that most contain letters penned by the old master, some dating back 20 years, causing my apprehension to deepen. The information contained within pertains to several heinous incidents, resulting in grave injuries and disabilities, with exceedingly vile circumstances. How dare that old rascal claim to wield the law as a weapon against me? Jiang Long, that sycophant, is not as loyal as I had imagined. His retention of these letters and accounts serves as a precaution against the old master's potential betrayal, all the while feigning a harmonious father-son relationship in public. I meticulously organize the correspondence and locate a waterproof folder within the room to pack them away. Should this information be exposed, it could undoubtedly undermine the Jiang family's foundation in Jiangqing. However, I have no immediate plans to do so. Although the materials regarding the Underworld Showcase do not rest in the old master's hands, it is certain that Jiang Long has reported this matter to him, indicating that the old master is likely well informed about the Underworld Showcase. If I were to publicly disclose these unsavory matters, it might drive the venerable Jiang to desperation, leading him to choose mutual destruction by disseminating the grim details of the Underworld show, making it known to all. In such a scenario, I would find it impossible to extricate myself, becoming a casualty destined to be erased. This is a situation fraught with mutual apprehension, necessitating caution from all parties involved. Amidst letters and accounts, I discovered several sheets of draft paper, where I had casually noted down information regarding the Underworld show, including my experiences with live streaming, deductions related to it, case analyses, and speculations about the dual-faced Buddha and other esoteric topics. Ensuring that nothing had been overlooked, I retrieved a lighter and ignited the draft papers in my hand. Henceforth, I shall refrain from documenting any further information about the Underworld show. It shall forever reside within my memory. Tossing the burning papers onto the bookshelf, the entire basement was soon engulfed by flames. Exiting the garage with Bai Chi, I returned to the villa's living room. Those whose life force had been ravaged by the vengeful specter were not in peril. They merely lay in a temporary stupor. These individuals, though complicit, were not deserving of death. There was no need to further stain my hands with blood. I searched every room in the 3-story villa, but found no trace of the tattooed man. His van was parked in the courtyard, yet he had vanished without a trace. Had Jiang Long silenced him? Or had he fled upon hearing a noise? I could not discern the truth, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was nearing midnight. From Jiang Long, I had procured the keys and unlocked the collar around Bai Chi's neck, then retrieved waterproof tape to seal the folder before shouldering the dagger and departing the villa. Raindrops began to pelt my body, and my outer garment quickly became drenched. Bai Chi and I stood on the desolate street, with not a single taxi in sight. I needed to return to Ting Tang Road swiftly. The police might be en route. As I glanced around, I suddenly noticed an old Wuling Hongguang at the entrance of the villa area, its headlights illuminating the darkness. A young man inside the vehicle looked at me in surprise. Jiangu? Ergo pushed open the car door and dashed into the downpour. What brings you here? Weren't we supposed to act in 4 days? What then has compelled your arrival? I asked, patting his shoulder. This place is not suitable for lingering. We should converse in the car. The heavy rain cascaded down Ergo's face as he turned to gaze at the pitch-black, silent villa, lost in thought. Just over an hour ago, that villa had been ablaze with light and laughter. I took a seat in the back of the van with Bai Chi, concealing the dagger beneath the seat. Be mindful of surveillance on the way to my shop, I cautioned. Jiangu, you haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing here, alone in Jiang Long's lair at this late hour? Ergo inquired as he drove. I've been keeping watch over the comings and goings at that villa. I witnessed everything. Surely, you haven't taken on their entire gang by yourself? Gang, I responded, my tone shifting to one of gravity. In Huaxia, there exists no underworld. They are merely wretches lurking in the shadows. I tapped the seat and continued. Ergo, concealed beneath your back seat lies a knife. Ensure that it remains hidden from outsiders. Bring it to me in 2 nights' time. Chapter 266. The final call. The torrential rain fell relentlessly, and the inky blackness of night enveloped the entire city. On the expansive road, a dilapidated Wuling Hongguang sped along. Piloted by a young individual whose driving skills were remarkably adept, maintaining a velocity exceeding 120 kilometers per hour even amidst the torrential downpour. I instructed Ergo to remain in the vehicle, forbidding him from departing while I ventured into the adult store. Upon entering, I promptly deleted all content related to the Underworld showcase from the computer on the 2nd floor and subsequently destroyed the hard drive. Important items such as the intricately carved dragon pen, the Chu Palace disc, the comprehensive guide to the transformation elixir, and a black leather case containing live streaming equipment, along with a charger and bank cards, were all carefully wrapped in a raincoat and secured on my person. The small establishment had become unsafe. I needed to prepare for the impending retaliation from the Jiang family before the next live broadcast. After placing these items in the van, I removed the majority of the food from the refrigerator. Jiangu, what exactly are you planning? Are you fleeing? Surely you haven't really gone so far as to slaughter Jiang Long and raise his stronghold? Ergo's fervent inquiries echoed with excitement, but at that moment, I had no time to engage with him. The lacquered wooden coffin was certainly beyond transport, and I doubted anything remained behind. Securing the shop door, Bai Chi and I settled back into the van as Ergo drove towards the intersection between Jiang City and Zinhushi. Where are we headed at this hour? I questioned, disconcerted. Just explain on the way, no dilly-dallying. The van roared to life, navigating through the downpour, but after merely turning 2 corners, the night sky was abruptly pierced by the glaring lights of police vehicles, the familiar wail of sirens growing closer. Quick, hold on to Bai Chi and turn your face away. Don't panic, just keep driving. I whispered urgently to Ergo, who understood the gravity of the situation. The police cars that whizzed past bore not the insignia of public security, but rather that of the armed police. fully armed and equipped with riot gear, avoiding the main thoroughfare. Ergo pressed the accelerator to the floor, the van racing down the highway. Even the armed police are involved. Jiangu, you've stirred up a hornet's nest, he exclaimed. What? Are you afraid? I gently stroked by Chi's head as it lazily rested in my arms. Since when has Chun Ergo ever been afraid? Not even the armed police could intimidate me, he replied, though his words trailed off, leaving the latter half unspoken. I teased, what is that supposed to mean? Never mind. You're impressive. I won tea contest that. It's pointless, Ergo grumbled, slamming the steering wheel. But Jiangu, what have you actually done? If it were murder or arson, the first responders should have been the criminal police, right? It's nothing really, just executed Jiang Long in front of Jiang Jin, the chairman of the real estate company. That old fox thought I wouldn't dare to kill. He is probably furious now. Goodness. What audacity. Focus on driving for now. I need to lay low for a while. You should avoid returning to Jiang City anytime soon, as danger lurks. I gestured toward the back seat. I've hidden a knife beneath your rear seat. Should you encounter something beyond comprehension, use it for protection. Remember, do not draw it unless absolutely necessary. What do you mean by something beyond comprehension? You'll understand when the time comes. For the time being, it's best you eat and rest in the vehicle. Refrain from wandering about. I will meet you at Jiang City's Jiang Dam around 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I retrieved my phone, memorized a few key contacts, and dialed Tai Ningxiang's number. Please answer, I silently urged. After 6 or 7 busy signals, the call finally connected. Uncle, what brings you to seek Andy? She has just fallen asleep. The soft voice of E emanated from my phone, prompting me to take a deep breath. E, wake your aunt. I have something of great importance to discuss with her. All right. Moments later, Tai Ningxiang stirred from her slumber, surprised yet pleased to receive my call. Senior Gao, is anyone else around you besides E? No, what do you wish to convey? Tai Ningxiang, sensing the gravity in my tone, lowered her voice. I meticulously organized my thoughts. I was certain that Lu Xing would act at midnight the day after tomorrow. A torrential downpour reminiscent of the fateful rainy night 5 years ago would soon replay itself. You must be prepared. Moreover, the terms Pima, Jiao Ku, and Sangmen not only signify time, but also denote fate. In 3 days, you need to ensure the safety of one individual. Who? Do you remember attending Yi Bing's wedding with us? The host of the ghostly infant. She possesses the traits of Pima, Jiao Ku, and Sangmen in her destiny. Therefore, it is imperative that Lu Xing does not come into contact with her. After a prolonged silence, Tai Ningxiang finally affirmed, rest assured. I will do everything in my power to guarantee her safety. The dual-faced Buddha has been orchestrating this for 20 years. 5 years ago, they faltered, but this time, they are determined to succeed. The adversary is not limited to Lu Xing. Exercise caution with those around you. You can only trust a third of what anyone says. My voice grew urgent as I glanced anxiously at the rear of the vehicle, fearing the approach of police cars. Gao Jian, where are you now? Have you encountered trouble? Do not concern yourself with me. Lastly, I must inform you that if you find no leads in your investigation the day after tomorrow, consider visiting the following locations. Visions of horrifying scenes flashed through my mind. The memories of past live broadcasts remained vividly etched. The Anshin Inn, Xinhu High School, No. 3 Bridge Crematorium, Henshan Psychiatric Hospital, Jingying Sanatorium, Jiangxing Medical College, New Century Happy Park, and the Lanjing Dam. The murderer may well traverse these 8 sites. The overall strategy is now in your hands. Why these locations? Gao Jian, where are you truly? Please tell me so I can assist you. Tai Ningxiang's voice was earnest. Her genuine desire to save me was evident. Yet could I trust her? After a moment of silence, instead of accepting her tempting offer, I posed a seemingly unrelated question. Senior, which do you consider more vital, law or fairness? There is no absolute fairness in this world. Thus, law embodies fairness. Tai Ningxiang's voice rang with resolute strength, a principle she had etched into her heart from the moment she became a police officer. Do you still choose law? I forced a bitter smile, my lips parched. I was currently being pursued by the armed police. The reason would likely be unveiled in tomorrow's newspapers. I may have infringed upon the laws of certain individuals, yet I had committed no wrong. The very reason I am ill-suited to be a police officer lies in my adherence solely to the fairness within my own heart. Do not act impulsively. The armed police are not to be trifled with. Senior, I am aware of what their mobilization signifies, but I cannot turn back now. You are the last person I will speak to. Follow my instructions. Do not waste time searching for me. This city has reached its final moments. Silence enveloped the phone. Tai Ningxiang seemed to be contemplating a significant decision. After several seconds, she began to speak slowly. Gao Jian. Suddenly, my phone screen went black. A full day and night had drained all the battery. I did not hear Tai Ningxiang's final words. So be it. I dismantled the battery, extracted the SIM card, and crushed it before placing my phone back into my pocket, casting my gaze out the window at the intensifying downpour. 5 years ago, on a night much like this, I was falsely accused of murder, and the fear and rage that consumed the people around me left no room for my defense. Their hysteria was more terrifying than any specter. 5 years ago, I became your scapegoat, and 5 years hence, I shall seize you with my own hands. I do this not to protect those fools who wronged me, but simply because it is the essence of justice. The lightning struck, and the torrential rain complicated the search efforts of the armed police. Approximately 2 hours later, the van arrived in the wilderness between Zhenhushi and Jiangqing, a place foreign to most, yet familiar to me from many visits. Brother Jian, shall I take you to Zhenhushi? There is nothing around here, and the rain is still pouring. Ergu, remember what I told you earlier, you need not worry about my safety. I shook out my raincoat, stowed all my vital belongings into a black leather suitcase, and wrapped it in the raincoat as I ventured into the depths of the wilderness with Bai Qi. Provoking the Jiangjin group and committing murder before the chairman was a scheme I had meticulously planned before my next live broadcast commenced. I needed to find a sanctuary that was unequivocally secure. Through the rain-soaked night, the once indistinct structure gradually came into focus. A dilapidated school from 5 years ago that was about to embrace a new legend. Chapter 267. The realm of inhalation. The muck reached my ankles as the fierce winds and torrential rain battered me. Clutching the suitcase wrapped in my raincoat, I barely managed to open my eyes. The news in Hushi High School loomed in the deep of night, exuding an unchanging aura of dread and terror, as if it were a colossal monster. Why has this sign fallen again? I picked up the mud-streaked warning sign, recalling how I had secured it with iron wire during my last visit, which now appeared futile. What secrets lay hidden within the school? The iron-reinforced warning sign had been torn down and cast into the mire. I replaced it once more, scaling the fence to enter. The sign swayed in the tempest. The words "No Entry" inscribed in vivid red paint glaring in the darkness. Before long, a gust of wind seemed to lift the sign as if by an unseen hand, and it fell again into the earth. Bai Qi and I did not linger at the entrance. Instead, we deftly bypassed the teaching building and entered the female dormitory. The choice to take refuge in this building was not born of any peculiar preference, but simply due to its proximity. The dormitory door stood ajar, preserving the appearance it had during my second live broadcast. Stepping into the dimly lit corridor, the end was obscured by shadows, and I sensed something moving within the darkness. Even with my keen eyesight, I could not discern what it was. It seemed to retreat further away, perhaps a restless spirit or a wandering ghost. The entity avoided me, unwilling to cross paths, and I had no desire to pursue it. The most pressing matter was to rest and restore my physical state. Dragging the suitcase to the room where Shun Ming had taken her life, I recalled the hurried departure alongside Xiumu, leaving the dormitory keys behind. With a creak, I pushed open the damp door, revealing no vengeful spirits or horrific scenes within. I retrieved the dormitory key from beneath the table and descended to find a sunless room on the first floor to settle into. I smashed a wooden chair and ignited my textbooks with a lighter, crafting a simple bonfire. After a day and night of relentless travel, my body had reached its limit. I shed my drenched garments and draped them over the bonfire to dry. I retrieved some chilled fresh meat and commenced a simple grilling, watching as the pieces gradually turned a delectable golden brown. I could scarcely fathom that I had sought refuge in a haunted school, and rather than feeling any trepidation, I found myself naturally preparing to roast meat. Once I had avoided this place at all costs, it had now become the sole sanctuary in Jiangqing that could accommodate me. What a twist of fate. Here, devoid of surveillance and human presence, lay a strictly forbidden zone, sealed off from the outside world by stern decree. As long as Guzi kept my secret, no one would suspect my hiding place. The enticing aroma of the sizzling meat wafted through the air as Bai Qi circled the fire, wagging his tail in delight. Patience, it will be ready soon. Though my provisions were scant, they sufficed for a hearty meal for both Bai Qi and myself. After a mere 10 minutes, we polished off the fresh meat and vegetables I had brought. Sated and content, I dismissed any notions of bad omens and rummaged through a cabinet for some old bedding to spread on the ground. With night deepening, I resolved to ponder my circumstances come dawn. Extinguishing the bonfire, I cradled Bai Qi and lay upon the tattered bedding, closing my eyes as the sound of the rain gradually softened. I awoke the next day just before noon, the torrential rain outside still pouring, seemingly even heavier than the previous night. Such deluges in this season were indeed unusual. Rising, I approached the balcony, where the curtain of rain rendered everything beneath it minuscule. Contemplating the recent sequence of events, they flashed through my mind like a revolving lantern. Perhaps this was what Taoism referred to as the trials of the mortal world. Seated cross-legged, the rain splattered against the window, enveloping me in a misty veil. My spirit, tempered like steel, remained calm amidst the tumult of life and death. In tranquility, I silently operated the Miao Zhan heart method, achieving a moment of enlightenment that hinted at ineffable truths. All things converge into one. The ultimate truth remains enigmatic and beyond verbal expression, known as the mysterious truth, the wondrous truth. In the present moment, I recited the mystical mantra, emptying my mind and gradually entering a state of unknowing, speechlessness, namelessness, formlessness, heartlessness, and selflessness. In this state of Zen, I effortlessly traversed the three realms of Yuantong. As the lingering essence of my innate nature coursed through the Ren and Du meridians along my spine like a great dragon in flight. I had already reached the pinnacle of the Yuantong realm. I could only wonder what awaited me in 2 days. Every moment of strength gained was crucial. From my suitcase, I retrieved a transformation elixir and opened the jade box containing a pill the size of a longan, resting serenely within. Its divine radiance was restrained, and a fragrant aroma permeated the air. The so-called transformation elixir refines the essence, spirit, and vitality. The Tao births the primordial energy. Essence melds with this energy to form its shape, known as essence energy. Spirit unites with the primordial energy to form its spirit, referred to as spirit energy. The union of form and spirit manifests life. This triad is named essence, energy, and spirit. I swallowed the pill, its flavor rich and sweet, transforming into a cool, nourishing liquid as I drank it with a satisfying sound. The transformation elixir melded within my lower abdomen, nurturing the primordial energy at the lower dantian, akin to a spring of vitality. I inhaled deeply, directing my breath into the dantian, enriching it. With the aid of the transformation elixir, I easily accumulated the primordial energy of the Kuan abdomen without external exposure, allowing for an internal circulation that thrived endlessly. As I practiced for an extended period, it became second nature. Even without intent, my breath naturally returned to the dantian, as if drawn by an unseen force. I confined my thoughts to the dantian, engaging in a delicate practice of breathing that seems to sustain a breath that is both ephemeral and profound. With the aid of the transformation of Qi Dan, I transcend the boundaries of the governing meridian, achieving a state where inhalation and exhalation flow seamlessly. Although I have only recently begun to comprehend the depths of my Qi reservoir and the methods of breath control, this marks a significant step in my spiritual journey. Continuous internal breath is what distinguishes a true practitioner. As I open my eyes, I find it is already afternoon. Bai Qi lies beside me, pitifully sprawled with his belly exposed, occasionally emitting soft gurgling sounds. It is time to procure some supplies. I leave the black leather suitcase in the room, instructing Bai Qi to keep watch as I don a coat and drape a raincoat over my shoulders, stepping out of the girls' dormitory. I recall Xiaomu mentioning that there is a residential area outside the school. After departing from Xinhu High School, I walked for 40 minutes before discovering a convenience store. Lowering the brim of my raincoat, I observed the surroundings for a considerable time to ensure no danger lurks before entering. The shop is modest, with an elderly gentleman in plain attire sitting at the counter, engrossed in the television broadcasting flood warnings. Recently, certain regions in my province have experienced relentless downpours, with water levels at Hengkou Station surpassing historical highs. In response to the persistent heavy rainfall, the Municipal Flood Prevention Command has urged all areas to monitor water conditions closely, maintain vigilance, and adhere strictly to flood prevention protocols. Upon reaching the checkout, I swiftly gather a substantial amount of food and water, placing it on the counter while the old man remains fixated on the news. It totals 40 yuan and 2 jiao. Just take 40, I say. He casts a cursory glance at me before returning his gaze to the screen. The report warns citizens to heed essential safety measures. An urgent news bulletin interrupts. At 1:28 a.m. today, A heinous incident occurred in the Longting Villa residential area. Jiang Long, the adopted son of Jiang Jin, a member of the Jiang Jin Group S board, was murdered in his home. The motive remains unclear, but the city's police are diligently pursuing the case, having largely identified the suspect. His name is Gao Jian, a 25-year-old man standing at 179 meters tall. Given the severe nature of the crime, he has been placed on the A-list wanted list, and a reward of no less than 100,000 yuan will be granted to any individual or organization providing crucial leads. 100,000 for a tip, I hear the old man scoff. What kind of monster would dare to kill a member of the Jiang family? He turns off the television and, upon looking back, realizes the counter is now devoid of any customers, save for the 40 yuan left atop it. Where has everyone gone? I stow the purchased food in my raincoat and frown as I make my way back to Xinhu High School. The situation grows increasingly dire. The citywide manhunt transforms the police from allies into obstacles in my plans. In 2 days, a three-way confrontation will unfold in Jiangcheng, involving the duplicitous Lexing representative, myself as the pursuer, and the local armed police and detectives. Chapter 268. My name is Gao Jian. Upon returning to the girls' dormitory at Xinhu High School, I begin preparing a meal for Bai Qi while meticulously contemplating my plan for the upcoming 2 days. Though I have many adversaries, I also have numerous allies, including Lu Xiezi, Master Gu, and even Daoist Xianqing, who can offer their assistance. After a hurried meal, I allow Bai Qi to frolic freely within the building while I sit on the floor, engrossed in the profound explications of the Miaozhen. Upon entering the realm of breathing, my body establishes a self-sustaining cycle, expelling the old and welcoming the new, thus accumulating innate vital energy. My sinews and bones have grown more resilient than ever, and my senses have been heightened anew. An additional benefit is that I can now delve deeper into the profound insights contained within the Miao Zhenxiang Jia. Turning to the section on talismans. Beyond the suppression talisman and the earth-encircling spell I had previously mastered, I have expanded my repertoire to include several new types of talismanic arts. Among these is the Yellow Turban Warrior spell, which transforms the 6 Ding and 6 Jia into formidable guardians, shielding my body and mind from malevolent forces. The 100 Pardons talisman offers forgiveness for myriad grievances. It absolves a millennium of sins, alleviates a myriad of sorrows, cures ailments of time, shields against disasters of water and fire, wards off thievery, eases familial anxieties, settles past debts, silences slander, protects dwellings from harm, and solidifies the sanctity of one's home. The Pure Heart incantation invokes the celestial energies, fostering wisdom and tranquility, ensuring that the 3 souls and the eternal spirit remain undisturbed. The Great North Star incantation commands the essence of the 7 celestial deities, asserting dominion over the heavens. The might of the celestial sage radiates with an awe-inspiring brilliance, severing the roots of evil that plague the world as I ascend on clouds before the altar. This sacred energy penetrates water and smoke, traversing the 3 realms to confront malevolent spirits, vanquishing demons, and obliterating traces of the undead. Among these spells and talismans, the Yellow Turban Warrior spell occupies a space between lesser and minor talismans, while the 100 Pardons and Pure Heart incantations, though lacking in offensive power, are genuine minor talismans. The final Great North Star incantation, however, stands as the pinnacle of minor talismans, wieldable by those enlightened practitioners whose power rivals that of superior talismans. This talisman possesses extraordinary strength, but it is not within the grasp of just anyone. Only those with a profound understanding of the celestial bodies can harness its potential. Moreover, the materials required for this talisman are exceedingly rare, such as the 4 Directions 7-inch celestial gold paper and dragon spit ink, items I have never even heard of. The book is filled with treasures, aptly embodying the adage that knowledge is power. Yet, when it comes to the path of cultivation, I remain a mere neophyte. The Miao Zhenxiang Jia offers no direct assistance, and as I close the book, I reflect upon the cards at my disposal. The Life Ghost by Qi and the Tong Sang Talisman seem to be all I can utilize. Nevertheless, I still possess 67 live broadcast points, which should enable me to exchange for several commendable items. Recalling the newly added merchandise catalog from the Underworld Showcase, I find myself without anyone to consult and must rely solely on my own judgment. The 2 dragons emerge from water formation set, priced at 12 points, promises a power surpassing that of ordinary talismans by over 10-fold. Despite its name suggesting it is a basic formation with only 2 transformations, the quality of products from the Underworld showcase is typically exceptional. A random superior talisman costs merely 10 points, thus highlighting the value of this set of talismans. I vaguely remember another item, the Goddess of Deliverance talisman, also classified as a superior talisman, capable of liberating malevolent spirits and facilitating their rebirth, available for just 6 points. Unfortunately, my phone is dead and cannot be activated, so I mentally compile a list of items that could assist me, planning to redeem them before the broadcast begins. Uncertain if I will survive this upcoming live session, I find myself nearly wagering all of my points. As night falls, torrential rain cascades outside, the sky resembling a colossal sieve, with dark clouds enveloping the city. It is barely 8 or 9 o'clock, yet darkness reigns outside. Where has Bai Chi disappeared to? Having not returned all afternoon, I craft a simple torch and venture outside. The desolate corridor flickers with the torchlight, casting my elongated shadow upon the wall. Life Ghost. The new Shanghai High School is shrouded in a veil of insecurity, concealing myriad uncertainties. Even now, I cannot assert that I have unraveled all its enigmas. A second shadow emerged behind me, its dark hair swirling, the malevolent spirit exhibiting a curious excitement. I remain oblivious to the origins of this peculiar emotion. All I can do is trust in it, for it has evolved into a being of considerable menace. Trust is my only recourse. As I traversed the female dormitory, I finally discovered Bai Chi in a room on the top floor. "What are you doing?" I inquired, entering to find chaos. Bai Chi had turned the dormitory into a disarray, gnawing on a kitchen knife. Signaling for Bai Chi to release it, I seized the blade, only to find it stained with fresh blood. "Are you injured?" The blood on the knife had not yet congealed, indicating it was recent. However, upon examining Bai Chi's body, I found no wounds inflicted by a blade. Whose blood is this? As I searched the room, tables, wardrobes, I began to sense something amiss. The room was immaculately clean, suggesting someone frequented it for tidying. Who would take the time to clean this place? Upon entering the dormitory's restroom, I detected an unusual scent, a mingling of lime-scented shampoo and blood. Clutching the knife, I cautiously entered the 2 stalls. Both were empty, save for a shocking pool of blood on the floor. Self-harm? With no further clues in the restroom, I returned to the room and discovered a few detective novels tucked away at the bottom of the wardrobe, indicating that the occupant harbored a passion for detective fiction. Flipping through the pages, I pondered. It seemed I was not the sole resident of Shanghai High. One particular collection of Sherlock Holmes stories caught my eye. Its concluding section bore a conspicuous mark, as if to ensure I would not overlook it. Since Professor Moriarty's demise, London has become an exceedingly dull city. This statement was smeared in blood. I pondered its significance for quite some time, unable to discern its meaning. Moriarty, a criminal mastermind and Holmes' greatest rival. Why would a reader highlight this phrase? Had circumstances allowed me to evade the city's manhunt or face a death-defying live broadcast in 2 days, I might have sought the truth of this place. However, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications for now. I carefully replaced the books and departed with Bai Chi, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. The remaining time was spent in rigorous training and contemplation, maintaining myself in peak condition, quietly awaiting the storm's most ferocious night. As time flowed, the day of the live broadcast arrived. I opened my eyes to gaze out the window. The torrential rain persisted, the downpour unabated, leading to several inches of standing water in the already beleaguered Shanghai High's drainage system. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. After a hearty meal, I packed away unnecessary items, such as the detailed analysis of Miao Zhen, the Chu Palace disc, and the camera, into a black suitcase, retaining only my spectral showcase phone, mobile encoder, and charger. In the afternoon, I donned a raincoat, accompanied by Chi, and departed from Shanghai High. After a 40-minute walk, I once again arrived at the convenience store in the urban village. The rain fell in torrents, and the shop was devoid of customers. "What would you like?" The elderly man remained engrossed in the television news, occasionally sipping hot tea. I merely glanced at the clock on the wall, which read 20 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. "Old man, may I charge my phone here?" I asked, producing my mobile device and charger from the depths of my bag. It's a small request. After all, who hasn't faced hardships in these times? The elderly gentleman did not turn from the television screen, which was broadcasting a local program from Jiangxing. A meteorological expert was elucidating the reasons behind the incessant torrential rains. subsequently discussing the challenges and necessities of flood prevention. The flood prevention water levels in our city are categorized into 3 tiers. Based on the water level at Hankow Station, the defense water level is set at 25 meters, the warning level at 27.3 meters, and the guaranteed water level at 29.73 meters. This means that when the water level surpasses 25 meters, we must enter a state of preparedness. If it exceeds 27.3 meters, heightened vigilance is required to brace for potential flooding. The guaranteed water level represents the highest recorded since the founding of the nation. And should we approach or exceed this threshold, the dam could be at risk of catastrophic failure. With the relentless downpour and dense cloud cover, it was uncertain how much longer it would continue. At this moment, the water level had reached 27.4 meters, prompting the entire city to enter a state of heightened alert regarding water control. I quietly observed the weather program, and soon a breaking news alert scrolled across the bottom of the screen. An A-level wanted notice for a man named Gao Jian. Truly a year of misfortune. With natural disasters and human calamities, I mused. The old man shook his head and turned off the television, suddenly directing his gaze toward me, obscured by my raincoat. The more he looked, the more puzzled he appeared. Young man, did you visit me a few days ago? Your memory serves you well, old man. I replied with a smile, removing my raincoat hood. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Gao Jian. Chapter 269. The 8th live broadcast. The elderly gentleman regarded my face, initially indifferent, and then nodded slightly. After a pause of several seconds, it seemed a realization struck him. His mouth slowly opened, his pupils contracted into pinpoints, and his body instinctively leaned back. Gao Jian, he stammered, attempting to rise, but finding his calves weak, he could not muster the strength to leave the bench. Discreetly, I removed the landline phone from the opposite counter and disconnected the line, adding, "Yes, I am the A-level wanted criminal, Gao Jian." The teacup in the old man's hand fell to the ground with a loud crack, the yellowed tea leaves spilling far and wide. Do not be alarmed. I bear you no harm. The Jianglong I killed deserved his fate. You may perceive my actions as a means to rid society of evildoers. I retrieved 5 yuan in change from my pocket and instructed him, "Boss, I'll take a pack of cigarettes." The curling smoke wafted through the small shop, which was devoid of any customers aside from myself amidst the torrential rain. Old man, do I strike you as a villain? As the cigarette burned down, I observed the elderly man, paralyzed behind the counter, his expression a mix of resignation and apprehension. Relax, I will not trouble you, nor will I harm you. I requested the old man to surrender his phone, then turned to close the shop door, hanging up a temporarily closed sign before extinguishing the lights within the convenience store. The skies were heavy with clouds, and the rain lashed against the windows. The old man's anxiety had reached a zenith. He was unsure of my intentions and feared I was preparing to silence him. Young man, you are still young, and your road stretches ahead. Consider turning yourself in. You may receive leniency and perhaps be released in a few years. At that time, you could start anew and live a good life. The old man implored, and I nodded with a smile, though my gaze remained fixed on the clock on the wall. There remains a considerable stretch of time until 8 o'clock in the evening. However, the persistent rain has hastened the arrival of night, casting a somber darkness within the room. I wander about the convenience store, searching for useful items while puffing on a cigarette. Old man, feel free to watch your television. Pay no mind to me. I merely stopped by to charge my device. Oh, and remember to keep the volume low while you watch. I rummaged through several raincoats on the shelf, selecting a few in darker hues and placing them into a plastic bag. The elderly gentleman, with trembling hands, activated the television, and as the screen flickered to life, an urgent bulletin scrolled along the bottom. The name Gao Jian, age 25, flashed across the screen. The old man, clutching the remote, wore a face ashen with concern, his brow furrowed, sweat trickling down his forehead. The citywide manhunt for the Jiang family should not be underestimated. I surmised that the old patriarch was presently exerting pressure on the authorities at the municipal hall. I took a pleasurable drag from my cigarette, amused by the wanted notice featuring my likeness. My apparent nonchalance only heightened the old man's anxiety, leading him to believe he was in the presence of a lawless, psychopathic killer. Young man, would you care for a cup of hot tea? The old man seemed to have intended to say something else, but likely altered his words out of fear of inciting my ire. No, thank you. Drinking tea would leave lip prints on the rim of the cup, easily revealing my presence. I raised my hands, clad in thin gloves, and lifted my shoes, the soles devoid of any distinctive markings. Details dictate success or failure. I must not be apprehended tonight. Silence enveloped the convenience store, punctuated only by the voice of the meteorologist on the television, announcing a flood warning. The water level at Hankow Station has reached 27.45 meters, a record high for the year. Residents along the riverbank are advised to exercise caution when venturing outside. Floodwaters are imminent. The resemblance to 5 years ago is striking. The killer and the police gamble with the lives of the entire city in a game of high stakes. My slightly deranged tone caused the old man to fidget nervously. He cast a furtive glance my way. "Young man, there's something I'm uncertain whether I should say." He hesitated, then added, "Although I might need to trouble you later." The old man took a deep breath and, with determination, declared, "I absolutely won't betray you or notify the authorities. After all, I'm over 60 and have little time left. Can I? Rest assured, old man, I mean no harm to anyone, nor have I ever sought to provoke anyone. What the television reports is merely the narrative they wish you to believe, and perhaps not the whole truth." I retrieved a broom from behind the wall to sweep away the shards of the teacup. Frankly, I had not anticipated that the old patriarch would act so decisively. When I fled the villa, escaping the pinnacle of pleasure, I did so in tandem with the armed police, an indication that the old fox had likely informed the relevant authorities before Jiang Long's demise. To attain such a position requires exceptional acumen. The Jiang family has long operated within Jiang City. Their vengeance is swift and fierce. Under different circumstances, my best option would have been to abscond to a distant land, evading their wrath. Yet now, as the edifice crumbles, the city is shrouded in shadow, and chaos looms on the horizon. Someone must rise to the occasion. It is indeed ironic that I, the subject of a citywide manhunt, must bear the weighty responsibility of safeguarding Jiang City. The world has certainly transformed. Each drag from my cigarette ignites a fiery sensation in my lungs. Yet my heart remains remarkably tranquil, unperturbed by any turmoil. The torrential rain intensifies, droplets battering against the windows while the winds rage, causing the television screen to flicker before plunging into a monochrome abyss. Perhaps the antenna has been severed. The elderly gentleman glanced at me, hesitating to move, remaining seated in his chair. As time passed, darkness enveloped the room, rendering it completely devoid of light. I could only discern the clock on the wall through the strained effort of my gaze. The hands intertwined, indicating it was 8 o'clock in the evening. A faint, cold glow appeared without warning in the convenience store, casting a pallid hue upon the faces of both the elderly man and myself. Your phone." "Yes. I have been waiting for 3 days." I picked up the spectral device, connecting the call and placing it to my ear. "Hello?" After a few moments, a man's voice emerged from the receiver. "Mr. Gao, how have you been lately?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, the scene of my interview at number 44, Wooding Road, vividly resurfaced in my mind. It was the interviewer from the spectral venue. "Not bad. I'm not dead yet," I replied in a flat tone, as though we were long-lost friends sharing banter. "Your progress is quite evident. The first phase of the assessment is nearing its conclusion." First phase of the assessment? Did we not sign a document stating I was officially a host at the spectral venue? Being a host at the spectral venue is distinct from other platforms, and you, being the most exceptional among them, will naturally undergo additional examinations. What do you mean? The first 7 broadcasts were all prearranged by you? Merely assessment content? The answers remain for you to uncover. The 8th broadcast is pivotal. Only by surviving will you earn the right to question me. I hope you see the sun tomorrow. Should the sun rise in Jiangcheng as usual? The call abruptly ended, and shortly after, a text message appeared on my phone. "The Millennium Dragon has awakened. The fate of all living beings in the city rests in your hands. You stand beside them, yet you have been cast into the abyss. The dawn of a millennium will not arrive. The dusk shall perpetually cycle. The prophecy has been fulfilled, and the Dragon Slayer will ultimately transform into a dragon." Broadcast task: locate Xiu Ren before midnight. Optional task 1: eliminate Xiu Ren for a reward of 5 points. Optional task 2: eliminate Lu Xing for a reward of 30 points. Optional task 3: save Jiangxing for a chance to inquire. Note: the spectral venue phone has a special emergency function. When confronted with an insurmountable predicament, you may dial this mysterious number. The response may offer you an escape, or lead you into deeper despair. The first call is complimentary, lasting 3 minutes. Subsequent calls will require 10 points. After unplugging the charger, I tucked the spectral venue phone into my pocket and began my final preparations. The broadcasting task of locating Chiu Ren before midnight posed a considerable challenge, especially under the circumstances of being a fugitive myself, seeking another wanted individual. The disparity in points for the optional task struck me as peculiar. The stark contrast between eliminating Chiu Ren and Lu Xing suggested a clear distinction in their roles this evening. Furthermore, the explicit nature of the optional tasks released by the spectral venue served as a hint. Tonight demanded my utmost effort. It was a matter of either his demise or my own. Chapter 270, Citywide Manhunt. This broadcast shall mark another turning point in my life. Success could elevate me, while failure may lead to my utter destruction. I ignited the final cigarette, my mind quietly contemplating that this live broadcast could be segmented into 3 distinct phases. Before midnight, my primary focus would be to maneuver around the police, evading their grasp to locate Chiu Ren and fulfill the broadcast mission. The second phase would unfold post-midnight, with Lu Xing and the dual-faced Buddha, Chiu Ren's representative, entering the fray, resulting in a tripartite contest. The third phase would herald the moment of revelation, where the weak would be eliminated, leaving only the strong to engage in a final showdown. Though my thoughts were lucid and my objectives clear, the execution proved exceedingly arduous. Even the elderly proprietor of the convenience store in the urban village was aware of my status as a wanted criminal. Under media scrutiny, I had become a pariah. Any surveillance camera or unfamiliar face could potentially expose me. It was imperative to devise a strategy to disrupt the police's operations. In a personal confrontation against the regime, I lacked advantages in manpower, resources, experience, and authority. If I wished to evade pursuit, I had to take the initiative and lead the police on a wild goose chase. Before seeking refuge at New High School, I had memorized the contact numbers of all key individuals stored on my phone, and now they were about to prove invaluable. I donned several raincoats of varying colors but the same brand, connected the landline, and first dialed my most trusted ally, Ergo. Hello? Ergo, where are you now? How far are you from the Lanjiang Dam? Jiangu. My heavens, you finally decided to contact me. I was worried something had happened to you. Stay calm. Where are you? I'm at a parking lot over 2,000 meters from the Lanjiang Dam. The torrential rain has led to a complete lockdown here. I ventured outside a moment ago and saw many police officers heading this way. Police? Please specify your exact location. Shanyang Shopping Mall parking lot. Jiangu. You must be cautious. There are wanted posters of you plastered everywhere. Stay put and monitor the police movements. If anything arises, I will contact you through a secure line. This is a landline. If it rings again, do not answer. Understood. You stay safe as well. As I ended the call, a frown creased my brow. The heavy police presence at the Lanjiang Dam seemed unusual. The 8 locations involved in the divination, of which I had only disclosed to Tai Ningxiang, were not something she could mobilize so many officers for while being on leave. Clearly, something had gone awry. While I did not suspect Tai Ningxiang of betrayal, reason dictated that placing my trust in her carried inherent risks. I dialed my second call to Lu Xiazi, a descendant of the Lu family who was unable to leave Jiangcheng, standing alongside me in this tumultuous conflict due to various entanglements. Gao Jian, you finally called. Your news is all over the television. The entire city is on a manhunt. Has anyone come to see you in the past 3 days? I interrupted Lu Xiazi. No. I've been hiding at home, thanks to your care. I've packed my things and am ready to flee at a moment's notice. That is reassuring. I sighed in relief and relayed my next steps. Old Lu, gather all your talismans and charms and head to the Anshin Hotel. It's where Lu Xing grew up, and he is likely to regroup there. Understood. Be aware that there may be police surveillance around the hotel. Additionally, we are in a secure line. Be sure to delete the call log from this landline. Also, when I call you next time, do not answer immediately. If there are no police around you or you feel safe, wait until the 8th ring before picking up. If you connect with me prematurely, I will assume that law enforcement is nearby, and I shall immediately alter my plans and take adequate measures. Is it certain that I will be under police surveillance? Do not underestimate. From the moment you initiate the call, in this city, there is no one else you can trust apart from me. Very well. I shall adhere to your instructions, but prior to my departure, I have one question to ask. Lu, in a subdued voice, inquired if the news was indeed true, that you had infiltrated the Jiang family villa and killed many. I killed only one person, I admit. Should you wish to punish or blame me, kindly wait until dawn. After ending the call with Lu, I reached out to Mr. Gu. The details were largely similar, but the sole distinction was that I instructed Mr. Gu to head to the crematorium at bridge number 3. Beneath that building lies a malevolent entity, and I fear that Lu Xing may exploit the opportunity presented by the alignment of the 8 characters to unleash chaos upon Jiang City. I cannot withstand the force of such a sinister being. Should it escape its confinement, the balance of power between Lu Xing and myself would be irrevocably disrupted. On the 4th call, as anticipated, I dialed Tai Ningxiang. The phone rang once before being answered. Senior? This is Gao Jian. Where are you now? The entire Jiang City is searching for you. A wanted notice has been disseminated throughout the province. Gao Jian, I know you are wronged. I truly have killed. They have not misjudged me, and tonight I shall kill again. Her icy tone bore no trace of emotion, and upon finishing my words, I felt an inexplicable pang in my heart, a chilling sensation emanating from my collar where the heat exine jade hung. Are you also in sorrow? Senior, I shall wait for you in Nianhua Alley in the Old City. If you wish to see me once more, meet me there. With that, I terminated the call. To me, Tai Ningxiang's reactions appeared rather abnormal. There is an 80% likelihood that she has already been compromised, and all the information I entrusted to her is likely known to the Jiang City Police Department. In a way, this is beneficial. At least it will not make things too easy for Lu Xing compared to 5 years ago. The police in Jiang City have at least narrowed their search and established a clear target. I chose Nianhua Alley for a reason. The alley's convoluted pathways and numerous entrances make it exceedingly difficult to monitor comprehensively. Moreover, there is a little-known route within that directly leads to Jiang City's largest bank, facilitating my use of the underworld stage points for exchanges. Holding the microphone, I pondered for a moment before dialing another number. The number was quite familiar, a faint recollection that I had retained over the years, yet I had not entirely forgotten it. Hello? After 2 or 3 rings, the call connected, and a woman's voice responded, familiar yet markedly altered since our school days. Yibing, this is Gao Jian. Gao Jian. The woman's tone noticeably rose. After 5 or 6 years, you finally decided to call me. Why are you silent? Is something the matter? I felt a fluttering heart, much like the first time I had called her during our school years, though it was the same woman on the line. The passage of 5 or 6 years had transformed her beyond recognition. The only remnant of our past was this phone number, which had remained unchanged. I cannot accept what you say. Tonight, everything must be set aside. Call the police immediately. Someone intends to kill you. Do not venture out alone. Those individuals may already be lurking around your home. After I finished speaking, I hung up the phone, leaving the other side shrouded in fear, choked emotion, or perhaps solitude, what I could not discern. The initial arrangement had been completed without oversight. The true endeavor was about to commence. I cast my gaze towards the elderly gentleman at the counter, who had been seated on the bench for an extended duration, a laborious task for one of his age. Thank you for spending this afternoon with me, I said. As a token of my gratitude, I offer you an opportunity to earn 100,000. I pushed the landline phone towards him. Call the police. Inform them I am here. Call the police? The old man trembled. I will absolutely not report this or inform the authorities of your presence here. He believed I was testing him, perhaps preparing to silence him, but in truth, this was an integral part of my plan. Shaking my head, I took the phone, dialed 110, and handed the receiver to the elderly man. Speak frankly. Be as convincing as you can. Hello, this is the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau 110 Command Center. How may I assist you? I have seen Gao Jian, the wanted criminal featured on television. Do not panic, speak slowly. Where are you now? I am in Jiangcheng, at the intersection of Xinhua City, in the first convenience store of the teachers' housing area of Xinhua High School. What is the suspect doing at this moment? Has he noticed you? He has noticed me. He is right beside me. Chapter 271. Entering the city. What? The suspect is right beside you? I took the receiver from the old man's quivering hands and held it to my ear. You are aware of the time and location. Hurry, do not keep me waiting. After hanging up, I smashed the phone against the floor, severing the internal wiring. The nearest police station would not arrive for at least 40 minutes, and retrieving the landline call records would take 1 to 2 hours. Conservatively estimating, I had an hour and a half of safety. I glanced at the old man. My expression was likely icy and devoid of emotion. He recoiled, retreating several steps until his back pressed against the wall. In his mind, I was a lawless fiend, brazenly challenging the police, audacious enough to call for assistance. Reaching into my pocket, I rummaged for a moment, retrieving a 10-yuan bill and placing it on the counter. Sir, a pack of cigarettes, please. Trembling, the old man retrieved a box of cigarettes from beneath the counter. He was on the brink of collapse, spending an afternoon in the company of a murderer, albeit one who had not committed any overtly heinous act. Yet his demeanor was anything but normal. I lit a cigarette, switched off the old man's mobile phone, pocketed it, and prepared to leave, taking the keys to his supply truck. Everything was in place. I cast one last glance at the clock. It was 8:30. The time had come to begin. Turning to the old man, I offered a smile. You may have been frightened during this time, but please trust me. I am no murderer. If the sun rises as usual over Jiangxing tomorrow, you will understand that I am the true hero of this city. Pulling down the hood of my raincoat, I opened the store door and stepped into the torrential downpour with Bai Qi. Hero? The old man sat dazed on the bench, watching my figure vanish. Swallowed by the tempest, rendered momentarily speechless. The delivery vehicle belonging to the old gentleman is merely an ordinary van, devoid of seats in the back to create space for goods. Bai Qi, start the engine, I urged, though I have never obtained a driver's license. It is not due to my inability to drive. Rather, my driving style tends to be rather reckless, often disregarding traffic regulations. With the accelerator fully pressed down, the van, illuminated by the neon sign of Lao Wang convenience store, sped along the road. Taking out my phone from the underworld showcase, I composed a message detailing the items I intended to redeem. I selected to exchange for a complete set of talismans for the 2 dragons rising from water formation, a divine charm for alleviating suffering, and a random high-quality talisman. The transaction was successful, deducting 28 points, leaving me with 39 remaining. I tucked the phone back into my pocket, my gaze fixed on the road ahead, my mind racing. The police would take at least 40 minutes to reach the convenience store. However, it was possible that the old gentleman could have borrowed someone else's phone to make a second call to the authorities. If that were to happen, the vehicle I was driving would become a target for interception. Considering this, the time frame could be reduced to as little as 20 minutes. I needed to reach Nianhua Alley swiftly, ascertain whether Tai Ningxiang would leak my information, and then proceed along the alley to the central bank to retrieve the goods from the underworld showcase. Among all types of crime, lone wolves are the most difficult to apprehend. Once others are involved or assistance is present, the difficulty of capture for the police diminishes tenfold. The more individuals involved, the more divergent thoughts emerge, creating vulnerabilities and flaws. For me personally, the initial phase of this endeavor would prove to be the most challenging. I was uncertain whether Tai Ningxiang would divulge my information or if the bank had laid an ambush, waiting for me to take the bait. Life and death hung in the balance. I had to remain on high alert at all times. In the span of 50 minutes, I had maneuvered the van into the suburbs of Jiangxing. Along the way, I spotted police cars on 2 occasions, hastily avoiding any potential mishaps. The police were evidently intensifying their search efforts, under normal circumstances, with flood warnings in place. Some of their forces should have been diverted to manage the situation and apprehend Lu Xing. Where, then, did they find the manpower to pursue me? Was it possible that old Master Jiang was meddling? Or did the higher-ups still believe I was the true perpetrator of the serial murders from 5 years ago on that stormy night? Resolutely abandoning the van, I slipped into a nearby residential area, borrowing a motorcycle to continue my journey, keeping the general direction in mind and opting for narrow alleys. By the time I reached the old city, I had already changed my mode of transportation 3 or 4 times. Nianhua Alley had once been a place of indulgence, and not much had changed. The brothels and dance halls had merely transformed into beauty salons and massage parlors. The intricate and shadowy alleys fostered a multitude of clandestine enterprises. The police had conducted numerous crackdowns, yet the effects had been minimal, much like weeds that flourish anew after being scorched by fire. Cloaked in a raincoat that concealed Bai Qi's head, I kept my gaze lowered and moved in a C-shaped manner toward Nianhua Alley. The road conditions in the old city were poor, and most surveillance cameras were installed by the businesses themselves, primarily focused on their storefronts or at oblique angles to capture more activity. My method of movement effectively evaded the monitoring range, and with the relentless downpour, capturing my full silhouette would prove to be exceedingly difficult. As I approached the mouth of the alley, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, I halted my steps. At the entrance of Nianhua Alley, there lies a massage parlor where a practitioner, adorned in simple attire, yet heavily made up, busily attends to her duties within. Amidst the torrential downpour and flood warnings, one might question the presence of patrons in such an establishment. My gaze, intent and vigilant, falls upon a middle-aged man seated inside. Engaged in eager conversation with the masseuse, he seems to be quite the experienced visitor, eliciting laughter from her with just a few words. creating an atmosphere that is both harmonious and tinged with innuendo, an all-too-common occurrence in massage parlors, yet it raises my suspicions. This middle-aged man, dressed plainly, bears deep-set eyes and a somber expression, resembling a soul drained by indulgence in ephemeral pleasures. However, upon closer inspection, his hands remain conspicuously still, resting steadily on his knees without daring to graze any exposed skin of the masseuse. Furthermore, his hair is impeccably short, devoid of sideburns or even the slightest trace of stubble. Such self-discipline suggests two possible professions, that of a police officer or a soldier. Moreover, his gaze never strays towards the masseuse. Instead, it flits towards the alley outside, an unconscious gesture that deepens my suspicions. This man is undoubtedly an undercover officer. The rain pelting against my face feels akin to a weight upon my heart. I can no longer trust Tian Ningxiang, for something has shifted in her demeanor. It is imperative that I distance myself from this place immediately. In the span of merely 3 seconds, I resolve to turn and leave with swift strides, not daring to look back. After a considerable detour, I arrive at my second destination, the Jiangxing Central Bank. Standing within the alley across the street, I peer out. The relentless rain cloaks the night, shrouding the bank in shadow, save for a solitary pale light illuminating its interior. From my vantage point, it appears devoid of any other presence. Should I proceed? The identification used to establish private safety deposit boxes at the bank certainly does not belong to me. The police would not be able to trace any connections through such means. A nagging concern arises regarding the lobby manager, who has been present each time I have exchanged goods. Her memory of my visage would be indelible. If I were to return and she were on duty again, the temptation of a 10,000 yuan reward might compel her to alert the authorities. I find myself in a quandary. The goods have already been exchanged and are valued at 28 points. I cannot simply let this opportunity slip away. With a resolute determination, I stealthily extract my hand from beneath my raincoat, unveiling a concealed embroidered pouch, the dark hair spilling forth, transforming me into the guise of a robust figure. Even if confrontation ensues, I must make an attempt. Crossing the street, I enter the adjacent 24-hour self-service bank, the only source of illumination in the establishment emanating from 3 ATM machines lined up in a row. Upon stepping into the self-service bank, an unsettling sensation washes over me. Turning my head, I notice the door connecting to the bank has been ajar, leaving just enough space for one to crouch through. Is there someone inside? My initial thought is of the police, yet I quickly dismiss it. I have not seen a single soul within 100 meters of the bank. This does not align with their typical behavior. As I forcefully push the door open, the scene that unfolds before me stirs a sense of astonishment. Raindrops struck the window of the pitch-black room, where rows of chairs stood silently. In the midst of them, a woman clad in professional attire wore a smile that radiated warmth, her gaze fixated upon me. "Mr. Gao, you have finally arrived," she said. Her voice and demeanor were indistinguishable from those of any ordinary person, yet at that moment, an unsettling chill coursed down my spine, and a wave of cold perspiration swept across my forehead. As I gazed upon her familiar visage, I pressed my parched lips together, hesitating to enter the bank. It was only today that I recognized the most peculiar aspect of the bank manager. She was perpetually smiling. From the very first encounter, her expression had remained a constant. Professional grin, unwavering through time. "Your belongings have arrived. Shall we retrieve them now?" she inquired. "Of course," I replied. The manager, whom I had seen numerous times, gracefully rose and entered the VIP passage. She had not switched on the lights, yet navigated through the impenetrable darkness with remarkable agility, avoiding any obstacles. This woman must have connections to the underworld. Perhaps after the 8th live broadcast concludes, I could delve deeper into her background and uncover some intelligence regarding the spectral showcase. Suppressing my unease, I followed the manager into the underground private vault. After swiftly retrieving the black cloth-wrapped package, I dared not linger and hastily departed. I carefully stowed the talisman paper close to me and concealed myself in a shadowy alley, observing for several minutes. To my dismay, no living soul exited the bank. I decided to put aside my concerns about the manager for the moment. Fulfilling the live broadcast task took precedence. Hidden outside a restaurant, I powered on the old man's phone and once again dialed Ergo's number. Chapter 272. The carjacking. As the call connected, the sounds of howling winds and raindrops battering against glass filled the air. "Ergo, what is the situation on your end?" I inquired. After a considerable pause, he responded, Brother Jian, I believe the police are onto me. They're narrowing their sweep, and I've just left the parking garage at Shanyang Mall, making my way toward the city center. Have you been compromised? I furrowed my brow, realizing that the old man's landline communication records had been breached, leading them to track your number. What should I do? He asked. Should I discard the SIM card? But then you wouldn't be able to reach me. Wait a moment. Find a way to infiltrate Shanyang Mall. I'll come looking for you later tonight. The Jiang River Dam is the main event this evening, and we must have our own people keeping watch. Furthermore, turn your phone off and do not power it back on. Each cell phone has a unique mobile device identification code. When your phone connects to the network, it can be pinpointed through this code. Therefore, your phone and SIM card are both compromised. Either dispose of them or power it down and place it in a different location to mislead the police. Is that feasible? All right, I understand, he replied. After ending the call with Ergo, I attempted to reach Mr. Gu, but the phone rang for a full 30 seconds without an answer. Not good. Something has happened to Mr. Gu. With the live broadcast yet to commence, and over 2 hours past nightfall, someone had already encountered peril. I felt as if a vast net was tightening above me, the suffocating sensation growing ever more intense. Given Mr. Gu's capabilities, the police would be unable to thwart him. He could easily escape even if pursued, as his goo worms could inflict damage on the unsuspecting populace. Mr. Gu visited the crematorium at bridge number 3. If anything unfortunate were to befall him, it was likely due to an encounter with Lu Xing or Qiu Ren. I made my third call to Lu, the blind man, old Lu, who, owing to his outdated, makeshift phone, had narrowly evaded disaster and had now successfully infiltrated the Anshin Hotel. Old Lu, pay close attention to rooms 203 and 206. Exercise caution and refrain from recklessly entering any tunnels. Even if you spot Lu Xing, do not engage. That lunatic is exceedingly difficult to handle. Understood. After this call, turn off your phone immediately. Be wary of police tracking you. But then you won't be able to reach me. Let us do this, at every hour. Turn your phone on, but keep the activation under 40 seconds. It takes time to triangulate a signal, and within that span, they should not be able to pinpoint your location. Upon disconnecting from Lu, I tightened my raincoat and was about to step outside when the piercing sound of police sirens reached my ears. Like a startled bird, I quickly darted into an alley as 2 police cars sped by, patrolling the vicinity of the bank with clear intent. The old man's phone was likely being monitored as well. The device in my palm had transformed into a searing hot potato, and if I mishandled it, I could find myself in dire straits. Should I discard it? Flee? Rather than those options, I conceived a bolder idea. Given that I had already compromised my position, I logged onto WeChat and located the ID of the balding uncle, sending a message. Urgent assistance required. Arrive at the terminus of Route 14, bridge number 3 crematorium. Await my arrival. Was this a new live broadcast? After a brief 2 seconds, I received a reply from the balding uncle, reassuring me that the situation was secure. He did not inquire about the warrant, but instead asked directly about the live stream, demonstrating his profound trust in me. Yes, this may very well be my final broadcast. I'm on my way. I severed my internet connection and powered off my phone. Slipping out of the alley, I noticed police vehicles encircling the area. I feigned nonchalance as I walked a distance, finally spotting a taxi passing by. I signaled for it, but unfortunately, it was occupied. The driver, seeing me drenched from the downpour, had no intention of stopping for fear of dirtying his vehicle. Stopping or not, that is not up to you, I thought. Stepping boldly into the street, the screech of tires and the abrupt sound of brakes shattered the rain-soaked night. Watch where you're going. The driver yelled as he cracked the window just enough to berate me, while the passenger in the back joined in. They seemed to relish the opportunity to vent their frustrations. I refrained from retorting and quickly approached the taxi, wedging my hand in the small opening of the window. Driver, I need to get to Miyun Mansion. The stop served only by Route 14. Can't you see I have a passenger? Have you no sense? Why are you out here in the middle of nowhere at this hour? Just move along. The passenger and the driver regarded me with disdain, and I couldn't blame them. After a long day, my rain-soaked, muddy appearance must have been quite disconcerting. Did you hear me? If you're not taking me, then hurry up and leave. The driver, seeing my hand lodged in the window, grew increasingly irate. If you don't move, I'll call the police. He raised the window, pinching my fingers painfully. Get lost. You lunatic. The pain radiating from my fingertips sharpened my thoughts. I was in flight, and my current identity was that of a murderer. I reiterate, my destination is the Miyun Mansion. My expression remained calm, Yet beneath my raincoat, the resentment and malevolence coalesced into a mass of dark hair, writhing ominously. Can you not comprehend human speech? I commanded you to leave. I have no intention of dragging you along. The driver, resolute, raised the glass completely, hoping to witness the spectacle of my fingers being crushed and the ensuing cries of agony. Yet he was met with disappointment. The entangled strands of black hair slithered through the crevices into the vehicle, the glass adorned with a web of black threads, indistinguishable as either fractures or hair. What in the world is this? The driver, gripped by terror, soon beheld a more horrifying sight. Another face materialized upon my shoulder. From the very beginning, I had not sought your counsel. I merely informed you of my desired destination, and whether you wished to accompany me or not, you had no choice but to comply. The spirit of death transformed into black hair that infiltrated the car, eliciting screams of terror from both the driver and the passenger, but it was all in vain. The black hair consumed the vitality of the two, and I flung them into the back seat of the taxi, preparing to start the engine. Perhaps due to my prolonged stop in the middle of the road, patrolling officers noticed me, and 2 police cars approached. Yet, they were a beat too late. I glanced back at the driver and passenger, detecting a flicker of murderous intent in their eyes. They trembled, not daring to utter another word. When the police arrive, you two are to run into the alley the moment you see them disembark. Do not look back, even if they command you to halt. The hair, seemingly imbued with life, slithered over them as I coldly proclaimed that turning back would lead to death. I shed my raincoat and urged the driver to wear it. I had initially left an old man's shop with several raincoats of different colors, and now I retrieved another, handing it to the passenger, just as they donned the garments. The police cars arrived. What is happening? Why have you been stopped here? The 2 police vehicles halted beside the taxi. One officer exiting with his hand resting on his sidearm. A firearm. I tilted my face to observe through the rearview mirror. It appeared matters were becoming serious. I dared not waste time, compelling the spirit of death to coerce the driver and passenger out of the vehicle. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly be terrified upon encountering such a spirit, and in the rain-soaked night, the atmospheric dread was magnified infinitely. Under my intimidation, the 2 complied. Clearly, this unknown entity was far more frightening than the police. As I swung open the door, they bolted in a frenzy. Stop! The officers pursued from behind, and another officer hastily disembarked, calling for backup while rushing into the dark alley. Enjoy yourselves. I ignited the taxi's engine, unperturbed by the obstructing police vehicles, pressing the accelerator and barreling through. In the urban area of Jiang City, there are approximately 400 active-duty police officers, augmented by reinforcements from various districts, totaling between 2,000 to 2,500 personnel, simultaneously deployed across 8 locations, patrolling the city. If they were to disperse, such numbers would still be insufficient to apprehend me. I had wasted too much time exchanging goods over the phone. The police had likely sealed off this area. Earlier, I witnessed an officer signaling for backup. They should arrive within 10 minutes. To conserve time, they would undoubtedly take the main roads, which meant I must navigate through the side streets to escape this area as swiftly as possible. Chapter 273. Liberation. Typically, taxis are equipped with GPS tracking. However, before the police apprehend the driver and contact the taxi company, I have a brief window of safety. As I race down the road at top speed, I dare not let my guard down. My gaze is fixed ahead. The moment I catch sight of any police lights, I will turn around immediately. Approximately 15 minutes later, at the end of the road, I can see the police roadblock, the red and blue lights glaring clearly in the rain-soaked night. They have set up a checkpoint on the main thoroughfare. Are they intent on trapping me here? Veering into a side street, I have not gone far when I catch the reflection of police cars in the taxi's mirror, pursuing me at an alarming speed. I maintain my pace, bumping through the narrow alley, but the police are drawing ever closer. Upon reaching a fork in the road, I decisively abandon the taxi, don a different raincoat, and hastily exit the vehicle. Hiding deep within the alley, I do not leave. The taxi blocks the entrance, momentarily preventing the police from entering. Peering out, I see 2 police cars pulling in, and I can clearly discern their shapes and the drivers within. The first vehicle is undoubtedly a police car, but the one following it is merely a private car. Since when did the Jiang City police indulge in such luxury? The Audi A8 bears a police light on its roof, but the driver is just a civilian auxiliary officer. Having once served as a trainee police officer, I am well aware of the distinctions between auxiliary officers and criminal investigators or armed police. Glancing towards the passenger seat, I spot a portly man with a distressed expression, engaged in a phone call. Shiryofu? What is he doing here? Though I cannot make out his words. His submissive demeanor suggests that he is likely speaking to someone of high standing within the Jiang family. The captain of the security team at Century New Garden is driving his own car to assist the police in apprehending a criminal. How very proactive of the Jiang family. If they are involved in tonight's events, my burden will multiply exponentially. The Jiang family has operated in Jiang City for years, and their influence is formidable. Pressing Bai Chi's head down, I retreat deeper into the alley, spending a full half-hour to narrowly evade the police encirclement. I cannot afford to be careless. Regaining my composure, I employ the same tactic and hail another taxi, instructing the driver to avoid the main thoroughfare. This time, no mishaps occur, and the vehicle proceeds smoothly along the 14 bus route. We travel all the way to the vicinity of Qingtuguan when once again, the sound of police sirens echoes from behind the taxi. The torrential rain ravages the desolate outskirts of the city, leaving no hiding places. A wide road stretches ahead, and I find myself with no escape. If I am caught now, a direct confrontation is inevitable. Although I possess a certain confidence in my abilities, I harbor no animosity towards the pursuing officers and see no reason to harm them. Could the police truly be closing in? I glance at the taxi driver beside me. His hands tremble on the steering wheel, and beads of sweat glisten on his forehead. Is this your doing? No, it wasn't he. Then who else could it be? With police cars in pursuit, I cannot allow him to stop. I reach for his pocket, where his phone lies locked. The driver, visibly shaken, hastily defends himself, explaining that it must have been the dashcam inadvertently capturing me. The footage is linked to the company's computer and can be directly uploaded to their cloud. Before he could finish his sentence, I smashed the dashcam, and, as we approached the garden community, I kicked the driver out of the vehicle. This delay allowed the police cars to close in on me. Leaving me with no place to hide, I had no choice but to accelerate to the maximum speed. More and more police vehicles were trailing behind me. With one hand controlling the steering wheel, I took out the elderly gentleman's phone, powered it on, and connected to the internet to reach out to the bald uncle via WeChat. Have you arrived at the crematorium? I have. Haven't you been here once during a live stream? Why are you still around? The uncle responded with a voice message, expressing that it was indeed unsettling to be alone in such a place, wondering how I maintained my composure. You must drive to the previous stop, the Broken Outlook. I recall there was an abandoned factory there during our last live stream. Park inside the factory and make sure to turn off the headlights and remain silent. Why are we changing locations again? Don't ask too many questions. Park the car, leave the keys inside, and wait for me behind the corner of the factory. It's crucial to delete everything related to me from your phone, including voice messages and your WeChat account. His words made it feel like we were in a movie. Things will probably be more intense than you expect, so hurry and do as I say. After sending the final voice message, I deleted all traces of the bald uncle from WeChat, then hid the phone, which remained powered on and connected, beneath the passenger seat. I'm sorry, uncle. A few minutes later, I spotted the dilapidated Broken Outlook in the distance. The police were hot on my heels, but due to the torrential rain and poor road conditions, they were hesitant to pursue too closely. We're here. I suddenly swerved off the road, maneuvering around the Broken Outlook until I found the abandoned factory. The headlights illuminated my path as I drove past the factory's entrance. Just as I rounded the corner, I heard the uncle's voice. Where are you streaming to this time? He was holding an umbrella, but the rain was so heavy that most of his clothes were still soaked. With a sudden brake, I didn't even turn off the engine as I pushed the door open and jumped out with Bai Chi. Uncle, quickly drive this car away. I didn't give him a chance to react and shoved him into the driver's seat. What is going on, host? I knocked on the window, urging him to wait until dawn for an explanation. Drive towards the county. Do not let those behind you catch up. Catch up? Who is chasing you? Remember, if you get caught, insist that I forced you to do this. We've never met before. This is our first encounter. The sirens were distorted by the wind and rain, and I dared not linger. Ignoring the muddy ground, I wrapped myself in a dark raincoat and, clutching Bai Chi, dove into the nearby bushes. What is happening? The noise behind us grew louder. The uncle wanted to say something, but as he accidentally turned his head, he saw a long line of police cars with flashing lights on what should have been a dark suburban road, the scene reminiscent of a grand national parade. Goodness! I pressed the accelerator, and the uncle, in a state of confusion and fear, instinctively began to flee, feeling as if he had made a grave mistake. The uncle sped past the long line of police cars that followed closely behind, creating a spectacular scene. Once the sirens were completely drowned out by the wind and rain, I crawled out of the mud, spitting out the rainwater that had flowed into my mouth, and made my way into the abandoned factory. I started the taxi and, in a moment of recklessness, smashed the dashcam before heading in the opposite direction towards the crematorium at Bridge 3. The familiar architecture loomed ahead, a place seldom visited by anyone, be it day or night. After parking the taxi, I entered the crematorium with Bai Chi. This location had once been dominated by malevolent forces, its depths sealed with the presence of an unknown monstrous entity, posing a significant danger. Bai Chi, well acquainted with the scent of the Goo Master, guided me swiftly through the courtyard into the memorial hall. This was the very place where I had once used a divine summoning talisman to confront the beast. Upon pushing the door open, an unusual odor wafted through the air. I covered my mouth and nose as I ventured inside. Goo Master. In the corner of the hall lay the Goo Master in a black robe. Though he bore no visible wounds, his breath was faint, and his demeanor was dire. I rushed to his side, propping his arm behind him in hopes of providing some comfort. Gao Jian, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop them. What happened? Did you encounter Lu Xing? The Goo Master nodded weakly. He had just emerged from the hospital, only to suffer grave injuries again. When I arrived, I heard noises in this room and stealthily infiltrated, but I never anticipated being discovered by Lu Xing. After a fierce struggle, I was no match for them. Had they not been in a hurry to leave, I might not have survived. The Goo Master pointed towards the dual-faced Buddha carved into the wall of the hall. They seemed to be here to retrieve something from the statue. I didn't pay attention at the time. You must quickly check if anything is missing from the statue. Chapter 274. The fugitive standing in the center of the memorial hall. I gazed at the grand dual-faced Buddha statue adorning the wall. This statue had appeared numerous times in my previous live streams, but typically only the heads were carved, without the body of the Buddha. The crematorium at Bridge 3 was the sole exception. The entire wall depicted an endless sea of suffering, with the dual-faced Buddha standing majestically at its center, arms outstretched in a gesture of boundless compassion, surrounded by the 8 treasures of Buddhism: the precious umbrella, golden fish, treasure vase, lotus flower, conch shell, dharma wheel, endless knot, and precious banner. The 8 treasures corresponded to the 8 consciousnesses of Buddhism: eye, ear, nose, tongue, heart, body, mind, and storehouse. Although I was not well versed in Mahayana Buddhism, I possessed a rudimentary understanding of these concepts. Utilizing my insight, I gradually discerned something amiss. The eyes of the dual-faced Buddha had been gouged out, leaving behind 4 small hollows. As the saying goes, the finishing touch brings the painting to life. The removal of the Buddha's eyes had stripped the statue of its spiritual essence. I felt an unsettling aura as soon as I entered. Why would Lu Xing remove the Buddha's eyes? What purpose could they serve? I pondered quietly. The Buddhist tradition speaks of the 8 treasures, while Taoism encompasses the 8 trigrams and 8 characters. The dual-faced Buddha had seemingly prepared 8 distinct locations for different individuals, and intriguingly, these 8 locations formed a line on the city map, resembling the shape of the Taoist 8 trigram array. What on earth was this madman planning? At this moment, I began to piece together some thoughts. All 7 locations I had previously live-streamed were traps laid out by the dual-faced Buddha many years ago. To ensure these locations remained intact and functioned properly, he had left behind something akin to a focal point at each site. According to my speculation, this focal point may indeed be the so-called 8 consciousnesses of Buddhism, which are concealed within the dual-faced Buddha statues, representing the greatest secret. As the 8 characters converge, Lu Xing begins to reclaim the 8 consciousnesses of Buddhism. I must prevent him at all costs. If my conjecture holds true, the 8 consciousnesses are hidden within 8 statues, each guarding a different location throughout this city. Should Lu Xing wish to complete his reclamation, he will inevitably return to these buildings, steeped in urban legends. At this moment, I felt a flicker of realization. The Underworld S Showcase has likely summoned me to these locations for a live broadcast, potentially to help me ascertain the positions of these dual-faced Buddha statues. Unfortunately, despite my 7 live broadcasts, I have yet to uncover the whereabouts of all the statues. In the passage leading to the shallow well where bodies are buried from the Anshin Inn, there exists one statue. I had even taken a photograph, enabling Lu the Blind to excavate it beforehand, but regrettably, I am unable to reach him now. Aside from the Anshin Inn and the crematorium at Bridge number 3, I seem to have not encountered any other dual-faced Buddha statues. I I also know the location of the dual-faced Buddha statue at Xinhu High School. A flash of inspiration struck me as I recalled the live broadcast with Huang Xuemei, where the Yuanshan divine evil, leveraging the power of the Tongsang talisman, resurrected the nightmare at Xinhu High School. Within that nightmare, I had seen the emergence of the dual-faced Buddha statue. The female homeroom teacher of the Yuanshan divine evil was playing games with the masochistic principal, and in that room, I discovered a hidden compartment in the wall concealing the dual-faced Buddha statue. Xinhu High School is also a destination for Lu Xing. Now that I am aware of the locations of two of the statues, my chances of thwarting him have significantly increased. I am being hunted throughout the city, and Lu Xing cannot be faring much better. It is no easy feat to traverse Jiangqing in one night to gather the 8 consciousnesses of Buddhism. Renewed with confidence, I instructed Mr. Gu to dial 120 for emergency assistance while I prepared to head to the Anshin Inn to rendezvous with Lu the Blind. Wait, Gao Jian, I have something to give you. As I made my way outside the memorial hall, Mr. Gu, with great effort, rose from his seat and retrieved a black wooden box from his pocket. Having battled Lu Xing until the end and knowing my precarious situation, I had cunningly planted a pair of mother and child worms on him while he was distracted. Mr. Gu opened the black wooden box, revealing a plump, peculiar worm resembling a giant silkworm. This was the mother worm of the pair. The child worm had burrowed deep into Lu Xing's collar, and he should remain unaware of it. The mother and child worms possess a gentle nature and are non-toxic, yet the bond between them is profound. Even from 1,000 miles away, the mother worm can sense the presence of the child worm. Observe the direction in which the mother worm's head is pointing. That indicates the location of the child worm. Moreover, once the child worm is within 100 meters of the mother worm, the latter will strike the wooden box with its head. Should you hear any unusual sounds emanating from the box, exercise caution. The closer the two are, the more intense the mother worm's reactions will be. Receiving the mother and child worms felt like acquiring a treasured gem. Mr. Gu, your assistance with this worm is invaluable, I expressed. With the incessant rain, the range of perception may be diminished, but any assistance is appreciated. I, as a Miaojiang worm master, am deeply humbled. Mr. Gu imparted a few more words of caution before waving me off, signaling that there was no need to worry about him. Summoning Bai Qi, I returned to the taxi, placing the black wooden box beside the steering wheel while vigilantly observing the direction of the mother worm. From the moment I learned about Mr. Gu's predicament until my arrival, approximately 30 minutes had elapsed. Lu Xing and his companions should have returned to the city by now. This evening was destined to be anything but tranquil. I removed my raincoat and hat, driving towards the city. The nearest live streaming location to the crematorium at Sanhao Bridge was likely the Jiangqing Medical College. Following the route along the 14th Road, I reached the vicinity of the college without delay. It seemed that the balding uncle had drawn a considerable police presence, as there were no officers in sight around the area. Circling the campus, I found that the guidance of the mother insect was perpetually leading me in the opposite direction. Mr. Gu could not possibly deceive me. Thus, it appeared that Lu Xing and his group might not be here. During the previous live broadcast, I had not located the dual-faced Buddha statue within the medical college, and attempting to gain entry now would prove inefficient. Furthermore, it was plausible that Lu Xing and his companions had already acquired the statue from the college and departed. My resources were limited, and I could not afford any misjudgments. The most prudent course of action was to follow the mother insect's guidance in pursuit. I turned the car around, acutely aware that time was slipping away. As the clock approached midnight, the commencement of the live broadcast drew nearer. Locating Qiu Ren and Lu Xing was not only critical to the live stream, but also pivotal to regaining control of the situation tonight. Adhering to the mother insect's direction, I navigated through the desolate city, indifferent to the traffic surveillance that could capture my image, my anxiety intensifying. Where could they possibly have fled? As the hour approached, I recalled my agreement with Lu the Blind, yet I possessed no means of communication. I had to secure the dual-faced Buddha statue from the Anshin Inn. With only a few minutes remaining, I feared missing my chance and reluctantly turned my attention to the pedestrians around me, contemplating theft or robbery to procure a phone call. Slowing my speed, the torrential rain fell heavily as I neared midnight, with not a single passerby in sight and vehicles scarce. I could not afford to miss this moment. Fearing that time would slip away, I directed the taxi towards the bustling city center, where surveillance was dense, posing a significant risk to me. Yet I could not afford to dwell on that now. With approximately 3 or 4 minutes left, I spotted a convenience store aglow with light. The door was closed but not locked, with illumination seeping through the crack. Hastily parking, I concealed the black wooden box in my pocket and exited the vehicle with Bai Chi. Is anyone there? Flood warning. I am a police officer from the Municipal Bureau. After a moment, the sound of slippers scraping against the floor echoed from within the small store. A girl's voice, seemingly youthful, responded. The door opened slightly, revealing a remarkably fair and unadorned visage. Police? Who are you looking for? Oh, it's just that I would like to borrow a phone, I replied, maintaining a serene demeanor, devoid of any signs of distress. The girl, albeit hesitantly, nodded and opened the door a fraction wider. Judge, wait a moment. Are you sure about this? It's late at night. A woman, around 45, emerged from behind the counter, having turned off the television. Mom. He says he is a police officer and wants to borrow the phone. The girl was unaware of the gravity of the situation, but as she turned to her mother after speaking, she was met with a face as pale as a ghost, as though she had encountered a terrifying creature. What's wrong? Quickly, close the door. He*s the wanted criminal from the news. Chapter 275. Encounter. The girl's face instantly drained of color. Her slow turn suggested an internal battle raging within her. Her delicate visage glanced toward the door, where a flash of lightning tore through the night sky, illuminating my figure. Ah! The girl's scream was drowned out by the torrential rain and thunder. I wedged my foot into the gap and forcefully pushed open the convenience store door. Upon entering, the warm glow of the dim lights enveloped me, creating a comforting atmosphere. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to borrow a phone. The mother and daughter were visibly shaken. Anyone would be alarmed to find a fugitive, just seen on television moments ago, suddenly intruding upon their home. I understood their panic. Hand me your phone, and I shall leave immediately after my call. Raindrops, mingled with mud, slipped from my raincoat, leaving several marks on the pristine floor of the shop. The mother hesitated beside the counter, slowly retrieving her phone. Give it to me. The relentless downpour outside contrasted starkly with the unnerving silence within. My voice echoed through the small store, causing both women to shudder. Do not call the police. Hand over the phone, quickly. I noticed the woman's fingers fidgeting on the screen as she instinctively pressed her daughter against her, one arm protectively around her neck. Now give it to me. I do not wish to harm you. The girl's frail body trembled slightly, her thin clothing soaked by the rainwater from my coat, her hair clinging to her cheeks. And I could hear her teeth chattering. I am unlocking the touchscreen. Here, take it, the woman said, extending her arm cautiously with the phone. Seizing the device, I tightened my grip on the girl's neck and positioned myself against the wall. Can you let Jia go? I can give you money or anything else you desire. The mother's eyes brimmed with concern. She wanted to approach but feared for her daughter's safety, her expression a tumult of emotions that etched several wrinkles upon her well-maintained face. I disregarded her as I entered the number, waiting in silence. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Not yet. I glanced down. There was still over a minute until midnight. Having traveled back and forth from Xinhu High School to number 3 Bridge Crematorium, I had lost track of time. And it was now nearly midnight. Furrowing my brow while holding the woman's phone, I realized that thus far, I had seen neither Lu Xing nor Qiu Ren. If this continued, my live-streaming task would certainly fail. Have you finished your call? Can you release my daughter now? The woman grew increasingly anxious as I showed no intention of loosening my grip. What if you let Jia go and take me as a hostage instead? Step back. I will leave immediately after my call. I dared not allow the woman to come closer, fearing she might act irrationally. However, she seemed to misinterpret my intentions, convinced that I was merely stalling and toying with them. If you want money, I can give you everything. Please, do not harm Jia, the woman pleaded, scanning me with uncertainty, unwilling to easily relinquish her daughter. What if I release you and you both run out to call the police? I replied coldly, moving toward the door just as a police car approached in the distance. The red and blue lights glimmered conspicuously against the night, prompting me to hastily shut the store door and pull the girl back by her arm. Quick, turn off the lights. The switch was located near the back of the shop, but the mother hesitated, failing to comply with my request. Why are the police arriving now? Through the crack of the door, a police car slowly approached. I glanced back to see the woman tightening her grip on her daughter, signaling her to remain silent. As the vehicle decelerated, my greatest fears materialized. The police car halted beside the taxi. 2 officers exited and began to circle the cab. Soon, one of them noticed the shop still illuminated and approached with deliberate steps. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. But should you persist in testing my patience? Do not blame me for actions that you may regret for a lifetime, I whispered to the woman. Her daughter's complexion turned pale, her body collapsing beside me like a lifeless doll at the mercy of manipulation. Do not attempt to call for help. It is best if you utter not a single sound. Holding my breath, I peered through the door's crack. The officer stood at the entrance, knocking on the outer door. Is anyone there? I am an officer from the Hanyang District Police Station, seeking to inquire about certain matters. When did the taxi outside arrive here? No response came from within. The officer, undeterred by the pouring rain, waited for a moment before pressing his hand against the door lock, preparing to force it open. I braced myself against the doorframe. He tugged at it for a while, but it remained steadfast. Hello? Is anyone there? He knocked a few more times, yet silence persisted. The rain drenched him completely, and in resignation, he turned to depart. As I listened to the fading footsteps of the officer, my heart settled back into my chest. Yet the mother and daughter felt as though they had plummeted from paradise to hell. A second later, a piercing female voice echoed from the depths of the convenience store. Help! Help! The fugitive is here. The woman clutched a stool, shouting loudly enough for the officers outside to hear. Fugitive! He returned, kicking the store door and drawing his service weapon as he pressed against the entrance. My eyes blazed with uncontrollable murderous intent, and I swiftly retreated. The door swung open, and the officer, weapon drawn, barked, "Don't move. Get down." The response came from a fierce, earthy figure, who, before the officer could comprehend the threat, tackled him to the ground. Bai Chi bit down on his wrist, sending the firearm flying several meters away. Locate Gao Jian. Hanyang District, Team 6 has found Gao Jian. The moment he was attacked, the officer's companions in the police car quickly grasped the situation, calling for backup while approaching the convenience store with their weapons drawn. Bai Chi, return. They have guns. I dared not let Bai Chi take any risks, tightening my grip around the girl's neck as we crouched behind the counter. The convenience store lacked a rear exit, and the windows on the first floor were secured with anti-theft bars. There was no escape except through the front door. You are remarkably decisive, I gritted my teeth, glancing at the woman wielding the stool as if prepared to fight me. Her murderous intent was unmistakable. Her eyes stained with bloodlust. Having never encountered such crimson pupils, the woman hesitated, her grip on the stool wavering. Get to the back and hide. If you obstruct me further, you and your daughter will share my fate. Initially, I had no intention of harming anyone, but it was evident now that I had been naive. 3 officers from the police car advanced toward the convenience store. I curled my body, most of my attention still fixated on my phone. Midnight was fast approaching, and the opportunity was fleeting. I dialed once more. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. What was Lu Xiaozi doing? Just as I prepared to make a third call, an unexpected disturbance erupted from my pocket. The lid of Mr. Gu's black wooden box rattled open, and the mother worm was violently striking the box's walls with its head. What? I was taken aback as I followed the direction of the mother insect's collision. In the heavy rain, a police officer shielded his forehead with his hand, trailing behind 2 other officers. A stranger's face, unfamiliar to me, appeared, prompting me to wonder why the mother insect had reacted so vehemently. My eyes widened as I involuntarily exclaimed, "You are Chiu Ren." My gaze fell upon his arm. One hand brandished a firearm while the other, raised to shield himself from the rain, appeared unnaturally rigid, its hue oddly dissimilar to that of an ordinary person's skin after being washed by the rain. I cautiously leaned out, utilizing my peripheral vision to lock eyes with the officer standing at the rear. He, too, had noticed me. A flicker of surprise crossed his features before a cruel smile split his face. Bang! Before the officer at the back could disengage the safety on his service weapon. Another shot rang out from a closer officer, his complexion strange, drenched by the rain, resembling mud smeared across his cheeks. Don't shoot recklessly. The officer in the middle admonished sternly, emphasizing that issuing a warning before firing was a prerequisite. However, the officer at the front seemed indifferent to such regulations. A bullet grazed my scalp, compelling me to retreat behind the counter, no longer daring to expose myself. What a pity, it was so close. The foremost officer sighed, taking aim at the counter to fire 2 more shots. Hey, are you insane? There are hostages inside. The middle officer attempted to dissuade him, but was met with a bullet fired from behind. Chapter 276. The final performance bang. It felt as though a heavy hammer struck my back, sending me sprawling to the ground. Apologies, I missed, Chiu Ren remarked, wiping away the disguise from his face, casting a menacing smile towards the convenience store. What a coincidence to encounter you in such a place. The officer at the front also removed his facade, turning to deliver another shot to the fallen officer. To ensure tranquility, one must eliminate witnesses, brother. Upon hearing this voice, my hair stood on end. Lu Xing. I had suspected for 5 years that they had infiltrated the police, executing targeted crimes within the communication system. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the convenience store, gunfire erupted incessantly. Lu Xing and Xiaoren seemed to recognize this as an opportune moment to eliminate me. One sought to close the distance while the other provided cover fire. Shelves and glass counters within the store shattered, debris flying, accompanied by the harrowing screams of the officer bitten by Bai Qi. The girl, known as Jiajia, curled up behind me. The gunfire was far louder than most imagined, reverberating painfully within 10 meters. Stay here and don't move. They are not police officers. I released the girl, nudging her to the corner of the counter, shedding my raincoat and clutching it in my hand. My eyes fixated on a service weapon at the convenience store entrance. With the aid of peripheral vision to enhance my shooting accuracy, Lu Xing and Xiaoren paled in comparison to me, but the critical factor was that I needed to acquire that gun. In total, there were 4 officers from the Hanyang Police Station's 6th squad. Lu Xing and Xiaoren had masqueraded as 2 of them, while one lay dead outside the door. Now, the only genuine officer remaining was the one grievously injured by Bai Qi. As the gunfire erupted, he attempted to flee to the rear, but his luck had run out. First bitten by Bai Qi and then struck in the thigh by Lu Xing's bullet, he struggled to crawl, blood flowing profusely, making movement exceedingly arduous. Bullets whizzed past him as Luxing and Xiaoren approached, their guns in hand, observing everything around them. He could not comprehend why his companions had turned against each other, nor could he decipher the furrows of anguish etched upon his colleague's face. Within the confines of the room lay a wanted murderer, while outside, a frantic officer shot his comrade. On the brink of collapse, he instinctively pressed himself against the wall, striving to navigate towards safety. Help me. The officer's plea for assistance resonated clearly in his ears. He gazed upon the youthful visage, now marred by pain and fear. Lying in a pool of blood, a face that should have radiated vitality. In that moment, he was reminded of himself, struggling in a dark mire 5 years prior. Help me. Someone please. The desperate voice struck a chord in his memory, reminiscent of a similar night, drenched in torrential rain. What ill fate has befallen me? He turned to ascertain the location of the convenience store's light switch, inhaled deeply, retrieved a bottle of liquor concealed within his raincoat, and hurled it towards the left front. As the dark raincoat emerged, gunfire erupted at the entrance. In that split second, he propelled himself forward, racing down the corridor to extinguish the store's lights. He rolled onto the floor, concealed within the backroom, allowing his eyes to gradually adjust to the darkness. Peering out, he saw the convenience store engulfed in utter blackness. Luxing hesitated at the doorway, his weapon raised, uncertain of his next move. Damn it! Seizing the moment, he summoned the spirit of fate. Dark hair slithered from the shadows, coiling around the officer's body like tendrils of a vine. Sensing an unusual sensation, the officer instinctively struggled, prompting a curse from him as he commanded the spirit to use all its power to drag him into the inner room. Silence, do not move. He covered the officer's mouth and pulled him inside, permitting the spirit's dark tendrils to blanket every inch of the convenience store's floor. Should Luxing dare to enter, he would ensure he could never return. His intentions were noble, yet Luxing proved to be exceedingly cunning. Even in a position of complete advantage, he remained cautious. Standing at the threshold, he retrieved a talisman and cast it into the room. Encased within the talisman was a small spirit that, upon emerging, was swiftly torn apart by the dark hair. A wretched cry echoed through the convenience store as Luxing lowered his weapon and called out, Gao Jian, I know you are hiding in there. It seems you are still unwilling to relinquish your claim to the 8-character divine charms. Divine charms are destined by heaven. Your interference is an affront to the divine order. Leaning against the door, he engaged Luxing in conversation to buy time, while surreptitiously directing the spirit towards the entrance. I have waited many years for this day. No one, not even you, can impede me. In the face of the desolate darkness of the convenience store, Luxing holstered his service weapon, reluctant to take risks at this juncture. Both understood that this could very well be their final confrontation, and until the last moment, neither would act recklessly. Brother, we must leave. Xiaoren protested. Leave? That little brat severed my arm. I must avenge this. He shook his prosthetic arm in discontent. There will be ample opportunities for revenge. This night is still long. Luxing patted Chiu Ren's shoulder and stepped into the downpour. This city was destined to transform because of them. Whether through life or death, he intended to instill fear in them all. As the sirens wailed, the two returned to the taxi, brazenly driving away in the police vehicle. Have they departed? In the black wooden box, the mother and child Gu returned to a state of tranquility as I gazed at the scattered debris, my emotions in turmoil. After reclaiming the life of the ghost, I switched on the convenience store lights and immediately dialed 120. That shot struck his femoral artery, and ordinary bandages would struggle to staunch the flow of blood. I found a thin rope to tie around the police officer's wound near the heart and tossed my phone to the stunned mother. The hour had passed, and I had missed the chance to call Lou the Blind. The destination of Luxing and his companions was not the safe haven inn. I should be able to wait until the next hour. I picked up my raincoat and slipped it back on, glancing back at the mother and daughter still crouched on the ground. Despite a flicker of anger within me, reason reminded me that they were also victims, indeed, the most innocent in this entire affair. Call the police, I urged them. Just say you discovered Gao Jian and Luxing have infiltrated the police ranks. Please exercise caution. Leaving with Bai Qi, I arrived at the taxi only to discover that both rear tires had been shot out by Luxing. Alone in the pouring rain on the city's streets, the sound of rain echoed through the desolate night. Not a single vehicle passed by. Only the flickering streetlights stood sentinel on either side. I could not linger near the convenience store. I walked far along the road and took refuge in a shop at the intersection, hoping a vehicle would pass by. It was already midnight. From under my raincoat, I rummaged for my live streaming equipment, holding the phone for the Underworld show in my hand, feeling an unprecedented resistance to broadcasting. I was currently wanted all over the city. An announcement had been disseminated throughout the province, and the bounty started at 100,000. Such temptation was hard to resist. If I went live now, the chaotic mix of viewers would surely lead someone to expose my location to the police, putting me in an even more perilous situation. In truth, I did not fear being caught by the authorities. I merely resented the idea of letting Luxing slip away. The serial murders from 5 years ago should find resolution today, offering justice to the wrongfully deceased. Iron Ningxiang's words on the phone held some truth. There is no absolute fairness in this world, hence the law exists to provide fairness. I resonate with the first half of that statement. As for the latter half, I believe that if this city were to see the dawn, more people would come to understand all that I have done. I activated the camera function of the Underworld show and plugged in the mobile encoding stick. The images began to capture, and the barrage of comments connected. Data stabilized. Should I commence the live stream? Yes. Welcome, Teletubbies Murdered, to the live stream. Welcome, Tealing Biaoyi, to the live stream. As the screen stabilized, my figure became clear on the phone's display. Watching the comments flood in and my popularity rise, I couldn't help but smile. The 7 lives and deaths of this live stream taught me that some truths can only be grasped through experience. Unbeknownst to me, my resistance had dissipated. Standing before the camera, I resolved to treat tonight as my final performance. Welcome everyone to the super thrilling live stream. Before we commence today's broadcast, I must inform you that this may be my last live stream. Chapter 277, The Jiang Family. Last live stream. What is happening? Host, your bravado is making me feel somewhat disoriented. Everyone disperse. This unscrupulous host is at it again, scheming for your hard-earned money. Tealing Biaoyi tipped 999 ghost coins in the super thrilling live stream. Every time you broadcast, there's a sensational headline. What's going on? Are you terminally ill? In the live streaming room, viewers flooded the screen with comments. Among them were loyal supporters who had followed my 7 broadcasts, newcomers just entering the scene, and naysayers eager for my downfall. The myriad of human experiences, both virtuous and malevolent, were vividly displayed within this small virtual space. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the viewers for their nightly companionship. Without you, I might not have survived my first broadcast. However, as with all gatherings, there comes a time for parting, and we shall inevitably face that day. I kept an eye on the comments while remaining vigilant of the street outside, aware of any approaching vehicles. Is this for real? Will you not broadcast anymore? Have you been blacklisted? Why would they silence you when you haven't even taken your pants off? Is it true? I bet my pride as a member of the clam tribe that the host is just pulling our leg. The Teletubbies were murdered. Donations for a super thrilling live stream have reached 99 ghost coins. Regardless of your future broadcasts, I will always be your supporter. Keep it up. A conscientious host, indeed. I used to suffer from autism, but ever since I began watching your streams, I've developed 11 distinct personalities. Mom no longer worries about my solitude. I can relate. My wife and I used to argue constantly, but since watching your streams, she has become especially obedient and no longer dares to contradict me. No more talking. I'll just take her out of the freezer to say hello to everyone. After reading the comments from the two gentlemen above, my sympathy for the host began to wane. There is some justification for the ban. The torrential rain continues to pose a grave situation, yet upon starting the stream, I inexplicably felt a sense of comfort, as if many were walking alongside me. Through my previous broadcasts, I have gained a new understanding of this peculiar profession. I delve into the darkest secrets of this city, uncovering chilling truths buried for years, traversing between the realms of the living and the dead, fulfilling tasks entrusted by the underworld to the living. This, I believe, is the essence of my existence as a host. I am not a noble soul. I have struggled between life and death, initially only concerned with survival, disregarding other grievances. It was only by the 8th broadcast that I realized how profoundly I had misjudged my circumstances. My selection as a host may not have been mere fortune or skill, but rather an intrinsic connection to this calamity. Each stream intertwines with a supernatural force, and now, as the omens converge, it is time for the curtain to fall. After speaking, I glanced at the live stream. Within 2 minutes, the audience surged past 2,000, and various comments filled the room, some expressing regret, others reveling in misfortune, while a few maliciously spammed the chat. Host, I saw a wanted poster online, and the person looks just like you. Our local host has now become a celebrity, appearing daily on television, an A-list fugitive. I've long sensed your exceptional talent. You are no ordinary individual. The terror of the silk moths is upon us. A bounty of 100,000 for the informant. Oh no, I need to call the police. Viewers from across the nation filled the chat, with some already aware of my status as a wanted fugitive. It is likely that the command center of the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau will be inundated with calls, and the operators may find themselves in a state of bewilderment, questioning how a multitude of well-meaning citizens could appear within mere minutes. Shaking my head, I acknowledged the inevitability of the situation and chose to disregard the barrage of comments. The nature of humanity is immeasurable and unfathomable. Even a friend who appears jovial on the surface could be engaging in unknown activities behind the screen. The risk of exposure is ever present, and with a live broadcast, evading capture seems implausible. Instead of shutting off my phone, I temporarily tucked it into my coat pocket, covering it with my raincoat as I exited the store. The street was devoid of vehicles, and after much hesitation, I made my way back towards the convenience store. Pressing my body against the wall of the alley, and lowering my hat to conceal myself in the shadows. The torrential rain obscured my view as I caught a glimpse of the mother and daughter. They must have already alerted the authorities. And soon an ambulance and police car would arrive. I could not allow Lu Xing to escape. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were necessary. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, a police car and an ambulance arrived simultaneously, with doctors and nurses rushing into the convenience store without even pausing to open their umbrellas. A police officer remained inside the vehicle, leaving only the driver behind. The thought of commandeering a police car seemed utterly insane. I swallowed hard, my throat tightening as my fingers trembled slightly, and I cautiously stepped out of the alley. Ambulances are designated for rescuing critically injured individuals. If I were to drive one away, the injured officer in the store would be in grave danger. Thus, my only option was the police car. My pace quickened, leaving no room for second thoughts, as I dashed out of the alley and ran directly to the police vehicle. Who goes there? The officer inside the car shouted, and I clearly saw him reach for his sidearm. In a moment of sheer terror, tendrils of dark hair emerged from beneath my raincoat, resembling the tentacles of a water beast, ensnaring him. I opened the car door, seized the officer's service weapon, and dragged him out, borrowing his vehicle for my own use. With a resounding thud, I slammed the door behind me and drove off without regard for direction. Wanted suspect sighted. Team 1 in Hanyang District has located the fugitive. Requesting backup on Qingsong Road. I could barely discern the shouts of the officers behind me, my thoughts solely focused on capturing Lu Xing. I retrieved the black wooden box, placing the mother insect beside the steering wheel, her head facing towards the city center, occasionally nudging the box with her head. The distance seemed manageable. But why were Lu Xing and his accomplices heading towards the city center? Accelerating, I followed the mother insect's guidance towards the city center. Having passed 2 intersections, I encountered a police checkpoint set up in the heart of the city. Although I had anticipated the police presence here, I opted not to take a detour in my fervent desire to apprehend Lushing. Stop. In the downpour, the reflective gear of the officers glimmered in the headlights as two policemen wielding warning lights attempted to force me to halt. The act of commandeering a police vehicle and assaulting law enforcement personnel could result in a minimum sentence of 3 years, and with additional charges of murder and resisting arrest. I could face a life sentence if all accusations were upheld. I had to express my gratitude to the organization for their leniency. I could not be captured. At least not tonight. Compared to the gravity of my actions, breaching the police cordon seemed a trivial matter. With a determined grip, I pressed the accelerator, skillfully maneuvering past the police and crashing through roadblocks, making my escape. The two officers could hardly fathom my audacity, daring to breach the central city's defenses. One pursued me on a police motorcycle while the other urgently called for backup. The city's labyrinthine roads offered numerous routes, yet each was fraught with peril. The police were acutely aware of my whereabouts, while I remained oblivious to the direction from which their vehicles might emerge. I concede that my encounter with Luxing had ignited a reckless impulsiveness within me, placing me in dire straits, but capturing Luxing would render my peril worthwhile. I could no longer retreat. I had to seize him and reveal to everyone that he was the true culprit from 5 years ago. Perhaps there was still a sliver of hope for my exoneration. As my vehicle sped onward, the mother bug within the black wooden box began to stir, pivoting toward the west, colliding with the walls of its enclosure. The west? It seemed that the western part of the city was the stronghold of the Jiang family. As I sped past towering edifices, I was momentarily taken aback by my own fortune. Despite having been on the run for a half hour, I had yet to encounter a single police car. Luck had never favored me, and an unsettling feeling tugged at my instincts. As I ventured deeper into the western sector of the city, the iconic Century New Garden came into view, its 3 towering structures looming over Jiangshang like a triumphant emblem. The closer I drew, the more my unease intensified. Was Luxing intentionally leading me toward the Jiang family? Chapter 278. This madman. Although the Jiang family was my sworn enemy, eager to see my demise, my investigations had revealed no direct ties between Luxing and them. The forces behind the Jiang family bore no relation to the enigmatic figure known as the Two-Faced Buddha. My enmity with the Jiang family had initially sparked over trivial matters, escalating only when they pilfered my confidential information, crossing a line that ignited my wrath. Was Luxing seeking refuge with the Jiang family? I could only hope my suspicions were unfounded. The torrential rain posed its own challenges for me. The relentless downpour dulled my heightened senses, rendering my perception sluggish amid the cacophony of thunder and raindrops. I drove the police car to the foot of the Century New Garden, its illuminated facade standing resolute against the night's darkness, radiating a bright glow despite the hour. Given my status as a fugitive, I preferred to linger in the shadows rather than in the light. Yet, before I could pull away, the mother bug in the wooden box exhibited a peculiar excitement, turning its head eagerly toward the main structure of Century New Garden. Was Luxing truly concealed within? Century New Garden was not a venue for live broadcasts, nor was it associated with any supernatural forces. What business could he possibly have here? I slowed my speed, circling around to the main entrance. The torrential rain obscured my view, compelling me to inch closer to the entrance. Lowering my window, I peered inside. The parking lot was sparsely populated with a handful of vehicles, ranging from luxury million-dollar models like Bugatti and Lamborghini to more modest Hyundai and Volkswagen sedans priced around $50,000 to $60,000. The stark contrast in the value of these cars jolted me into realization. I had fallen into a trap, having previously visited Century New Garden, one of Jiangxing's few 5-star hotels. I recognized the parking lot as nothing less than an exhibition of luxury vehicles, frequented by affluent investors from other provinces seeking to negotiate lucrative deals. In other words, this place represents the visage of Jiangxing. And how could a city's facade allow for the casual parking of ordinary sedans that could be acquired for a mere $40,000 or $50,000? As I turned the steering wheel, I promptly shifted into reverse, preparing to change lanes and depart. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the Century New Garden, striking with an unexpected ferocity. I turned my head to see rows of headlights illuminating the scene, all focused on me. The sudden glare nearly blinded me. I raised my hand to shield my forehead and hastily changed direction. As the front of my vehicle swung halfway around, I glanced at my surroundings and realized with alarm that the route I had taken had been severed. Police cars, stripped of their sirens and lights, emerged from alleys and other thoroughfares. This was dire. My previous streak of good fortune had led me to underestimate the police force of Jiangqing. Compared to 5 years ago, their personnel quality and technological equipment had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. Police cars, like phantoms in the rainy night, closed in on me silently, exuding an oppressive force. A-Class wanted suspect Gao Jian. You are surrounded. Disarm yourself and do not resist unnecessarily. Exit the vehicle immediately. After the gunfire, the voice of the police echoed through the megaphone. Though somewhat distorted by the rain, I recognized it instantly. The speaker was none other than Chen Jiangwo, the father of the commander of the armed police brigade, Chen Feng. Raise your hands and exit the vehicle immediately. Do not resist to avoid unnecessary casualties. The police vehicles drew ever closer, blocking all paths to the left, right, and behind. Sweat mingled with rain cascaded down my face as my fingers drummed on the steering wheel. I did not comply with Chen Jiangwo's command to halt and turn off the engine. Exit the vehicle and surrender? What a joke. If I did so, I would undoubtedly become a scapegoat for Lu Xing, bearing the burden of the serial murder case from 5 years prior, certainly a death sentence. With the possibility of being directly executed by Lu Xing himself. I had not yet lost. There must be a way. My mind raced, my teeth biting into my lip until it bled. Exit the vehicle immediately. Cease all resistance. The police cars halted 10 meters away, armed officers using their vehicles for cover, aiming their weapons from that distance. I dared not move. During my time at the police academy, I had heard that when 3 armed police teams were deployed, a sniper was invariably included among them. At this moment, my head might already be in their crosshairs. Any sudden movement could result in a fatal shot. In this confrontation with Lu Xing, it seemed I had taken another step backward. He must have long suspected that Mr. Gu was using sorcery against him and knew I could track his movements. Thus, he set a cunning trap, utilizing the abilities of Qiao Ren to infiltrate the police and ensnare me. Under his manipulation, the police might now believe I was also the perpetrator of the officers shooting at the convenience store, artfully shifting the blame entirely onto me. The police continued their calls, and as their patience waned, I risked being shot on the spot for charges such as public arrest or assaulting an officer. Torn between hesitation and panic, yet bolstered by an extraordinary calm cultivated through countless live broadcasts, I knew I could not exit the vehicle. I had not yet lost. It was not yet time to surrender. Surrounded on all sides, my only chance of escape lay directly ahead. The disguised police cars in the Century New Garden gradually began to move, their pace unhurried, populated mostly by auxiliary officers and members of the Jiang family security team. I had to break free before they closed in. My grip on the steering wheel tightened, veins bulging like serpents slithering up my arm. The luxury cars in the parking lot were familiar to me from Jiang Chen's wedding. Perhaps the Jiang family was here, watching from the heights, gazing down upon me like a pitiful ant. Never before had my tone been so tranquil, a calmness so profound it astonished even me. Akin to a flame burning deep within an icy ocean, striving to resist the vast expanse surrounding it. I reached out to stroke the head of Baiji, fastening its seatbelt. My gaze fixed on the main entrance of the Century New Garden. Hundreds of guns were pointed at me, the encirclement solidified. They likely believed this was the epitome of my despair. A trickle of blood crept into my vision, and I found myself enveloped in a strange, contradictory state, a kind of fevered calm. I was acutely aware of the catastrophic repercussions my next actions would entail, yet my mind meticulously pondered and adjusted the steps of my plan. Within 2 or 3 seconds, a complete scheme to break free materialized, a reckless plunge into the abyss. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons, and do not resist. Exit the vehicle immediately. Chen Jiangwo's voice resonated from within the building, the command post etched in my memory. I stowed the black wooden box back in my pocket, casting one last glance at the luxury cars, a slow smile creeping across my face. Surrender? I would not relinquish my fate to you. Testimonies coerced through intimidation are inherently flawed. I would personally seize the criminals and demonstrate to you fools what true justice entails. I yanked the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator, charging into the Century New Garden amidst the astonished gazes of all present, crashing into the grand hall on the first floor. Stop him. Quickly. Block him. Gunfire, shouts, and the sounds of collision erupted behind me. In that moment, I cared for nothing, allowing stray bullets to whiz past my ears, letting the windows shatter, glass shards flying and cutting my face. Accelerate. I had to force my way in. the suddenness of it all, just moments ago. They were perplexed about how to lure me out of the vehicle, debating whether to execute me. Who could have predicted my decisive and frenzied response, devoid of hesitation? What a madman! Chun Jiangwo gasped, his words faithfully relayed through the microphone. The pursuing officers and the Jiang family members hiding in the building undoubtedly heard him. Bang! The police car I drove smashed through the Century New Garden's 5-meter-wide glass entrance, shards scattering like frost, the resounding crash temporarily drowning out the gunfire. Baiji upstairs. I drove the car directly to the emergency exit, disregarding the blood trickling from my forehead as I unbuckled Baiji's seatbelt. Chapter 279. The golden cicada sheds its shell. A scene of chaos unfolded. Glass fragments littered the hall, crunching beneath my feet. I retrieved my service weapon, taking Baiji with me as we abandoned the car and slipped into the safety passage. The internal surveillance of the Century New Garden is predominantly positioned at the corners of the corridors. During my previous visit to rescue Tai Ningxiang, I had already memorized the general distribution of the cameras. Recently, incessant torrential rains have plagued Jiangcheng, causing water levels to rise, resulting in a significant decrease in both tourists and business visitors to this location. The Century New Garden appears desolate, with most guest rooms unoccupied, a fact evident from the sparse vehicles in the parking lot outside. As I ascend through the secure passage, I observe nearly 100 police officers stationed outside the building, a testament to the considerable effort exerted by Chun Jiangwo and his associates to orchestrate this trap. Faced with such an overwhelming force, 100 to 1, and armed with firearms and tear gas, my chances of resistance on an open plain would be non-existent. Fortunately, I had decisively driven the police car into the main building of the Century New Garden, utilizing the complex environment on the 26th floor to disperse the police presence, which might offer me a glimmer of hope. Given my enmity with the Jiang family and the grievances I hold against Chun Jiangwo, falling into their hands would undoubtedly result in a death sentence. Instead of languishing in prison unjustly, I would rather take a chance. With this understanding, I dared to undertake such a reckless endeavor, openly defying the police and resisting arrest. My intention was not to disdain the law, but to fight for a semblance of justice with my own hands. Breaking through the checkpoint and escaping into the building was merely the first step of my plan. The true spectacle lay ahead. During my attendance at Yi Bing's wedding, I had observed several luxury vehicles in the parking lot. If all goes as expected, the Spiker, priced over $5 million, and the slightly less expensive Lamborghini are likely the vehicles of the Jiang father and son, who may very well be hiding within the building. The security measures at Century New Garden are stringent, rendering it the safest haven for the Jiang family. Fearful of my potential retribution, they are likely taking refuge here. Piecing the connections together, it becomes clear that the police's encirclement of the Century New Garden is designed to thwart my desperate retaliation against the Jiang family. Such a grand arrangement to welcome me, surely. If I do not act against you, it would be a disservice to your intentions. Observing the surveillance camera at the corner, I chamber a bullet and disengage the safety, preparing to fire at will. This brazen sense of freedom is rather exhilarating. The building is riddled with cameras, and the time to dismantle each one is simply non-existent. I must seek a more effective means. The last successful escape by Luxing was largely attributed to the power being cut off, as darkness favors those who flee. However, I surmise that the police would anticipate this and prioritize the protection of the power distribution room and the surveillance center. As I ascend floor by floor, upon reaching the 8th level, the sound of the elevator arriving reaches my ears. 3 police officers emerge from within, and the elevator continues its ascent. With 2 seasoned officers and a newcomer, their systematic search reveals Chun Jiangwo's adeptness. I dare not linger. As the police employ both the elevator and the stairs to pursue me, a moment's carelessness could lead to my capture. 1 or 2 officers are manageable, but should I encounter a fully equipped SWAT team, my chances of escape diminish drastically. The severity of resisting arrest has escalated to the point where they possess the authority to eliminate me on the spot, necessitating an even greater degree of caution on my part. Within the police-issued firearm, 6 bullets remained. As I ascended, I discharged rounds to obliterate the surveillance cameras at each level, halting only when 2 bullets were left before slipping into the corridor. Below the 6th floor of the Century New Garden lies a restaurant, while the 6th to 18th floors are designated for guest accommodations. Above them is the office space for the Jiangjin Group's executives. Presently, I found myself on the 12th floor, where I shot the door lock. Casting a swift glance around the opulent, spacious interior that, despite its 5-star standard, offered no hiding spots. The sound of gunfire had already drawn attention. Footsteps of law enforcement echoed up the stairs. As per the plan, I hoped for no further complications. Wandering aimlessly within the building would inevitably lead to capture. Hence, to disrupt this deadlock, I must first conceal myself and vanish from the police's sight. I entered the room, closing the door behind me, estimating a 30-second window before the officers arrived. Should they choose to slow their approach and await backup, this time might extend to 60 seconds. I kicked open the bathroom door, shedding my drenched shoes and socks, rolling up my pant legs as I stood before the mirror. The apparition of my doppelganger emerged from within the glass. I remained motionless, yet the reflection blinked unexpectedly. I require your assistance. After a brief interlude of seconds, I removed my raincoat, gazing at the figure stepping forth from the mirror. Its skin bore a darker hue, yet its features mirrored my own quite closely. Draping the raincoat over its form, I and Baiji concealed ourselves within the bathroom, locking the door behind us, intending to lure away the officers outside. The doppelganger, with a peculiar expression hinting at suppressed turmoil, proceeded towards the exit. Just as it reached the threshold, the guest room door was forcefully kicked open. Freeze! 2 officers stood at the doorway, startled by the sight of the still figure within, yet their training prevailed. In mere moments, one raised his firearm, bracing against the door, while the other communicated with the command center. Crouch down, hands on your head. The reality of police enforcement is far grittier than depicted on television. Especially for the first responders entering a crime scene, they must swiftly and effectively neutralize threats. The officer wielding the firearm approached cautiously before suddenly accelerating, striking the doppelganger's skull with the butt of his weapon. A normal person would succumb to unconsciousness from such impact. Alas, the doppelganger was no ordinary being. The blow seemed to connect with something, yet also nothing at all, causing the officer to lose balance and collide with the doppelganger. His face brushed against the raincoat, feeling the cold, sticky moisture akin to congealed blood. How is there no warmth of life? He pondered in terror before losing consciousness, his gaze catching the grotesque distortion of the doppelganger's head. Before he could utter a cry, his face was ensnared by dark strands of hair, the tendrils invading his mouth. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out from the doorway, startling the officer who had been reporting the situation. He had never encountered such an eerie phenomenon. Almost instinctively, he fired at the specter. The bullet pierced through the raincoat, shattering the window glass. The wind and rain surged in, drenching the room as the curtains were swept away. The black-haired specter, in a frenzy, hurled the officer cradled in its grasp against the wall, as though a chilling breeze had swept past the officer standing by the door. Report. A fugitive, Gao Jian, has been spotted on the 12th floor. He has now escaped to the 13th. Additionally, there are injuries. Repeat, there are injuries. Chase him down. If the target resists, eliminate him as the situation dictates. The voice from communications was resolute and ruthless. It was evident that the command center harbored a deep-seated animosity towards me. Received. He hurriedly entered the room, quickly assessing his partner's injuries and finding no threat to life before dashing out once more. The half-open door swayed gently as a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, likely the concentrated force of officers pursuing the specter. Has he gotten away? I opened the bathroom door and approached the injured officer, who lay with his eyes tightly shut, a grimace of pain etched across his face. He was oblivious to the fact that the specter had reached into his mouth, taking something vital from him. At this moment, he appeared exceedingly weak. Stay here and rest easy. As I prepared to take his service weapon and communication device, the sound of footsteps echoed once more in the corridor, the intent of the approaching individuals unmistakably directed towards this room.